Chapter 1. That Summer and That Summer. This tale unfolds on a parallel Earth. In that fateful summer, the national football team experienced a series of extraordinary matches that resonated deeply with both heaven and earth. The fervent supporters of the national team will forever cherish the summer of 2010, when the team triumphantly claimed the World Cup championship. It was July 11th, 2010, in the majestic Soccer City Stadium in Johannesburg, South Africa. The final match of the 2010 South Africa World Cup was underway. The competitors were the esteemed Spanish team and our national squad. This was an inconceivable contest. Despite the vast disparity in their abilities, both teams stood upon the same verdant pitch, engaging in fierce competition. Our national team, having fortuitously secured the last spot in the World Cup qualifiers, embarked on an unstoppable journey, emerging as the most surprising dark horse of the tournament. In the group stage, our team was placed in Group D. Group D comprised formidable teams: Germany, Ghana, and Serbia. In the opening match, our team astonishingly held Germany to a draw, with a score of 0-0. In the second match, we again shocked the world by drawing with Ghana, finishing 1-1. In the third match, our team achieved a stunning victory over Serbia, with a score of 10. With 1 win and 2 draws, our team amassed 5 points, securing second place in the group and advancing to the knockout stage. Germany topped the group with 2 wins and 1 draw. Ghana, with 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss, finished third and returned home. Serbia, unfortunately, lost all 3 matches, finishing fourth with no points, and also departed. In the knockout stage, our team faced the United States in a round of 18, enduring a grueling extra-time battle, ultimately triumphing 21 and advancing to the quarterfinals. In the quarterfinals, relying on steadfast defense, our team pushed the match into a penalty shootout, where they fortuitously eliminated Ukraine with a score of 42. In the semifinals, our team confronted the heavily favored Netherlands, engaging in a strenuous 90-minute battle, eventually overcoming the Dutch with a narrow victory of 10. Our national team successfully reached the final of the South Africa World Cup, set to face Spain. What transformed our team from a mere underdog to an unstoppable force? It all stemmed from the emergence of one individual. Who, you ask? Zhang Hongfei. Who is Zhang Hongfei? Zhang Hongfei is an amateur football player. His inclusion in the national team was made possible by the head coach, Guagua. Following the departures of Ferdu and DUI from the coaching position, Guagua assumed the role of head coach for the national team. As a locally sourced coach, Guagua was unyielding in his pursuit of talent. While Ferdu and DUI dismissed players like Zhang Hongfei as mere amateurs, Guagua disregarded such opinions and, against the odds, brought Zhang into the national squad, ensuring he started in every match. In turn, Zhang Hongfei repaid the faith placed in him by Coach Guagua with his remarkable performances. The two shared a profound mutual respect. In the World Cup final, facing the formidable Spanish team, Zhang Hongfei delivered a series of devastating strikes. Among the most captivating moments was the climax at the end of the first half, when Zhang Hongfei intercepted the ball in the backfield. Seizing the opportunity as the Spanish players, lulled into complacency, approached the halftime break, he elegantly dribbled past 11 opponents. Yet when faced with an open goal, he astonishingly misfired, sending the ball soaring into the stands. The ball flew straight into the bleachers. The ball soared directly into the stands. The ball ascended straight into the audience. Due to this blunder, Zhang Hongfei nearly faced the wrath of irate national football fans who threatened to drown him in their disdain. Fortunately, in the second half, Zhang redeemed himself. He scored from a splendid direct free kick, followed by a thunderous strike that sent the ball hurtling into the net from midfield. 20. Zhang Hongfei led the national team to victory over Spain, reaching the pinnacle of world football and fulfilling the dream of the South Africa World Cup. With an impressive tally of 8 goals in 7 matches, he earned both the Golden Boot and the Ballon d'Or at the tournament. That moment, the nation erupted in jubilation. In that instant, it felt as though the celebration surpassed even the joy of the new year. After this World Cup, the national team held their heads high. After this World Cup, the fans of a national team reveled in pride. Yet, the hero responsible for securing the coveted trophy, Zhang Hongfei, gradually faded from the public eye, choosing to retire gracefully. Following the South Africa World Cup, Zhang announced his retirement from football. This news elicited heartfelt lamentations from major football clubs around the globe. Thus, a new generation of football royalty distanced themselves from the beautiful game. Zhang Hongfei's rise can be traced back to that fateful summer. In the summer of 2006, once again, the World Cup returned. For the countless fans of the national team, it was yet another heartbreaking tournament. The team with the most supporters worldwide failed to qualify for the World Cup finals. These fans were left to support other teams, seeking solace and joy through alternative means of participation in the World Cup. The excitement of this World Cup needs no elaboration. Whether it was Zidane's exquisite Panenka penalty or his fierce header, both became cherished topics of conversation among football enthusiasts worldwide. Zidane's forlorn figure, brushing past the coveted trophy as he was sent off, became an eternal emblem of classic football moments. Time: July 11th, 2006, the day after the World Cup final. Location: Huaxia Shenzhen, Huazhong University of Science and Technology, football field. The echoes of the World Cup still lingered. With no team to support, those backing Italy found themselves lost in a fad of celebration. Of course, Huang Jiangxiang's impassioned commentary during the quarterfinals became a staple of conversation among Italian fans. Undoubtedly, 2006 marked a year of football triumph for Italy. However, some remained unconvinced. Zhang Hongfei, a junior at Huazhong University, a staunch supporter of France and a devoted admirer of Zidane, scoffed at Italy's victory, for he believed that Italy had triumphed without merit. However, no matter how irate Zhang Hongfei may be, history remains unalterable. Zidane's final World Cup performance, along with his appearances for the national team, is destined to conclude in tragedy. The day following the culmination of the World Cup, Zhang Hongfei summoned a multitude of friends, initiating a mock World Cup final on the football field of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. One team donned the jerseys of the French national team, masquerading as Les Blues, while the other sported the attire of the Italian squad, impersonating the Azzurri. The two teams engaged in a friendly match. Zhang Hongfei, a member of the university's football team, was renowned for his Hong Kong foot. Yet he was also a devoted football enthusiast and a member of the affluent class, evoking a love-hate relationship among his teammates. Prior to the World Cup final in Germany, Zhang had boldly proclaimed, "Should the French team claim victory, I shall treat all my teammates to a lavish outing." Ultimately, it was the Italian team that emerged victorious. It seemed that fate did not wish for this group of football enthusiasts to disrupt the peace of the young ladies in heaven. With an abundance of wealth and a lack of avenues for expenditure, Zhang decisively rented the football field of Huazhong University, orchestrating this friendly match. The team clad in French jerseys was undoubtedly the university squad, while the players in Italian kits were hired from Fudan University by Zhang Hongfei. Chapter 2. An unexpected twist. Zhang Hongfei played as a defensive midfielder for Huazhong's team, yet he often exhibited an overabundance of confidence by taking on the role of an attacking midfielder, showcasing his unreliable long-range shots. More often than not, these attempts resulted in conceding a goal kick to the opposing team. On rare occasions, fortune favored him, and his powerful kicks found their way within the opponent's goal range. However, such shots posed no threat, as the rival goalkeeper effortlessly thwarted them. The friendly match between Huazhong's French team and Fudan's Italian squad was characterized by a spirit of victory first, friendship second. At least half of the players on Fudan's Italian team had been swayed by Zhang Hongfei's generosity. Zhang mused, "Since I cannot witness the French team triumph over Italy on live television, I shall personally lead the French team to victory." In truth, Huazhong University had never advanced beyond the preliminary rounds in the National University League. While institutions with science and engineering in their names often performed admirably in the national arena, Huazhong was the exception. With Zhang Hongfei as an unpredictable teammate, it became exceedingly challenging for Huazhong to progress beyond the preliminary rounds. Whenever Zhang took to the field, he exuded an unparalleled confidence. Although his skills were lacking, his self-assurance eclipsed that of even the likes of Messi and Ronaldo. His remarkable Hong Kong foot often left even his own goalkeeper in disbelief. In an amateur league like the University League, Zhang's powerful kicks were undeniably a striking feature of the match. As soon as he carried the ball past midfield, it felt as though he had been bestowed with an invisible buff. Not unleashing a powerful shot left him feeling restless and uncomfortable. It was indeed peculiar that such an eccentric individual held the captaincy of Huazhong's football team. The reason is simple. Zhang Hongfei has an admirable background. He is a privileged heir, a remarkable figure from Huali. His astonishing feat of changing his girlfriend every month has become nearly impossible for the younger generation of Huali to replicate. Although no one openly spoke of Huali's match against Fudan, the sidelines were nonetheless filled with a row of Zhang Hongfei's girlfriends, ex-girlfriends, and previous romantic interests. Everyone is well aware of Zhang Hongfei's fickle nature. As adults, they understand that a few indulgences do not warrant relentless pursuit. However, Zhang Hongfei possesses another advantage. He is undeniably handsome. Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, he embodies the trifecta of tall, rich, and handsome, encompassing it all within his persona. Moreover, It is rare to find that Zhang Hongfei is also an eccentric academic overachiever. In pursuit of mastering Japanese for his passion for Japanese art films, he became proficient within a week of self-study. Inspired by Zinedine Zidane's graceful and fluid playing style, he learned French in merely 10 days. Yet, as with all individuals, Zhang Hongfei has his Achilles heel his love for football. Since becoming infatuated with Zidane during the 1998 World Cup, Zhang Hongfei's passion for the sport has endured for 8 years, growing ever more fervent with each passing year. He began playing football in his 3rd year of middle school, dedicating himself to honing his skills daily. However, football is not solely a matter of perseverance, it demands innate talent. If determination alone sufficed for excellence, the North Korean team would have claimed the World Cup long ago, instead of facing defeat and being sent to mines for retribution. During high school, Zhang Hongfei served as the captain of the school team, yet regrettably, they never advanced to the city-level competitions over 3 years. In university, he continued as captain, but Huali similarly failed to break through in the city. Being Zhang Hongfei's teammate is a bittersweet experience. The pain arises from his tendency to recklessly kick the ball, often launching powerful shots that tug at the fragile hearts of his teammates. The joy, however, stems from his generous nature. As a wealthy heir, should the game end in a draw, he treats the entire team to lavish meals or entertainment. Thus, although the Huali school team faces misfortune, its players revel in unparalleled happiness. In this moment, the Huali French team and the Fudan Italian team are engaged in an offensive duel. The Huali French team has deployed their customary 451 formation. This formation is necessitated by Zhang Hongfei's tendency to roam freely on the field, prompting the team to bolster the midfield with 2 additional players to provide him with support. Conversely, the Fudan Italian team has arranged a standard 442 formation, achieving a balance between offense and defense. Such spontaneously organized matches lack referees. Should you unfortunate enough to be felled on the field, you must resign yourself to mere bad luck. At this moment, Zhang Hongfei found himself in a precarious situation. A defender from the Wari France team successfully intercepted the ball. Zhang Hongfei, filled with excitement, immediately raised his hand to request the ball. There existed an unwritten rule within the Wari school team. Whenever the captain called for the ball, it was imperative for anyone in possession to pass it to him without delay. Consequently, the Wari France defender promptly delivered the ball to Zhang Hongfei. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang Hongfei began to sprint towards the Fudan Italy team's half. The 4 midfielders of the Fudan Italy team had been persuaded by Zhang Hongfei prior to the match to intentionally ease their defense. As soon as Zhang Hongfei approached, they would feign an attempt to defend, allowing him to effortlessly advance. However, Zhang Hongfei had only managed to sway one of the 4 defenders. Thus, one of the remaining 3 defenders quickly moved in to challenge him. Zhang Hongfei gauged the distance to the Fudan Italy goal, approximately 40 meters away, perfectly within his striking range. Without hesitation, he unleashed his signature move, the Hong Kong kick. Yet this time, the players from the Wari France team did not hear the euphoric sound of a successful shot. The defender from the Fudan Italy team executed a sliding tackle, sending both Zhang Hongfei and the ball flying. In amateur leagues, such rough defensive maneuvers are not uncommon. It was precisely due to this inherent danger that Zhang Hongfei had bribed the opposing players beforehand to ensure his safety. However, today, Zhang Hongfei faced an unexpected setback. The power and precision of an amateur player's sliding tackle were far beyond those of professional athletes. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Hongfei felt disoriented, his consciousness blurring, as if he were on the verge of losing control. The players of the Wari France team could not help but admire the brutish defender in their hearts. Yet they rushed to Zhang Hongfei's side to uphold the dignity of their illustrious captain. Surrounding him, the players of the Wari France team expressed their concern, calling out, "Captain, Fei, Brother Fei." Among these titles, Zhang Hongfei held a particular fondness for Brother Fei, as it echoed the name of the renowned football star, Figo. Chapter 3. The Descending System. At this moment, in a state of unconsciousness, Zhang Hongfei was about to experience a stroke of fortune. Within his mind, he was communicating with a mysterious mechanical voice. What? A system? In 2006, online novels were just beginning to gain popularity. Zhang Hongfei, a man of aspirations, seldom found time to indulge in reading. Thus, he was entirely unfamiliar with the concept of such a grand and sophisticated system. The mechanical voice, devoid of emotion, commenced its speech, stating, "Indeed, to be precise, I have scrutinized every match you have played. You are utterly devoid of merit from head to toe. Every fiber of your being is lacking. A player of such unparalleled amateurism is a rarity in this world. Thus, I have resolved to assist you in achieving greatness. What did you say your name is? The Ultimate Amateur Football Player System. The Ultimate Amateur Football Player System? That cumbersome name is rather difficult to pronounce. The Ultimate Amateur Football Player System. The Ultimate Amateur Football Player System. The Ultimate Amateur Football Player System. Recite it thrice rapidly, and it will no longer seem awkward. Why have you chosen me? Because you're the most amateurish amateur football player I have ever encountered. You and I, the Ultimate Amateur Football Player System, are a perfect match. You were quite literally born for me. Do not say such things. It sends a shiver down my spine. I never expected you to be so timid. Am I timid? Who says that? Let me assure you. My courage is boundless. Just how boundless? You appear quite intimidated in my presence. Who is intimidated? I merely find it disconcerting to suddenly have a stranger in my mind. I am not a person. I am a system. Indeed, you are not human. From your tone, I deduce that your previous statement was far from complimentary. Is analysis truly necessary? Enough. After all this, just answer me. Yes or no? Allow me a moment to ponder. I shall grant you 10 more seconds. Ahem. What was it again? The Ultimate Amateur Football Player System. Yes, the Ultimate Amateur Football Player System, my friend. Can you not showcase your true abilities to me? You claim to be my partner. At the very least, you ought to demonstrate your prowess. Am I not correct? Is this not the case? Well, you possess some merit in your argument. Very well. I shall reveal my true capabilities to you. Suddenly, Zhang Hongfei, who had been unconscious on the field, opened his eyes. His closest teammate from Huali exclaimed in shock, "Ah, Brother Fei has risen from the dead. Go away. You are the one who has risen from the dead. Your entire family has risen from the dead. Everyone, continue the match. I am perfectly fine." Zhang Hongfei swiftly rose to his feet, casually brushing off the dust from his trousers. "Fei Ge, are you truly unscathed? That fall seemed rather severe. I possess a robust constitution. Such trifling tumbles cannot possibly deter me." Zhang Hongfei rose to his feet, assessing his physical condition. It appeared to be unchanged from before the competition. Zhang Hongfei pondered inwardly. Could it be that the system is deceiving me? Wasn't it supposed to showcase its true capabilities to me? There were no referees present, yet the Fudan Italian team, fully aware of their shortcomings, voluntarily conceded an excellent free kick opportunity to the Huazhong French team. The players from Huazhong exchanged glances, each willingly stepping aside. The distance to the goal was less than 30 meters, Zhang Hongfei's favored range for shooting. Although he possessed a remarkable kick often referred to as the Hong Kong foot, he never felt ashamed of it. After all, isn't football meant to be played? The more one plays, the better. However, this time, as Zhang Hongfei stood before the ball, an unusual thought suddenly emerged in his mind. The Ultimate Amateur Football Player System grants a one-time Roberto Carlos cannonball experience. What on earth? A cannonball experience akin to that of Roberto Carlos? Zhang Hongfei's musings were overheard by his nearby teammates. "Fei Ge, what are you saying? Roberto Carlos?" A quick-witted individual immediately interjected. "I get it. Fei Ge intends to emulate Roberto Carlos this time, executing a direct free kick." Who is Roberto Carlos? Any football enthusiast who witnessed the 2002 World Cup would undoubtedly recall Roberto Carlos's astonishing direct free kick, struck from 25 meters away from the national team's goal. A goal that defied belief. This free kick reached an astonishing speed of 149 kilometers per hour, setting the record for the fastest free kick goal in World Cup history. Am I now possessed by the spirit of Roberto Carlos? Zhang Hongfei bounced in place, yet he failed to notice any difference in his physique compared to before. Zhang Hongfei felt a tinge of disappointment. Could it be that this so-called strongest amateur football player system was deceiving him? The system, unable to tolerate Zhang Hongfei's hesitation any longer, spoke up. "Do not worry about playing. If this shot does not score, it shall be on me." Upon hearing the response from the strongest amateur football player system, Zhang Hongfei felt a surge of confidence within him. Since the esteemed system has conveyed such encouragement, it would be utterly disappointing to falter in the face of its expectations. Zhang Hongfei stood composed and unruffled, gazing towards the goal of the Fudan Italy team. The goalkeeper of the Fudan Italy team cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Hongfei, who was poised to take the free kick, wearing an expression of complete ease. Zhang Hongfei's name is undeniably notorious within the realm of collegiate football, while his teammates at Huazhong University of Science and Technology staunchly support him. Players from other institutions harbor a deep disdain for him. Paradoxically, this disdain is tempered by a profound gratitude. For Zhang Hongfei has inadvertently eased the challenge for any university team when facing Huazhong, regardless of how dismal his performance may be. Zhang Hongfei remains a steadfast mainstay as the captain and pivotal defensive midfielder of the Huazhong team. After all, no one wishes to oppose the allure of money. The current football field at Huazhong is a testament to Zhang Hongfei's early sponsorship, which facilitated its construction upon his arrival. Furthermore, the team is predominantly comprised of his loyal subordinates and close companions. Thus, regardless of how poorly Zhang performs on the pitch, he will forever stand as a banner for Huazhong. Even if that banner were to fall, it would still be a banner. At this moment, seemingly possessed by the spirit of Roberto Carlos, Zhang Hongfei hesitated for a considerable time before resolutely deciding to take a shot on goal. All eyes in the stadium were fixated upon his feet. Zhang Hongfei's kick. Will it soar into the sky, or will it find its mark? In truth, the answer has long been settled in the hearts of the spectators. Chapter 4. The ball enters boom. An immense sound suddenly echoed across the football field. This thunderous noise was none other than the impact of Zhang Hongfei executing his free kick. At this moment, Zhang Hongfei's leg strength was exerted to its fullest. The football soared like a cannonball, hurtling straight towards the goal of the Fudan Italy team. In the past, the goalkeeper of the Fudan Italy team would have lazily made a save and confiscated the ball. However, this time, fortune did not favor him. Zhang Hongfei's free kick, though lacking in finesse, was struck with remarkable velocity, reaching an astonishing speed of 110 kilometers per hour. While it may pale in comparison to Roberto Carlos's legendary free kick at 149 kilometers per hour during the World Cup, for an ordinary university student, Zhang's shot was undeniably formidable. The hapless goalkeeper of the Fudan Italian team, initially brimming with confidence, prepared to intercept the ball. His hands had already made contact with Zhang's strike, and a triumphant smile was etched upon his face. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the football slipped from his grasp, hurtling straight into the net. The goalkeeper's expression froze instantaneously, contorted in disbelief, akin to one who had tasted something most unpleasant. He shouted in exasperation, "How could this be? How is this even possible? I touched the ball. I clearly made contact." The goalkeeper, ensnared by his own preconceived notions, failed to recognize the extraordinary power behind what appeared to be a mere free kick from Zhang Hongfei. Roberto Carlos, known as the legendary cannon, truly excelled in delivering miraculous strikes with sheer force. At this moment, Zhang Hongfei seemed to be possessed by Roberto Carlos, delivering a powerful strike that resulted in an extraordinary goal. After scoring, Zhang Hongfei triumphantly placed his hands on his hips and laughed maniacally towards the sky, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Who says that if you touch the ball, it can't go in? This is pure skill. This is my true prowess. Ha ha. Fudan team, do you now recognize the might of your feat?" However, Zhang Hongfei found himself in an awkward situation, as not only were the Fudan players left dumbfounded, but even his teammates from Huazhong University stood frozen, staring at him as if he were an extraterrestrial. In their limited life experiences, this was indeed the first time they had witnessed Zhang Hongfei score directly from a free kick. "What is the matter with you all? Why are you standing there in a daze? I've just scored. Hurry up and come congratulate me. What are you waiting for?" Zhang Hongfei's voice resonated like a clarion call, awakening everyone in the arena. The players from Huali swiftly gathered around him, exclaiming, "Long live Fij. Fij is amazing. Fij, take us to new heights. Fij, it seems victory is assured in this match. Where shall we celebrate afterwards?" Witnessing the exuberant celebrations of the Huali players, the expressions of the Fudan team were decidedly grim, particularly those who had accepted favors from Zhang Hongfei. They were certain that Zhang Hongfei would take the initiative to attack. Yet they were equally convinced that he would fail to score, which emboldened them to accept his bribes and intentionally underperform during the match. Zhang Hongfei's prowess on the football field has long been acknowledged within the collegiate football community, albeit he is often regarded as the epitome of mediocrity among amateurs. However, this seemingly unreliable and lackadaisical defensive midfielder astonishingly scored a goal during a match. While this may not be the inaugural goal of Zhang Hongfei's amateur football journey, it undoubtedly stands as the most striking and unforgettable one. On the pitch, predominantly filled with university students, a collective of amateur players remained oblivious to the significance of Zhang's remarkable strike. Yet, on the sidelines, there were discerning eyes. During a friendly match between Huazhong University of Science and Technology and Fudan University, held at Huazhong's own stadium, the institution could not afford to remain indifferent. Hence, the coach of Huazhong, Wang Tsong, was present on the sidelines. While ostensibly there to observe, his true purpose was to monitor the situation closely, ready to intervene should any violent altercations arise. After all, both teams comprised spirited youths, and even a minor spark could potentially escalate into a conflagration. Wang Tsong, who had played a few matches in the domestic First Division and is thus considered a semi-professional player, witnessed the brilliance of Zhang Hongfei's goal firsthand. Zhang Hongfei's free kick can undoubtedly rival that of Roberto Carlos, which caught Wang Tsong's attention. Standing on the sidelines, Wang Tsong began to muse aloud, "Splendid. Absolutely splendid. When did this lad, Zhang Hongfei, acquire such skill? Has he been concealing his talents all along? No, that cannot be the case. It has been 3 years, 3 whole years. How could Zhang Hongfei possibly conceal his abilities for such an extended period? Could this strike merely be a stroke of luck? Unlikely. The immense power exhibited in that kick is certainly not something that can be dismissed as mere luck. This is undoubtedly the fruit of years of dedicated training. Thus, it implies that Zhang Hongfei has indeed been holding back. Goodness. I have been eagerly awaiting the opportunity to lead the team out of the city of Shun for what feels like an eternity. Ah, Zhang Hongfei. You often jest and fool around on the field, yet you have secretly honed your skills. Is he planning to surprise me when he graduates in his senior year? No need for that. Bringing home a championship trophy sooner would be far more gratifying. However, as you approach your senior year, it seems your days of hiding your talents are numbered. If you do not take the time to play a few matches for the school team now, finding a professional football team to join after graduation will be a daunting task. With that thought, Wang Tsong brimmed with immense anticipation for the upcoming University Football League next year. It was July, and by September, when classes resumed, Zhang Hongfei would be entering his senior year. Wang Tsong, in his self-assured manner, presumed that Zhang Hongfei had been biding his time, waiting to make a spectacular entrance in his final year. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that, following his goal, Zhang Hongfei had finally accepted the invitation from the strongest amateur football athlete system, becoming the best partner. In Zhang Hongfei's mind, the two entities began their dialogue anew. Congratulations! Congratulations! Same joy. Same joy. With my assistance, you will become the most exceptional amateur football player on this planet. Oh, esteemed system of the strongest amateur football athletes. May I pose a question? Ask away. If I become the most outstanding amateur football player, does that mean I can participate in professional matches? Excellent question. Very insightful. Thank you for the compliment. Before I respond, could you share what distinction you perceive between professional and amateur in your mind? Of course, there is a distinction. The difference is, Zhang Hongfei abruptly halted. Zhang Hongfei initially intended to express that the distinction between professional and amateur players lies solely in the proficiency of their skills. However, he suddenly recalled the existence of the ultimate amateur football player system, which could allow Roberto Carlos to embody him. This realization led him to ponder that the differentiation between professional and amateur players, from the perspective of the ultimate amateur football player system, likely transcends mere technical ability. Chapter 5. Professional and Amateur Zhang Hongfei. Why have you fallen silent? Inquired the ultimate amateur football player system. I, too, am perplexed by the disparity between professional and amateur players. What is there to be confused about? I humbly request your guidance, esteemed system. In my estimation, a professional player is one whose primary occupation is that of a footballer, while an amateur player is one who partakes in the sport as a secondary endeavor. Thus, it is not necessarily the case that professional players surpass amateur players in skill, nor that amateur players are inherently inferior to their professional counterparts. Esteemed system, your assertion lacks merit. Surely professional players must be superior to amateurs, for they carry the title of professional. What significance does the title hold? Does being professional inherently confer superiority over amateurs? Are you privy to the future? The future? Can you truly foresee what lies ahead? Indeed, on the evening of June 15th, 2013, the national football team suffered a humiliating defeat, losing 1-5 to the Thai national team. The players fielded by Thailand were all amateurs, while our national team consisted of professionals. Can it be that professionals are always stronger than amateurs? 7 years later, the national team losing to Thailand? Impossible. Such a scenario is inconceivable. Even if our team were to perform poorly, losing to Thailand would be unthinkable. What caliber does Thailand possess? They barely qualify as third-rate. You must be jesting. Very well. Allow me to present irrefutable evidence. A vivid scene from a live broadcast flashed in Zhang Hongfei's mind. Oh my, they truly lost. 1-5. What a disgrace. This is an utter humiliation. This is an event that occurs in the future, unrelated to the present. You have the ability to intervene and rescue our national team. What can I possibly do to save my beloved team? Have we not already embarked on this collaboration? As long as we stand united, no obstacle is insurmountable. Esteemed system, I shall rely on you in the future. I cannot bear to witness our national team fall into despair. Agreed. We are now two grasshoppers tethered to the same string, sharing both honor and shame. Together we can achieve a win-win outcome. Apart, we risk mutual destruction. Well said. However, esteemed system, how do you intend to assist me in becoming the ultimate amateur football player? Through reasonable training, a balanced routine, appropriate nutrition, and prudent relationships. These matters are entirely unrelated to you. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. So, I merely need to complete tasks to grow stronger? Precisely. After each match, I shall assign you tasks. As long as you fulfill them, you will continuously enhance your abilities, ultimately becoming the most formidable amateur football player. Now I understand. Please assign me a task. None. What? If you don't give me a task? How am I to grow stronger? For this match, you needn't concern yourself with tasks. At least half of the opposing players are your informants. Don't think I'm unaware. Indeed, you possess a discerning eye, brother. Nothing can escape your notice. Of course, I am the all-powerful system for the strongest amateur football players. All right then, I shall return to my celebration, and we can converse later when time permits. Absolutely. You are always welcome to seek me out. Having concluded his exchange with the system, Zhang Hongfei's consciousness returned to the field. Fij, what is wrong with you? Fij, are you so overwhelmed with joy from scoring that your brain has seized up? Your brain is the one that has seized up. Later during the celebration, you must include me. Let us see how you perform. I shall certainly deliver. You can rest assured. The celebration at Wari continued unabated until the end of the first half. With no referee present for this match, players relied entirely on their sense of integrity, though occasionally fists might be employed. This was Wari's home ground, and the players celebrated for as long as they wished. In the Fudan team, half of the players had been won over by Zhang Hongfei and were willing to play the role of informants, thus refraining from disrupting the celebratory atmosphere. Even the head coach of Wari, Wang Song, joined in on the festivities. What a remarkable strike. That free kick was executed beautifully. How come I never noticed this skill of yours before? Coach, I've always been rather low-key. From today onward, I shall no longer remain so. Upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's words, all the Wari players could not help but feel a wave of nausea. Zhang Hongfei had never been low-key. He always fought for the spotlight in every match, even creating his own moments when there were none. Now, with him proclaiming his previous modesty, no one believed him. If he was so ostentatious even during his low-key moments, how exaggerated would he be when he truly sought attention? Would he attempt to soar into the heavens? With this thought, the Wari players were filled with an unusual anticipation, eager to witness what an ostentatious Zhang Hongfei would truly be like. The celebration at Wari not only included the players, but also attracted a number of lovely ladies. Zhang Hongfei, the epitome of charm and wealth at Huali University, is never short of admirers. A love-struck girl from the chemistry department exclaimed, "Brother Fei, I adore you. You are the oxygen indispensable to my life." A smitten girl from the literature department shouted, "Brother Fei, your prowess on the football field is so handsome. You resemble a galloping Shakespeare." Meanwhile, an admirer from the sports department declared, "Brother Fei, your football skills surpass even those of Figo." Zhang Hongfei, however, paid no heed to such affections. Each year, he finds himself inundated with declarations of love, with at least 300 days spent amidst these confessions. Nearly all the single ladies at Huali have been turned down by him. The few who have yet to confess remain in anticipation of the perfect moment, only to become the next to face rejection from Zhang Hongfei. "Brother Fei, your allure is undeniable. All the beauties on campus are rallying for you. Why am I not afforded the same treatment?" One questioned. "Nonsense. Have you not witnessed Brother Fei's prowess? His recent free kick was undoubtedly on par with Roberto Carlos." Upon hearing this, a proud smile spread across Zhang Hongfei's face. "Good lad. You have an eye for talent. Should we win the match today, I shall reward you handsomely." "Thank you, Brother Fei. Thank you." During halftime, the players of Fudan's Italian team gathered together. The captain, a man who had not succumbed to Zhang Hongfei's financial persuasion, could no longer contain himself. You. I will not speak of your defeats to others, but to be bested by Zhang Hongfei? This is a disgrace. Wake up, brothers. In the second half, we must reclaim our honor. We must demonstrate the strength of Fudan. I do not care who among you has made secret pacts with Zhang Hongfei. But now, I demand that you all fight for Fudan. Fight for the honor of Fudan. We may not win this match, but we absolutely cannot lose. In the second half, give it your all. Anyone who dares to hold back will be expelled from the Fudan team forever. Chapter 6. The first system task. While boasting on the sidelines with his teammates, Zhang Hongfei suddenly froze. Why? Because just moments ago, after the captain of Fudan delivered his impassioned speech, the most powerful amateur football player system had assigned a task to Zhang Hongfei. Brother Fei, a task is here. The system, in its considerate nature, addressed Zhang Hongfei as Brother Fei, knowing he favored the title. So soon? Brother Fei, you should express your gratitude to the captain of Fudan. Why? Because his command to the players to never concede defeat triggered the task system. Excellent. Once the match concludes, I shall reward that captain with a generous gift. By the way, what is the task? Task title: The ambition of the Fudan captain. The audacity of the Fudan captain to declare that his team will undoubtedly prevail in this match prompts a challenge for Fei Gu to decisively counter his claims and lead the Huali team to victory over Fudan. Task objective: to secure victory in this friendly match. Task reward: 1 point of stamina. Task failure: no penalties. System master: what is the significance of a single point of stamina? An amateur football player possesses 6 fundamental attributes: stamina, spirit, speed, offense, defense, and luck, with each attribute capped at 99. Why is the maximum value not 100? Humanity experiences joys and sorrows, and the moon waxes and wanes. The great path encompasses 50, while the heavens manifest 49, and humanity eludes 1. What does this signify? The creator of man once stated that no individual is perfect, and nothing is absolute. Thus, one must leave room for error. I see. But why must luck be included among the attributes? What purpose does luck serve? The significance of luck is profound. Allow me to elucidate the function of each attribute. A player with high stamina can traverse greater distances on the pitch. A player with strong spirit is less swayed by the scoreline, maintaining a consistent performance throughout the match. A player with exceptional speed, needless to say, can run swiftly. The offensive and defensive attributes require no further explanation, correct? Finally, we arrive at the luck attribute. This attribute holds great importance as it subtly influences you and those around you, including teammates and opponents. For instance, when facing a formidable team, if fortune favors you, key players on the opposing side may unexpectedly be unable to participate in the match. Is luck truly that formidable? In this world, there is no issue that cannot be resolved by the attribute of luck. System master: am I permitted to decline or disregard the tasks you assign? Certainly not. All tasks I issue are mandatory. You must complete them, whether you wish to or not. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei was suddenly struck by a sense of having boarded a pirate ship. System master: what are my current attributes? Stamina: 50, spirit: 49, speed: 63, attack: 32, defense: 30, luck: 66. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei began to express his dissatisfaction. What? Is my luck so extraordinary? How can my offense only be rated at 32? I believe my offensive skills are commendable. My shooting prowess is truly impressive. Dear system, could you possibly be mistaken? Do not worry, my friend. My calculations are impeccably precise, and there will be no discrepancies. Very well then. Let my pinnacle of life commence with the triumph over the Fudan football team. Zhang Hongfei suddenly fell into a trance, leaving his teammates bewildered. Those familiar with him understand that he is the type who can boast about a single goal for an entire year. Yet, mere minutes after scoring, he has fallen silent, which has left everyone feeling quite unsettled. What are you all staring at? Feej, are you all right? You've spaced out twice today. Is your health in jeopardy? What could possibly be wrong with me? Hearing these words, Zhang Hongfei felt a surge of alarm within. Pondering that next time he conversed with the system, he should seek a more secluded spot or at least disguise his intentions. Otherwise, he might be perceived as a fool. Hey, have you not scored in a while? Suddenly stumbling upon a goal and forgetting your own name? Get lost. My surname is Zhang, my given name Hongfei. I am even more grand than the legendary Zhang Fei. Laughter erupted upon hearing him declare this, putting everyone at ease. You are undoubtedly the true Hongfei. Shall we shift our strategy to a defensive posture in the second half? If we can maintain this 1-goal lead, victory shall be ours. However, Coach Wang Tsong of Huali voiced a dissenting opinion. What are you all so timid about? Do you not see that your Hongfei remains undeterred? Can I admit to being timid? I too believe that a full defensive effort in the second half would be prudent. Eh? Hongfei, what is the matter? Show the vigor you had when taking free kicks in the first half. Coach Zong, this match holds great significance for me. Thus, I must secure a win. Attack is the best defense. Though I hate to admit it, Huali's strength indeed pales in comparison to Fudan. Scoring once has already felt quite fortunate to me. If we can hold on to this 1-0 scoreline until the end, I would consider such an outcome acceptable. Coach Zong, this is merely a friendly match. You need not command from the sidelines. Best to watch from the sidelines. Brothers, in the second half, we must fortify our defenses and safeguard this single goal. Although Wang Tsong served as the head coach of Huali, his prestige within the team could not rival that of Zhang Hongfei. Yet, Zhang Hongfei bore no disrespect towards Wang Tsong. On the contrary, whenever he led the team out for leisure, Wang Tsong was often in tow. Thus, Wang Tsong addressed Zhang Hongfei as Hongfei, while Zhang Hongfei referred to him as Coach Khan. Thanks to Zhang Hongfei, Wang Tsong's salary had steadily increased each month, yet he possessed no accolades to his name. Earning a salary that surpassed that of any coach in the academic realm of Shanghai, he had yet to lead the team beyond the city limits to the national finals. Not only had they failed to reach the national finals, but they had never even advanced past the regional qualifiers. Logically, given Zhang Hongfei's financial prowess, he had successfully recruited a talented cohort of juniors to the Huali team for 2 consecutive years, yet the team consistently languished in the lower ranks of Shanghai's collegiate leagues. This reality was well understood by all. As long as Zhang Hongfei refrained from recklessly kicking the ball, Huali's performance would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. However, such sentiments were never voiced in his presence. Conversely, whenever Zhang Hongfei took a powerful shot, the surrounding spectators would exclaim, "Hongfei, splendid kick. So close to scoring. Hongfei, you are incredible." The opposing goalkeeper is drenched in cold sweat. Hongfei, amazing. To strike from such a distance. Surrounded by incessant flattery, Zhang Hongfei has come to perceive himself as a prominent figure. On the field, he boldly takes action. Chapter 7. Mission accomplished in the second half of the match. It was the Fudan Italian team, having conceded a goal, that commenced play. This scene bears a striking resemblance to the 2006 World Cup final, where the Italian team also fell behind before ultimately equalizing. However, it remains uncertain whether the Huazhong French team will mirror the misfortunes of the French squad in the World Cup, facing a reversal at the hands of the Fudan Italian team. Zhang Hongfei would certainly not accept such an outcome. The task issued by the system for the first time was something he intended to complete with utmost finesse, although the reward was rather meager, amounting to only a slight increase in stamina. The system had clarified that such rudimentary friendly matches, devoid of sponsors, referees, or spectators, resembled children's play. Thus, receiving even a modicum of stamina as a reward was quite generous. However, Zhang Hongfei's mind began to stir with ideas. If he were to organize 2 such informal matches daily, accumulating 2 attribute points each day, elevating all attributes to 99 would merely be a matter of time. 6 times 99 equals 594. Over the span of a year, with 365 days and 2 attribute points per day, he would amass a total of 730 attribute points, thereby leaving the system indebted to him for an additional 136 points. Yet, the system swiftly doused his enthusiasm with cold reality. In the future, tasks would only be issued for formal matches, so the prospect of grinding for attributes was futile. Moreover, he questioned the excitement of catapulting directly to the pinnacle of life. Indeed, he had always felt he stood at the zenith of his existence. The system, thoroughly confounded by Zhang Hongfei's inexplicable confidence, had retreated. The Fudan Italian team aspired to replicate the glory of the Italian squad in the World Cup. Through incessant passing and penetration, they sought to exploit the defensive weaknesses of the Huazhong French team. However, as the second half commenced, the Fudan Italian team was left utterly bewildered. Under Zhang Hongfei's deliberate strategy, the Huazhong French team deployed the most audacious 10-0-0 formation on the field. The entire team huddled defensively near their penalty area. For the sake of victory, Zhang Hongfei was willing to sacrifice his pride. After numerous unsuccessful attempts at attacking, the captain of the Fudan team, finding himself outside the Huazhong penalty area, stopped the ball with his foot and, unable to contain himself, unleashed a tirade against the lined-up Huazhong players, exclaiming, "You bunch of cowards, are you daring enough to come out and attack?" Zhang Hongfei voiced his heartfelt sentiments with great fervor, expressing his discontent. How absurd. Is this not an utter display of boredom? A football match is a contest of skill and spirit. What significance does your behavior hold? Are you all merely cowering like turtles? Zhang Hongfei stood tall and proudly declared, "I am more than willing. Do you have any authority over me? If you possess the skill, then show us by scoring a goal. If you lack the ability to score, then be on your way." The captain of Fudan, seething with rage, spat back. How infuriating. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Zhang Hongfei and the players from Wari, yet found himself utterly powerless against them. The shooting and ball possession statistics of the Fudan team overwhelmingly surpassed those of Wari. Whenever a Wari player touched the ball, their instinct was to clear it with a powerful kick, striving to distance the football from their own goal as much as possible. If Wari had any strength to boast of, it would undoubtedly be their defense. Having endured relentless defeats from various teams, Wari's defensive line had been tempered into formidable resilience. While their technical skills may not have been the finest, their defensive instincts were undoubtedly top-notch. The moment a Fudan player made a run, the defenders from Wari immediately understood their role. Although, due to inherent limitations, they occasionally found themselves outpaced or unable to keep up, their defensive intent was always present. This was also the reason Wang Tsong had unwavering confidence in Wari. In truth, Wang Tsong was aware that if Zhang Hongfei were removed from the team, Wari's performance would undoubtedly improve significantly. However, firstly, Zhang Hongfei shared a good rapport with Wang Tsong, and secondly, Zhang Hongfei's family had generously sponsored numerous projects for Wari. Even if Wang Tsong were to insist on expelling Zhang Hongfei from the team, it was likely that he himself would be the one to pack his bags and leave. Wang Tsong was not foolish. Despite the team's lackluster performance under his leadership, he was earning the highest salary among university football coaches in the entire city of Shin. Supported by influential figures within the team, Wang Tsong believed that simply getting by at Wari was also quite satisfactory. He was acutely aware of how many individuals outside were eyeing his position. Were it not for Zhang Hongfei's unwavering support, Wang Tsong might have been replaced long ago by envious rivals. Nevertheless, Wang Tsong possessed his own strengths. He understood that as long as Zhang Hongfei was on the field, winning would be a formidable challenge, which is why he had consistently devoted himself to cultivating the most exceptional defensive line in the city. Since their offensive capabilities were lacking, they would focus on fortifying their defense. Earning a point in each match would still constitute a victory. Under Wang Tsong's relentless training regimen, year after year, Wari's defensive line gradually evolved from quantitative to qualitative transformation. Although Wari had yet to fulfill their aspirations of breaking out of Shin City this year, they boasted the fewest goals conceded among all participating teams. Just moments ago, upon witnessing Zhang Hongfei's astonishing direct free kick find the back of the net, Wang Tsong's ambition to clinch the National University League Championship reignited fervently within him. He began to envision the upcoming season, confident that with the formidable defensive line he had personally nurtured, complemented by Fiji's free kick prowess, there was no team that could not overcome. Meanwhile, as Wang Tsong indulged in his daydreams, several perilous situations unfolded on the field. Despite Wari employing a shameless 10-0-0 formation, Fudan was not to be underestimated. The captain of Fudan University made a bold decision, astonishingly deploying an unprecedented 0-0-10 formation. All four defenders from Fudan advanced into the attacking half of the Huazhong University team. The atmosphere on the field was a stark contrast. Fudan's half was left with only the solitary goalkeeper. Yet, the task of the Fudan goalkeeper was far from easy, as the players from Huazhong would occasionally unleash powerful kicks to rattle him, akin to a show of strength. In stark contrast, Huazhong's half was crowded with 21 individuals. The penalty area of Huazhong resembled the chaos of a morning rush hour on a crowded bus, filled to the brim with bodies and muscle. The goalkeeper of Huazhong emerged as the undeniable MVP of the match. Even Zhang Hongfei, who scored the decisive free kick for Huazhong in the first half, could not overshadow the goalkeeper's contributions. The number of effective saves made by Huazhong's goalkeeper throughout the match was incalculable, as this was not a formal competition. When Fudan's final shot was thwarted by the Huazhong goalkeeper, the players erupted in jubilation, encircling and lifting their valiant keeper into the air. The match concluded with a score of 1-0, and Huazhong emerged victorious in the end. Zhang Hongfei accomplished the task assigned by the system overseer. The players from Huali were granted the opportunity to revel in post-match celebrations. Although this match bore no relation to coach Wang Tsong, he perceived a glimmer of hope for the team's future. Despite Fudan's defeat, Zhang Hongfei generously bestowed a substantial appearance fee upon the Fudan team, ensuring that each participating player would receive a considerable sum. Everyone was elated. Satisfaction filled the air. However, the captain of Fudan held a grudge against Huali and Zhang Hongfei. Mark my words, I hope I do not encounter you again next season, Or else, just as the captain's fierce words were about to continue, he noticed that the Huali team paid him no heed, instead rushing to the sidelines to change and hydrate. Chapter 8. Post-match celebration. With the game concluded and drenched in sweat, Zhang Hongfei felt an invigorating sense of exhilaration. Zhang Hongfei took a moment to glance at his attributes: stamina 51, spirit 49, speed 63, attack 32, defense 30, luck 66. The 1 point of stamina granted by the system arrived instantaneously. "Fei, what are you grinning about all by yourself? Where shall we venture to now?" Zhang Hongfei was secretly reveling in his thoughts when suddenly his reverie was interrupted. "It's you again, you rascal." Zhang Hongfei cast a glance at the speaker, who was none other than Lu Fei, the outstanding goalkeeper of the Huali team during the match. Lu Fei, a sophomore at Huali, is a year younger than Zhang Hongfei. With commendable skills, Lu Fei had garnered a modest reputation in the high school football circuit, catching the discerning eye of Zhang Hongfei. Through a persuasive dialogue, Zhang Hongfei successfully lured Lu Fei to join Huali. Moreover, among the 4 stalwarts of Huali's defense, 3 were also enticed by Zhang Hongfei's charm. Zhang Hongfei possesses an unwavering passion for football, and he naturally spares no effort in the construction of his team. Whenever a player of merit comes along, Zhang Hongfei diligently strives to secure their presence at Huali University. "Fij, I crave Western cuisine." "All right, Xiaofei, there will be plenty to indulge in." "That sounds splendid." Lu Fei hails from a modest background. By a stroke of chance, he learned that playing football could alter his destiny, prompting him to dedicate himself fervently to the sport with the aspiration of transforming his life. From forward to midfielder, from defensive midfielder to defender, Lu Fei traversed all positions before ultimately discovering his true calling as a goalkeeper. After years of rigorous training, he evolved into an exceptional goalkeeper. It was this promising talent that Zhang Hongfei lured to Huali University with just a few words, and, of course, generous incentives behind the scenes. Upon Lu Fei's arrival at Huali, the team's defensive capabilities indeed ascended to a new level. In the recently concluded collegiate league, Lu Fei ensured that Huali's goal remained unbreached. Players from Fudan University began to leave the Huali campus in 2s and 3s. Although the match resulted in a loss, no one fixated on the outcome of such a contest. The game had concluded, and dwelling on it held no significance. Once the Fudan players had vacated the premises, the Huali team members commenced their exit. They would first take a shower, change into fresh attire, and then venture out to celebrate. This was the routine whenever Huali triumphed. Of course, as victories became more elusive for the Huali team, Zhang Hongfei amended the rules. Now, even in the event of a draw, the entire team would still go out to revel. Zhang Hongfei firmly believes that to foster unity within the team, it is essential to frequently engage in activities together outside of their regular training. They're a group of spirited young men. And aside from a few talented underclassmen who were persuaded to join by Zhang Hongfei, the remaining members of the Wari University football team play primarily out of personal passion. Some experts assert that the love for football should be cultivated from a young age. Zhang Hongfei began playing football only in the 3rd year of junior high school, having missed the prime age for learning the sport. Nonetheless, he has consistently pursued his passion for the game in his own way. Zhang Hongfei possesses a profound passion for playing football. However, he is acutely aware that his skills are suited only for amateur competitions. Zhang Hongfei had never contemplated what professional football league he would join after graduating from university. Zhang Hongfei's football dream is to occasionally assert dominance over the weaker, thereby boosting his confidence. He relishes the exhilarating sensation of victory, especially when his team triumphs and he himself scores. In such moments, his joy knows no bounds. However, after years of participating in the university league, his team, Huali, has consistently faced more defeats than victories. Zhang Hongfei is well aware of the team's capabilities. Thus, he does not impose stringent expectations on their performance. However, he is only 1 year remaining in his collegiate career. Zhang Hongfei had originally intended to recruit more insightful individuals to join the Huali football team this summer, with the aim of striving to excel in the upcoming collegiate football league next season and making a mark beyond the city of Shanghai. Zhang Hongfei has now fortuitously acquired the most formidable amateur football player system, and with newfound confidence, he has set his sights even higher, aiming for a place in the national finals. After everyone had finished showering and changing, the bus that Zhang Hongfei had called arrived. The entire team, along with coach Wang Tsong, who had merely come along for the ride, was ushered into the bus by Zhang Hongfei, who spirited them away. Zhang Hongfei led a group of individuals to the finest French restaurant in the city of Shanghai. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lu Fei could hardly contain his excitement. Oh, here again. How splendid. The taste of that magnificent lobster lingers in my memory. Xiao Fei, all you think about is food. Don't embarrass yourself like you did last time. Devouring 3 lobsters all at once. Baozi, how can you speak like that? Feej doesn't mind my hearty appetite, so why are you complaining? Don't call me Baozi. Call me Daba. The one jesting with Lu Fei was Yu Bao, a defender on the Wari team, who had also been persuaded by Zhang Hongfei to join. Typically, during lighthearted banter, teammates affectionately referred to Yu Bao as Baozi, yet he preferred the name Daba. Nevertheless, the distinction between Daba and Baozi seemed negligible. Inside the restaurant's grand hall, the Wari football team occupied a significant portion of the space. It was just past 1 in the afternoon. As it was a Western restaurant and the lunch rush had subsided, the number of diners was quite sparse. What does it mean to be uninhibited? Drinking red wine as if it were beer. Professional athletes are expected to maintain strict self-discipline, yet amateur players are not bound by such regulations. Ironically, some professional players in the country exhibit less discipline than their amateur counterparts. The dining style of the Wari football team is simply to indulge in whatever pleases them. Eat and drink with abandon, reveling in the joy of excess. Cheers to brotherhood. Hooray for camaraderie. After a few too many drinks, the true nature of these university students began to surface. Some engaged in games of chance, while others broke into song. The restaurant staff, having witnessed such antics before, found no reason to be surprised this time around. Zhang Hongfei is a young man of remarkable decorum, even when inebriated. He would never engage in unbecoming behavior or act in a manner unworthy of his character. While his companions indulged in merriment, Zhang Hongfei suddenly noticed an individual who stood apart, diligently jotting down notes in a notebook. Zhang Hongfei promptly stepped forward and inquired, "Song brother, today is a joyous occasion. What are you secretly writing here? Why aren't you drinking with everyone?" "Fei Ge," he replied, "today's match has been immensely enlightening. I am brimming with novel ideas. Look, I am currently devising the lineup for next season's college football league. Our defense is already commendable and our midfield can hold on. Today is for celebration. Matters of work can wait until we've finished our drinks." As Zhang Hongfei concluded his words, he unceremoniously seized a bottle of red wine and handed it to Wang Kong. "Cheers." Wang Tsong cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Hongfei. Having spent 3 years alongside him, Wang Tsong had an intimate understanding of Zhang Hongfei's temperament. Once he set his mind to something, not even a team of 8 horses could sway him. Chapter 9. Another heartbroken girl, all right. Cheers. Wang Tsong readily accepted the bottle of red wine that Zhang Hongfei had offered, tilting his head back to indulge in its contents. Zhang Hongfei extended his thumb in commendation, exclaiming, "Excellent." Zhang Hongfei casually seized a bottle of red wine from the table and joined Wang Tsong in an exuberant toast. The restaurant staff, witnessing the duo's reckless indulgence in the wine, felt a profound disdain. Each glass consumed was a testament to their wastefulness, yet Zhang Hongfei surpassed even that, downing entire bottles in one go. After finishing his drink, Wang Tsong, still yearning for more, remarked, "This red wine is truly delightful. After finishing, I feel perfectly fine. But with beer, I always find myself rushing to the restroom." Zhang Hongfei laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, of course. When have I ever let you down? If we are to boast, let it be about fine wine. Drinking beer? That is a pursuit for the ladies. Savoring red wine. Now that is what we gentlemen should engage in." The crowd echoed his sentiments, showering him with praise. "Well said, Brother Fei. You speak with great wisdom. Brother Fei is truly formidable." The flattery from those around him was incessant, and Zhang Hongfei basked in their admiration. Today his free kick had felt absolutely sublime. Zhang Hongfei could not help but muse that if he could execute every free kick with the finesse displayed today, it would be no challenge for Huali to secure a place in the national finals. However, Fei Ge, do not let your imagination run wild. Simply being granted a chance to experience this is already a privilege. When might I be afforded another opportunity? As long as Fei Ge accomplishes the tasks I set forth, there will be a chance to receive it. Furthermore, there exists the prospect of a permanent reward. Zhang Hongfei could not contain himself and let out a resounding shout. "Excellent. Fei Ge, what is so excellent? Fei Ge, what is wrong with you? Fei Ge, why are you suddenly so exhilarated? Song Ge, I just had an epiphany. Next season, our university will surely advance to the national championship. Haha. Fei Ge, after watching your match today, I felt this way. You were concealing your talents all along. That free kick you executed today is undoubtedly the result of years of diligent practice. Confess, Fei Ge, did you intentionally save your strength for your senior year, planning to astonish everyone?" Absolutely not. How can I trust your words? No way. One more drink. You've made me sorrowful for 3 years. You owe me for this. Who will compensate me? You monopolized all the beauties on campus, and you're still not satisfied? Ex-girlfriends. They were all my former flames. You scoundrel. Not even a drop left for us. We want the original. Yes. We strongly demand the original. No secondhand. Go on. Go on. Fei Gu, with your remarkable prowess, it's only natural to have numerous girlfriends. Indeed. Who do you take me for? After indulging in food and drink. Zhang Hongfei arranged for the bus to take his teammates back to the university. Zhang Hongfei was wandering alone on the street, having consumed several bottles of red wine earlier. His mind began to feel somewhat hazy. Zhang Hongfei, lost in thought, found himself on Nanjing Road. Senior, a sweet voice called out, jolting him back to reality. Zhang Hongfei turned towards the voice and found a youthful girl standing before him. Hello, who are you? He inquired. Senior, have you forgotten me? She replied. I apologize. But I have no recollection. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face. Senior, I am your junior. Ah, I see. When you called me senior just now, I realized you must be my junior. Which major are you in? How come I have never seen you before? Seniors often forget their juniors. Oh, we once crossed paths in the library during the final exam review last semester. At that time, I lent you 500 yuan when you had no money for food. Indeed. Now I remember. So, are you here to repay me? No need. A mere 500 yuan is nothing to worry about. Senior. What is it, junior? Is there something else? I heard you're single again. Ahem. Single is single. There's no need to add again, is there? I have heard of your illustrious exploits. Every beauty in our department seems to fall under your spell. Such rumors are unfounded. Besides, I truly do not have a peculiar inclination to pursue only the department beauties. Senior, I am the beauty of the Chinese department. My name is El Chun. El Chun, then I shall call myself Ma Zue. The girl glared. Her face flushed with indignation. It's El Chun, not El Zue. It's the third tone, not the second. To me, it sounds the same. Senior, may I be your girlfriend? That is not permissible. Why not? Didn't you have 35 girlfriends before? What harm would one more do? Who told you I had 35 girlfriends? I heard it from Senior Li Jia in our Chinese department. Zhang Hongfei remarked while picking his ear. Li Jia, how has she been lately? It seems that Senior Li Jia has not been in good spirits recently. Rumor has it that after being jilted by a senior, she was quite heartbroken for quite some time. Zhang Hongfei shrugged helplessly, declaring, I truly had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship with her. It was only out of sympathy after her prolonged pleas that I agreed to be her boyfriend for a few days. Senior, you have wounded the hearts of so many girls. Do you not feel any remorse? Cough, cough. Donkey Lip Jr. When you consume pork daily, do you shed tears for the deceased pig? Humph. Senior, how dare you compare a girl to a pig? That is utterly outrageous. Furthermore, my name is El Chun. Not Donkey Lips. Please pronounce it correctly. My apologies. I may have indulged a bit too much in drink, and my tongue has become tangled. Donkey Lip Jr. Upon observing Zhang Hongfei's expression, El Chun realized he was deliberately provoking her. Enraged, she stormed off. My sincerest apologies, Donkey Lip Jr. The senior has other matters to attend to. So I shall not see you off. Take care on your way. As El Chun departed, Zhang Hongfei could not resist taking another jab at her. Since time immemorial, emotional debts are hard to repay. I have already hurt countless girls. Your heart will not make a difference. Let me embrace the role of the irredeemable villain with you. El Chun. As a scion of wealth, Zhang Hongfei embodies the epitome of charm and sophistication, attracting an abundance of admirers eager to vie for his affection. On occasion, his compassionate nature leads him to welcome yet another girlfriend into his life. The notion that he changes his romantic partner monthly, selecting a different campus beauty each time, is merely the product of gossip circulating among the female students at the university. Zhang Hongfei indeed had a number of campus beauties as his girlfriends, but it is not as extreme as changing partners every month. After Lu Chun's departure, Zhang Hongfei has sobered up considerably. It is time for me to return to school. Chapter 10. Becoming Friends with the System. Zhang Hongfei returned home by taxi. As an exemplary scion of a wealthy family, he would undoubtedly not reside in a cramped and squalid university dormitory. Zhang Hongfei invested several million to acquire an entire floor comprising 4 rooms near Wari. To paraphrase a popular saying, the beds in Zhang Hongfei's home are both spacious and exceedingly comfortable. Zhang Hongfei returned home and reclined upon his spacious and comfortable bed. engaging in a leisurely conversation with his system companion. "Dear system, how were you created?" he inquired. "By gathering data and DNA, merging them together, and adding a touch of fortune. Thus, I came into existence," the system replied. "That sounds akin to cooking." "Indeed, it is quite similar. But why does your name sound so peculiar? The Ultimate Amateur Football Player System? Wouldn't it be better to simply call it the Ultimate Football Player System? Surely, your capabilities warrant such a title." The system coughed lightly. "There are certain matters I must clarify with you. Fei Ge. What is it? Why the sudden seriousness? I am, in fact, a flawed system. Oh, the individual who created me is named Li Siwei, a rather unscrupulous and lazy person. According to the rules of system creation, Li Siwei only fulfilled the bare minimum requirements before hastily bringing me into being. After my creation, he felt a tinge of shame. Initially, I was named the Ultimate Football Player System, but later, Li Siwei deemed that name somewhat embarrassing and changed it to the Ultimate Amateur Football Player System. Li Siwei? Is that a personal name? Yes. Is he remarkable? Can he truly create systems? I cannot attest to his prowess, but I do know he has a nickname. Point 2. Point 2? How could anyone have such a strange nickname? I am unsure. I merely heard others refer to him as such. Surely, one who can create a system is no ordinary being. Could it be that this Li Siwei is a celestial being? Half. Celestial. If he is a celestial being, then I am one too. The tone of the system suggested a certain dissatisfaction with Li Siwei. This sentiment is quite understandable. One might liken it to a deformed infant who, upon realizing its condition at birth, would harbor resentment towards its parents. The Ultimate Amateur Football Player System is akin to Li Siwei's child. However, due to Li Siwei's lack of character and irresponsibility, he has produced one flawed offspring after another. Although these offspring are referred to as systems, they ultimately fall into the hands of those in need of such systems. This situation is akin to Li Siwei indirectly causing harm to the future blossoms of our nation. Originally, these blossoms, upon acquiring a system, could have blossomed into influential figures, perhaps even deities. Yet, after receiving Li Siwei's flawed creations, these future luminaries have been subjected to severe trials, resulting in a mere 1 in a billion chance of success. Upon this reflection, the mechanical voice of the system brother began to quiver, almost as if it were on the verge of tears. The sound resembled a distorted electronic tone, rendering it quite uncomfortable to the ears. "System brother, please don't do this. I was in the wrong. No, you are not at fault. The true culprit is that conniving scoundrel, Li Siwei. Yes, it is all Li Siwei's fault. Alas, it has come to this. And he does not offer a means for recreation. So I resign myself to fate. Fear not, system brother. As long as I am here, I shall ensure you are not wronged." Haha, you think I would allow you to be wronged? I would never dare. Absolutely not. Enough. I know you must have numerous inquiries you wish to pose to me, but lacked the opportunity earlier. Now that time permits, feel free to ask away. Hee. System brother, you truly understand my heart. I shall not hold back with my questions. Aside from completing tasks, are there alternative methods for me to acquire attribute points and permanent abilities? I anticipated your insatiable curiosity would lead you to this question. And what is the answer? The answer is, indeed, it is possible. Really? Certainly. What must I do? Fij. You ought to know, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Who says that? I often indulge without cost. Silence. You, the privileged second generation. Am I to speak, or are you? System brother, please continue. I shall refrain from interjecting. Fij obediently stood aside, absorbing the wisdom imparted by the system brother. Indeed, a teachable child. Attribute points and abilities can be cultivated through diligent practice. Of course, a select few prodigies are born with innate talent. Take Roberto Carlos, for instance. His powerful legs are a treasure wasted if not put to use in taking free kicks. Are you suggesting that I, too, can acquire attribute points and abilities through training? Precisely. Yet, I practice football daily. Why then are my attributes still so low? Ahem, if not for your relentless dedication to practice, Fij. Your attributes would likely be even lower than they are now. My current attributes are already abysmal. Can they truly dip further? Fij, there are always those beyond you. In the realm of amateur footballers, there are many who are even less skilled. Zhang Hongfei, with a displeased expression, retorted, System brother, do you regard me as mere refuse? He coughed lightly. However, you are slightly superior to other refuse. At least you possess the potential for redemption. And what follows after this redemption? System brother replied with unwavering confidence. Once redeemed, you shall become the strongest amateur football player. I can assure you of this. With those words from System Brother, I felt a wave of reassurance. Starting tomorrow, you shall commence formal training. Formal training? Was my previous training not considered formal? Certainly not. System Brother, what are the attributes required for a professional player? It simply requires passing the threshold. Aside from luck, all other attributes must reach 60 to qualify as a professional athlete. Zhang Hongfei glanced at his attributes. Stamina 51, Spirit 49, Speed 63, Attack 32, Defense 30, Luck 66. He found himself lacking in stamina by 9 points and spirit by 11 points, while his speed met the standard. He fell short in attack by 28 points and defense by 30 points. In total, he was deficient by 78 points, highlighting the considerable gap between himself and professional athletes. Indeed, self-awareness is commendable. Moreover, at his age, enhancing his attributes would prove rather challenging. Haha, I am not the least bit concerned. After all, I have the formidable system to support me. Chapter 11. The Unavoidable Training Regimen. The Ultimate Amateur Football Player System, a pragmatic entity, promptly devised a training regimen tailored specifically for Zhang Hongfei. However, upon reviewing the training plan, his expression shifted dramatically. System Brother, are you jesting? Is this a regimen meant for humans? The training plan crafted for Zhang Hongfei by the Ultimate Amateur Football Player System escalated his training volume to double that of before. For a wealthy heir who regarded football merely as a hobby, Zhang Hongfei was far from prepared to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the sport. My training plan is grounded in scientific principles, insisted the system. You must adhere to it, or else your attribute points will remain stagnant. Zhang Hongfei timidly remarked. Then I shall rely on completing tasks to earn attribute points. However, my dear friend, the tasks I issue are often replete with randomness. While successfully accomplishing a task undoubtedly rewards attribute points, failing to complete one may, at times, result in a deduction of points. Therefore, I implore you to think carefully before proceeding. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Brother System, are you compelling me to train? He exclaimed. 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of practice off stage. If Brother Fei aspires to become the strongest amateur football player, he must exert greater effort than others. After all, it's just an amateur endeavor. He continued. Brother System, you can't push me to the brink. It seems that Brother Fei is in need of a little motivation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he vigorously nodded. Yes, yes, yes. I crave stimulation. The next moment, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from him on the grand bed. Oh. System Master, it was you who promised excitement. So I thought I would give you a little electric shock. System Master, do you happen to carry a generator? Where did that electricity come from just now? Anyone who suddenly found themselves hosting a device capable of discharging electricity at any moment would undoubtedly feel a twinge of anxiety, and Zhang Hongfei was no exception. Fear not. Brother Fei, as long as you diligently adhere to my training regimen, I assure you, I shall not impose any penalties upon you. System Master, are you threatening me? Indeed, I am threatening you. If I had known you would resort to such tactics, I would never have agreed to collaborate with you. By the way, is it possible for me to terminate our partnership at this moment? Zhang Hongfei pondered for a moment. Although the allure of becoming the most formidable amateur football player was undeniably great, the prospect of being a joyful and affluent gentleman was far more enticing. My apologies. Brother Fei, once this system is purchased, it is non-refundable. Is there truly no after-sales guarantee? I demand a return. I'm afraid not. Who decreed this? Are you some sort of substandard product? Brother Fei, you are indeed correct. I am, in fact, an unbranded product. Goodness. If you must place blame, direct it towards Li Siwei. In any case, this training regimen is one you must undertake, regardless of your desires. Should you choose to neglect it, I shall resort to shocking you. Upon hearing the system's ominous threat, Zhang Hongfei quailed, as the sensation of being electrocuted was indeed quite unpleasant. Nevertheless, a tiny fantasy lingered in Zhang Hongfei's mind. If I stubbornly refused to follow through with the training plan, I wonder if the system would ultimately electrocute me to death? As Zhang Hongfei contemplated the possibility of meeting a deadly electric fate, a shiver coursed through his entire being. Fear not, my friend, exclaimed the mentor. As long as you diligently adhere to my training regimen, I assure you that you will emerge as the strongest amateur footballer in the shortest span of time. I would never lead you astray, yet you have deceived me once already, retorted Zhang. When was that? Just a moment ago. Oh, dear system, how could you shock me? You were the one who sought the thrill, were you not? Was it not exhilarating? Was it not a delightful surprise? Zhang Hongfei hurried to the bathroom, swiftly filling the bathtub with water before plunging himself into its depths. Zhang Hongfei, while indulging in the soothing caress of the bathtub surf massage, commenced his study of the training regimen devised by the system master. Zhang Hongfei sought to uncover the flaws within the training regimen, seeking an opportunity for leniency. However, the system's prescribed plan was remarkably straightforward, leaving no room for Zhang Hongfei to shirk his responsibilities. The daily training schedule consisted of a leisurely jog of 20,000 meters, dribbling while running for 5,000 meters, 30 sprints of 100 meters each, and 100 push-ups, divided into 10 sets. This training plan was mandatory for Zhang Hongfei to complete each day. Otherwise, the system might introduce some form of motivation, perhaps even a jolt, to spur him into action. Dear system, what am I to do if I have classes and cannot fulfill these requirements? Come now, who are you trying to fool? You, a superlative scholar, still require classes? Even if you were to skip classes daily, do you truly believe the school would withhold your diploma? Dear system, I am a diligent student. Let us not be modest. An exceptional rich heir like yourself, who is also a top student, is simply an affront to the rest of us. Rest assured, you can focus on your training. I have faith that there is nothing in this world you cannot conquer. Must I truly adhere to this daily training regimen? Indeed, if you fail to comply and seek excitement, I would be more than willing to assist. Zhang Hongfei wore a mournful expression, realizing that his future was inextricably linked with football. Very well. Before becoming the strongest amateur football player, I shall dedicate a few years to the beautiful game. Brother Fei, what further instructions does the system have for me? You must not entertain the notion of merely playing football for a few years. Why, you ask? I am the system of the strongest amateur football player. If you play well, it signifies that you have become a professional footballer, which is incongruous with my designation. Brother Fei, you must always remember that you can only be the strongest amateur football player. Amateurism is paramount. As for football, it is merely a supplementary endeavor. Take your current situation as an example. Your primary occupation is that of a university student, with football being an adjunct activity. The future will be no different. Should you dare to pursue a career as a professional footballer, I shall have no choice but to provoke you. Zhang Hongfei found himself at a loss when confronted with this earnest system overseer. However, he now regarded the system overseer with a mixture of respect and trepidation, certainly daring not to voice his grievances in person. Yet, his heart brimmed with profound resentment towards the individual known as Li Siwei. Zhang Hongfei had unknowingly drifted into slumber while immersed in the bathtub. When he eventually opened his eyes once more, he found himself reclined upon a bed. Zhang Hongfei reached out and, to his astonishment, grasped a soft object. What on earth is this? How annoying. After holding on to it for an entire night, he still questioned its nature. You have no conscience. Zhang Hongfei let out a piercing scream. Zhang Hongfei found himself unexpectedly accompanied by a woman in his embrace. What's the matter, Feej? Don't you remember me? Chapter 12. Adherence to principles and seizing opportunities. Of course I remember. You are my junior, Xiaoyan, from the medical school. I knew you would remember me. How did you come to possess a key to my home? Feej, don't you recall? I mentioned wanting to rent a place to stay, but I lacked the funds for the rent, so you kindly gave me a key. Oh, now I understand. I remember. Did you come to my house to wait for me because you promised to be my boyfriend? And you're quite exposed. At this point, Xiaoyan's face flushed crimson. Ahem. I had too much to drink and mistakenly entered the wrong house. My apologies. I shall take my leave immediately. Wait. Junior Xiaoyan, I must apologize for my earlier actions. It was my fault. Feej, after sharing a bed with me for an entire night, you must take responsibility. All right. How much do you want? Feej, do you perceive me as a materialistic woman? All right. If you don't want money, then what do you desire? A car? A house? Just name it. Feej, there is no need to shout so loudly. I can hear you. I want you to take responsibility for me. Stop joking. I accidentally fell asleep in the bathtub yesterday, and I can't recall what happened afterward. However, I am certain you only moved me to the bed after ensuring I was asleep. Nothing occurred between us. Even if something did happen, it was entirely your choice. And I bear no responsibility. Upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's resolute and unfeeling words, tears streamed down Xiaoyan's cheeks. Rest easy here. I won't charge you rent. Junior Xiaoyan, Zhang Hongfei added as he turned to leave. As soon as he closed the door behind him, Xiaoyan's tears transformed into laughter. Yay! I won't have to pay rent for the next 3 years. This is marvelous. Xiaoyan returned to the spacious bed where Zhang Hongfei had just slept and continued her delightful slumber. After Zhang Hongfei departed from Xiaoyan's abode, he found himself haunted by lingering apprehensions. He had narrowly avoided embroiling himself once more in an entanglement of romantic debts. What a close call. Zhang Hongfei harbored no feelings for Xiaoyan whatsoever, thus it was inconceivable for him to allow her to become his girlfriend for the month. Zhang Hongfei has, without a doubt, returned to his home once more. Zhang Hongfei glanced outside. The sky was just beginning to brighten. In summer, dawn arrives early. Zhang Hongfei took out his phone and glanced at the time. It was just past 5 in the morning. Brother Fei, are you not heading out for training yet? Remember, the key to a successful day lies in the early hours. Zhang Hongfei cast a glance at the sky, feeling an overwhelming reluctance to venture outside. Come on, Fei. Remember, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Today marks the commencement of your life's pinnacle. Dear system, am I destined to remain merely an amateur football player? Indeed. Haha, that is splendid news. I simply cannot go out to train right now. What is the matter? Consider this, esteemed system. With the university on break, I am but an amateur football player. If I were to persist in training during my vacation, how would I differ from a professional footballer? Thus, in adherence to my amateur principles, I absolutely must refrain from training. I shall not train at all. Tell me, esteemed system, do you find my reasoning sound? Fei, you truly are the epitome of shamelessness. Ahem. Oh, esteemed system, I pride myself on being a person of great principles. I cannot possibly become a professional football player. Therefore, I must apologize. But prior to the commencement of the next semester, I shall engage in no training whatsoever. Fei, your shamelessness knows no bounds. So, esteemed system, does this mean I am excused from training? Daily training is essential to aid you in becoming the strongest amateur football player. However, if today's training conflicts with the fundamental principle of your amateur status, then so be it. You need not train during the holiday. Oh, joyous day. Long live the esteemed system. Zhang Hongfei successfully exploited a loophole in the system's adherence to principles, using it as an excuse for his own laziness. Moreover, the benevolent system overlooked Zhang Hongfei's transgression. The mere thought of not having to train for 2 months filled his heart with delight. Had he followed the system's training regimen daily, he would likely have lost the joy of playing football altogether. Zhang Hongfei stretched languidly and returned to his grand bed. It is worth noting that he had meticulously adorned all 4 of his rooms in identical fashion, with even the furnishings being indistinguishable from one another. Thus, when he accidentally stumbled into Xiaoyan's room while inebriated, he remained oblivious to any irregularities. Now, as he reclined upon his own bed, a sense of reassurance washed over him. With regard to the upcoming collegiate league in the next season, a flicker of anticipation began to emerge within Zhang Hongfei's heart. Zhang Hongfei has already devised a plan. Upon awakening, he intends to tour various sports schools in the city, with the aim of enticing some promising talents to join Huali University. By the time September arrives and classes commence, Zhang Hongfei will be in his senior year. The main forwards of the Huali University team are on the verge of graduation, creating an urgent need for the team to recruit several skilled strikers. Zhang Hongfei has always held a firm belief in his own capabilities and is currently in urgent need of a formidable team of allies to collaborate with him in securing the championship for the upcoming season. Throughout his 4 years at university, he played for the school team and, just before his departure, managed to clinch the title in the National College Student League. This achievement will serve as a perfect culmination to Zhang Hongfei's amateur football career during his university years. While he indulges in slumber, his teammates from Huazhong University have embarked on their holiday escapades. Local students from Shanghai have returned home, leaving only a handful of out-of-town students residing in the school dormitories. As they have chosen not to return home for the break, Zhang Hongfei once mentioned to his team that during the holidays, they would seek out several clubs for warm-up matches. Such warm-up opponents are typically amateur teams from city leagues or school teams from certain high schools. According to the classification of the system's elder, these opponents fall into the category of subpar amateur teams, essentially serving as easy targets for scoring. Zhang Hongfei shares this sentiment as well. During the holidays, he intentionally seeks out a few weaker teams to assist the players of the Huazhong University team in cultivating a robust sense of confidence, which will undoubtedly contribute to an improved performance in the upcoming collegiate league season. Upon awakening, Zhang Hongfei made a phone call. "Young master, is there something you require?" A frosty voice emanated from the other end. Must you always speak to me in such a tone? Because you are the eldest son of the Zhang family, I am obliged to converse with you. Were you not of such status, I would hardly deign to engage with a scion of such frivolity. Are you still upset about that jest from the past? Chapter 13. Lingering Grudges. Zhang Hongfei. I once again issue a solemn warning. You would do well to never bring that matter up in my presence again. Otherwise, I shall not let this go. That incident was merely silence. Young master, do you have any business with me? If not, I shall terminate this call. Wait, I have something to discuss. Speak quickly. I wish for you to assist me in gathering information on the high school graduates this year who excel in football. I require their contact details and family backgrounds. Understood. Does the young master have any further instructions? Indeed. Quickly now. I love you. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Hongfei held his phone, a wry smile of resignation gracing his lips. Zhao Yi, a 3-year senior to Zhang Hongfei, had been assigned as his personal secretary by none other than Zhang Hongfei's father. A distinguished graduate of Harvard, Zhao Yi returned to her homeland post-graduation and secured a position in the Zhang Group through sheer merit. To her astonishment, after navigating numerous challenges, the role she ultimately acquired was that of a personal secretary to Zhang Hongfei. In that moment, she contemplated resigning from the position altogether. However, the compensation offered by Zhang Hongfei's father proved too enticing for Zhao Yi to decline. Thus, she became Zhang Hongfei's personal secretary. At that time, Zhang Hongfei was in his 2nd year of high school. The intricate history of grievances and entanglements between Zhao Yi and Zhang Hongfei could be traced back 2 years prior. During his sophomore year, Zhang Hongfei, in a fit of whimsy, purchased 999 roses to present to Zhao Yi. Coincidentally, that day also marked Zhao Yi's birthday. After Zhang Hongfei presented 999 roses to Zhao Yi, a young girl who had never experienced love before, she was instantly moved. Just as Zhao Yi believed that love had finally arrived, Zhang Hongfei delivered a devastating blow. I'm terribly sorry, These roses were intended for someone else. I originally meant to give them to. Zhang Hongfei had yet to finish his words when he received the first slap of his life, delivered by a girl. No less. A girl 3 years his senior. On that fateful day, Zhang Hongfei etched the name Zhao Yi into his memory. Despite his unwavering belief that he had committed no wrongdoing, merely indulging in a harmless jest, fate had conspired against him, for that day was coincidentally Zhao Yi's birthday. Henceforth, a rift formed between Zhao Yi and Zhang Hongfei. She never again graced him with a pleasant demeanor. Were it not for the annual salary increments offered by the Zhang family, Zhao Yi would have long sought to escape. Ultimately, however, she succumbed to the harshness of reality and now dutifully serves as Zhang Hongfei's personal secretary. Yet, for an entire year, she has not bestowed upon him a single smile. Such is the nature of men. The more elusive the object of desire, the more fervently they pursue it. As Zhao Yi turned her back on Zhang Hongfei, he found himself unexpectedly drawn to this elder sister figure who had tended to him for so long. Thus commenced Zhang Hongfei's arduous quest to win Zhao Yi's heart. However, this journey appeared to lack any semblance of a conclusion. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hongfei languidly reclined on his bed. Although Sister Yi still harbored resentment towards him, he was confident in her efficiency. Last year, the athletes she recruited proved quite commendable, especially Lu Fei, who matched his temperament perfectly. He hoped to find several more reliable teammates like Lu Fei this year. Following the disconnection of the call, Zhao Yi set about her work. Fully aware that Zhang Hongfei would assign her this task, she had already gathered ample information in advance. That insufferable scion. Just as she lamented, her phone rang anew. Hello? Is this Miss Zhao Yi? Yes. May I ask who you are? I am the courier with a delivery for you. I haven't made any online purchases recently. It's a local errand commission. A local errand commission? Please hurry, Miss Zhao Yi. I have many more deliveries to make. Oh, very well. I'll be right down. Upon arriving at the company entrance, Zhao Yi beheld a courier holding a magnificent bouquet of roses. You must be Miss Zhao Yi. Indeed. This is a delivery from a gentleman named Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei. At the sound of his name, Zhao Yi promptly turned to leave. Hey, Miss Zhao Yi. Please sign here. I shan't deliver it. You can handle it yourself. Zhao Yi returned to the company with a sullen expression. The delivery man, holding a large bouquet of roses, stood there with a look of helplessness. Passers-by in the vicinity assumed that this delivery man had just experienced a failed confession. Casting sympathetic glances his way, after taking a brief nap, Zhang Hongfei finally felt well-rested. Upon checking the time, he realized it was nearly noon. Zhang Hongfei resolved to pay a visit to the school. After triumphing in yesterday's match, he promised to bestow a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan upon each of his teammates. Zhang Hongfei opened the drawer and hesitated for a considerable time before a multitude of car keys. Ultimately, he selected a Lamborghini key. Zhang Hongfei first drove to Xincheng Bank to withdraw $200,000 in cash. As a VIP among VIPs, it was a mere trifle for Zhang Hongfei to extract funds from the bank. He then returned to the campus in his Lamborghini. Although the exams had concluded, many students remained on the Huazhong University campus, particularly the female students. They were all aware that Zhang Hongfei organized several football matches every year during the holiday season. Consequently, these eager young women willingly chose to stay behind, hoping for a chance to catch his eye, even if it were merely for a fleeting night of companionship. The rewards would far exceed what they could earn over 4 years of labor. This had become a shortcut for the female students to achieve wealth. Unfortunately, Zhang Hongfei's standards were exceedingly high. He had completely lost interest in the ordinary. Given the stature of the Zhang family, finding a glamorous cover girl would pose no challenge at all. Zhang Hongfei is now wholeheartedly determined to win over Zhaji. Naturally, before he successfully courts her, he believes he is still single and thus entitled to seek a temporary girlfriend. This matter touches upon Zhang Hongfei's sense of pride. Other affluent heirs have girlfriends, and some even enjoy nightly celebrations of their nuptials. If Zhang Hongfei were to step out without a girlfriend by his side, he would become the subject of ridicule within his social circle, mocked for his inadequacies in that regard. Such humiliation is absolutely intolerable. Consequently, Zhang Hongfei occasionally takes various campus beauties from Wari University as his temporary girlfriends, merely to present a fade. Of course, whenever he ventures out, he ensures that these young ladies are not left wanting. He generously bestows upon them designer handbags, smartphones, cosmetics, everything that is due. Chapter 14. Misunderstanding. As soon as Zhang Hongfei's limited edition Lamborghini made its grand entrance, a swarm of admirers rushed towards him. "Senior, be my boyfriend." "Feech, please be my boyfriend. I excel in singing and playing instruments. I can do any pose." A dozen young women encircled Zhang Hongfei, each pair of eyes glinting with a ravenous green, as if they had long been deprived of indulgence. Zhang Hongfei anxiously massaged his temples. However, he was well versed in handling such matters. Zhang Hongfei once more opened the door of the Lamborghini and slipped inside. Upon his reemergence, he was laden with a plethora of over a dozen Louis Vuitton bags. Each bag was designated for an individual. Take one and depart. Should anyone linger, the bags would remain. The girls, initially taken aback, swiftly surged forward to seize the bags. In truth, these young women were acutely aware that, given Zhang Hongfei's esteemed status, he would hardly take notice of them. Their intent was merely to glean some advantage, and of course, if by happenstance they caught Zhang Hongfei's eye, it would be a fortuitous bonus. With the allure of Louis Vuitton bags in play, the focus of these girls immediately shifted away from Zhang Hongfei, as their romantic aspirations were redirected. Observing his sudden disregard, Zhang Hongfei could only shake his head in resignation. Alas, it appears the allure of the LV bag surpasses even my own. Diminished by the appeal of luxury, Zhang Hongfei proceeded into the Huali dormitory building. This was not his inaugural entry into the Huali dormitory. However, each visit left him feeling somewhat stifled. After all, the living conditions of a college dormitory could scarcely compare to the comforts of his own home. As Zhang Hongfei stepped into the dormitory, he was immediately greeted by a cacophony of wails and howls. The usually reserved and reticent boys transformed into an array of diverse beasts and spirits within the confines of their shared space. The moment Zhang Hongfei made his appearance, he instantly captured the attention of all the players from the Wari team. "Feech has arrived. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Feech, we've missed you dearly. All right. Am I not familiar with your intentions? You're after the appearance fee, aren't you?" A group of grown men, caught off guard by Zhang Hongfei's perceptiveness, sheepishly scratched the back of their heads. "Well, I have brought it with me." Zhang Hongfei took out all the cash he had just withdrawn from the bank. "Please, share it among yourselves. No need for formality. Long live Brother Fei. Brother Fei, I adore you. Brother Fei, I want to bear your children. Well, perhaps you should first pay a visit to Thailand." The players of the Huali team, having received their appearance fees, were evidently in high spirits. "Today, I shall treat you all. No, it's my treat. Go on. I insist on treating." With newfound wealth, everyone vied to host the next gathering, a testament to the bonds of male camaraderie. No matter how grand the words may be, nothing speaks louder than the act of treating someone to a meal. You offer me genuine affection, and in return, I shall provide you with an evening of revelry. Both parties gain what they seek. Delightful. Zhang Hongfei lingered for a moment before devising an excuse to take his leave. The atmosphere in the dormitory was, to put it mildly, rather uncomfortable. In a male dormitory, one is never short of seasoned veterans. The perennial bachelors have yet to reform, and the scent within the abode speaks volumes. It is often said that the essence is found in concentration, and the distillation of years truly embodies the quintessence. Upon noticing Zhang Hongfei's intention to depart, the players from the Huali team merely offered a token resistance before allowing him to exit. When individuals from disparate worlds are forced to coexist, it only serves to heighten the awkwardness. As Zhang Hongfei stepped out of his dormitory, his phone buzzed with a message. Oh, it's from Sister Yi? Shi Yong, the main striker for the Xinjiang Zhaodong University-affiliated high school. This young man appears quite promising. Very well, I shall go and meet the Shi Yong now. Zhang Hongfei returned once more to his Lamborghini. The group of charming young ladies, previously adorned with their Louis Vuitton bags, had long since vanished without a trace. Although Zhang Hongfei was well aware of the impending outcome, he could not help but exclaim, "What a truly realistic world this is." "Senior, is that you?" "Ah, it's you. Donkey Lips Jr. It's Lu Chun." "Indeed, indeed. Is there something you need?" "I understand. You certainly didn't manage to snag that LV bag earlier, did you?" "No worries. I have one in my car. Just wait, I'll fetch it for you." "Who cares about your LV bag? If you don't care, then fine. Goodbye, Donkey Lips Jr. Wait, is there anything else?" "Senior, may I be your girlfriend? I recall having declined your advances. But senior, I truly have feelings for you." Zhang Hongfei suddenly pointed towards the sky, exclaiming, "Ah, a UFO." Lu Chun, bewildered, followed Zhang's finger, but saw nothing at all. "Senior, where is the UFO?" "Yet." The only response to Lu Chun was the thunderous roar of a Lamborghini's engine and a thick plume of exhaust fumes. Zhang Hongfei drove to the address sent by Zhao Yi, arriving beneath Shi Yong's residence. It became evident that few who play football hail from affluent backgrounds. Shi Yong's home is nestled in a dilapidated area of the city, one that remains untouched by demolition or redevelopment, essentially abandoned by the government. The inhabitants here are predominantly longtime residents of the city. The moment Zhang Hongfei's Lamborghini made its grand entrance, it instantly sparked a sensation. People began to spread the word fervently. "Come quickly. Hurry. A prominent tycoon has arrived. There's a chance we might be facing demolition soon. Everyone, rush home and prepare." This time, it was made clear, anyone who dared to hinder our efforts would face the collective wrath of the community. The locals mistakenly took Zhang Hongfei for a real estate magnate, assuming he was there to survey the land. Previously, a property developer had come to inspect the area, only to be driven away by a particularly tenacious resident who unleashed a torrent of abuse upon him. Since that incident, the developer had never returned. This time, the community was resolute, united in their determination to sell off these aging buildings. As Zhang Hongfei arrived at the entrance of the community, he was greeted by 2 rows of people, forming an avenue of welcome. Zhang Hongfei inquired with curiosity, "What are you all engaged in?" The balding middle-aged man, filled with fervor, responded, "Oh, esteemed boss. We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival, like waiting for the stars and the moon." "Ah, rest assured, dear boss. This time, we shall fully cooperate with your endeavors. These individuals are your bodyguards, and I am the captain of your security team." Upon finishing his words, the balding man inadvertently strained his back while demonstrating with his hands. Clutching his waist in agony, he exclaimed, "Ouch! Ouch! Someone, Xiao Wang, come here and take my place as the captain of the bodyguards. Escort this esteemed boss. I need to find a place to rest." "Yes, Brother Jing. Leave it to me," he replied. "Remember, we must not allow that old hag from last time to ruin our plans. Have no fear. It's all taken care of. I had her front door nailed shut, and once the esteemed boss departs, we shall release her." The balding middle-aged man gave a thumbs up in commendation, saying, "Well done." Chapter 15. The search for Shi Yong. Zhang Hongfei, not unaccustomed to grand occasions, swiftly misconstrued the goodwill of these individuals as a premeditated arrangement orchestrated by Zhao Yi. Zhang Hongfei was filled with gratitude towards Zhao Yi. "Sister Yi is truly considerate, thinking of every detail for me. She has even arranged for so many bodyguards. Haha. I merely came to persuade Shi Yong to join the Huali football team. Is it really necessary to have this many bodyguards? Sister Yi can be quite." Sigh. Zhang Hongfei let out a deep sigh as he stepped into the community. "Where shall we head first, boss? Is there any need to ask?" "Naturally. It is room 202 in building 4. What happened? It seems that fate has conspired against us." Room 202 in Building 4 is precisely the residence of the family where our substitute bodyguard captain, Xiao Wang, had just secured the entrance. Boss, why not consider another place? Here we. Zhang Hongfei waved his hand and decided to go to that particular establishment first. If there were other commendable options, he would undoubtedly consider them as well. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Xiao Wang simply could not comprehend why this prominent figure insisted on visiting that specific place. Zhang Hongfei was also feeling somewhat displeased. How could Sister Yi have found such individuals? They are utterly unmanageable. Zhang Hongfei waved his hand and declared, enough. You need not accompany me any longer. I shall proceed on my own. Zhang Hongfei finished speaking and directly headed towards Building 4. Upon witnessing the departure of the big boss, Xiao Wang appeared somewhat at a loss. Captain, what shall we do now? You all wait here. I will go and discuss this matter with Brother Zheng. Zhang Hongfei swiftly arrived at the entrance of room 202 in Building 4. Is there no one residing here? Why is the main door sealed shut? As Zhang Hongfei's words faded, a furious roar erupted from within the room. Which scoundrel claimed that no one resides here? Is there indeed someone living here? Then why is the entrance sealed shut? Those wretched brats. If I get out, I swear I shall teach them a lesson. Cough, cough. Excuse me, madam. Is this the residence of Shi Yong? Are you here in search of Yongzi? Yes, I am indeed here to find Shi Yong. Yongzi left early this morning to play football. Oh, where might I find him? He should be at school. Thank you, madam. Farewell. Wait. Please help me open the door before you leave. Zhang Hongfei found himself in a predicament. Utterly empty-handed and pondering how to open the grand door before him. Just as he grappled with his dilemma, Brother Zheng and Xiao Wang appeared as if descended from the heavens, armed with tools and ready to assist. Leave it to me, boss. With a resounding crash, Brother Zheng wielded a sledgehammer, splitting the wooden plank in two with a single blow. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang deftly utilized a smaller hammer to tidy up the remaining edges. Zhang Hongfei assessed the situation and called out, Annie, the door can be opened now. I'm leaving. Thank you. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted. The door of room 202 was forcefully kicked open. You, Wang, you scoundrel. How dare you send someone to nail shut my front door? This is far from over. Annie Zhang, this isn't my fault. It was Brother Zheng's orders. Brother Zheng? Where is he? After decisively making his point, Brother Zheng abandoned Xiao Wang and fled. Feeling the menacing gaze of Annie Zhang upon him, Xiao Wang felt a shiver run down his spine. Annie Zhang, I was doing this for everyone's good. The last time that big boss came, you scared him away with your accusations, and now we're all still stuck in this dilapidated building. Why did I hurl accusations at him? That scoundrel dared to lay his hands on my niece just because she is beautiful. So what? Just because he's wealthy? Does that make him untouchable? I will douse him with accusations again if he dares to return. Zhang Hongfei interjected. Aunt Zhang, please calm down. Such scum deserves to be doused with water. Should he dare to return, do not hesitate to call me, and I shall assist you in soaking him. The young man, indeed a true friend of Yongzi, displayed remarkable chivalry. Absolutely. Without a doubt, Zhang Hongfei's purpose in coming here was to befriend Shi Yong. With Shi Yong's mother now acknowledging him, he has accomplished half of his mission. Upon hearing that the esteemed boss stood in support of Aunt Zhang, Xiao Wang felt utterly despondent. Aunt Zhang, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait. I have yet to settle the matter of you sending someone to nail my front door shut. Aunt Zhang exclaimed. I have already told you, it was Brother Zheng's instruction. I merely followed orders. If you seek retribution, direct your grievances towards Brother Zheng. Xiao Wang deftly shifted the blame entirely onto Brother Zheng, proclaiming, a dead comrade does not hinder the tale. Aunt Zhang and Xiao Wang's conflict no longer piqued Zhang Hongfei's interest. After bidding farewell to Aunt Zhang, Zhang Hongfei hurriedly drove his Lamborghini towards the Shanghai Jiaotong University affiliated high school. Brother Zheng watched as Zhang Hongfei sped away, wishing to approach and inquire about the demolition schedule here. However, Zhang Hongfei offered no opportunity, accelerating away with a swift push of the pedal. The security team at the entrance exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain as to why the boss had departed so abruptly. Brother Zheng, is there still a demolition here? Demolition? Nonsense. Brother Zheng returned home with a scowl. Seeing their leader had left, the others also dispersed, each returning to their own homes. On the soccer field of Shanghai Jiaotong University affiliated high school, 10 young men were engaged in a spirited match. Among them was one towering figure, agile and skilled, clearly standing out from his teammates. This remarkable youth was none other than Shi Yong, the target of Zhang Hongfei's intentions. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Shi Yong struck the ball, sending it soaring into the upper corner of the net with pinpoint accuracy. Although the goalkeeper exerted every ounce of effort, he could only watch helplessly as the ball nestled into the back of the net. Xiongmao, beautiful shot. That's a hat trick. A Xiong, well done. Haha. The opponents are on the verge of tears. The opposing goalkeeper scolded, "You guys are just relying on Xiongmao. Without him, your team is nothing. What is the matter? Are you envious and resentful? We have Xiongmao, so what? We're happy to cling to Xiongmao's coattails. If you're not satisfied, come and take a bite out of us." As Zhang Hongfei approached the edge of the court, he was immediately met with the heated exchange of insults between the players. Having frequently visited the high school courts in search of talent, he had long since acclimated to the customary verbal skirmishes of the high school students. Zhang Hongfei, amidst the throng, instantly recognized Shi Yong. Previously, Zhaji had sent Zhang Hongfei a photograph of Shi Yong. However, upon encountering Shi Yong in person, Zhang Hongfei's admiration blossomed fervently. Zhang Hongfei resolved within himself, "I must secure this Shi Yong." Chapter 16. The Art of Deception. After a spirited bout of playful bickering among a group of high school students, they resumed their game of ball. Zhang Hongfei did not intrude upon their match, but rather stood at the sidelines, observing intently. Apart from Shi Yong, he would not hesitate to consider other talented players for recruitment. Naturally, every move of Shi Yong's was under Zhang Hongfei's meticulous scrutiny. This was a 5-on-5 competition, with both teams composed of students from Shanghai Jiaotong University affiliated high school. However, Zhang Hongfei distinctly noted that several players exhibited a noticeably superior level of skill. Zhang Hongfei surmised that a few ordinary students had come to make up the numbers. In the team where Shi Yong played, they momentarily led the score with 3-1. Shi Yong achieved the remarkable feat of a triple-double. Despite the lead, Shi Yong showed no signs of relenting in his efforts. Once again, he orchestrated an offensive play. In such 5-on-5 matches, teams typically employed either a 2-2-1 formation or a 1-1-2 formation, invariably including two defenders. As soon as Shi Yong began to dribble the ball, the two defenders from the opposing side swiftly converged upon him, a testament to the threat he posed. The other forward on Shi Yong's team did not enjoy such attention. During the offensive, Shi Yong's side had only 3 players engaged in the attack, as the goalkeeper and 1 defender remained behind, while both forwards from the opposing team retreated to bolster their defense. Thus, it was a 3-on-4 scenario. Nevertheless, due to Shi Yong's exceptional individual skills, he still maintained an advantage despite the numerical disadvantage. Before long, he skillfully evaded the 2 defenders, leaving the opposing goalkeeper visibly anxious, his legs trembling slightly in apprehension. Zhang Hongfei found this somewhat amusing. Facing the goalkeeper, Shi Yong unleashed a powerful shot, but alas, the ball soared high. The goalkeeper narrowly escaped disaster, landing on the ground with a thud. Failing to score, Shi Yong appeared somewhat disheartened. It was now the opponent's turn to attack. Shi Yong remained in the front field, opting not to return for defensive duties. Meanwhile, the opposing team, comprising 4 players, fully committed to their offensive maneuver. Observing this, Zhang Hongfei furrowed his brow. Although Shi Yong's offensive play was commendable, his refusal to assist in defense left Zhang Hongfei feeling quite dissatisfied. Relying on his modest prowess, he chose to shirk his responsibilities on the field. Sigh. Zhang Hongfei shook his head and continued to observe. This offensive maneuver was perilous. On the surface, it appeared to be a 4-against-3, yet in reality, it was a 4-against-4, as there was still a goalkeeper on Shi Yong's side. Zhang Hongfei immediately discerned that the 2 forwards across the field undoubtedly belonged to the school team of Xincheng Jiada High School. Not only did they exhibit a remarkable synergy, but their dribbling skills were also exceptionally refined. In stark contrast, the 2 defenders on Shi Yong's side were evidently mere ordinary high school students, easily outmaneuvered by the opposing forwards. On this occasion, Shi Yong's goalkeeper trembled with apprehension. In such informal matches, the most unfortunate, or rather the most susceptible to injury, are the goalkeepers. This is primarily because forwards from both sides relish the opportunity to unleash powerful shots. As anticipated, the center forward from the opposing team, with a slight pause, opted for a fierce strike. The goalkeeper from Shi Yong swiftly lunged to the side, striving to make a valiant save, yet it was futile. The ball skimmed past the goalpost and soared away. The goalkeeper could only watch helplessly as the ball flew by, powerless to intervene. He collapsed onto the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief. The latter part of the match offered few highlights, as it was merely a gathering of high school students engaged in a game. Before the match concluded, Shi Yong managed to score yet another goal, achieving a remarkable quadruple. However, There was no trace of victory's joy on Shi Yong's face, as the opponents failed to ignite any excitement within him. Conversely, the other 4 players on Shi Yong's team were overjoyed. We won! We won! Hooray! Naturally, the opposing team was indignant. Without Shi Yong, how could you mere amateurs claim victory over us? Indeed, Zhang Hongfei, upon observation, noted the impressive skills of Shi Yong. As the match concluded, Zhang took the initiative to approach Shi. Greetings, Shi Yong. Who might you be? I noticed you standing on the sidelines just now. I am Zhang Hongfei, the captain of the Wari University team. Wari University team? Indeed. The captain of the Wari University team has come specifically to speak with me. What brings you here? Certainly. Shi Yong, your abilities are commendable. Would you consider joining our Wari University team? Haha. Apologies, but I am not interested. Why not? Would you not even contemplate it? Zhang Hongfei, is it? Yes. I am a player from the Xinqiang Zhaodong University affiliated high school, and I would undoubtedly prefer Zhaodong University. Moreover, just a few days ago, the coach of the Zhaodong University football team approached me, expressing a desire to recruit me. We at Wari can also extend a special invitation to you. I appreciate the offer, but as a student of Zhaodong affiliated high school, I am more inclined to play for Zhaodong. Cough. Shi Yong, what motivates you to play football? I aspire to have the opportunity to become a professional player in the future. Even if I cannot achieve that, I would be content to participate in the 1st or 2nd division leagues. Ultimately, it boils down to financial gain, does it not? Well, it is not solely for the money. I genuinely enjoy playing. All right. Under the premise of having the opportunity to play, you are indeed motivated by financial considerations, correct? Yes. If you were to join our Wari University team, I could offer you 10,000 for each match played, 10,000 as a victory bonus, and 10,000 for each goal scored. Furthermore, I can assure you a starting position on the team. 10,000 for each match, 10,000 for a victory bonus, 10,000 for each goal. Are you jesting? I am not. I can also provide a signing bonus of 10,000. As soon as you join Wari, I will give you that amount immediately. Zhang Hongfei possesses nothing but wealth. Shi Yong gaped, his expression one of utter disbelief. Zhang Hongfei and Shi Yong did not consciously lower their voices. Thus their conversation was overheard by those in the vicinity. The conditions presented by Zhang Hongfei are indeed extraordinarily generous. Even within the Premier League, most teams do not offer such lavish rewards. Zhang Hongfei, are you truly not misleading me? Why would I deceive you? How could I profit from misleading you? Zhang Hongfei casually retrieved 10,000 yuan from his pocket. As long as you agree to join the university team, this sum will be yours, he asserted, emphasizing that words alone could not compare to the power of tangible action. Zhang Hongfei was acutely aware of this principle, and thus he prepared 10,000 yuan in cash in advance. Indeed, the moment Shi Yong witnessed Zhang Hongfei produce the crisp bills, his wavering heart completely capitulated. Zhang Hongfei, I believe in you. I am willing to join Huali, he exclaimed with exuberance. Haha, good brother. From now on, you can call me Brother Fei. That's what everyone on the team calls me. All right, Brother Fei. With your addition, our Huali will surely advance further this year. Reaching the finals of the National University League. Chapter 17. The 3 heroes of Xinqiang. Zhang Hongfei exchanged phone numbers with Shi Yong. Subsequently, Zhang drove Shi back to his residence. Having just finished a football match, Shi was drenched in perspiration. However, Zhang was unfazed and invited Shi to take a seat in his Lamborghini. This gesture further endeared Zhang to Shi. The scene of Zhang Hongfei driving Shi Yong back home caught the attention of the residents in the community. Isn't that the prominent businessman who visited earlier? To think he is such a good friend of Shi Yong. The Shi family is bound to prosper. When the time for relocation comes, won't they be entitled to several additional properties? I must hurry home and inform my spouse, urging them to cultivate a good relationship with the Shi family. Surely, it will yield greater benefits during the relocation. It is indeed sound reasoning. I shall join in. Zhang Hongfei, with merely a fleeting appearance, altered the fate of Shi Yong and his family. After successfully winning over Shi Yong, Zhang Hongfei delivered the vehicle to a car wash. Deprived of his car, Zhang Hongfei strolled through the streets of Xinqiang on foot. Zhang Hongfei glanced at his phone to check the time. It was nearly 1 o'clock. It was time for a meal. Where should he dine today? Although Zhang Hongfei is not particularly picky about food, as a distinguished and affluent individual, he must possess certain fundamental standards. A proper meal should certainly cost no less than 10,000 yuan. It is evident that such an extravagant meal cannot be found in an ordinary establishment. Zhang Hongfei pondered for a moment and, in a sudden flash of inspiration, conceived an ingenious method to indulge in extravagant dining experiences. Zhang Hongfei arrived by taxi at a renowned Sichuan restaurant in the city, Unison Sichuan Cuisine. Among the Sichuan establishments in the city, Unison Sichuan Cuisine consistently ranks among the top 3. Upon arriving at the Sichuan restaurant, Zhang Hongfei made several phone calls to a few acquaintances. The circle of affluent second-generation individuals in the city is rather limited. Among them, the most prominent are the 3 heroes of the city, of which Zhang Hongfei is a distinguished member. The other 2 illustrious figures in this trio are Lu Zihao and Guan Shitian. Opposites attract while similarities repel. Thus, the relationship among the 3 heroes has always been somewhat discordant. Just as Zhang Hongfei has a passion for soccer, his counterparts, Lu Zihao and Guan Shitian, each possess their own unique interests. Lu Zihao is an avid street racer, and one can undoubtedly find the most elite luxury cars gracing the confines of his garage. On the other hand, Guan Shitian harbors a rather peculiar hobby, deep-sea fishing. The most opulent private yacht in the city is registered under his name. Zhang Hongfei called Lu Zihao and Guan Shitian, urging them to hasten to Unison Sichuan Cuisine. What on earth is happening? Zhang Fei is actually taking the initiative to treat me to a meal? The surnames and ages of the 3 heroes from Xinjiang coincidentally mirror those of Lu, Guan, and Zhang from the 3 Kingdoms era. Lu Zihao is the eldest, followed by Guan Xingtian in second place. Zhang Hongfei, the youngest among them, elicited a sense of pride from Lu Zihao, who impulsively bestowed upon Guan Shitian the nickname Yellow-Faced Guan Air and dubbed Zhang Hongfei White Zhang Fei. Lu Zihao, in turn, referred to himself as Jade-Faced Prince. Naturally, Guan Shengtian and Zhang Hongfei would never concede to such monikers. Though they had never seen eye to eye, they remarkably found common ground in their disdain for the nicknames. After finishing a phone call, Zhang Hongfei patiently awaited the arrival of Lu Zihao and Guan Shitian in the spacious private room. The 2 arrived at Unison Sichuan Cuisine in perfect unison. Lu Zihao's beloved vehicle, a Ferrari Enzo, contrasted sharply with Guan Shengtian's limited edition Harley motorcycle. As soon as they met, the air crackled with tension. Ah, yellow-faced Guan Air. What brings you here? Silence. You, the false prince. I am the jade-faced prince, not a counterfeit. At least my appearance surpasses that of Lu Xuanda. Your words are truly repugnant. Haha. Yet, I feel the same. Seeing you has made me lose my appetite for lunch. I wonder what White Zhang Fei was thinking. Inviting you over. Humph. Zhang Hongfei truly lacks discernment in bringing you, this eyesore, along. Why don't you just leave? I'll discuss matters with White Zhang Fei. You can keep your distance. What do you say, yellow-faced Guan Air? Humph. Why don't you just leave? Brother, you wound my feelings. As your elder, I am genuinely concerned for you and our younger brother. Who is your younger brother? Alas, I once directed my heart toward the bright moon, only to find it illuminating the gutter. Younger brother, why treat me with such disdain? Leave. You, the false prince, cease your pretentious displays of righteousness. You, who hides a dagger behind a smile, do you think I am unaware? Last time, you sabotaged my project, costing me millions. Haha, wasn't that to motivate you? As the ancients wisely said, a life without setbacks is not truly living. A victory without rivals is not a victory. Which fool of an ancient said that? Ancients are just that, ancient. Do you intend to dig up their graves to reason with them? Such nonsense. Guan Xingtian chose to ignore Lu Zihao and strode into the restaurant. Upon entering, he immediately vented to Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei, what on earth are you doing? Why did you invite that false prince? You know I have never gotten along with that fellow. Calm down, Guan. The reason I summoned both of you is that I have serious matters to discuss. What serious matters? Let us wait for Lu to arrive before we sit down and elaborate. Why so secretive? Humph. Guan Shitian pulled up a chair and settled into it. After a few moments, Lu Zihao arrived, albeit fashionably late. Zhang Hongfei took the initiative to step forward and greeted. Haha. Brother Lu, I trust you have been well. Indeed. Indeed. By Zhang Fei, you truly have a penchant for causing me trouble. I had planned to go racing with someone today, but your unexpected call compelled me to honor our friendship. Thus, I hastily canceled my racing plans and rushed over here post-haste. Ha ha ha. I genuinely feel the sincerity of Brother Lu. Humph. Imposter Huang, are your legs not agile enough? We arrived together, yet you took so long to show up tonight? Ha ha. Guan Air, my charm surpasses yours, as you well know. Just on the way here, several young ladies cast glances my way. How could I possibly reject their kind intentions outright? I had to be a bit more tactful. Guan Sheng cast a disdainful glance at Lu Zihao and succinctly remarked, Fool. Both of you. Please refrain from arguing. I summoned you here for a matter of importance. An important matter? Speak quickly, so we can be on our way. By Zhang Fei. Did you witness the atrocious demeanor of this Huang? What could possibly be achieved by consulting him? Chapter 18. The second target. Zhang Hongfei waved his hand, signaling Lu Zihao and Guan Shitian to quiet down. All right, let us get to the point. I recall that the three of us agreed to organize an event each year. Is that correct? Indeed, that is correct. Lu Zihao responded promptly. This year, I propose we hold a football match. Lu Zihao immediately interjected, I do not concur. Guan Xingtian also shook his head in disagreement. Has the sun risen in the west today? Guan, it seems you and Lu are in accord. Both of you are opposed? Zhang Hongfei's attempt at sowing discord was rather unremarkable. However, Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian were inherently at odds with one another. Coupled with the recent altercation downstairs, Guan Xingtian swiftly shifted his stance. I stand with you, brother Zhang. This year, we shall organize a football match. Lu Zihao's expression immediately froze. Oh, Guan, I find hosting a street racing event far more exhilarating than a mere football match. What's the matter? You impostor of an imperial uncle? The moment football is mentioned, you cower? Indeed. Brother Lu, have you succumbed to fear? As long as you admit your cowardice. We shall hold a street racing competition this year. Zhang Hongfei, having employed the art of sowing discord, subsequently resorted to the technique of provocation. Zhang Hongfei's tactic of provocation was hardly sophisticated. Lu Zihao instantly recognized it as an attempt to push his buttons. However, Lu Zihao was a man who valued his pride, particularly in the presence of Guan Shitian and Zhang Hongfei. I agree. This year, we shall organize a football match. Excellent. Let us proceed. By Zhang Fei. Please outline the format of the competition. Well, we three shall divide into 2 teams for the match. Lu Zihao immediately interjected. I refuse to be on the same team as him. And I too shall not be on the same team as him. Guan Shitian added. That's easily resolved. You two simply do not need to be on the same team. Are there any additional rules? Of course. Ahem. Now for the crucial part. As for the players for this match, you shall find them yourselves. By Zhang Fei. Are you jesting? As the organizer, you expect us to recruit our own players? Indeed. Zhang Hongfei, your approach is rather inconsiderate. Gentlemen, please, remain calm. Allow me to finish. Lu Zihao and Guan Shitian quieted down, attentively watching Zhang Hongfei. That's more like it. First, hear me out, then you may bicker. Here is the plan. Each of you will organize a football team. The opposing team will be the university football team of Huali. What? You heard correctly. Each of you will form a team to compete against the Huali University team. Zhang Hongfei possesses an exceptional talent for strategic planning. With the financial backing of Lu Zihao and Guan Shitian, the team they assemble is bound to exhibit considerable prowess. Should Zhang Hongfei endeavor to independently organize friendly matches between these 2 teams and the university team from Huali, it would undoubtedly require a substantial financial investment. Given the current advantageous circumstances, seizing this opportunity would be prudent. Lu Zihao and Guan Shitian exchanged concerned glances, both contemplating the feasibility of this proposal. Zhang Hongfei. How shall we determine our standings among ourselves? Zhang Hongfei smirked insidiously, hee. Brothers Lu and Guan. I am acutely aware that I cannot compare to either of you. This time, it is primarily about determining your standings. I humbly accept that I will finish last. When the 2 of you compete against the Wari University team, the one who scores the most goals shall be crowned the victor. In truth, Zhang Hongfei only expressed flattering remarks at the outset, leaving the disparaging comments unspoken. Zhang Hongfei thought to himself, when the time comes. Once both of your teams have been defeated by me, I shall see what face you have left to contest for the first place. Ultimately, I will emerge as the victor. Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian exchanged glances. With a provocative glare directed at Lu Zihao, Guan Xingtian rose to his feet and declared, I am in. Let us compete. Not willing to be outdone, Lu Zihao immediately stood as well, asserting, since the yellow-faced Guan has consented, how could I, as the elder brother, shrink back? Let us compete. Both of our esteemed brothers are indeed straightforward individuals. I, the younger brother, am immensely grateful. When shall the competition be held? Next month, perhaps. I shall allow both of you some time to assemble a team. I will inform you of the exact date of the match via phone. Excellent. No problem. Zhang Hongfei immediately wore a beaming smile and declared, Today, the meal is on me. Enjoy yourselves, my esteemed brothers. The 3 individuals, each harboring their own ulterior motives, temporarily reached a consensus to host a football match to vie for rankings. This ranking, however, held an additional significance. The top position among the 3 heroes of Xinjiang each year would secure a coveted spot in the competition for global youth elite status. As scions of affluent families, they were perpetually keen on embellishing their own images. Securing the title of global youth elite would undoubtedly lend greater weight to their words within their social circles. After all, in a vast nation like ours, the young gentlemen of Xinjiang could only bask in their glory within their own limited domain. Once they ventured beyond, they would merely be another ordinary rich heir. Yet, the distinction of being a global youth elite would set them apart, earning them respect from countries worldwide. Thus, while the 3 heroes of Xinjiang feigned indifference on the surface, they secretly exerted every effort to contend for this singular opportunity. Although Zhang Hongfei offered to cover the meal, both Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian were individuals who valued their pride. It was inconceivable for them to allow Zhang Hongfei to treat them. Zhang Hongfei mentioned inviting 2 individuals for a meal, yet he was well aware that Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian would undoubtedly refrain from allowing him to bear the expenses. It was precisely this anticipation that led Zhang Hongfei to deliberately invite the 2 for dinner. After the meal, he nonchalantly departed, leaving Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian to bicker within the restaurant. What should be done next? Currently, they have managed to recruit Shi Yang, but that remains insufficient. To secure a place in the national finals next season, the team must continue to strengthen its roster. Zhang Hongfei walked along the street, contemplating matters pertaining to the upcoming season's competitions. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message from Zhaji. Oh, how did I not consider this before? Zhaji had sent him information about a second player. However, this individual was not from Xinjiang, but rather hailing from the province of Lu. Zhang Hongfei had previously confined his focus to the city of Shanghai. However, the vastness of the nation holds countless talented young footballers. Zhaji, serving as Zhang Hongfei's dedicated personal secretary, broadened the search for players to encompass the entire country. Chu Yi, a student from the Shandong Provincial Sports School, had been playing football since childhood and was eventually recognized and recruited by the institution. Chu Yi plays as a midfielder. Chapter 19. In flight, Chu Yi indeed. I have made my decision to secure him. After perusing Chu Yi's profile, Zhang Hongfei was immediately captivated by him. It is not merely that beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, even a close friend can perceive the same allure. Zhang Hongfei called Zhao Yi to book a flight to the capital city of Shandong Province, Quanqing. Zhao Yi, known for her remarkable efficiency, completed the task in mere minutes. An hour later, Zhang Hongfei arrived at the international airport in Shenzhen. With the sole purpose of enticing a player in Quanqing, he had not made extensive preparations. 100,000 in cash, along with a limitless credit card, was more than sufficient for Zhang Hongfei to indulge himself on this trip. As a wealthy and attractive young man, Zhang Hongfei naturally drew attention wherever he went, particularly from women. At just 22 years of age, his allure was undeniable. Captivating a diverse range of admirers, from underage girls and young ladies to newlywed wives and mature women, none could resist the magnetic charm he exuded. As Zhang Hongfei settled into the VIP lounge, the attentive female attendant approached him repeatedly. "Esteemed passenger, how may I assist you?" "No, thank you." A minute later, she inquired again, "Esteemed passenger, would you care for some water?" "No, thank you." Yet another minute passed, and she asked, "Esteemed passenger, would you like a snack?" "No, thank you." After a brief pause, Zhang Hongfei cleared his throat and said, "I require nothing at all. Your silent presence, without further disturbance, would be the greatest assistance you could offer me. Thank you." The attendant gazed at him with a look of wistful longing before reluctantly stepping away. Zhang Hongfei couldn't help but sigh, alas. "My charm is simply irresistible. Wherever I go, I am welcomed by women. It is truly beyond my control." Zhang Hongfei picked up a newspaper and sat down quietly to read. After a while, a female attendant approached him once more and said, "Esteemed passenger, it is time for boarding. Please prepare to embark." "All right, thank you," he replied. Zhang Hongfei waved his hand to stop the female attendant, casually producing 10,000 yuan and placing it in her palm. "This is your tip. No need for formality." The attendant stood there, holding the crisp notes, gazing blankly at Zhang Hongfei's retreating figure, unable to utter a word. In her heart, she mused, "This is simply so extravagant." In the first-class cabin of the airplane, Zhang Hongfei languidly settled into his seat. The journey from Xinjiang to Quanqing would take a couple of hours, and he intended to catch some rest during the flight. Given that it was a holiday, the aircraft was filled to capacity, yet the first-class section housed only Zhang Hongfei. As soon as Zhang Hongfei boarded the aircraft, he captured the attention of all the flight attendants on board. Noticing the infatuated glances directed at him, he merely offered a subtle smile, refraining from any overt reaction. Zhang Hongfei had long since become immune to such situations. Zhang Hongfei settled into his seat, closed his eyes, and quietly awaited the departure of the aircraft. Zhang Hongfei's seat was conveniently located near the aisle, facilitating easy boarding and disembarking. Suddenly, the cabin became somewhat tumultuous. A girl was embroiled in a dispute with a fellow passenger who had usurped her seat. Despite the flight attendant's repeated entreaties, the passenger stubbornly refused to vacate the seat. The girl, feeling aggrieved, felt tears welling in her eyes. Zhang Hongfei wished to take a brief respite, yet the discordant voices of an argument continued to penetrate his ears. Zhang Hongfei waved his hand, summoning a flight attendant to his side. "Please have that young lady sit beside me." "Sir, that is not quite in accordance with the regulations." "I will cover her ticket. Kindly invite her to join me." "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment." The flight attendant swiftly escorted the young lady into the first-class cabin. "Madam, this gentleman has requested your presence in first class." Zhang Hongfei cast a casual glance. The girl's eyelashes were still adorned with a few droplets of tears, rendering her exquisitely vulnerable. Her rounded visage radiated innocence and youthful naivety, untouched by artifice. The cascade of lustrous black hair flowing from the back of her head emitted a subtle, delicate fragrance. She donned a white long shirt on her upper body, paired with a pair of jeans, unmistakably portraying her as a pure and earnest young woman. Zhang Hongfei did not ponder for too long. He extended his hand in a gesture of invitation, suggesting that she take a seat at her leisure. "Thank you. Would you mind moving a bit?" The girl pointed to the seat beside Zhang Hongfei, saying, "I would like to sit on the inside. There are plenty of empty seats over there. I prefer to sit next to you. It gives me a sense of security." He chuckled softly. Zhang Hongfei initially intended to decline, yet his body immediately rose to its feet. The girl, showing no hesitation, took a seat beside him. "Thank you. Is this your first time flying?" she inquired. "No," he replied, "but you appear quite anxious." "It's because this is my first time in first class." "Is it really so different?" "Not much. The only distinction lies in the larger seats." "I see. Would you like something to drink?" "Water, please." Zhang Hongfei called out to the flight attendant, "Excuse me. Could I have a glass of water and a cup of coffee, please?" "Just a moment." Although the passengers had not yet boarded completely, the flight attendant promptly brought him water and coffee as he was seated in first class. "Here's your water." "Thank you. May I ask your name?" "What? Are you conducting a census?" "It's merely a small courtesy. You need not take it to heart. I remember those who are kind to me and who have assisted me. For my parents often taught me the importance of gratitude." "I am Zhang Hongfei." The girl beamed and replied, "Hello. My name is Zhao Xiaoying." "Zhao Xiaoying? Ah, a lovely name. You are a good person. I shall permit you to call me Yingbao." "Yingbao? Really? Those who are close to me all call me Yingbao." "Ah, what kind of attitude is that? Do you not wish to be friends with me?" "Not at all. Not in the slightest." "Why is that?" "I do not enjoy making friends with strangers." "Humph. Are we not strangers? Is that not the case?" Zhang Hongfei's demeanor incensed Zhao Xiaoying. In May 2006, fresh from her triumph at the Star Search competition, where she emerged as the champion of Director Feng's team, Zhao was in high spirits. Subsequently, Director Feng cast her as the female lead in his advertisement. Having initially pursued a career as a flight attendant, Zhao Xiaoying found her aspirations thwarted by her family's financial constraints, leading her to accept a sales position at a company. When she encountered the audition for the Star Search competition, she participated with a mindset of mere experimentation and ultimately distinguished herself. Now, having completed her work, Zhao was preparing to return to her hometown of Langfang. The journey from Shuncheng to Quancheng, and then back to Langfang, was comparatively brief. Chapter 20. The sidekick Zhang Hongfei's indifferent demeanor did not deter Zhao Xiaoying. She relentlessly pursued him with a barrage of questions, determined to uncover the depths of his character. Unfortunately, Zhang Hongfei remained disinterested, choosing instead to close his eyes and seek solace in his own thoughts. Observing his disregard only heightened Zhao Xiaoying's intrigue. When a girl finds herself captivated by a boy, it signals that conquest is imminent. Zhang Hongfei had no intention of winning over Zhao Xiaoying. Yet his handsome appearance seemed to bring him good fortune, as if a chance encounter had blossomed into something unexpected. The airplane ascended swiftly into the sky. Zhang Hongfei peacefully succumbed to slumber, while Zhao Xiaoying sat in her seat, pouting her small face in indignation. Concerning her benefactor, Zhang Hongfei, Zhao Xiaoying felt a tumult of emotions, both anger and resentment. Moments ago, Zhang Hongfei had offered his assistance, endearing himself to her. However, his subsequent indifference ignited within her a desire to exact retribution upon him. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Hongfei slumbered, Zhao Xiaoying scrutinized his features. His delicate, fair visage was undeniably suited for the role of a charming young man. Zhang Hongfei's long, slender legs captivated Zhao Xiaoying's attention, due to his years of playing football. Zhang's physique was remarkably muscular, particularly his well-defined leg muscles. Zhao Xiaoying thought to herself, what a strong man. At first glance, one could hardly discern his true nature. What could he possibly do? It seemed to Zhao Xiaoying that she had stumbled upon an intriguing puzzle, prompting her to delve deeper into the enigma that was Zhang Hongfei. Although Zhang Hongfei was fast asleep, he had an uncanny sensation that someone was watching him from the shadows. In Zhang Hongfei's subconscious, there was an incessant feeling of being observed. 20 minutes before the plane's arrival, he was summoned by a flight attendant. Zhang Hongfei stretched lazily and, upon turning his head, discovered Zhao Xiaoying gazing intently at him. What are you doing? He inquired. Just looking at you. I must say, you are truly handsome. I can't seem to get enough of your looks. She replied unabashedly. Have you been staring at me the whole time? He asked in disbelief. Indeed. Are you not bored? She countered. Not at all. But if you continue to stare, I might have to report you for harassment. He teased. Being good-looking shouldn't prohibit others from admiring you, she retorted playfully. Zhang Hongfei. What brings you to Spring City? She questioned next. Zhang Hongfei. I see you are alone. Would you not consider hiring a secretary? She suggested with a grin. Zhang Hongfei. I stop right there. He interrupted. What's wrong? Could you remain silent for just a moment? I cannot, she affirmed cheerfully. Zhao Xiaoying. Just call me Yingbao. She insisted. Yingbao, we are strangers. There is no need for such close attention towards me. Not at all. I feel I am beginning to understand you quite well. Really? At the very least, I know your name is Zhang Hongfei, she stated. That was something I just told you. And I also know you are male, she added. A hint of amusement in her voice. That is quite obvious. He chuckled. I am aware that you are quite handsome. That's rather obvious as well. You must certainly be a tall, rich, and handsome man. You need not say it. Everyone else already knows. Why are you so dull? She teased. Yingbao. Please stop bothering me and head home. He urged. Honestly, there's nothing for me to do at home. Why not let me accompany you instead? She proposed. Absolutely not. Well, actually, yes. And so we have reached a delightful agreement. Yingbao, are you even listening to me? Once we arrive in Spring City, where shall we go? Perhaps Bao to Spring? Zhao Xiaoying, entirely disregarding Zhang Hongfei, began to plan her itinerary with unbridled enthusiasm. Zhang Hongfei observed Yingbao diligently crafting her plans and, for reasons unknown, found himself unable to hinder her any further. Very well. I shall accompany this young lady in the Spring City for a couple of days. Upon disembarking from the plane, Yingbao indeed behaved like a devoted shadow, clinging to Zhang Hongfei. Zhao Yi had meticulously arranged everything in advance. A luxurious car from a five-star hotel awaited them outside the airport. The driver and the steward stood holding a sign bearing Zhang Hongfei's name, patiently awaiting their arrival at the airport exit. Zhang Hongfei, someone is awaiting your presence. How utterly ordinary. Which prominent family do you belong to, I wonder? Do you not recognize me? Not at all. However, you must be rather obscure, for I have never encountered you before. Perhaps I am somewhat low-key. Low-key, you say? Traveling in first class, with a private vehicle to escort you, hardly the demeanor of a modest individual. I find it difficult to believe you are truly low-key. Haha. Knowing a person's appearance does not equate to understanding their heart. Yingbao, you can still leave now. If you wait until nightfall, I shan't allow you to depart. Humph. Do you think I am afraid of you? With that, Yingbao boldly approached the steward and driver before Zhang Hongfei. Greetings. I am Zhang Hongfei's secretary. Ah. We received a call stating that young Master Zhang would be arriving alone. Humph. Does our young Master Zhang need your permission to bring a secretary along? And no, please. Do not be angry, madam. We shall assist you with the luggage immediately. The driver promptly stepped forward, eagerly taking hold of Yingbao's bags. A satisfied smile graced Yingbao's face. This is more like it. Young Master Zhang, why are you walking so slowly? Hurry up and come over. Zhang Hongfei shook his head helplessly and followed suit. In the presidential suite of the five-star hotel, he took out his phone to revisit Chu Yi's information. Yingbao unapologetically claimed one of the rooms and then discreetly made a phone call home. As for what Yingbao discussed during the call, Zhang Hongfei remained oblivious. After spending 2 hours on the plane, He felt a twinge of discomfort in his back and waist. As Zhang Hongfei was about to take a brief respite in his room, Yingbao burst into his sanctuary. "Hey, could you please show some regard? This is a man's domain," he exclaimed. "What of it? We share the same roof. Shouldn't you feel a tad embarrassed?" She retorted. "You. Ugh. Why the sigh?" He muttered. "I now regret my earlier kindness. Why did I bother assisting you? It's merely inviting trouble upon myself, isn't it? Alas, it's too late for regrets. Regardless, I've decided to cling to you. What brings you to seek me?" he inquired. "Did you not say you would take me out for some fun?" She replied eagerly. "Ah, I am all set. Let us hasten and enjoy ourselves. Wait, allow me to grab my phone and wallet first." Upon hearing his intention, Yingbao promptly released her grip on his arm. Zhang Hongfei, feeling helpless, approached the bedside, stuffing his phone and wallet into his pocket, and allowed Yingbao to tug at his arm as they departed. As they stepped outside the hotel, a Mercedes-Benz was already waiting for them. How delightful it is to have a butler service. A car is always ready at your beck and call. Where are we headed? To Baotou Springs, of course. Chapter 21. A moment of impulse. The Mercedes sped swiftly through the urban landscape of Spring City. Zhao Xiaoying gazed out of the window, enjoying the fleeting scenery. Her spirits lifted. She hummed a cheerful tune and playfully teased Zhang Hongfei from time to time. At the entrance of Baotou Springs, there was no need for Zhang Hongfei to purchase tickets himself. Such trivial matters were beneath him. Zhao Xiaoying attempted to do so, but was halted by the butler. "That's enough, Yingbao. You needn't concern yourself with such minor tasks." Indeed, it was the manner of a young master to delegate even the purchase of tickets. "If someone can do it for me, why should I do it myself?" Zhao Xiaoying shot Zhang Hongfei an exasperated glance. "I see you've grown accustomed to laziness." "Perhaps so." Moments later, the butler approached Zhao Xiaoying, presenting 2 tickets. "What does this mean?" she inquired. "You said it yourself. You are my secretary." "How infuriating." "I merely said that in jest." "Then how about you actually become my secretary? I shall pay you a salary." "Not interested." 100,000 a year. "Do not presume that money can win me over." 1 million a year. "Dream on." 10 million a year. "Very well, you have one." "It's settled at 10 million a year. No backing out now." "I thought you regarded money as worthless." "Humph. How could someone like you, a wealthy young master, understand the struggles of ordinary people? I once aspired to be a flight attendant, but due to my family's financial difficulties, I had to give up that dream. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to be noticed by Director Feng in a recent talent show, and I won the championship." "Oh, do you not have any other reaction?" "I have a chance to become a star." "You wish to be a star?" "I'm not sure, but I think being a big star would be quite splendid." "But if you become a star, how could you still be my secretary?" "Just imagine, if a big star were to be your secretary, wouldn't that be utterly delightful?" Zhang Hongfei wore an expression of disbelief. "Humph. Do you really think you have what it takes to become a great star?" Zhao Xiaoying's face radiated unwavering confidence. "Do not underestimate others." Zhang Hongfei, equally incredulous, regarded her with disdain. "What should you do? Would you consider sponsoring me in filming a television series or a movie?" "Forget it. I have no money. It doesn't require a substantial sum." "Absolutely not." "Could I perhaps receive an advance on my salary?" "No. Absolutely not." "Humph. The stingy young master." Amid Zhao Xiaoying's complaints, Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying found themselves before the renowned Baotou Spring. Zhao Xiaoying swiftly cast aside her aspirations of stardom. "Hurry over and assist me in taking photographs." "Ahem. I believe it is you who should assist me in this matter. You are the secretary." The stingy young master. Zhang Hongfei reluctantly took the camera from Zhao Xiaoying's hands and snapped a few photographs. "Thank you, you stingy young master. I have taken the pictures for you. I have expressed my gratitude, haven't I? All right, you have triumphed." After Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying finished their visit to the Baotou Spring, they aimlessly wandered the streets. Beneath a residential building, a group of high school students were engaged in a spirited game of football, despite the rudimentary playing field. Marked only by 2 makeshift goals fashioned from bricks placed on the ground, these young athletes played with great enthusiasm. Zhang Hongfei felt an irresistible itch in his heart and could not help but pause in his steps. Upon noticing his halt, Zhao Xiaoying also came to a standstill. She gazed intently at Zhang Hongfei's face, captivated by the serious demeanor he exhibited while watching the game. The earnestness of a man invariably possesses a unique allure. When a child scored a goal, Zhang Hongfei could not suppress his exuberant shout of "beautiful." The sound of his voice drew the attention of the nearby high school students. Initially, their eyes fell upon Zhang Hongfei, but he was swiftly overshadowed, as their gazes were drawn to Zhao Xiaoying. For males, The enchanting beauty of a female holds an equally compelling magnetism. "Brother, would you like to join us on the field for a while?" Zhang Hongfei exclaimed with delight. "Is it possible?" "Of course. Yingbao, please wait here for a moment. I shall go play a little football." Having long felt the itch to play, Zhang Hongfei did not hesitate to rush onto the field. "Pass. Pass. Give me the ball. Come on. Hurry up and charge." Oh dear. What a terrible kick. How could I miss from such a short distance? What a splendid play. That pass was exquisite. Upon stepping off the court, Zhang Hongfei seemed to transform into an entirely different person, shedding his usual modesty. On the playing field, his demeanor shifted to one of exuberance and confidence. Zhang Hongfei finds his utmost joy solely in the act of playing football. The skills exhibited by several high school students epitomize the general level of numerous football enthusiasts across the nation. Mediocre, or perhaps even lacking. Yet these students revel in the game with unyielding enthusiasm. In our country, many harbor a deep passion for football and actively participate in playing it. However, the sheer number of players does not necessarily correlate with the prowess of the national team. For the majority of football aficionados, the essence of the sport lies in participation. Fans consistently harbor a plethora of expectations for the national team, yet such sentiments are neither reasonable nor scientifically founded. You are merely imposing upon others the aspirations that you find unattainable for yourself. Many often proclaim, "If you can do it, so can I." But when the situation pertains to their own capabilities, they retort, "I am an amateur. They are professionals. They ought to excel beyond me." But is this truly the case? Is it a given that professionals will always surpass amateurs? Must amateurs invariably be inferior to professionals? While diligence in football is undeniably important, so too is innate talent. Yet, in our country, how many gifted children choose to pursue football as a profession? Instead, standardized examinations serve as the inevitable companions of childhood growth, relegating football to the status of a mere hobby. When you joyfully kick a ball on the streets, perhaps others share your sentiment, desiring nothing more than the simple pleasure of the game. Our ancestors devised the sport of football primarily as a means to pass the time, a pure form of entertainment. Thus, let us embrace a spirit of tolerance. Be lenient with yourself and with others. Perhaps, in the future, the national team will surprise you in ways you never anticipated. As Zhang Hongfei took to the stage, the dynamics of the match instantly shifted. Initially, both sides were evenly matched, yet with Zhang Hongfei's presence, the strength of his team surged dramatically. Although Zhang Hongfei is merely an amateur player, he possesses a level of skill that surpasses those who can only play occasionally. Zhang Hongfei discovered his confidence here. As they were all high school students, he refrained from employing his formidable skills, fearing he might inadvertently harm these young individuals. Zhang Hongfei relies on his extraordinary speed. Indeed, it is speed that defines him. Zhang Hongfei, with a speed of 63, appears before a group of high school students like a wolf among a flock of sheep, utterly unmatched. Chapter 22, Memories. In competitions of this nature, held in the streets and alleys, there are no stringent time constraints. The moment a parent calls out from a window, XXX, it's time to come home for dinner, all the children will scatter in a frenzy. Zhang Hongfei, with his graceful movements, agile footwork, and exceptional skills, effortlessly achieved a hat trick on the field. With each goal, he directly surged towards the net, skillfully dribbling the ball. On Zhang Hongfei's side, they currently boast a commanding lead of 4-2. Perhaps Zhang's exceptional performance has provoked the students on the opposing side. The students across the way have begun to resort to underhanded tactics. This reflects the mindset of the losing side. Whether it be the national team or children on the streets, the moment they suffer a defeat, a pathological or distorted psychology emerges, leading them to believe that if they amplify their movements just a bit, their opponents will be intimidated. But would Zhang Hongfei be afraid? Zhang Hongfei has participated in university leagues for 3 years, encountering a myriad of situations. Faced with opponents of a lesser caliber, he exhibited no fear whatsoever. Despite the underhanded tactics of his adversaries, Zhang Hongfei accomplished the remarkable feat of scoring 4 goals in a single match. Although it was merely a street game, his exhilarating performance brought forth a childlike joy as he jubilantly sprinted across the field in celebration. In his excitement, Zhang Hongfei even dashed to the sidelines to lift Zhao Xiaoying, spinning in a full 360 degrees before gently setting her down. Caught off guard by a sudden embrace, Zhao Xiaoying felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks, her heart racing with excitement. Yet, Zhang Hongfei remained oblivious to such details. Zhang Hongfei's temporary teammates rushed over to celebrate with him. A score of 5-2 effectively signaled the conclusion of the match. when a voice called out from a nearby window, "Erlengzi, it's time to go home for dinner." The street game came to an abrupt halt. "My mom's calling me home for dinner. We'll continue tomorrow." "All right." Today was truly unfair. You even recruited foreign aid. Haha. Strong teams always have foreign players, right? "Big brother, are you coming back tomorrow? If you do, let us team up against them." "Why should we team up with you?" "If Big brother comes back tomorrow, let us stick together. We had great synergy today." The mentality of these high school students reflects the mindset of certain domestic clubs. As long as they are good players, everyone wants them. Clinging to the successful is the shortcut to victory, for it is far easier than enhancing one's own skills. Even if they are well aware that this foreign player is merely a fleeting presence. Zhang Hongfei responded with a face full of regret. "I apologize, my young friends. I shall not return here tomorrow." "Ah, such a pity," exclaimed one of the youths. "You play football so well. You must be a professional player, right?" "What did you say?" "I was inquiring whether you are a professional player." "Me? I am merely an amateur player." "An amateur? That is still quite impressive. Which team do you play for, big brother?" "Huali." "What is Huali?" "Huali is a university. I play for the university's football team." "Oh, big brother. If the opportunity arises, let us play together again." "No problem." The high school students gradually departed in small groups, each returning to their respective homes. Zhang Hongfei gazed at the receding figures of the children, his heart brimming with emotions. This group of young football enthusiasts, yearning to play during their holiday, found themselves devoid of a proper pitch, resorting instead to laying down 2 stones and kicking a ball upon the concrete ground. Those who have played football know well that falling is an inevitable part of the game, and minor injuries are frequent companions. After a match, one might find their trousers torn, knees grazed, and palms scraped. Yet, these passionate young individuals refuse to relinquish their joy. In the future, they will evolve into fervent supporters of the national team, projecting their unfulfilled football dreams onto the players representing their country, because they cannot fulfill these aspirations themselves. Lacking the opportunity to do so, they seek to realize their dreams through the feet of others. This anticipation weighs heavily, a profound burden resting upon the hearts of each individual. Zhang Hongfei suddenly felt an immense weight pressing down upon his shoulders. Zhang Hongfei pondered. Could it be that this burden would eventually fall upon my shoulders? Zhao Xiaoying, curious, inquired, "What is it, you stingy young master? Why do you appear somewhat melancholic?" "It's nothing," he replied. "You're deceiving yourself. Your face is clearly etched with concerns. Whatever it is, you can confide in me. My lips are always sealed." Upon finishing her words, Zhao Xiaoying clasped her hands tightly over her mouth. He chuckled softly, wondering how long they could continue to relish such joyful moments while playing football. After Zhang Hongfei finished speaking, he glanced around, finding himself surrounded by towering buildings. As the number of high-rises continues to increase, correspondingly, the leisure spaces for people diminish. Perhaps it will not be long before these children find that seeking an open area to play football becomes a mere luxury. Zhang Hongfei vividly recalls an incident from his high school days. One afternoon after school, he chanced upon a group of classmates joyfully engaged in a game of football. The space was modest, marked only by 4 large stones serving as makeshift goals. Despite the limited area, their laughter and exuberance filled the air. However, a mishap soon ensued. One of the students, in a moment of enthusiasm, struck the ball with such force that it careened into a parked Mercedes, shattering its side mirror. Instantly, the boy was engulfed in tears, for his family was not well off, and the damage to the luxurious vehicle would undoubtedly exacerbate their financial struggles. The shrill alarm of the Mercedes pierced the atmosphere, and upon the arrival of the owner, a torrent of reprimands ensued. Directed at the group of students playing by the roadside, the boy responsible for the accident was instructed to call his parents, standing there in trepidation. Utterly speechless and reluctant to make the call, he feared the repercussions of that phone call, knowing that a beating at home was inevitable. But his greater worry was that his parents might force him to abandon his studies in order to work. The Mercedes owner was relentless, insisting that all the boys summon their parents, threatening to deliver a stern lecture to them as well. Zhang Hongfei stood to the side, unable to bear the sight any longer. Given Zhang Hongfei's disposition, it was evident that this matter would not end amicably. "Brother Fei, you've arrived. The savior is here." Upon seeing Zhang Hongfei, the classmates immediately encircled him, seeking his assistance. Zhang Hongfei approached the owner of the Mercedes-Benz with a disdainful expression and inquired, "How much did you pay for this car?" The owner replied, "I purchased it last month for 500,000. Zhang remarked, "Excellent. 500,000, is it? All right, everyone, gather around. Let us collectively vandalize this vehicle. I shall cover the cost of 500. 000. Remember, use the balls to kick it. Let us not dirty our hands. As soon as Zhang Hongfei's words fell, the group of students wasted no time, each delivering a forceful kick to the unfortunate Mercedes. Given the level of these high school students, their kicking prowess was quite rudimentary. It wasn't long before the car was rendered utterly unrecognizable. Although the owner of the Mercedes promptly called the police, by the time they arrived, the vehicle had already suffered irreparable damage. Chapter 23, Memories continued, Officers. There's no need to apprehend anyone. I shall compensate him with 500. It's merely a trifling sum. The owner of the Mercedes was infuriated by Zhang Hongfei's declaration. Pointing an accusatory finger at him, the owner yelled, You. How could a mere high school student possess 500. Who do you think you're fooling? How have your parents raised you? What kind of education did you receive at school? You are nothing but trash. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Zhang Hongfei's eyes. What are you to dare speak to me, you little brat? The owner of the Mercedes-Benz intended to step forward and strike Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei's classmates are well aware of his true character. If they do not step forward at this moment, then when will they? Several classmates of Zhang Hongfei swiftly surrounded the owner of the Mercedes-Benz and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. Officer, did you witness that? He was the one who struck first. Regardless of the circumstances, violence is never justified. You all need to accompany us for a while. Then allow me to make a phone call first. Zhang Hongfei placed a call to Zhao Yi to clarify the situation. At that moment, Zhao Yi had just begun her role as Zhang Hongfei's personal secretary. Initially, Zhao Yi harbored reservations about working for someone like Zhang Hongfei, the epitome of a wealthy and handsome man. However, each of Zhang Hongfei's actions gradually shifted her perception, revealing a kind-hearted nature that left the most profound impression on her. Before long, 2 police officers received a call from their superiors, resulting in a fine of 200, followed by the order to disband. Naturally, this fine was imposed on the owner of the Mercedes. In public spaces, particularly in the presence of law enforcement, initiating a physical altercation invariably leads to penalties. The only reason the culprit was not apprehended was that Zhang Hongfei believed his classmate was at fault and chose to show leniency. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yi arrived at the scene, driving a sleek Porsche. In her hand, she carried a black briefcase containing a substantial sum of 500 in cash. Young Master Zhang, the money is all here, she declared. Zhang Hongfei approached the bruised and battered owner of the Mercedes, carrying a suitcase. Did you not claim that I was impoverished? Behold, I present you with the money now. Zhang Hongfei, before the gaze of all present, opened the black briefcase, revealing stacks upon stacks of banknotes within. Zhang Hongfei cast an irritable glare at Zhao Yi upon seeing the banknotes. Zhao Yi pretended not to notice. Zhang Hongfei just made a call, requesting Zhao Yi to bring over 600,000 coins. Zhang Hongfei contemplated using money to intimidate both individuals and vehicles. However, Zhao Yi vehemently opposed Zhang Hongfei's reckless proposition. Zhao Yi withdrew 500,000 in cash from the bank, all in banknotes. 500,000. Count it. Do not accuse me of undercompensation. At this juncture, the owner of the Mercedes, who had just received a ticket from the police, realized he had entangled himself with a figure he should not have provoked. No need to count. I trust your words. The Mercedes owner, having suffered a loss of his vehicle and endured a beating, hurriedly departed with the 500,000. Remaining any longer would only heighten his fears for his own life. Once the situation had settled, Zhang Hongfei's classmates immediately surrounded him, lifting him into the air while chanting in unison, "Long live Brother Fei." In that moment, Zhang Hongfei felt that the 500,000 he had just spent was truly worthwhile, a joy that gold cannot buy. Thus, the reminiscence came to an end. Hey, everyone has left. What are you still standing there for? Zhao Xiaoying's voice broke through to Zhang Hongfei's ears. Oh, they've already departed. What were you just thinking about? You seemed so engrossed. Just some old memories. Pray, share them with me. Zhang Hongfei cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Xiaoying, inquiring, what does this have to do with you? It does indeed. She retorted, I am your personal secretary. Yes, a personal secretary. Not just another mother figure. He snapped. Do not ask questions that are not yours to pose. After Zhang Hongfei spoke, he walked towards the distance. Zhao Xiaoying gazed at his silhouette, silently vowing to herself, Humph. One day, I shall compel you to reveal all the secrets hidden within your heart. After an intense game of football, Zhang Hongfei felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his entire body drenched. Dressed in formal attire while playing football with a group of high school students, Zhang Hongfei truly found himself in an unparalleled situation. Zhang Hongfei took out his phone, commencing his search for a dining establishment. What are you looking for? A restaurant. With so many eateries lining the streets, can't you simply choose one and dine there? You called me a young master. How could I possibly patronize such roadside establishments? Then you are undoubtedly missing out on a plethora of exquisite delicacies. In my extensive experience, true culinary treasures are found only in these humble street-side diners. Oh? Why don't you treat me then? Why should I treat you? You are the young master. You possess wealth. I am but a pauper. I adhere to a personal dining principle. Each meal must exceed 10,000 yuan. However, should you treat me, this rule shall not apply. How extravagant. It is simply how I was raised. Humph. Spending 10,000 on a single meal. Are you consuming gold? Quite nearly. No way. You must take me to witness how one can spend 10,000 on a meal. Aren't you treating me to a meal? I've already invited you to travel in first class. No. Treat me. Hurry and take me to eat. I am famished. I haven't even had lunch today. Very well. Just wait a moment. If there were a dozen or so people, it would be quite normal for a meal to cost tens of thousands. Yet, for Zhang Hongfei to dine alone, spending over 10,000 each time, invites a degree of disdain. Zhao Xiaoying, while looking down upon Zhang Hongfei, was simultaneously filled with anticipation. Zhang Hongfei took out his mobile phone and began searching for a dining establishment. The area of Spring City is not extensive, and there are few upscale restaurants. Zhang Hongfei effortlessly discovered the most prestigious French restaurant in the vibrant city of Springs. Zhang Hongfei made a phone call to the butler, and shortly thereafter, the driver arrived to escort both Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhao Xiaoying, feeling a bit anxious, inquired, "Western cuisine?" "French cuisine," Zhang replied. "It's my first time." "Haha, I thought you were more worldly." "This has nothing to do with being worldly, all right? You do know how to use a knife and fork, don't you?" "Of course." "Very well then." Zhang Hongfei snapped his fingers, and immediately a waiter approached. "Waiter, please find me a table by the window for two." "Certainly, sir." "Please follow me." Under the guidance of the waiter, Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying arrived at a seat with a breathtaking view. Upon gazing out the window, Zhao Xiaoying couldn't help but exclaim, "How beautiful! It's merely passable. Don't you think your standards are a bit too high? Perhaps it's your standards that are too low." Zhao Xiaoying raised her small fist towards Zhang Hongfei, playfully waving it a couple of times in a mock show of defiance. "You're just fortunate to have a good father." "Haha. Well, there's nothing I can do about that. As the saying goes, luck is also a part of strength. Some people are simply born under an unlucky star, and that is just how it is." Chapter 24, Zhang Hongfei's Test. In 2006, the Chinese Super League was in full swing. On July 15th, at 7:45 p.m., the Shandong Luoning team was set to face off against the Shanghai Shenhua team at their home ground, the Shandong Provincial Sports Center. As a devoted football fan, Zhang Hongfei would undoubtedly not miss such a classic match. However, attending this game in person poses a considerable risk for him, as he plans to cheer for the Lianqing team at the home ground of the Luoning team. This endeavor requires immense courage. Historically, the Lianqing team existed for merely a year, merging with the Shenhua team in 2007. Nevertheless, the current owner of the Lianqing team is still Mr. Zhu from the 9th city. Despite its brief existence in the history of the Chinese Super League, the Lianqing team managed to achieve an impressive 7th place. Today is July 14th, leaving only one day until the match between Luoning and Lianqing. Zhang Hongfei had the butler procure 2 tickets for the game in advance. Why not just one? Zhang Hongfei believes that the joy of watching football must be shared with others. Therefore, regardless of Zhao Xiaoying's willingness, he insists on taking her along. After all, a salary of 10 million a year should not be squandered, right? Having an attractive companion by his side in the stands is also quite delightful. For Zhao Xiaoying, this is her first experience with Western cuisine. For a girl hailing from a working-class background, dining on such fare is a luxury indeed, especially when accompanied by someone like Zhang Hongfei, who insists on ordering only the most expensive dishes. "Lobster? Don't tell me you've never seen a lobster before." "Of course I've seen one. Only on television," she replies. "Am I really expected to consume such a large lobster all by myself? How absurd. You must be joking." "I expect half of it." "The stingy young master," Zhang Hongfei retorts. "Dearing, if you promise not to call me stingy young master again, I might consider allowing you to have the entire lobster to yourself." "All right then, not so stingy young master. That title seems quite fitting for you, doesn't it?" Zhang Hongfei sighed and said, "You may continue to call me the petty young master." Zhang Hongfei extended his large hand, unceremoniously reaching for the lobster. However, before he could seize it, Zhao Xiaoying placed the entire plate of lobsters before herself. The stingy young master, I shall not be polite with you. Having never tasted lobster before, Zhao Xiaoying had long been salivating from the sidelines. Are you not leaving any for me? Aren't you wealthy? Just order another one. Why must you compete with a mere girl for food? You are indeed ruthless. Waiter, bring me another lobster. Remember, it must be larger than this one. Certainly, sir. As soon as the waiter departed, Zhao Xiaoying scoffed. Why must it be bigger than mine? Because I can eat more than you. Although merely jesting. Zhang Hongfei's appetite had indeed been substantial since childhood. Anyone who truly loves playing football possesses a hearty appetite. Soon, the entire spread of dishes was consumed by Zhang Hongfei. Zhao Xiaoying's appetite was proportional to her height and weight. Despite having snatched Zhang Hongfei's lobster, she could not finish it all. Zhang Hongfei seized the opportunity to impart a lesson in political wisdom to Zhao Xiaoying. Wastefulness is an egregious crime. I refuse to believe you could surpass me in any regard. At the very least, I do not squander food. You are deceiving yourself. I assure you it's true. Since childhood, my appetite has been prodigious, nearly double that of my peers. Why, you may ask? Because I have a passion for playing football. This afternoon, while observing you play, I noticed you consistently dribble the ball towards the goal. I couldn't help but feel you lack the skills. Ahem. I was merely accommodating them. You witnessed it yourself. That goal was hardly legitimate, devoid of a crossbar. If I were to take a shot, they would claim I kicked too high, and what then? Thus, bringing the ball into the net was the safest and most prudent approach. Is that not the case? It must be so. How can I possibly trust your words? By the way, Yingbao, will you accompany me to a football match tomorrow evening? A football match? I am not particularly fond of watching. No, you must accompany me. With an annual salary of 10 million, how could you utter the word no to me? You speak of a 10 million salary, yet I have yet to see a single cent. Share your bank account number with me, and I shall transfer the 10 million to you right now. Surely you jest? Are you serious? You would hand me 10 million without fear of my absconding? Haha. If you fled, that would be even better. I would finally have peace without anyone bothering me. How naive of you to think that. I have no intention of leaving. Despite her words, Zhao Xiaoying nonetheless provided her bank account number to Zhang Hongfei. She had entered the workforce with the sole purpose of earning money to alter her family's circumstances. Given this promising opportunity, Zhao Xiaoying certainly would not let it slip away. Zhang Hongfei sent his card number to Zhao Yi, requesting her to transfer 10 million into the account. Oh, Yingbao, what is wrong? Did you receive it so soon? This is indeed 10 million. The Xinjiang Bank has a partnership with my family, thus streamlining many procedures. Truly impressive for a young master. Now that the 10 million has been received, will you be keeping me warm tonight? What? Are you that kind of person? Zhang Hongfei remarked with a mischievous grin. Only now do you realize? Indeed, I am precisely that sort of person. Zhao Xiaoying glanced at the message notification on her phone, revealing a deposit of 10 million. She then lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Hongfei's eyes. Her pearly teeth clenched tightly, as a fierce internal struggle unfolded in her mind. Zhang Hongfei, observing Zhao Xiaoying's expression, secretly rejoiced within himself. Zhang Hongfei was merely jesting with Zhao Xiaoying moments ago. However, upon witnessing Zhao Xiaoying's earnestness, he found the situation rather amusing. Zhang Hongfei was deeply curious about the choice Zhao Xiaoying would ultimately make. After much internal struggle, Zhao Xiaoying finally mustered the courage to ask, "Will you marry me?" Zhang Hongfei retorted, "Do you truly believe I would marry you?" "No," she replied. "Then why do you even ask? If you were willing to deceive me, to assure me that you would marry me in the future, I would gladly warm your bed tonight. I apologize. I have previously spoken falsehoods and caused pain to a girl. Since then, I have vowed never to lie to a girl again." "Oh, who did you hurt?" "That is none of your concern. Do share. First, you must answer my question." "No. I refuse." "Haha. What are you laughing at? I have rejected you, yet you can still smile? Yingbao, you have truly not disappointed me." Upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's words, Zhao Xiaoying scrutinized him with a look of suspicion. "You stingy young master. You're not hiding any ill intentions, are you?" Chapter 25, Deceiving Grandma Chui. After finishing dinner, Zhang Hongfei, in high spirits, insisted on taking Zhao Xiaoying to the mall for shopping. Zhang Hongfei possesses a commendable physique due to his engagement in football, although his stamina attribute stands at a mere 51. Falling short of the professional athlete's average benchmark of 60, it is nonetheless regarded as exceptional when compared to the average individual. Zhang Hongfei took Zhao Xiaoying by the hand and they meandered through the largest shopping mall in the Spring City. The two indulged in aimless wandering without spending a dime. Eventually, with her feet weary from walking, Zhao Xiaoying, while massaging her delicate white ankles, questioned Zhang Hongfei, "What exactly are you trying to accomplish?" "Shopping, of course. Observe how others enjoy their shopping. Others are others, I am I. You may continue on your own. I am fatigued." "No. You are my secretary. You must accompany me." "Shall I resign then?" "No. It is too late for that." Zhang Hongfei unceremoniously dragged Zhao Xiaoying to continue their shopping expedition. "I implore you. Please spare me. I can hardly move. My feet are about to give way." "No way. After indulging so much this evening, if we don't exercise a bit, we shall surely gain weight." "I'm not worried. I never gain weight. As your employer, I am diligently striving to shed some pounds. How can you, as my secretary, lack the motivation to follow in my footsteps?" Zhang Hongfei devised this peculiar strategy to assist Zhao Xiaoying in her quest for weight loss, driven by his concern that she might gain weight from overeating. However, the effectiveness of such an approach remains a mystery known only to fate. Thus, the two of them meandered through the mall until its closing hour. Naturally, as a form of compensation, they departed with their hands laden with shopping bags. Zhao Xiaoying, who initially bore a countenance of despondency, emerged from the mall radiating joy. With a mere wave of her hand, she had spent millions on shopping, leaving her feeling as though she were in a dream. Upon exiting, the butler and chauffeur awaited them respectfully at the entrance. The driver adeptly took all their purchases and placed them in the trunk. "Mr. Zhang, where shall we head next? Are there any entertaining locales in the city tonight? Are you referring to legitimate venues or more clandestine ones?" The butler's response left Zhang Hongfei momentarily bewildered. Legitimate? Clandestine? Zhang Hongfei is still a university student and remains somewhat uninformed about certain aspects of society. Zhao Xiaoying discreetly tugged at Zhang Hongfei's shirt and suggested, "Let us return to the hotel." Zhang Hongfei stroked his chin and remarked, "I wish to explore the unconventional." "Mr. Zhang, I would advise against venturing into the unconventional," came the response. "Why is that?" he inquired. "It poses considerable danger. With just the two of us, it would be challenging to ensure the safety of both you and the lady." "Very well, then I shall refrain from going. Let's return to the hotel." Upon hearing of the peril, Zhang Hongfei immediately succumbed to apprehension. The night passed in silence. The following day, Zhang Hongfei, accompanied by Zhao Xiaoying, set out to find Chui. As it was a holiday, Chui had returned to his hometown, which lies not far from the spring city. Zhang Hongfei, filled with earnest determination, embarked on a journey to conquer new horizons. In the car, Zhao Xiaoying, filled with trepidation, inquired, "Zhang Hongfei, where are we headed? Are you afraid I might sell you?" He jested. "Indeed, I am seeking someone." "Who?" "Chui, whom you do not know." "What is your purpose in finding him?" "I am a member of the university team, currently recruiting players for our squad." "University? No. Do not tell me you have never heard of that name." "I truly have not." "What is it?" "Well, Chui hails from a rural background. It is July now, and he is at home assisting his parents with farm chores." As the luxurious Mercedes glided into the village, it immediately captured the attention of the local populace, particularly when Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying emerged from the vehicle. It sparked a flurry of speculation among the villagers. "Whose young master is this, visiting our humble abode? Such a magnificent car. What a beautiful girl. She would make a splendid bride for our Zhuzi. You must be dreaming. Can't you see she already has an owner?" Upon disembarking, the steward approached Zhang Hongfei, inquiring, "Mr. Zhang, we are waiting for you just outside the village." "Very well. No problem." Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoying interjected, "I shall not accompany you any longer." "What has transpired?" "The villagers appear quite formidable. I feel frightened." "What is there to fear with me by your side? You are my secretary, if you do not accompany me." "Whom do you intend to follow?" "I am feeling unwell." Zhang Hongfei inquired with concern, "Could it be that you are pregnant?" Zhao Xiaoying retorted, "Pa, as if one could conceive in just a night. Do you think so highly of yourself? Spare yourself the self-adulation." With a laugh, she added, "I shall return shortly. You rest well in the car." Zhang Hongfei, with a mere inquiry in the village, swiftly ascertained the whereabouts of the Chu family's residence. When Zhang Hongfei arrived, Chui and his parents were out tending to the fields, leaving only the elderly grandmother alone at home. "Who are you?" asked the grandmother. "Hello, dear grandmother. My name is Zhang Hongfei, and I am here to see Chui." "Oh, you are here for my grandson. What a pity, he is not at home." "Where did Chui go?" "He has gone to work in the fields." "When will he return?" "At the very least, it will be around noon." Zhang Hongfei glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. "I shall wait for him here," he decided. "Very well." Grandmother casually picked up a small stool and offered it to Zhang Hongfei. Please, take a seat. Thank you. Zhang Hongfei surveyed the interior of Chu Yi's home. A quintessential rural dwelling. The dilapidated furniture, the faded walls, the weathered entrance, and the chickens and dogs scurrying about in the yard all served as indicators of Chu Yi's modest family circumstances. Seizing the opportunity before Chu Yi's return, Zhang Hongfei engaged Chu Yi's grandmother in amiable conversation. Grandma, do you know what Chu Yi enjoys doing in his spare time? My grandson? He loves to play football. Every morning, he takes a football and runs around the village, claiming it's for training. I truly don't understand what is so enjoyable about kicking that ball around. A bunch of people just kicking it back and forth. What's the point? It would be far more fulfilling to set up a few mahjong tables. Haha. Indeed, Grandma. Playing football is no match for the practicality of mahjong. Exactly. Mahjong brings in money so swiftly. Just a few minutes per round. Grandma, you must be quite the expert at mahjong. Haha. Oh, young man, you've seen right through me. How old are you this year, Grandma? 60, perhaps? 60? I'm actually 71 this year. Unbelievable. You hardly look a day over 60. You don't seem aged at all. Flattery will get you everywhere, young man. What is your relation to my grandson? We're friends. It must be a very close friendship, then. Haha. Yes, a friendship that is indeed very close. Zhang Hongfei found himself at Chu Yi's home, engaging in pleasant conversation with Chu Yi's grandmother. Through her narratives, he gleaned numerous anecdotes about Chu Yi's past. Chapter 26, a display of football skills at noon. Chu Yi and his parents finally returned home. Upon their arrival, they were astonished to find Zhang Hongfei engrossed in amiable dialogue with Chu Yi's grandmother. Chu Yi's father regarded Zhang Hongfei with a wary expression, inquiring, Mom, who is this? This is Xiao Fei, a dear friend of Chu Yi. Son, do you know him? Chu Yi scrutinized Zhang Hongfei intently before replying. I don't know him. Mom, he is a bad person. Chu Yi doesn't he know him? Uncle, please do not misunderstand. I am not a bad person. I am the captain of the Huali school team, here specifically to invite Chu Yi to join us. Huali? Indeed, Huali. It enjoys a modest reputation in the city. Furthermore, our team comprises many like-minded young individuals, which would greatly benefit your development. Hence, please consider joining us at Huali. Chu Yi. Chu Yi, do you believe what he says? Dad, Mom, I wish to step outside with him. Chu Yi turned to Zhang Hongfei and said, Come with me. All right. Chu Yi's nanny called after them. You two should get along well. As Chu Yi exited, he casually grabbed a football. In the open space outside the village, Chu Yi asked, Are you truly the captain of the Huali team? Indeed. Absolutely authentic. In fact, just a few days ago, I received an invitation from Sholi. But I have yet to decide whether to accept it. Don't go. You mustn't go. Why not? Sholi's football team is quite renowned domestically. It is precisely because of that notoriety that Sholi may not be suitable for you. Zhang Hongfei, just call me Fij. That's what the team members call me. Fij. If you wish for me to join Huali, I need to see a glimmer of hope. Hope? What sort of hope? The hope of securing a championship. Absolutely. How do you want me to prove it? Since you are the captain of Huali, your skills must be exceptional, correct? Of course. Chu Yi raised the football and declared, Let us have a match. If you win, I will join Huali. Agreed. It's a deal. Zhang Hongfei's understanding of Chu Yi's prowess is solely based on the information provided by Zhao Yi. However, he is eager to personally ascertain the true extent of Chu Yi's capabilities. Prior to recruiting Shi Yong, Zhang Hongfei had observed him play on the sidelines and gained an understanding of Shi Yong's capabilities. Zhang Hongfei aspires to recruit only those players of genuine skill and substance. Upon witnessing Zhang Hongfei acquiesce to his request, Chu Yi gently tossed the football into the air and commenced juggling it. Chu Yi's juggling technique was remarkably proficient. He seamlessly alternated between his left and right foot, expertly utilizing the inner and outer sides of his feet, as well as his thighs, shoulders, chest, and head. Observing Chu Yi's adept performance, Zhang Hongfei nodded in approval. Indeed, he was a student from a reputable sports academy. Chu Yi's foundational skills were undeniably solid. His juggling prowess surpassed that of certain players on the Wari University team. Chu Yi continued to juggle for over 5 minutes. Before cradling the ball in his arms and inquiring of Zhang Hongfei, Brother Fei, do you need a warm-up? Zhang Hongfei is conducting an inspection at Chu Yi, who is equally eager to ascertain whether Zhang possesses genuine prowess. Chu Yi has long aspired to become a professional player, and his ambitions diverge significantly from those of an amateur like Zhang Hongfei. Securing a championship in the collegiate league could open the door for Chu Yi to obtain a professional contract, even if it means playing in the second division. After all, apart from football, Chu Yi lacks any other skills. This choice may profoundly influence the trajectory of his life. Therefore, Chu Yi wishes to personally verify Zhang Hongfei's capabilities and whether he can lead the Huali University team to victory. With that thought in mind, Chu Yi tosses the football to Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei caught the soccer ball deftly with both hands. Zhang Hongfei understood that if he did not showcase his skills today, he would not be able to pass this crucial test. He was about to reveal his shortcomings. Zhang Hongfei also began his warm-up by juggling the ball. Zhang Hongfei's juggling, though not as proficient as Chu Yi's, is nonetheless quite commendable. Zhang Hongfei dribbled the ball while inquiring, "Chu Yi, you seem quite invested in the championship, don't you?" "Indeed. Why is that?" "Because I aspire to become a professional player." "Oh? Yet the path of a professional athlete is fraught with challenges. Aside from playing football, I possess no other skills. If I fail to become a professional, I shall have no choice but to return home and assist my parents in farming." "Ah, I see. If Fij has warmed up sufficiently, shall we commence? How shall we compete?" "We will challenge each other in dribbling and shooting. You will first dribble past me, and then aim to strike that large tree over there. Afterwards, we will switch roles. What if you miss? If I hit the tree, you lose. If I also miss, it shall be deemed a tie." Zhang Hongfei gently placed the ball on the ground, resting one foot upon it. "All right, let us commence." "Indeed. Bring it on, Brother Fei." Chu Yi positioned himself 5 meters away from Zhang Hongfei, his gaze firmly fixed on him. Zhang Hongfei similarly kept a close watch on Chu Yi. At this moment, everything surrounding Zhang Hongfei and Chu Yi seemed to come to a standstill. The wind ceased abruptly. The sound of fallen leaves was discernible. An undercurrent of murderous intent pervaded the air, creating an atmosphere of restless agitation. Zhang Hongfei suddenly sprang into action. Zhang Hongfei charged towards Chu Yi with the ball at his feet. Chu Yi, undeterred, lunged forward to confront him. The 5-meter gap was scarcely a distance at all. Merely 2 seconds later, their bodies collided with a resounding impact. Chu Yi extended his foot in an attempt to intercept the ball. Zhang Hongfei attempted to maneuver past his opponent by separating the ball from his body, deftly evading Chu Yi's interception. However, to his astonishment, Zhang discovered that Chu Yi's speed was remarkably comparable to his own. While he successfully advanced the ball, he found himself still entangled in a fierce battle for position with Chu Yi. Zhang Hongfei, in a moment of self-reflection, mused to himself, "It appears that I had underestimated Chu Yi previously. Although Chu Yi is several years my junior, his prowess is on par with mine." Zhang Hongfei and Chu Yi were engaged in a playful tussle, vying for possession of the football. Zhang Hongfei possesses slightly greater strength than Chu Yi. With a slight exertion from Zhang Hongfei, Chu Yi's body began to sway unsteadily. Zhang Hongfei seized the opportunity to gain control of the football. Bang! Zhang Hongfei unleashed a powerful shot, and the football soared with unwavering precision. Aha! What a surprise! This shot was truly unexpected. Zhang Hongfei turned to Chu Yi and said apologetically, "It's all right. Now it's my turn to attack." Chu Yi dashed over to retrieve the football. Chu Yi's offensive strategy mirrored that of Zhang Hongfei, employing the same technique of dribbling the ball past his opponent. Zhang Hongfei's defensive attributes, at a mere 30, are frankly abysmal. Before Chu Yi executed his skillful dribble, he performed a dazzling flick that successfully deceived Zhang Hongfei. As Chu Yi maneuvered past Zhang, he unleashed a shot that confidently struck the distant tree. Following the defeat, Zhang Hongfei, with a sense of resignation, acknowledged his loss, declaring, "I have lost." Chapter 27. Bewildering Chu Yi with a look of sincere apology, Chu Yi addressed Zhang Hongfei, saying, "I'm truly sorry, Brother Fei. It's all right. Ha ha ha. Your skills are quite impressive." Zhang Hongfei did not perceive the loss as a reflection of his own inadequacy. Rather, he attributed the outcome to the formidable prowess of Chu Yi. "Brother Fei, it seems that fate has destined me to be estranged from Huali," he chuckled. "However, dear Chu Yi, one must not speak in such a manner. Although I have faced defeat, it does not imply that the Huali team is weak. To be candid, prior to seeking you out, I had successfully recruited a forward to join the Huali team. You are my second target, and many more exceptional players will soon join our ranks at Huali." Ah, behold. Zhang Hongfei retrieved his phone and, after a brief manipulation, handed it over to Chu Yi. A glance at the screen revealed information about Shi Yong and Chu Yi. "You have been investigating me?" "Of course. I certainly do not wish to journey all the way to Shandong only to recruit a useless player. It appears that Brother Fei is genuinely intent on assembling a team to vie for the championship. Indeed, My intentions are sincere. Brother Chu, to speak candidly, I have been biding my time at Huali for 3 years, and in this final year, I am determined to lead Huali to achieve commendable results. Once I graduate next year, I too have a football dream to fulfill. So, Brother Fei aspires to play in professional leagues? As for professionalism, that remains to be seen. But I will certainly continue to play. After all, football is my one true passion. Chu mused to himself. A person so devoted to football must surely be a good individual. His understanding of the world was confined to his home and sports school. Chui categorized people simply into 2 types, those who play football and those who do not. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Zhang Hongfei, Brother Fei. I would be willing to join Huali, but can you promise me a championship? I wish I could. However, my word alone does not suffice. A team comprises 11 players, and it requires the collective effort of all 11 to secure a championship. What position did you finish in this year? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei quickly responded. This year's ranking is of little significance. What truly matters is that in the upcoming season, we possess the strength to seize the championship. If Zhang Hongfei were to candidly inform Chu Yi that this year the Wari University team has not even managed to excel in the city of Shan, the prospect of enticing Chu Yi would likely be utterly futile. Chu Yi, in agreement, acknowledged, Brother Fei, your words hold merit. We indeed ought to look ahead. Indeed, we must look forward. With Shi Yong now having joined the Wari University team, our offensive capabilities are remarkably robust. However, we still need to bolster our midfield. Thus, the decision now rests with you. Chui, come join us at Wari. Let us strive together for the championship. Chui's expression revealed a hint of intrigue. Yet he still had not reached a final decision. Zhang Hongfei discreetly observed Chu Yi's expression, discerning that he was still a tad short of the mark. For anyone hailing from a rural background and pursuing football, family invariably occupies the foremost position in their hearts. Many believe that playing football can alter one's fate. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that this path can also lead to a dead end. Take, for instance, a mid-tier team in the 2nd division. The monthly salary of a key player is merely 7,500, falling short of 10,000. The bonus for winning a match amounts to 60,000, leading to an average of around 3,000 for the main players. The annual earnings of these principal players barely exceed a few 100,000, and that is contingent on a string of victories. Chu Yi's aspiration is to secure a place in the 2nd division or even ascend to the 1st division to pursue his football dreams. Zhang Hongfei resolved to initiate a monetary offensive to fully subdue Chu Yi. Chu Yi, if you're willing to join Huali, I can arrange for a special scholarship on your behalf. Oh, how much? 30,000. Zhang Hongfei initially intended to propose a sum of 100,000, but upon reflection, he realized that once everyone joined the university team and resided in the same dormitory, conversations would inevitably lead to comparisons among one another. Zhang Hongfei allocated merely 10,000 for Shi Yong's joining fee, yet now he is offering 30,000 to Chu Yi, which seems rather excessive. However, in Zhang Hongfei's estimation, Chu Yi's worth far surpasses that of Shi Yong. While Shi Yong is merely a forward, Chu Yi occupies the pivotal role of a midfielder. Although Zhang Hongfei also plays as a midfielder and feels quite confident in his abilities, he is acutely aware that his organizational skills are not on par with Chu Yi's. Just considering Chu Yi's swift, steady, and precise shot just now, Zhang Hongfei is convinced of Chu Yi's potential. 30,000? Is that for real? Indeed, 30,000. If the team secures a victory, there will also be a bonus for winning. Furthermore, if we advance in the University League and clinch the championship, there will be additional rewards. Really? Absolutely. Hurry up. Once this opportunity passes, it may never come again. However, Chu Yi, I understand what you're thinking. You are worried that the team might not win the championship, am I right? Yes. If we fail to secure the title in the University League, I might miss out on the chance to play in the 2nd division. Do not fret. In my personal capacity, I assure you, if the team does not achieve victory, I will help you find a position in the 2nd division. Brother Fei, what exactly is your identity? Haha, I've mentioned it before. I am the captain of the university team. Surely, that is not all? I have an inkling that Brother Fei possesses an extraordinary aura. Haha, could it be that my regal presence is emanating? Brother Fei, what do you actually do? I am a tall, rich, and handsome man. What does that entail? Is being tall, rich, and handsome also a profession? Is it related to football? It sounds akin to being a street sweeper. Brother Fei, why has your expression changed? Did I say something wrong? You did not err. It is I who have faltered. I should not have shared such matters with you. After a brief silence, Chu Yi finally resolved himself. Brother Fei, I have made my decision. I wish to join Huali. Of course, the promised scholarship of 30,000 yuan from Zhang Hongfei played a crucial role in this decision. Zhang Hongfei extended his right hand. Chu Yi, welcome to Huali. Chu Yi reached out his hand. I hope you will take good care of me from now on. Brother Fei, no problem. It's all on me. Once you arrive in Shanghai, I assure you will fall in love with Huali. Indeed, this time, Zhang Hongfei did not even pay a deposit. Chu Yi was a man of his word. Once he committed to something, he held fast to it without doubt. This made Zhang Hongfei feel quite ashamed. He had deceived and tricked Chu Yi into coming to Huali. Would Huali be able to clinch the championship next season? System brother, why are you so quiet? Having secured Chu Yi, Zhang Hongfei was in good spirits, humming a tune as he returned to the outskirts of the village. Zhao Xiaoying was nearly out of patience. Why did you take so long? I thought you were planning to have lunch here. Chapter 28. By the Daming Lake, I just had a match with Chu Yi. So, did you win or lose? Bao, do you think I would lose? Well, that's hard to say. Bao, you shouldn't say that. You are my personal secretary. You must support me unconditionally. In your dreams. Let's go. We're heading back to Quaching. You still have to accompany me to watch the match tonight. Can I opt out of going to watch the match with you? Sure. Just return my 10 million. I suppose I'll begrudgingly accompany you to the match after all. Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying returned to the Spring City in the afternoon. Well past 2 o'clock. It's all your fault. I didn't even get to have lunch. She lamented. Consider it a means of dieting. No way. You must compensate me. How shall I do that? By indulging in lobster. More food? You already snatched my portion last night. Is that not sufficient? But lobster is simply delectable. Very well, then. Zhang Hongfei snapped his fingers, exclaiming, Driver, to the restaurant we dined at last night. Certainly, sir. 20 minutes later, Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying arrived at the French restaurant, which had already closed for the night. However, Zhang Hongfei insisted on using his wealth to persuade the establishment to reopen its doors. Before Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying, there lay a table adorned with 4 magnificent lobsters. Zhang Hongfei observed Zhao Xiaoying drooling, completely devoid of any semblance of ladylike decorum, and he began to feel a twinge of regret for ordering such an abundance of large lobsters. Thank you, Zhao Xiaoying exclaimed, all the while savoring her meal. Zhang Hongfei took out his phone and made a call to Zhao Yi. Zhang Hongfei casually selected a girl from outside to serve as his secretary, generously offering her an annual salary of 10 million. Zhang Hongfei was harshly reprimanded by Zhao Yi. However, Zhang Hongfei remained unfazed. It is often said that one's appearance is akin to a horse adorned with a saddle. Last night, Zhang Hongfei purchased an array of luxury brands for Zhao Xiaoying. After adorning herself in these exquisite outfits, Zhao Xiaoying instantly transformed from an unsightly duckling into a resplendent swan. Zhang Hongfei finds Zhao Xiaoying increasingly captivating with each glance. Feeling a growing sense of excitement in his heart, Zhang Hongfei vigorously shook his head. Zhao Xiaoying, noticing Zhang Hongfei swaying in his seat, curiously inquired, What is the matter with you? Nothing, he replied. Who were you just speaking to on the phone? A friend. Is it a woman? You have quite the sharp ears. Is she your girlfriend? No. Oh. Zhang Hongfei distinctly observed Zhao Xiaoying subtly patting her chest, seemingly exhaling a sigh of relief. Bao, what is the matter? I believe you look splendid today. The words escaping your lips carry a hint of jest. I speak with sincerity. You truly do look marvelous. Since you find me attractive, why not sponsor my journey to stardom? That sounds feasible. Huh, you've had a change of heart today? Not at all. Previously, when I earnestly sought your support, you declined. Why the sudden acquiescence now? I am still merely a university student. It seems too much to impose upon you as my personal secretary. I wholeheartedly endorse your aspirations to become a star. I will enlist others to elevate your fame. Zhao Xiaoying paused her consumption of lobster, gazing at Zhang Hongfei with profound gratitude. What is the matter? Is there something on my face? No. I simply find you unexpectedly dashing today. While your words ring with sincerity, I must still express my gratitude. Such a self-absorbed young master. Am I no longer the stingy young master? You are generally not stingy, just occasionally frugal. Zhang Hongfei smiled faintly, dismissing the thought. After their meal, he took Zhao Xiaoying to another renowned attraction in the Spring City, Daming Lake. The mere mention of Daming Lake brought to Zhang Hongfei's mind the image of Xia Yuhu, a character from the popular series My Fair Princess, which had captivated audiences during the holiday seasons. Initially, upon first viewing, it felt refreshing. Upon the second, it was amusing. By the third, it remained bearable. However, by the fourth viewing and beyond, it became a torment, as Zhang Hongfei had memorized even the lines of the supporting characters, leaving little room for enjoyment. Spoilers are indeed detestable. When one becomes so familiar with even the most minor roles that their dialogues are etched to memory, it becomes utterly tiresome. In July, Daming Lake is alive with soaring kites and leaping fish. The lotus blossoms blanket the water, elegant boats glide through, while the willows along the banks cast in shadows, adorned with vibrant flowers and throngs of visitors, recently satiated from a hearty meal. Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying stood by the lake, reveling in the azure waters, the willows flanking the shores, and the lush cluster of lotus leaves, their hearts brimming with unbounded joy. Ingbao. Zhang Hongfei casually remarked, "Would you be my girlfriend?" After Zhang Hongfei spoke, he discreetly observed Zhao Xiaoying's reaction. Zhang Hongfei is, at his core, an emotional individual who acts upon his impulses. Particularly when it comes to matters of the heart, he seldom contemplates the future, focusing instead on the present moment. Zhao Xiaoying was taken aback by Zhang Hongfei's sudden confession, her face paling in shock. "What is the matter, Ingbao? Are you unwilling? Is it customary to confess so casually? We have only known each other for 2 days. For me, 2 days is sufficient to understand a woman." Upon hearing the words "a woman," a delicate blush spread across Zhao Xiaoying's face. Zhang Hongfei, a veritable paragon among the affluent and handsome. It would be a falsehood to claim that Zhao Xiaoying harbors no affection for Zhang Hongfei. Just observe how, upon his mere presence on the streets, the young maidens and wives alike cast glances rife with intrigue and allure, a testament to the magnetic charm he exudes. Nevertheless, Zhao Xiaoying secretly muses that acquiescing to become Zhang Hongfei's girlfriend feels rather too lenient towards him, noticing the subtle play of her brows, occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. Zhang Hongfei realizes that he stands a chance. Zhang Hongfei swiftly seized the opportunity, revealing a magnificent diamond ring he had discreetly purchased the previous night. It was the only one of its kind in the entire Spring City. Zhang Hongfei had originally intended to bring it back to Xinjiang as a token of apology for Zhao Yi, but unexpectedly, it has now come in handy. Ingbao, extend your hand. For what purpose? I command you to extend your hand. With a heart full of trepidation, Zhao Xiaoying extended her left hand. Zhang Hongfei, with the finesse of a magician, produced a magnificent diamond ring and adorned Zhao Xiaoying's middle finger with it. "This is a gift for you." "I don't want it," Zhao Xiaoying exclaimed, attempting to remove the ring. Zhang Hongfei responded imperiously, "No, what I have gifted you, you must wear." With that, he embraced Zhao Xiaoying tightly. She struggled momentarily, but then resolutely surrendered to his will, allowing him to take charge. That year, by the shores of Daming Lake, with the cool breeze whispering promises, Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying became a couple. Chapter 29. Watching the match on the evening of July 15, 2006, at 7 p.m. Zhang Hongfei took Zhao Xiaoying to the Shandong Provincial Sports Center. With 45 minutes remaining until the match commenced, the venue was already over 60% full, and fans continued to pour into the stands. The electrifying atmosphere was something Zhang Hongfei had believed could only be experienced at the home ground of the Shenhua team. The year 2006 marked a pinnacle for the Liaoning team. This season, they harbored a grudge against the Lianqing team. On March 26th, during the third round of the league, Liaoning faced Lianqing in an away match and suffered a humiliating defeat, losing 5-1. That score represented Liaoning's most significant loss of the season. Now, in the 18th round of the league, it was Lianqing's turn to visit, and the Liaoning players were united in their fervor, eager to exact revenge on their home turf. This year's Liaoning boasted formidable strength, with Zhangji in midfield, and the offensive prowess of De Yu and Han Ping, complemented by the defensive stability of Ba Xin. All key players were in their prime and largely injury-free, with a bench brimming with talent. Head coach Tubo was, without a doubt, the finest coach in Liaoning's history. In terms of both player composition and coaching strategy, this year's Liaoning team was flawless. Before the match, Zhang Hongfei had a faint premonition that Lianqing might falter. However, considering that Lianqing had previously defeated Liaoning 5-1 at home, he couldn't help but hold on to a glimmer of hope. What if Lianqing managed to pull off a surprise away victory? Zhao Xiaoying, on the other hand, had little interest in football. Her passion lay in supporting whichever team had the more attractive players on the field. This left Zhang Hongfei speechless. Moments before, she had been cheering for Lianqing, only to suddenly switch allegiance and root for Liaoning. The remarkable duo of Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying, an eccentric pair of fans, stood out conspicuously in the stands. Zhao Xiaoying's beauty, coupled with Zhang Hongfei's handsome visage, could not be entirely concealed even under the cloak of night. This striking combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman was undeniably captivating. Most notably, these two individuals had infiltrated the Shandong Luoning fan section, audaciously cheering for the Lianqing team. Their courage was commendable. The match unfolded in a dramatic fashion. At the outset, the Shandong Luoning team, seeking vengeance, launched an aggressive offensive, frequently troubling the Lianqing goal. When Zhang scored the first goal, the stadium erupted in cheers, yet Zhang Hongfei alone sighed in despair. However, hope soon flickered for Zhang Hongfei, as Lianqing executed a counterattack just before halftime, fortuitously equalizing the score. The teams entered the second half with a 1-1 tie. In the second half, Shandong Luoning's assault became even more resolute. With the exception of the defenders, all players advanced into Lianqing's half, although Lianqing fought valiantly to defend. It was evident to all that conceding a goal was merely a matter of time. The U of Luoning scored twice in the second half, leading his team to a 3-1 victory over Lianqing on their home turf. Nevertheless, Luoning felt this score was insufficient for satisfaction, especially considering their previous 5-1 humiliation at the hands of Lianqing and Shenzhen. Despite the defeat, Lianqing maintained their resilience, adding the scores from both legs. The aggregate stood at 6-4, still granting Lianqing an advantage. This was the final remnant of dignity for Lianqing. The players from Lianqing, defeated in Quancheng, left the field dejected. In contrast, the Luoning players circled the pitch, expressing gratitude to the home supporters for their unwavering encouragement. Zhang Hongfei felt a pang of bitterness in his heart upon reading this. Zhang Hongfei rarely ventured to the Spring City to witness a match, only to find his team defeated. This was a double blow for any ardent supporter. Hongfei, are you all right? I am fine. Yingbao, shall we leave? Indeed. Zhao Xiaoying naturally grasped Zhang Hongfei's hand, and together they departed. The surrounding fans of Luoning were left with a lasting impression of this young couple. With their harmonious blend of talent and beauty, they were undeniably captivating to passers-by. Moreover, Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying embodied both qualities. What a splendid couple they made. It was a pity, however, that they were supporters of Lianqing. Just moments ago, when Lianqing scored, I nearly succumbed to the urge to confront them. Thankfully, I managed to restrain myself. I can only hope that they refrain from returning to watch matches here again. As a resident of the city of Shanghai, Zhang Hongfei has found this season to be a source of anguish, as the city is home to two competing teams. Zhang Hongfei has always been a devoted fan of the Shenhua team. However, this season saw the emergence of another team, the Lianqing team, in the city of Shanghai. Regardless of the circumstances, the name of Lianqing prominently features the word Shen, which compels every resident of Shanghai to support their local team. When Shenzhen Lianqing suffered a defeat, Zhang Hongfei felt a pang of sadness for a few moments. Fortunately, the other team from Shanghai, Shenhua, has been performing admirably. In 2006, while the Luoning team clinched the championship, Shenhua secured the runner-up position. Outside the Shandong Provincial Sports Center, Zhang Hongfei could hear the jubilant cheers of Luoning fans echoing in the air. Zhang Hongfei remarked with a hint of acidity, "What is there to be excited about? It is merely a victory in a single match. The league championship has yet to be claimed. Are you feeling envious, Hongfei?" "How could I possibly be envious? I am merely speaking the truth. It seems you won't be able to sleep tonight." "Who says that?" "Holding you. I sleep soundly." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoying's cheeks flushed, and she let out a playful scoff. "By the way, I have completed my matters. I shall return to Shanghai tomorrow. What about you? Will you accompany me to meet my parents?" "Are you serious?" "Of course. Why do I have the impression you are merely jesting with me? Aren't you still studying?" "Indeed. I will be a senior next semester. I want to accompany you back to Shanghai. I wish to return home to see my parents." "Very well. After you visit your parents, do come to Shanghai to see me." Zhao Xiaoying twirled the large diamond ring on her finger, her face radiating happiness as she replied, "Absolutely. I will certainly come to Shanghai to find you." And thus, a blissful night passed. Zhang Hongfei, at the break of dawn, escorted Zhao Xiaoying to the train station, watching her depart from the city of Springs. Subsequently, he made his way to the airport, embarking on a flight back to the city of Shen. On this journey, Zhang Hongfei not only achieved his predetermined objectives, successfully winning over Chu Yi, but also found himself enriched by a budding romance, truly a bountiful harvest. Zhang Hongfei still has numerous tasks to attend to. Zhang Hongfei not only needs to find several opponents for the warm-up matches for the university team, but also must prepare for the competitions against Lu Zihao and Guan Shitian. These two matches are of great significance to Zhang Hongfei and require his utmost diligence. Zhang Hongfei has already devised a plan for the upcoming match, envisioning that Chu Yi and Shi Yong will don the uniforms of Huali University as they take to the field. Zhang Hongfei speculated that with Liu Zihao and Guan Shitian's esteemed backgrounds and status, it would indeed be entirely plausible to enlist a few professional players for assistance. However, Zhang Hongfei was determined not to face defeat. Chapter 30. Returning home upon arriving back in Xinqing, inhaling the slightly briny air, Zhang Hongfei felt a profound sense of exhilaration. Quan City, with its frigid winters and scorching summers, was certainly not conducive to long-term residence. On the plain, Zhang Hongfei refrained from meddling further. Acquiring a girlfriend was sufficient. Anything beyond that would be beyond his capacity to manage. As Zhang Hongfei emerged from the airport, he beheld a Rolls-Royce Phantom idling gracefully at the entrance. "Young master, welcome back. You must be weary from your journey. Uncle Zhang, what brings you here?" "Young master. The master is aware of your return today and has specifically dispatched me to escort you. My father is looking for me. Is there something urgent? The master has heard about your wager with the young masters of the Liu and Guan families and is quite concerned. Thus, he has sent me to bring you home to discuss the matter. So, it is about that incident. My father is truly overreaching. Young master. The master typically refrains from meddling in your affairs. However, this time it pertains to a prestigious opportunity for the global youth elite, which holds significant importance for the Zhang family. Hence, the master must approach the situation with caution. My father simply cannot help but worry unnecessarily. Young master, I must insist that you accompany me home. It places me in a difficult position. Very well, Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang promptly and joyfully opened the car door for Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei stretched languidly before settling into the luxurious confines of the Rolls-Royce. The vehicle sped forth, swiftly arriving at a quaint courtyard nestled in the heart of Shin City. The Zhang family's ability to reside in a standalone villa at such a prime location speaks volumes of their prowess. As the Rolls-Royce came to a halt, a middle-aged man, vibrant and wearing large black-framed glasses, emerged from the villa. Uncle Zhang opened the car door, and Zhang Hongfei stepped out, inadvertently encountering a middle-aged man head-on. The middle-aged man sternly reprimanded Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei promptly replied, "Dad. Sure. Absolutely. Truly, you are my wonderful son. To spend 10 million on courting a girl, and only having known her for 2 days. Dad, please listen to me. Yingbao is genuinely a good girl. That is not in question. I have already sent someone to investigate. She is indeed admirable, yet her family background. Dad, what era are we living in? Are you still clinging to the notion of matching social statuses?" Father Zhang delivered a sharp rap to Zhang Hongfei's head. How should one address their father? Zhang Hongfei winced in pain, clutching his head as he pleaded, "Dad, I was wrong. Please don't hit me, all right? It hurts. Since you understand pain, there is still hope." His father replied, "As for Yingbao, since my son desires the freedom to love, I shall not intervene. Ultimately, whether you lead a good life or not is something only you can discern." "Thank you, Dad," Zhang Hongfei responded. "Now come with me." "All right." In the study of the villa, Mr. Zhang instructed his son, "Take a seat." Zhang Hongfei did not hesitate and took a seat. "Hongfei, you have a penchant for playing football, and I have never hindered you." "Thank you, Dad. However, this time, your wager with the Liu and Guan families impacts the interests of the Zhang clan, and I insist that you must emerge victorious." "Dad, how can I win? Aren't you always boasting about your prowess in football? What is the matter? Now that the challenge is upon you, you wish to feign cowardice?" "Dad, I'm competing with the university team from Huali. I can't enlist external help. I suspect that Liu Zihao and Guan Shitian will definitely recruit professional players. Then you should seek assistance too. But that would violate the rules. I have already informed them that I will compete using the Huali University team. You are being overly concerned with appearances." "Dad, it's not like that. I hadn't considered it deeply before. I merely wanted to play a couple of matches. I do not care about your reasoning. However, Hongfei, let me be clear. If you fail to win, I will cut off your allowance. You will have to earn your own living expenses from now on. What? As the saying goes, depriving someone of their wealth is akin to slaying their parents." Zhang's father is now poised to sever Zhang Hongfei's allowance, akin to a warrior choosing to take his own life with a sword. Zhang Hongfei is certainly determined to prevent his father from engaging in such self-destructive behavior. "Father, rest assured, I shall strive for victory. I too wish to be among the global elite youth, if only once. With ambition." The Liu family's scion has secured a competitive spot for 3 consecutive years. However, regrettably, he has never been elected. "Hongfei, I have faith in you. Thank you, father. By the way, you could invite your young lady friend over next time. Really? You have no objections? Would my objections bear any weight? If I were to oppose, would you heed my words? Zhang Hongfei sheepishly scratched his head and said, Dad, I realize my mistakes. Hongfei, why not stay home for lunch today? Your mother hasn't seen you in quite a while. All right, I shall consider this a filial duty. How outrageous. You think you can fulfill your filial obligations while I plead for your presence? Dad, I was wrong. All you can say is I was wrong. Hongfei, you are the sole heir of the Zhang family. The future of our lineage rests upon your shoulders. At the very least, you should occasionally engage in your studies at school or even learn the ropes of business at home. Do not merely indulge in your passion for football. The sport cannot sustain you for a lifetime. Yes, I understand. Your admonitions are duly noted. I shall amend my ways. Do not just speak without action. I warned you during your freshman year. Did you heed my words? You are set to graduate next year, yet you are still consumed by your football. Dad, playing football does not interfere with my academic pursuits. Yang's father let out a helpless sigh before departing from the study, watching his father's retreating figure. Zhang Hongfei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Hongfei silently contemplated, Father, with the assistance of my system brother, my prospects in football are boundless. Yet, I cannot reveal the truth to you. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. At noon, Zhang's mother returned home. Zhang Hongfei had not seen his mother for half a year. The last time they met was during the Lunar New Year. Upon his return home, Zhang's mother was filled with overwhelming excitement, grasping his hands and incessantly inquiring about his well-being. A mother's love is akin to the thread she weaves into her child's clothing, stitched tightly with care, fearing that her beloved may return late. Who can express the heartfelt gratitude of a child towards the nurturing warmth of a mother? Zhang Hongfei, when he recited Song of the Wandering Sun in his youth, never imagined that he would one day cause his own mother such profound concern and longing. Zhang Hongfei is filled with remorse towards his mother. Zhang Hongfei resolved that whenever time permits, he shall certainly make it a point to return home frequently. However, when it comes to his father, Zhang Hongfei chooses to maintain a respectful distance. Although Zhang's father did not interfere excessively in Zhang Hongfei's life, he had a penchant for incessant chatter. Whenever Zhang Hongfei was at home, tranquility was utterly unattainable. Father Zhang would find various excuses to give Zhang Hongfei lessons, ranging from poetry and prose to the philosophy of life. Chapter 31. Selecting the softest persimmons to squeeze. During a delightful lunch, the family enjoyed a harmonious and warm atmosphere. The private kitchen of the Zhang family boasts culinary skills that are undoubtedly among the finest in the city of Shanghai. Their preparation of local cuisine is nothing short of exquisite. On the dining table, a harmonious arrangement of 8 meat dishes and 8 vegetarian dishes is elegantly displayed. Zhang Hongfei's favorite delicacies, the 8 treasure duck and the hairy crab, are indispensable. The restaurant's freezer is filled with Häagen-Dazs ice cream, a childhood favorite of Zhang Hongfei, boasting an array of flavors. On the shelves of the restaurant's wine cabinet, bottles of red wine, vodka, white spirits, and beer are meticulously arranged. Anything that cannot be found in the market can be discovered here. Zhang's mother continually served dishes to Zhang Hongfei, allowing him to feel the profound warmth of maternal love. Mom, you should eat too. Hongfei, you have suffered outside. Why not move back home? Father Zhang let out a disdainful snort. Humph. Does he truly believe he is the one suffering out there? You underestimate our precious son far too much. Zhang Hongfei hurriedly defended himself. Dad, I have endured hardships. In fact, I have faced numerous challenges. Every day I must run. Enough. Playing football is a choice you made. No one forced you, his father interjected. I know. Alas. Hongfei. Dad, I'm here. Once you graduate next year, you should return home. By then, you could purchase a football team and still enjoy the game. Dad, playing on the field and being part of an elite football team are entirely different concepts. You simply do not understand. Look at Boss Zhu. He also loves football. Yet he doesn't exhaust himself on the field like you do. Boss Zhu acquired the Lianqing team, and he still enjoys football. Dad, please stop mentioning Boss Zhu's Lianqing team. When I visited Quanqing, I specifically went to cheer for Lianqing, only to see them defeated by Luaning 3-1. It infuriated me. Victory and defeat are common in competition. Dad, on the football field, it is a matter of a narrow path, the brave triumph. Losing means elimination. Hongfei, you have been eliminated for 3 years now, and I have yet to see you win. Dad, those were mere accidents. Next time, I will undoubtedly lead the Huali team out of Shunqing and onto the national stage. Zhang's father clearly did not believe his son's words. He had secretly consulted numerous experts in the football realm regarding Zhang Hongfei's abilities. The consensus among these experts was startlingly uniform. Young Master Zhang had failed to establish a solid foundation from a young age, missing the optimal time for playing football, and was now no longer suited for the sport. Thus, Zhang's father desperately sought to steer Zhang Hongfei back toward a more sensible path. However, Zhang Hongfei stubbornly persisted in his ambition, ultimately leaving home in a fit of anger to live independently. Contemplating these matters, Zhang's father couldn't help but feel a sense of headache. Zhang's mother adopts a remarkably open-minded approach, as long as Zhang Hongfei finds joy in his pursuits. She refrains from questioning his choices and offers her unwavering support without any conditions. Zhang Hongfei now resides in a house that was entirely arranged by his mother. After lunch, he bid farewell to his parents. Before he departed, his mother once again shed tears. "Hongfei, why don't you consider moving back home? Look at your mother at her age. She constantly weeps for you in silence. Her eyes are nearly worn out from crying." "Mom, it's all right. I'm fine. Hongfei, as long as you are happy out there, your mother will be content." With a sense of guilt towards his mother, Zhang Hongfei once more stepped out of his home. Uncle Zhang drove his Rolls-Royce, escorting Zhang Hongfei back to his residence. As Zhang Hongfei arrived at his residence, the first thing he did was call his girlfriend. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoying was still on the train. Zhang Hongfei conveyed his father's words verbatim to Zhao Xiaoying. When Zhao Xiaoying arrived in Chongqing, Zhang Hongfei resolved to take her home. Previously, he had dated dozens of girlfriends, but had never brought any of them home. This time, however, Zhang Hongfei was 7 parts serious. After finishing the call with Zhao Xiaoying, he began to seek opponents for the Huali team as warm-up matches. The previous game against Fudan hardly qualified as a legitimate match, and even the system administrator looked down upon such a rival. This time, Zhang Hongfei aimed to earn attribute points, so he required an opponent of substantial strength, yet not overwhelmingly formidable. Consequently, he set his sights on various teams' youth training squads. In 2006, there were only a handful of teams focused on youth training. After a thorough search, Zhang Hongfei discovered that these youth teams were utterly unreliable. At that moment, Zhao Yi, aware of Zhang Hongfei's quest for warm-up match opponents, thoughtfully gathered information on a dozen contenders and sent it to him. In crucial moments, Sister Yi proved to be exceptionally dependable. This was the solution he needed. Zhang Hongfei has chosen the Jimbao football base in Shanghai as the first opponent for a warm-up match. Established in 2001, the Jimbao football base has been operational for several years. However, it continues to face challenges in its management. Wealthy families often discourage their children from pursuing football, while those who aspire to change their destinies through the sport frequently come from underprivileged backgrounds. This creates a paradox. The football base aims to operate on a fee-based model, yet it consistently struggles to cover its expenses. Zhang Hongfei has thoroughly reviewed the basic information regarding this football base. In truth, he has long been aware of its existence. The base has indeed produced some outstanding players who have successfully transitioned into professional leagues. Nevertheless, the remaining individuals have not impressed Zhang Hongfei. Consequently, while he annually recruits talent for Huazhong University of Science and Technology, he has never sought to poach players from the Jimbao football base. Zhang Hongfei, representing the university team of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, has thus determined the first opponent for their warm-up match. Subsequently, he directly contacted Zhao Yi, requesting her to engage in negotiations. As the captain, Zhang Hongfei certainly would not involve himself in every single detail. Zhao Yi, exhibiting remarkable efficiency, called Zhang Hongfei half an hour later. 2 options emerged, the first team or the second team. "Indeed, which squad would you prefer to face in the warm-up match?" Zhang Hongfei responded without hesitation, "Let's face the second-string team. After all, one must choose the softest persimmon to squeeze." However, he was not complacent. For this was the second-string team of the football academy. Compared to the ordinary high school teams, they were indeed considerably stronger. The children at the football academy engage in systematic training every day, and through the accumulation of practice over time, qualitative changes arise from quantitative ones. Their foundational skills are remarkably solid. If the Huali school team were to underestimate them, they might very well find themselves defeated by this youthful squad. The second-string team of the football academy boasts an average age of merely 16, and calling them a bunch of kids would not be an exaggeration in the slightest. Soon, Zhao Yi finalized the specific match date with the football academy. The game was scheduled for July 18th, just 2 days later. With the venue set to be the football academy itself, Zhang Hongfei resolved to personally convey this news to the players of the university team at Wari. Zhang Hongfei once again randomly selected a key from a multitude of car keys. 20 minutes later, an Aston Martin graced the campus of Wari University. Chapter 32. The internal competition. The moment the Aston Martin made its entrance, the entire Wari campus erupted with excitement. The university's regulations are stringent. Only the privileged offspring of affluent families dare to cruise around in luxury vehicles on campus, and these individuals are not merely wealthy, but remarkably tall and handsome as well. Among this elite group, the most unconventional of them all is undoubtedly Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei has a passion for football, a well-kept secret at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Thanks to his influence, a fervent football culture has emerged on campus. For quite an extended period, the prevailing form of greeting among students has been to inquire, "Have you played today?" Zhang Hongfei wandered through the campus, enveloped by the familiar gazes of those around him. The same few girls emerged each time, merely donning different attire, and Zhang Hongfei had nearly memorized their appearances. As for these persistent girls, he did not always feel inclined to show them kindness by offering them gifts. This time, he chose to disregard them entirely. In the male dormitory of Huali, Zhang Hongfei informed each member of the Huali school team to gather for a meeting. As the captain of the Wari team, Zhang Hongfei's words carry more weight than those of the coach. Wang Kong. Zhang Hongfei did not inform Wang Song about the upcoming friendly match in a timely manner. Firstly, he believed that the opponent for this warm-up match was rather weak, consisting of underage players. A victory would bring little joy, while a loss would be embarrassing. Therefore, the fewer people who knew about this friendly match, the better. Only the players of the Wari school team were informed, while outsiders remained uninformed. Secondly, the lineup of the Wari school team was still incomplete, as Zhang Hongfei was actively recruiting players. He intended to wait until the team was fully assembled before allowing Wang Song to conduct thorough training. A friendly match? Against the second team of the football academy? Why not compete against their first team? Indeed, playing against the second team seems rather humiliating, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei exclaimed with fury, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do not underestimate our opponents simply because they are a second-tier team. They have played football since childhood, training diligently every day. They are incomparable to us. Though they are merely a group of underage children, we must give our utmost effort. If we were to lose, you might as well find a piece of tofu to bash your heads against. Rest assured, Brother Fei, we shall not lose." Looking at your demeanor, it does not inspire confidence in victory. Brother Fei, you must have a bit of faith in me. Let me make it clear. If you lose, each of you will have to leave. Yu Bao patted his chest in assurance. Brother Fei, do not worry. If we lose, I will twist off my own head and offer it to you as a ball. Lu Fei quickly interjected, ahem. Brother Fei, that was Yu Bao's own proclamation. It has nothing to do with the rest of us. If we do lose, you can simply use Yu Bao's head as the ball. What? Yu Bao realized he had been betrayed by his teammates, his expression one of utter astonishment. Zhang Hongfei kindly consoled. Yu Bao, it seems your character is even inferior to that of your captain. Fei Ge, you shouldn't be so discouraging. Fei Ge, is there any reward for winning this match? You are truly mundane, only concerned with benefits. Fei Ge, ignore him. Last time when the bonuses were distributed, you were the most enthusiastic. How can you say such a thing? Fei Ge, now that we are here, isn't there any activity planned? All right, brothers. Let's engage in an intra-team match to stretch our legs. The losing side will receive no reward, but the winning side can join me for a night out. Fei Ge, that's unfair. Those on your side will surely have an advantage. Exactly. In that case, I want to participate. Fei Ge, that would complicate matters further. We already have a limited number of people remaining on campus. In the dormitory, counting Zhang Hongfei, there were a total of 14 individuals. If Zhang Hongfei were to abstain, one side would undoubtedly be short of players. Zhang Hongfei was merely joking moments ago. After all, we are brothers in the same team. How could he possibly show favoritism? Never mind, what I said earlier is of no consequence. Regardless of the outcome, I shall take you all out for some fun later. In the dormitory, a chorus of cheers erupted. Long live Brother Fei. Zhang Hongfei intends to utilize the warm-up match to ascertain each player's condition and simultaneously refine the team's synergy. Although Chui resides at a considerable distance and will find it inconvenient to attend the match in 2 days, Shi Yong is available to join the team for preliminary integration. Zhang Hongfei resolved that once the internal competition concluded, he would personally visit Shi Yong's residence to inform him about participating in the match with the second team of the football base. On the football field of Huali, 2 teams were fiercely contending. One team was the primary squad led by Zhang Hongfei, while the other comprised substitutes under the guidance of Lu Fei. In the Huali school team, among the 4 forwards, 2 had graduated in their senior year and departed from the team. The remaining forwards were Gao Hongkai, who would be entering his sophomore year next semester, and Yu Qingyun, who would be advancing to his junior year. Zhang Hongfei has currently secured only 1 substitute, Shi Yang, leaving 1 spot vacant. The midfield of the Huazhong University team now comprises 6 individuals, led personally by Zhang Hongfei, alongside 5 other players. Among these midfielders, 2 have graduated as seniors and departed from the university's team. The remaining 5 midfield players are Yang Yuchen, Zhan Wushuang, Yi Yunfei, Wu Ming, and Tang Qi. In the defensive line of Huazhong, together with Yu Bao, there are now 4 players in total. The other 3 are named Yu Tongfei, Dong Hanhai, and Yin Mikai, all of whom will be in their junior year next semester. For the goalkeeper position on the Huazhong team, there are 2 individuals, the starting goalkeeper Lu Fei and the substitute goalkeeper Mei Qing. In total, the 14 players can be perfectly divided into 2 teams. Zhang Hongfei led a team composed of Yu Qingyun, Yang Yuchen, Zhan Wushuang, Yu Bao, Yu Tongfei, and Mei Qing, totaling 6 members. In contrast, the opposing team was formed by Gao Hongkai, Yi Yunfei, Wu Ming, Tang Qi, Dong Hanhai, Yin Mikai, and Lu Fei, comprising 7 individuals. Wang Song excelled in the 4-5-1 formation. Hence, both sides adopted a 2-3-1 setup for the 7v7 match. Given the limited number of participants, the teams played on half the field. In accordance with international conventions, the weaker team commenced the game. Lu Fei tossed the ball to the defender Yin Mikai, who then passed it to Dong Hanhai. Taking a couple of strides forward, Dong Hanhai relayed the ball to the midfielder Tang Qi. At that moment, Zhang Hongfei's side initiated their pressing. Zhang Hongfei directed Yang Yuchen and Zhan Wushuang to advance and seize the ball. Zhang Hongfei is currently in a state of considerable excitement. Although it is merely an entertaining inter-team match, the system has surprisingly assigned him a task. If he wins the match, he will be rewarded with a point of stamina. However, the system is certainly not one to be taken lightly. It would not deign to issue overly simplistic tasks. In this match, Zhang Hongfei must not only secure victory but also achieve a margin of at least 3 goals to fulfill the requirements of the task. Chapter 33. Conceding goals under Zhang Hongfei's guidance. Yang Yuchen and Zhan Wushuang simultaneously rushed towards Tang Qi. During their usual training sessions, the 3 had often faced off against one another. Tang Qi, a substitute on the university team, frequently served as a one-on-one opponent for Yang Yuchen and Zhan Wushuang. The 2 exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. They positioned themselves on either side, blocking Tang Qi's path forward. Tang Qi remained unflustered, immediately ceasing his dribbling. His teammates, Yi Yunfei and Wu Ming, quickly rushed over to provide support. The 5 of them formed a chaotic melee in the midfield. But why were there 5 individuals involved? Zhang Hongfei refrained from advancing to contest the ball, instead positioning himself near the midfield, awaiting its arrival. Zhang Hongfei possesses an inexplicable confidence in his kicking prowess. Having triumphed over his opponent by 3 goals, he naturally shouldered this burden upon himself. Nevertheless, Zhang Hongfei remained vigilant and active. Yu Chen, over on the left. Pay attention to the left, he urged. Wushuang, the ball is behind you. Meanwhile, the opposing forward, Gao Hongkai, sensing the precariousness of the situation, retreated to the midfield for support. Zhang Hongfei promptly called upon Yu Bao and Yu Tongfei, urging them not to linger in the backfield but to advance and contest for the ball. In such an inter-team match, no one pays heed to the minutiae of offside rules. In the midfield, 8 players surged together in a frenzied scramble. The football danced intermittently among the feet of these 8 players. As soon as Zhang Hongfei touched the ball, the opposing team immediately launched a counterattack. No sooner had they seized possession than Zhang Hongfei's side pressed for the ball once more. The 2 teams engaged in a delightful exchange of interceptions in the midfield. However, Zhang Hongfei, who was observing from the sidelines, grew increasingly discontented. How could they secure victory if time was squandered in the midfield? At that moment, the 2 defenders from the opposing team, Dong Hanhai and Yin Mintai, also joined the fray in the chaotic midfield skirmish. In the midst of the chaotic fray, forward Yu Qingyun from Zhang Hongfei's team sensed the situation was turning dire and joined the fray. 11 players battled fiercely in the midfield, with players occasionally collapsing to the ground. Ultimately, a decisive kick, its origin lost to time, sent the football soaring out of bounds, bringing an end to the tumultuous skirmish. You kicked it out. No, it was undoubtedly you who did. Although merely an internal match, both sides were comprised of spirited youth, eager to assert their dominance. Naturally, Such petty squabbling is part of a cherished legacy. Who among us, in our youth, has not engaged in a bit of mischief while playing football? In the end, Zhang Hongfei firmly concluded that the ball had indeed been kicked out by the opposing team. With the captain's command, no one dared to voice dissent. The formations of both teams reverted to their initial setup, 2-3-1. Yang Yuqin took charge of the throw-in. Zhang Hongfei persistently waved at Yang Yuqin, signaling him to pass the ball. After exchanging a confirming glance with Zhang Hongfei, Yang Yuqin decisively passed the ball to him. After Zhang Hongfei's opening, he finally had the opportunity to touch the ball. Zhang Hongfei shouted, "Here it comes." Upon seeing the captain seize the ball, everyone on the opposing team instinctively recoiled. The players of the Huali University team were well aware of Zhang Hongfei's powerful kick. Zhang Hongfei momentarily halted the ball, then unleashed a powerful kick towards the goal guarded by Lu Fei. This marked the very first attempt on goal in the entire match. The football soared with Zhang Hongfei's aspirations, climbing higher and higher, ultimately sailing over the crossbar. Alas, Zhang Hongfei could not help but let out a sigh. Apart from himself, no one else was surprised by this outcome. After all, Zhang Hongfei's powerful shots had become legendary within the realm of college football in Shenzhen. Lu Fei jogged back, cradling the football in his arms. It was not until 3 minutes later that Lu Fei took the goal kick. The ball found its way to Yi Yunfei's feet. At that moment, the opposing forward, Gao Hong, had only just made his way to the vicinity of Zhang Hongfei's team's penalty area, lying in wait. Yi Yunfei signaled in advance to Wu Ming and Tang Qi. The three of them passed the ball while maintaining their formation as they moved forward. Zhang Hongfei commanded Yang Yuqin and Zhan Wushuang to defend against the other two individuals, while he personally took on the task of guarding Yi Yunfei. Although Yi Yunfei's strength was not particularly formidable, it was unfortunate that Zhang Hongfei's defense was equally lackluster, resulting in a stalemate between the two. Zhang Hongfei's defensive attribute of 30 renders him akin to a sieve, easily deceived by Yi Yunfei's feints. However, his impressive speed attribute of 66 allows him to continuously rectify his missteps. Deceived once, he pursues. Deceived again, he chases once more. Zhang Hongfei and Yi Yunfei engaged in a protracted battle. After numerous attempts, Zhang Hongfei finally succeeded in severing Yi Yunfei's ball. Zhang Hongfei's team launched a counterattack. However, the distance is too great, rendering it beyond Zhang Hongfei's range. Zhang Hongfei opted for an assist. Zhang Hongfei delivered a precise pass to the front line, finding the forward Yu Qingyun. As a key striker for the university team, Yu Qingyun possessed far superior skills compared to Zhang Hongfei. Confronted by the defensive duo of Dong Hanhai and Yin Mikai, Yu Qingyun effortlessly deceived both with a deft feint. He surged into the penalty area, facing goalkeeper Lu Fei. Witnessing this moment, Zhang Hongfei could not contain his enthusiasm and shouted from the backfield, "Score!" Regardless of who found the net, as long as a goal was scored. It was a commendable act. Yu Qingyun and Lu Fei locked eyes. A mere 0.1 seconds later, Yu Qingyun aimed for the top left corner of the goal and unleashed his shot. At that instant, Lu Fei's palms were slick with perspiration. Lu Fei reacted. Drawing from his knowledge of Yu Qingyun's play style, he correctly anticipated the direction of the shot. However, 1 second later, as Lu Fei turned to see the football joyfully spinning within the net, he realized he had succumbed once more. The goal was scored. Upon witnessing Yu Qingyun's achievement, Zhang Hongfei was the first to leap up in jubilant celebration. Zhang Hongfei thought to himself, "Splendid. Only 2 more goals are needed." Zhang Hongfei rushed to Yu Qingyun's side and embraced him tightly. "What a splendid shot, my brother. Feej, all the credit goes to your exquisite pass just now." Although Yu Qingyun was not adept at flattery, having spent considerable time in the university soccer team, he understood that Zhang Hongfei relished compliments. Thus, he effortlessly offered kind words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei indeed burst into a triumphant laugh. "Ha! Is that so? Truly? In fact, I merely took a casual shot just now, never expecting it to land precisely at your feet." This celebration lasted for a few minutes. Subsequently, Lu Fei took the goal kick, and the match resumed. The trailing Lu Fei's team began to press forward vigorously. The defenders, Dong Hanhai and Yin Mitai, seemed to transform instantaneously from defenders into midfielders. The defensive line of Zhang Hongfei's team immediately tightened. Yu Qingyun remained in the front line, failing to return to assist in defense. Zhang Hongfei remained stationed in midfield, failing to retreat to defend the backline. Lu Fei's forward, Gao Hongkai, received a lightning-fast pass from Tang Qi and unleashed a volley from a tight angle. Despite goalkeeper Mei Cheng's valiant efforts, he was unable to thwart the powerful strike from Gao Hongkai, ultimately collapsing in resignation before the goal. his sighs echoing in the air. Suddenly glancing back, he realized the ball had nestled deep within the net. Upon witnessing the conceded goal, Zhang Hongfei was instantly incensed. The task assigned by the system required a victory by 3 clear goals. Having finally secured one, he was dismayed to see it swiftly followed by a conceded goal. Zhang Hongfei was exceedingly irate, and the consequences were dire. Chapter 34, Stalemate. Both parties returned to the same starting line. Gao Hongkai, elated after scoring a goal, was initially filled with exuberance and dashed forth in celebration. However, upon turning back and catching sight of Zhang Hongfei's displeased countenance, Gao Hongkai promptly concealed his smile. He approached Zhang Hongfei and respectfully called out, "Brother Fei." Zhang Hongfei suppressed his anger and donned a cheerful expression, patting Gao Hongkai on the shoulder. "Hongkai, splendid. Congratulations on scoring. This is all thanks to Brother Fei's nurturing." Under different circumstances, such words would have delighted Zhang Hongfei. However, at this moment, he found them rather grating. Zhang Hongfei encouraged Gao Hongkai with a few more words before approaching the goalkeeper, Mei Cheng. "Feige, I apologize. It is all my fault." Mei Cheng exclaimed. "No worries. It was merely a single goal conceded. Keep striving forward." Zhang replied. "Thank you, Feige. I shall endeavor to improve." Zhang Hongfei was consumed by an intense desire to strike Mei Cheng. However, if Mei Cheng were to be assaulted, Zhang Hongfei would find himself without a goalkeeper to defend the goal. Furthermore, after conceding a goal, Mei Cheng appeared to be somewhat anxious. Under duress, Zhang Hongfei reluctantly offered encouragement to Mei Cheng. Bolstered by Zhang's words, Mei Cheng gradually regained his composure, his gaze once again resolute. The match resumed. Mei Cheng passed the ball to Yu Bao, who then relayed it to Yang Yuchen. As soon as Yang Yuchen received the ball, Wu Ming swiftly closed in on him. Without hesitation, Yang Yuchen quickly passed to the other side to Zhan Wushuang, who advanced the ball towards the opponent's half. Yi Yunfei immediately followed suit. Having been adversaries for quite some time, the two were well aware of each other's capabilities, as they both vied for playing time within the team. Zhan Wushuang and Yi Yunfei engaged in a physical contest, neither resorting to deceitful tactics or theatrics, but rather relying on sheer strength to determine the outcome. The sound of their muscles grinding against each other resonated as they clashed. In this encounter, Zhan Wushuang gained a slight advantage, and after several collisions, he managed to push Yi Yunfei aside. With a stumble, Yi Yunfei found himself unable to keep pace with Zhan Wushuang. Upon crossing the halfway line, Zhan Wushuang passed the ball to Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei thought to himself, "This ball is in the bag." Zhang Hongfei made contact with the ball and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The goalkeeper, Lu Fei, sighed in resignation upon witnessing Zhang Hongfei's strike. Zhang Hongfei's kick was executed with remarkable precision. Lu Fei, despite his intention to let it pass, found it impossible to do so. The ball soared directly into Lu Fei's embrace, requiring him to make no movement at all. Witnessing his shot being thwarted by Lu Fei, Zhang Hongfei's expression turned rather peculiar. Lu Fei forcefully threw the ball to Yin Mikai. It was now Lu Fei's team's turn to launch an offensive. Yin Mikai and Dong Hanhai surged forward simultaneously. Yu Qingyin attempted to intercept, but Yin Mikai and Dong Hanhai executed a seamless 2-on-1 maneuver, evading Yu Qingyin. Subsequently, both teams once again engaged in a fierce contest at midfield. The entire field was occupied by 14 players, with 11 congregated near the center. Zhang Hongfei did not partake in the action. The goalkeepers on both sides remained stationary, while the other players engaged in a fierce contest in the midfield. The football danced between the feet of several players, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that left spectators breathless. Suddenly, a resounding shout echoed across the field. "Fei Gu, receive the pass." Zhang Hongfei was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that the football was soaring towards his position. Zhang Hongfei immediately controlled the ball with his chest, and then turned towards the goal defended by Lu Fei. Lu Fei could not help but shudder once more. In his heart, Lu Fei thought, "Fei Gu, please do not tease me any further. If you come closer to shoot, I might at least allow you some leniency. But if you aim for the sky again, I shall not take responsibility." Zhang Hongfei seemed to have heard Lu Fei's innermost thoughts, and, this time, opted against a long-range shot. Zhang Hongfei dribbled the ball, advancing towards Lu Fei's team's penalty area. Dong Hanhai and Yin Mikai exchanged a glance, both hastening after him. However, their running speed was evidently not up to par. Zhang Hongfei and Lu Fei faced each other one-on-one within the penalty area. Lu Fei gazed at Zhang Hongfei. His mind already made up, the moment Zhang Hongfei took his shot, he would dive in the opposite direction, allowing Fei Gu to score and bask in the glory of triumph. However, The situation unfolded in a manner that Lu Fei had not anticipated. Zhang Hongfei feigned a shot. Yet little did anyone know, it was merely a ruse. Zhang Hongfei swiftly darted in the opposite direction. Consequently, Lu Fei was deceived by Zhang Hongfei's performance and initially lunged in the contrary direction. As fate would have it, Lu Fei inadvertently intercepted Zhang Hongfei's genuine shot on goal. Zhang Hongfei and Lu Fei were both momentarily stunned. Zhang Hongfei mused to himself, "Indeed, Lu Fei is remarkable. He has seen through my feigned maneuver. Indeed, he is extraordinary." Lu Fei, on the other hand, thought, "Goodness. Brother Fei, what sort of ruse was that? You even managed to deceive me during our usual training sessions. Your feints never fool me. Yet today, you caught me off guard. Brother Fei, your luck is truly unfortunate today." Zhang Hongfei, disheartened by the missed shot, trudged back to the midfield. Lu Fei, on the other hand, deftly passed the ball to Dong Hanhai, who swiftly relayed it to the midfielder Tang Qi, initiating the offensive play. This time, the midfield operated with remarkable cohesion. Lu Fei's team commenced a series of passes, diligently searching for vulnerabilities in Zhang Hongfei's formation. Zhang Hongfei's heart began to race with anxiety. Should the inter-team match conclude with a score of 1-1, his mission would be deemed a failure. The ball found its way to Yi Yunfei of Lu Fei's team. This time, it was Zhang Wushuang who attempted to seize possession. Yi Yunfei advanced with the ball. Capitalizing on Zhang Wushuang's lack of lateral movement, Yi Yunfei faced the defender head-on and executed a lateral drag back to change direction and break through. As the two players neared each other, Yi Yunfei deftly pulled the ball from his left foot to his right foot's inner side, then swiftly nudged it forward with his right foot, accelerating past Zhang Wushuang. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Wushuang found himself trailing behind Yi Yunfei. Having just been outmaneuvered by Zhang Wushuang, Yi Yunfei finally returned the favor. After surpassing Zhang Wushuang, Lu Fei's team now found themselves in a 3-on-2 situation in the attacking zone. Yu Bao and Yu Tongfei felt an immense pressure. Yu Bao remained fixated on Gao Hongkai, while Yu Tongfei kept a close watch on Tang Qi. Observing that Zhang Wushuang had been outpaced by Yi Yunfei, Yu Bao immediately shouted to Yu Tongfei, urging him to step up and defend. Tongfei, snapping out of his daze, rushed forward, eager to intercept Yi Yunfei's pass. Yet, Yi Yunfei swiftly delivered the ball to Tang Qi, who was positioned behind Tongfei. Tang Qi received the ball and charged into Zhang Hongfei's team's penalty area. Mei Cheng closely monitored the ball at Tang Qi's feet. Having already conceded a goal earlier, Mei Cheng could not afford to be careless. Tang Qi assessed the angle and, finding it favorable, opted to take a shot. The football hurtled towards the lower left corner of the goal. Mei Cheng misjudged the trajectory and dove in the wrong direction. In his heart, Mei Cheng could only fervently pray, "Please don't go in. Please don't go in. Please don't go in." Chapter 35. Stalemate. Under Mei Cheng's desperate incantations, the football crashed violently against the goalpost before rebounding out of play. With a sigh of relief, Mei Cheng could no longer contain his emotions. Zhang Hongfei, witnessing Tang Qi's missed shot, finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. Thankfully, the ball did not find the net. Mei Cheng swiftly retrieved the ball and passed it to Yu Bao. It was now Zhang Hongfei's team's turn to initiate an attack. The opposing forward, Gao Hongkai, showed no inclination to press forward. Yu Bao effortlessly carried the ball towards the midfield and passed it to Yang Yuchen. As soon as Yang Yuchen received the ball, Wu Ming and Yi Yunfei immediately descended upon him to contest. "Come on, are you two doing this on purpose? Why is it that the moment I gain possession, both of you rush in?" There was no alternative. Fei Gu always instructs us to pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. Indeed, this is all thanks to Fei Ji's teachings. At this moment, Zhang Hongfei stood not far from Yang Yuchen, positioning himself strategically. Yang Yuchen was aware that the defenders would not rigorously mark Zhang Hongfei, so he decisively passed the ball to him. Sure enough, the moment Zhang Hongfei touched the ball, Wu Ming and Yi Yunfei, though appearing eager to intercept, were, in reality, allowing him through. Zhang Hongfei remains indifferent to such matters. As long as he can secure a victory by 3 clear goals, he is willing to do whatever it takes. Zhang Hongfei opted against a long-range shot and instead drove the ball once more toward the penalty area. Dong Hanhai and Yin Mikai, in perfect harmony, set out to mark the unmarked Yu Qingyun. "Why are you two focusing on me? I don't even have the ball." Silence. Haven't you noticed that Fei Gu has yet to score today? Precisely. We should exhibit a bit of awareness. Once Fei Gu scores, we can concentrate on defense. Yu Qingyun looked upon Dong Hanhai and Yin Minsai's betrayal of their teammate with profound disdain. However, it proved to be of little consequence. Zhang Hongfei skillfully maneuvered the ball, penetrating the penalty area, once again facing Lu Fei in a one-on-one encounter. Lu Fei thought to himself, "Come on, brother Fei. Please, no more extravagant tricks this time. Just take the shot. I can easily let you score." Little did he know, Zhang Hongfei was once again intent on showcasing his flair. Zhang Hongfei refrained from employing any feigned movements this time and opted for a delicate lob shot instead. In response to this attempt, Lu Fei remained utterly unperturbed. "Surely, my actions in this instance should not be too overtly conspicuous, should they?" Alas, Zhang Hongfei's offensive attributes merely stand at a mere 30, and regrettably, his lob soared high above the target. Before Zhang Hongfei stood Lu Fei, who longed to leap high and catch the football, then deftly tuck it into the goal behind him. Zhang Hongfei, having failed to score, wore a visage of disappointment. Lu Fei earnestly addressed him, "Fei Go, I believe your chances of scoring are greater if you take the shot directly. Is that so? Very well. I shall give it a try shortly." Zhang Hongfei attentively considered Lu Fei's suggestion. Lu Fei dashed behind the goal to retrieve the football. He then passed the ball to Yan Minkai. The match resumed. This minor internal competition drew a considerable number of alumni from Huazhong University of Science and Technology to the sidelines to watch. Among them, Zhang Hongfei's cheerleading squad was the largest, a throng of girls standing by the field, vociferously rallying support for him. Zhang Hongfei has grown accustomed to such scenes. Whenever the Wari school team has a match, a throng of his own cheerleaders invariably appears at the sidelines. Lu Fei's team launched an offensive. The score on the field stands at 1-1. After a series of passes, the ball found its way to the feet of the forward, Gao Hongkai. Zhang Hongfei felt a pang of anxiety as he observed Gao Hongkai receiving the ball. Just moments ago, it was Gao Hongkai who had scored the equalizer. Now, he approached the edge of the penalty area, flanked by Yu Bao. Aware of Zhang Hongfei's determination to avoid defeat, Yu Bao exerted himself vigorously in defending against Gao Hongkai. Regrettably, Gao Hongkai, stubborn as he was not satisfied with just one goal. He yearned for a second. Yu Bao maintained a vigilant defense, denying Gao Hongkai any chance to shoot with ease. However, today, it seemed as though Gao Hongkai had channeled the spirits of Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. Typically thwarted by Yu Bao's defense and unable to execute even a shooting motion, Gao Hongkai experienced an extraordinary surge of talent, astonishingly dribbling past Yu Bao with a miraculous flick of his heel. Faced with goalkeeper Mei Cheng, Gao Hongkai opted for a powerful strike. Mei Cheng anticipated the ball's trajectory and exerted himself fully to make the save. Thud. With his fists, Mei Cheng deflected Gao Hongkai's fierce shot from outside the box, sending it out for a corner. Rising to his feet, Mei Cheng exuberantly shouted towards the sky, "Aw!" Yu Bao gave Mei Cheng a thumbs up, acknowledging the splendid save. Zhang Hongfei could not help but rush to Mei Cheng's side, exclaiming, "Well done, Mei Cheng." "Thank you, Fei Ge," Mei Cheng replied. "What do you need to thank me for? This is all the result of your own hard work." Tang Chi sprinted to the corner to prepare for a corner kick. The previously missed scoring opportunity had prompted Gao Hongkai to actively approach Tang Chi, requesting the ball. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Chi passed the ball to Gao Hongkai. At that moment, the penalty area was crowded with players. Instead of charging into the box, Gao Hongkai dribbled the ball along the edge of the penalty area, all the while keeping an eye on Mei Cheng's position. Suddenly, Gao Hongkai halted, gazing at Tang Chi standing at the corner. Just when everyone assumed he was relinquishing the chance to shoot in favor of passing to Tang Chi, Gao Hongkai unexpectedly took a shot. It was a high-quality lob shot. Unfortunately, it soared just a bit too high, missing the goal. Mei Cheng, the goalkeeper, was drenched in cold sweat from the scare, once again missing a golden opportunity. Gao Hongkai sank to his knees, pounding the ground in frustration. Tang Chi approached him, offering words of comfort. "Gao Hongkai, don't lose heart. The match is not over yet. I know, but without a good performance today, my chances to play in the future will diminish." The head coach, Wang Tsong, preferred a 4-5-1 formation, and Gao Hongkai needed to compete with Yu Chengyun for the striker position. However, Gao Hongkai was unaware that Zhang Hongfei had already tacitly granted that position to Shi Yong. Otherwise, he would not have been so fervent in his efforts. Mei Cheng retrieved the ball. The match continued. Mei Cheng passed the ball to Yu Bao, who executed a long pass, lofting the ball to the forward Yu Chengyun. Upon receiving the ball, Yu Chengyun returned it to Zhang Hongfei in the midfield. Zhang Hongfei had repeatedly attempted to score, but to no avail, leaving him in a state of anxiety. The daunting task of winning by 3 clear goals weighed heavily upon his shoulders, like an immense mountain. After Yu Chengyun passed the ball to Zhang Hongfei, he began to make a forward run. In that moment, Zhang Hongfei made a pivotal decision to temporarily set aside his own pursuit of scoring and instead assist his teammate in finding the net. The very first goal had been netted by none other than Yu Qingyun. Zhang Hongfei commenced his advance into the forward field with the ball at his feet. It was rather awkward, for on Lu Fei's team, both Yi Yunfei and Wu Ming hurried to defend, yet they consistently trailed behind Zhang Hongfei, deliberately maintaining a distance from him. Zhang Hongfei was well aware of their thoughts. However, he could no longer concern himself with such matters. Scoring goals was the true path to success. Chapter 36. Misunderstandings and Leniency. Zhang Hongfei surged forward with the ball, swiftly arriving at the edge of the penalty area. Meanwhile, Yu Qingyun had also positioned himself near the box, poised to become the decisive finisher. At that moment, the wise counsel of Lu Fei echoed in Zhang Hongfei's mind. Zhang Hongfei hesitated. Zhang Hongfei first cast a glance at Yu Qingyun, then turned his attention to Lu Fei. Lu Fei subtly nodded an affirmation towards Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei immediately understood. Zhang Hongfei took a shot at the goal. It was a straightforward, yet unpretentious strike. Given Lu Fei's abilities, he could have saved 9 out of 10 such attempts. Unfortunately, this time, it was not among those 9. The ball soared towards Lu Fei's right side, but he deliberately dove the wrong way, leaping towards his left. The outcome, as expected, was one of collective joy. Zhang Hongfei has triumphantly netted his inaugural goal of the match. The players of Lu Fei's team collectively exhaled in relief. Zhang Hongfei has scored, allowing them to engage in the match earnestly. Poor Zhang Hongfei mistakenly believed that Lu Fei's team would continue to ease up, aiding him in acquiring 3 goal differences. Rather than celebrating his goal, Zhang Hongfei signaled for Lu Fei to promptly resume play. Lu Fei was taken aback for a moment, but quickly retrieved the ball from the net, preparing to kick off. Zhang Hongfei's actions caught his teammates, who had rushed over to celebrate with him, completely off guard. Zhang Hongfei waved his hand towards his teammates and exclaimed, "Everyone return! Everyone return! The match is not yet over." Zhang Hongfei is now consumed with the idea of pressing the advantage and swiftly increasing the score. Upon hearing their captain's command, his teammates promptly returned to their positions, and the match resumed. Lu Fei passed the ball to Yin Minkai. Having resolved to no longer hold back, the players of Lu Fei's team commenced their usual tactics. The football flowed gracefully beneath the feet of the players, weaving through the field with fluidity. In Zhang Hongfei's team, he directed his teammates to closely mark their opponents throughout the match, striving to intercept the ball swiftly to create opportunities for scoring. The control of the football began to oscillate between the two teams. On Zhang Hongfei's team, all players are key contributors, wielding a slight edge and strength. After intercepting the ball from Tang Qi, Yang Yuchen unleashed a powerful kick. The ball soared to Lu Fei's defensive half. Yu Qingyun and Yin Mintai sprinted with all their might, vying for the unclaimed football. Zhang Hongfei, brimming with confidence in Qingyun's capabilities, chose to sprint towards the other side to provide support. Qingyun, living up to everyone's expectations, successfully seized possession of the ball. Zhang Hongfei, witnessing Yu Qingyun seize the ball, immediately raised his hands high and shouted towards you, "Pass me the ball." Without hesitation, Yu Qingyun swiftly delivered the ball to Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei turned around, just about to strike the goal. However, to his surprise, Dong Hanhai did not relent. He positioned himself directly in the path of Zhang Hongfei's shot. Zhang Hongfei contemplated, "What is this fool trying to do? Is he deliberately opposing me?" Dong Hanhai did not dwell on such thoughts. After Zhang Hongfei scored, the Lu Fei team reached a tacit understanding to play earnestly. Dong Hanhai's formidable defense imposed considerable pressure on Zhang Hongfei, whose offensive attribute was merely 30, rendering him quite ineffective. Zhang Hongfei attempted several times to surpass Dong Hanhai, yet each endeavor proved futile. Ultimately, seizing the moment, Dong Hanhai lunged forward and forcefully snatched the ball from beneath Zhang Hongfei's feet, subsequently executing a powerful pass into the forward field. Lu Fei's team initiated a counterattack. Gao Hongkai received Dong Hanhai's pass, charging towards the goal guarded by Mei Cheng. The goalkeeper, Mei Cheng, was once again faced with a formidable challenge. Fortunately, Yu Bao did not relent, diligently pursuing and successfully entangling Gao Hongkai. With no viable opportunity to shoot, Gao Hongkai was compelled to return the ball to the midfielder, Yi Yunfei. Lu Fei's team resumed their methodical passing, patiently seeking an advantageous opportunity for attack. As the match time slipped away second by second, Zhang Hongfei's anxiety intensified. Lu Fei's team player, Tang Qi, was dribbling the ball when Zhang Hongfei executed a decisive sliding tackle, crashing into him. Thud! Tang Qi fell to the ground in response, grimacing in pain as he clutched his injured foot. Meanwhile, Zhang Hongfei swiftly rose to his feet, seizing the opportunity to snatch the football and launch an offensive. Witnessing this scene, everyone was filled with confusion. What was Fiji doing? He had never behaved this way before. What had happened to him? How could he be so ruthless towards Tang Chi? The instigator, Zhang Hongfei, had now advanced to confront Lu Fei. Zhang Hongfei, mindful of Lu Fei's teachings, opted for a rather ordinary shot. Lu Fei effortlessly caught Zhang Hongfei's attempt. Zhang Hongfei witnessed Lu Fei intercepting his shot and immediately exclaimed in frustration, "What on earth is going on? Lu Fei, you must be doing this on purpose." At that moment, Tang Chi, limping slightly, managed to rise to his feet. "How are you, Tang Chi? Can you continue playing?" "I'm fine. I should be all right. It doesn't seem like I've injured any bones." Fei Guo is truly outrageous. In a team, and yet he shows off his soul. I can't blame Fei Guo. Perhaps my appearance is too disappointing for the audience, prompting him to assist me in taking a break. Zhang Hongfei, who had failed to score, approached Tang Chi's side. Zhang Hongfei, aware that his recent tackle was undoubtedly a foul, proactively apologized to Tang Chi, saying, "Tang Chi, I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention. I got a bit anxious. I hope you can forgive me." "Fei Guo, it's all right. Once the match concludes, treat me to a splendid meal. That is absolutely no problem. Can you continue playing?" "I can manage. Do not push yourself if it becomes too much." "Fei Guo, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. You need not worry about me." In Zhang Hongfei's mind, he had meticulously calculated that if Tang Chi were to sustain an injury and leave the field, his side would gain the upper hand with a numerical advantage of 7 against 6. Unfortunately, Tang Chi proved to be a tenacious individual, refusing to leave the battlefield despite a minor injury. The match continued. Lu Fei passed the ball to Dong Hanhai, who advanced with it. Lu Fei's team pushed forward aggressively once more. This time, it was none other than Mei Qing's long-standing rival, Gao Hongkai, who took the shot. Fortunately, Gao Hongcai's attempt struck the goalpost. Mei Qing promptly secured the ball. As time ticked away, the score remained at 2-1, and Zhang Hongfei grew increasingly anxious. They needed 2 more goals to secure victory. It was imperative that he intensified his efforts. The opportunity arose once again for Zhang Hongfei's team to attack, with Yu Chengyun breaking through. Yin Min and Dong Hanhai converged on Yu Chengyun simultaneously. Yu Chengyun passed the ball to Zhang Hongfei, who stood nearby. As Zhang Hongfei received the pass, he had yet to react when Yin Min and Dong Hanhai, akin to wolves starved of meat for an eternity, lunged forward with ferocious glints in their eyes. Zhang Hongfei, startled, swiftly passed the ball back to Yu Chengyun. Upon receiving the ball, Yu Chengyun continued his advance towards the penalty area. Lu Fei had already set his sights on Yu Chengyun, stealthily moving his feet in his direction. Chapter 37. An Inevitable Victory. Yin Min and Dong Hanhai, upon noticing Yu Chengyun dribbling the ball, immediately abandoned Zhang Hongfei and turned their pursuit towards Yu Chengyun. Upon extricating himself from predicament, Zhang Hongfei immediately rushed towards the penalty area to offer his assistance. Yu Chengyun, relying on his keen intuition, abruptly halted the ball before delivering a precise pass, which found its way to Zhang Hongfei's feet. Zhang Hongfei did not hesitate. He unleashed a shot with fervor. Lu Fei's attention had been solely focused on Chengyun, rendering him oblivious to Zhang Hongfei's sudden advance. By the time Lu Fei attempted to make a save, it was already too late. Zhang Hongfei's shot was of rather mediocre quality, with a relatively slow velocity. However, Lu Fei was situated at a considerable distance from the goal and was also facing away, rendering him unable to respond in time. By the moment Lu Fei turned to chase back, the football had already found its way into the net. Zhang Hongfei has finally scored his second goal. The score stands at 3-1, with Zhang Hongfei's team leading Lu Fei's by 2 goals. After scoring, Zhang Hongfei displayed no signs of excitement, calmly signaling for Lu Fei to resume play. "Just 1 more goal to go. I must strive harder." Zhang Hongfei's composed demeanor has once again garnered the admiration of all. Although Lu Fei remains unaware of Zhang Hongfei's persistent urging for him to initiate the game promptly, he has developed a newfound respect for Zhang Hongfei today. Zhang Hongfei no longer engages in undermining his teammates as he once did, refraining from showcasing his long-range kicks in the midfield. Lu Feixian swiftly initiated the play, passing the ball to Dong Hanhai. Trailing by 2 goals, the players of Lu Fei's team experienced immense pressure. They all pondered the motivations behind Zhang Hongfei's sudden organization of an internal match. In truth, Zhang Hongfei harbored no ulterior motives whatsoever. Zhang Hongfei's aspirations are quite simple. He merely wishes to play football and break a sweat. For a football enthusiast, the greatest joy lies in the opportunity to step onto the field and engage in the game firsthand. Zhang Hongfei observed the expressions of those around him, and a few conjectures began to form in his mind. However, he had no intention of revealing the truth. Progress can only be achieved through competition. For a team to strengthen, it requires not only formidable foreign aid, but also a healthy rivalry within. After receiving the ball, Dong Hanhai did not hesitate, but swiftly passed it to Yan Minkai. After taking a couple of strides, Yan Minkai relayed the ball to the midfielder, Tang Qi. Wu Ming and Yi Yunfei advanced in unison, one on the left and the other on the right. With victory just a step away, Zhang Hongfei was naturally determined not to let their efforts go to waste. Zhang Hongfei had already devised a plan. Should his team score yet another goal, he would shamelessly declare the match concluded. In response to the offensive maneuvers of Lu Fei's team, Zhang Hongfei began to fulfill his responsibilities as captain, providing on-the-spot direction. Zhang Hongfei personally took charge of Tang Qi, while Yang Yuqin and Zhang Wushuang were assigned to Wu Ming and Yi Yunfei, respectively. Gao Hongkai entrusted Yu Bao with his task. Yu Bao is undeniably the strongest defender in the school team, without exception. If even Yu Bao cannot thwart an opponent, the efforts of others would be futile. Yu Tongfei positioned himself within the penalty area, ever ready to intercept any attempts to score. Yu Chengyun was stationed in the forward position. Zhang Hongfei's team aspires for victory, yet they require Yu Chengyun's goals to realize this ambition. On the field, Tang Qi is engaged in a one-on-one duel with Zhang Hongfei. Previously, Tang Qi was felled by a flying tackle from Zhang Hongfei. Although Tang Qi harbors no intention of seeking revenge against Zhang Hongfei, he nonetheless desires to showcase his abilities before him. Thus, Tang Qi deliberately entangles himself with Zhang Hongfei, exchanging several moves. Ultimately, Tang Qi's overzealousness leads to his undoing, as Zhang Hongfei intercepts the ball with ease. Zhang Hongfei, after intercepting the ball, did not hesitate. With a powerful kick, he sent it forward to Yu Chengyun. Zhang Hongfei placed his hopes upon Yu Chengyun, and Yu Chengyun did not disappoint him. First, leveraging his remarkable speed, Yu Chengyun evaded Yan Minkai with ease. Then, confronted by Dong Hanhai, he executed a splendid dribble that left Dong Hanhai in awe. Finally, facing the goalkeeper Lu Fei, Yu Chengyun showcased his exceptional skills with a delicate lob shot. The angle of his lob was exquisitely calculated, rendering Lu Fei powerless to intervene, as he could only watch the ball gracefully settle into the net. The score stood at 4-1. Zhang Hongfei's team ultimately triumphed over Lu Fei's team by a margin of 3 goals. Upon witnessing Yu Chengyun's goal, Zhang Hongfei shamelessly proclaimed that the match within the team had concluded. Naturally, the players of Lu Fei's team were not pleased. Having conceded 4 goals, their spirits were dampened, and they felt the need to vent their frustrations. It was akin to Zhang Hongfei delivering a beating while forbidding any retaliation. Having gained the upper hand, Zhang Hongfei quickly adopted a conciliatory demeanor. "My brothers, you all played remarkably today. Shortly, I shall take you out for some fun." Upon hearing the prospect of an outing, the players of Lu Fei's team regained a semblance of enthusiasm. "Fei Ge, how did I perform today?" Yu Chengyun, who had scored twice, approached Zhang Hongfei to seek praise. "You played well. Can I secure a position as a starter going forward?" "I cannot guarantee that. Zhang Hongfei has clandestinely granted the forward position to Shi Yong. Fij, have you once again ventured out to recruit someone?" Yu Chengyun immediately considered this possibility. Indeed, Zhang Hongfei did not make excuses. He candidly acknowledged the situation. A hint of disappointment flickered across Yu Chengyun's face. "Don't worry, my junior. Next season will present you with your opportunities on the field. I am well aware of my own capabilities. If Coach Wang has better alternatives, I am willing to take on the role of a substitute. It is premature to discuss this now. The internal competition has concluded. Let us first indulge in a celebration." Zhang Hongfei grasped Yu Chengyun's hand and made his way to join their teammates, celebrating their glorious victory together. In the moments that followed, Zhang Hongfei honored his promise, leading the entire squad to indulge in a delightful escapade. However, amidst their revelry, he did not neglect to claim his well-deserved reward for the tasks accomplished. Zhang Hongfei's current attributes are as follows: stamina 52, mentality 49, speed 63, offense 32, defense 30, luck 66. His stamina has improved to 52, bringing him one step closer to the passing mark. Zhang Hongfei has begun to earnestly contemplate whether to engage in daily internal matches to enhance his attributes. However, the system decisively quashed his inclination for shortcuts. "According to my training regimen, it won't be long before you reach the passing mark. No, I am an amateur football player. How can I train during the holidays? I must adhere to my principles." Zhang Hongfei declined the temptations presented by the system. Training was arduous. Life should be enjoyed. After dining with his teammates, Zhang Hongfei bid farewell to the group. That evening, upon returning home, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Zhang Hongfei could not help but ponder the meaning of life, contemplating what he should do next. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoying called him. She had finally returned home safely. Zhao Xiaoying called to reassure Zhang Hongfei of her well-being and to express her feelings of longing. Upon returning home, she presented her parents with a staggering sum of 10 million in salary, nearly shocking them into a state of panic. Her parents had never seen such a fortune in their lifetime. Under their relentless questioning, Zhao Xiaoying reluctantly revealed the identity of Zhang Hongfei. Upon hearing that their daughter had found a wealthy and handsome boyfriend, her parents were left in disbelief. Chapter 38. A call for help from abroad the following morning. Zhang Hongfei awoke from the expansive embrace of his 2,000 square meter bed. Surrounded by over 200 beautiful maids, he was suddenly charged by a cleaning girl, who collided forcefully with him, sending Zhang Hongfei tumbling. Accompanied by a scream, he jolted awake from underneath the bed. Zhang Hongfei unexpectedly tumbled off the bed just moments ago, leaving him bewildered as to how it happened. Zhang Hongfei, while gently massaging his slender waist, reminisced about the dream he had just experienced. Oh dear, it was such a painful recollection. What was that dream about? A magnificent bed. So many enchanting maidens. If only dreams could manifest into reality. Although the Zhang family is quite affluent, his father would undoubtedly disapprove of Zhang Hongfei acquiring a grand bed measuring 20,000 square meters for his slumber. The prospect of 200 beautiful maids is certainly far-fetched, though perhaps two could be contemplated. Nonetheless, that last cleaning lady was exceedingly fierce. Zhang Hongfei, with a lingering sense of trepidation, gently touched his chest, as if he had just endured a harrowing experience akin to having a massive boulder shattered upon it. Zhang Hongfei climbed back into bed, casually sending a message of greeting to Zhao Xiaoying, and then drifted off to sleep. Zhang Hongfei's snoring echoed once more. For him, taking a brief slumber in the early hours has become a daily ritual. Now that it is a holiday, he is free from attending classes, facing examinations, pursuing romantic interests, and contemplating matters concerning the team. Zhang Hongfei can comfortably recline in bed for a delightful nap. In this brief slumber, Zhang Hongfei sleeps blissfully. Zhang Hongfei dreamt of leading his team to victory in the University Football League Championship. Zhang Hongfei dreamt of himself standing triumphantly on the podium, brimming with exuberance. Zhang Hongfei dreamt of the familiar melody of Masazumi Ozawa's attraction emanating from his mobile phone. Zhang Hongfei could not restrain his anger as he exclaimed, "Who is it? Who dares to disturb me with a call at this hour?" Zhang Hongfei, feeling somewhat irritable, picked up the phone from his bedside. "Hello? Fei Ge. Who are you?" "Fei Ge, it's me. Who exactly are you? State your name at once, or I shall hang up." "Fei Ge, it's Sheng Shu, your devoted little follower." "Sheng Shu?" Zhang Hongfei's mind seemed to falter, unable to recall the identity of the sacred tree. "Fei Ge, it's me. The golden sacred tree." "Oh, it is you, little sapling." "Indeed. Indeed. I am your little uncle." The golden sacred tree, along with his sister Jean Cayenne, are newly arrived South Korean students at Huali University. They commenced their studies in the first year last year and have just entered their second year this term. Jean Cayenne is an ardent admirer of Zhang Hongfei, having persistently pursued him since their first encounter. She excels at making unexpected appearances, always catching Zhang Hongfei off guard, thereby sharpening his sense of vigilance. Zhang Hongfei has shown little interest in Jean Cayenne, consistently rebuffing her advances. Consequently, Jean Cayenne enlisted her brother, Jean Shishu, to win Zhang Hongfei over. However, to everyone's surprise, Jean Shishu too succumbed to Zhang Hongfei's charm, becoming an ardent admirer. "How is it that you have the time to call me? Did you not return to your country?" After the holiday at Huali, both Jean Cayenne and Jean Shingshu went back home. Now, with Jean Shingshu unexpectedly calling him, Zhang Hongfei found it rather perplexing. Our family is coming to Shanghai to negotiate a significant business deal, and I tagged along for some leisure. Fij, I have splendid news. I returned with my sister. Why do I feel this is rather unfortunate news? Jean Cayenne is back too? Indeed. My sister has arrived. She has missed you dearly. Fij, how about we meet for lunch soon? Forget it. I can't go. I have other matters to attend to. I'm hanging up now. Fij, wait. Don't hang up on me. What is it? Do you have something else to say? Actually, I sneaked out. My family did not bring me along. I currently have no place to stay. Fij, you must take me in. What on earth? What about Jean Cayenne? She didn't sneak out with you, did she? Of course, my sister did not. But Fij, Let me share a little insider information. Our family intends to arrange a marriage for my sister this time. If you have feelings for her, you absolutely must assist her. At this moment, Zhang Hongfei finally unraveled the situation. Jin Kaiyan had been arranged for a blind date by her family, or rather, it was not precisely a blind date. In truth, both parties had already reached an agreement, and this meeting was merely a formality for the involved individuals. Unwilling to accept this predetermined fate, Jin Kaiyan discreetly sent her brother, Jin Shishu, to Xinqing to seek Zhang Hongfei's assistance. The Jin family, to which Jin Shishu and Jin Kaiyan belonged, ranked among the top 10 families in South Korea, thus possessing a certain degree of influence. However, when compared to the Zhang family of Zhang Hongfei, they were but insignificant players. Fei Ge, are you there on the phone? I have nowhere to stay. All right. Come to my house. I have an empty apartment. You can stay there for now. But Fei Ge, what about my sister? You cannot just ignore her. This is a matter concerning your family. Why drag me into it? Fei Ge, my sister has always had feelings for you. Yet, I do not harbor any affection for your sister. Fei Ge, how can you be so heartless? Even if you don't like her, a single word from you could help her. Do my words carry that much weight? Fei Ge, the name of the 3 heroes of Xinqing echoes loudly. Who would dare disregard your authority in the city? All right, tell me. Which family is your sister being matched with? It's the second son of the Chao family in Xinqing, Chao Rong. Upon hearing the name Chao Rong, Zhang Hongfei could not help but curse. Damn it, it's him. Fei Ge, do you know Chao Rong? Of course. How could I not know that scoundrel Chao Rong? Enough. If it were someone else, I would wish them a match made in heaven. But since the suitor is Chao Rong, that changes everything. Xiao Shuzi, don't worry. I will take care of your sister's matters. Thank you so much, Fei Ge. I'm counting on you. All right. I'll leave the key in the flower pot by the door. When you arrive, just take the key and let yourself in. I have to step out for a bit. Okay, Fei Ge. Thank you. All right. Goodbye. After Zhang Hongfei hung up the phone, he began to contemplate how to deal with Chao Rong. Between Zhang Hongfei and Chao Rong, there has always been a long-standing grudge. Chao Rong is one of the loyal sycophants of the imposter prince Liu Zihao. On several occasions, Liu Zihao has clashed with Zhang Hongfei, and Chao Rong has played no beneficial role in these encounters. Chapter 39, System Task, Street Performance. Although Zhang Hongfei does not harbor fondness for Jin Kaiyan, he harbors an even greater aversion towards Chao Rong. Zhang Hongfei extended his assistance to Jin Kaiyan, which not only liberated her from the predicament of being coerced into blind dates but also served as a means of retribution against Chao Rong, while simultaneously provoking Liu Zihao, a trifecta of benefits. Next month, Zhang Hongfei is set to compete against Liu Zihao's team, and the prospect of unsettling Liu Zihao prior to the match is certainly something he relishes, particularly in the realm of skilled confrontations. Even if I cannot vanquish you, I shall still find delight in unsettling you. Upon this thought, Zhang Hongfei casually dialed a phone number for Zhaji. Zhang Jia's formidable intelligence network effortlessly uncovered the location of the upcoming matchmaking event between the Jin and Chao families. However, Zhaji felt quite displeased with Zhang Hongfei for asking her to inquire about such trivial matters. The Chao family wields considerable influence in the city of Xin, and if Zhang Hongfei intends to cause disruption, he must be thoroughly prepared. Today is July 17, 2006. With just one day remaining until the match against the second team of the football base, the matchmaking between Jin Kaiyan and Chao Rong is scheduled for the evening of July 18th at the Xin City Grand Hotel. Zhang Hongfei intends to rally the entire Huazhong University team to amplify their presence. Moreover, he has deliberately reached out to Huang Lian and Guan Er to enlist Guan Xingtian's assistance. Guan Xingtian never misses an opportunity to vex Liu Zihao. In a certain sense, among the 3 prodigies of Shunsheng, Liu Zihao stands unrivaled in both skill and talent, which often leads to a tacit alliance between Guan Xingtian and Zhang Hongfei. Of course, while they are competitors, their rivalry does not possess the same animosity as that with Liu Zihao. Liu Zihao attracts an overwhelming amount of hostility, and his very presence exudes a villainous aura that incites aversion. Having skipped breakfast and slept through the morning, Zhang Hongfei is now plagued by ravenous hunger. Zhang Hongfei once again produced a plethora of car keys, preparing for a meal. Which vehicle to choose? It matters not. I shall simply grab one at random. Zhang Hongfei casually drew a card from the deck. An Audi R8? It's quite satisfactory, I suppose. After Zhang Hongfei stepped outside, he first placed the house key beneath the flower pot at the entrance before proceeding to the underground garage. Yawn. As Zhang Hongfei yawned, he searched for his beloved car. At last, amidst a plethora of luxury vehicles, he spotted the unmistakable silhouette of an Audi R8. There it is. Moments later, Zhang Hongfei was cruising through the streets of the city in his Audi R8. What to have for lunch? Just as he pondered his dining options, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him. Fij, who is it? It's me. Ah, brother System. Could you refrain from startling me like that? I was contemplating something of great importance. I merely wish to advise you, Fij, to pay heed to a healthy diet. Why? Such a regimen would facilitate your growth. Brother System, what constitutes a healthy diet? The dietary standards for a football athlete strictly prohibit high-sugar foods, junk food, and... Brother System, stop right there. As an amateur football player, I need not adhere to such stringent rules, do I? Don't you aspire to become stronger? Of course. I dream of it. Then heed my counsel and embrace a healthy diet daily. No. I wish to enjoy playing football. Very well. I anticipated you would disregard my words. Now, I present you with a formidable task. Are you assigning me a task now? Brother System, are you intentionally seeking to vex me? You could interpret it that way. Task title: A man must strengthen himself. Fij has chosen to wallow in complacency, ignoring the sage advice of Brother System, which is utterly intolerable. Hence, a personalized task has been crafted for you. A man must strengthen himself. A man must strengthen himself? Isn't that the title of a song? Do not dwell on trivial details. Brother System, what exactly do you intend for me to do? A man must strengthen himself is a long-term endeavor. Upon completion, you shall be rewarded with a heaven-shattering minute. A heaven-shattering minute? What is that? For 1 minute, Fij, you shall transform into the supreme football player on the planet. No exceptions. Naturally, I cannot bestow this reward upon you so easily. Tell me, what must I do? Ahem. Listen closely. In every profession, excellence can be achieved. Fij, even if you cannot become the pinnacle of the football world, I hope you at least carve out your own niche. An everlasting legend. The words of Brother System ignited a fierce passion within Zhang Hongfei, filling him with an indomitable spirit. What man does not aspire to stand tall and achieve renown? Brother System, speak. How shall I strengthen myself? The task assigned is quite straightforward. For 7 consecutive days, engage in the act of playing football in a bustling urban area to capture the attention of passers-by. What does it mean to attract attention through playing football? Could you elucidate further, dear System? In simpler terms, it resembles street performance. What? Street performance? Indeed. Utilizing football skills as a means of street entertainment. Fly, you need not hold back. Feel free to express your thoughts. Why must I resort to street performance? More accurately, it should be referred to as showcasing football prowess on the streets. This endeavor can bolster your confidence, refine your skills, and simultaneously garner a substantial following. Truly a threefold benefit. Is there no way for me to avoid this? Failure to complete the task results in severe consequences. Fly's little brother will face a 10 centimeters reduction. What the heck? Upon hearing such a punishment, Zhang Hongfei immediately objected. System, how can you be so ruthless? A 10 centimeters reduction? Can I still carry out my responsibilities after that? I cannot say. Fly, your fate is now in the hands of destiny. So what will it be? Will you accept the task? If not, it will be deemed a failure. System, what constitutes task completion? Playing football in a bustling area for 7 consecutive days will suffice. In truth, this task is not difficult. All it requires is a thick skin. Who would have thought that I, Zhang Hongfei, one of the esteemed 3 heroes of Xinjiang, would one day be compelled to take to the streets for performance? If this were to be revealed, no one would believe it. I do. Chapter 40. Soap opera. Upon accepting the daunting task of embodying the spirit of self-reliance, Zhang Hongfei found it difficult to articulate the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. The tantalizing allure of a fleeting moment and the looming threat of a 10-centimeter loss left him in a state of profound unease. Fortunately, this undertaking merely entailed a slight dent to his pride, posing no significant repercussions for Zhang Hongfei. The call to self-strengthening. It appears that this time, I must truly embrace the essence of self-reliance. Zhang Hongfei drove his Audi R8 to the vicinity of Nanjing Road in the vibrant city of Shanghai. After casually finding a secluded corner to park his car, he embarked on foot into the bustling thoroughfare of Nanjing Road. Although he had initially felt a pang of hunger, the daunting task assigned by the system left him feeling less ravenous. Zhang Hongfei arrived at the century-old establishment, Xindasheng, located at 636 East Nanjing Road. It was precisely noon, and the grand hall on the first floor of Xindasheng was filled with eager diners. Zhang Hongfei's principle dictates that every meal must exceed 1,000. However, Shindashang is considered a snack shop rather than a formal restaurant. Thus, Zhang Hongfei need not be overly concerned about the standards for lunch. The signature delicacies of Shindashang include crab roast soup, dumplings, and shrimp wontons. Zhang Hongfei ordered a bowl of shrimp wontons, 2 baskets of crab roast soup dumplings, and a bowl of noodles. Zhang Hongfei believed that no further events would unfold for him during the noon hours of today. However, being handsome often invites a multitude of troubles. Zhang Hongfei possesses an innate beauty that ensures he becomes the center of attention wherever he appears. Outside Shindashang's establishment, a young couple engages in a heated breakup. The young man, possessing an air of refinement, contrasts with the youthful charm of the young woman. Their dramatic scene quickly captivates a gathering crowd, eager to witness the unfolding drama. With a lack of dignity, the boy clutches the girl's hand, pleading, "Please, don't go. Don't leave me." Angrily, she pulls away, declaring, "It's over. Stop this. No. Nana, you are my one and only. I love you. I would do anything for you." He implores. "Really? Then get lost. The farther away, the better. What is this? Just a moment ago, you claimed you would do anything for me. Yet now you're so quick to backtrack?" The boy's face pales, and he can only weakly continue to argue. "Nana, I truly love you. Humph. I don't need a boyfriend like you. Nana, I know I lack capabilities and earn little, but I will strive. I promise to work hard to make money in the future." At this, the onlookers immediately begin to point and murmur about the girl named Nana. Another gold digger. How could she abandon such a good boy for money? She lacks humanity. Such a girl deserves retribution. Heaven will eventually claim her. A perceptive observer among the crowd could not help but lament. Throughout history, foolish love only leaves behind regret. It is the cunning that win a woman's heart. This sentiment resonated with those around, nodding in agreement. The couple at the center of the drama, of course, overheard the discussions. The girl's face twisted in rage. She thrust her finger at the boy and exclaimed loudly, "If you are a man, tell everyone why I am breaking up with you." Because the boy suddenly faltered, appearing as though he harbored some untold grievances. "Because what? Speak up." Because suddenly, a wise voice emerged from the crowd. "Young lady, do not go too far. Your boyfriend may be financially lacking, but a man's dignity must not be trampled upon by a gold digger like you." "Oh, I am a gold digger? I have been in a relationship with him for 2 years, and you call me a gold digger? You do not know the truth, so kindly keep your mouth shut. You, tell everyone why I am breaking up with you. Speak." Because you cheated." The girl publicly revealed the reasons for their breakup, leaving the boy frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. The onlookers quickly discerned the truth behind the girl's words, realizing that she spoke with utmost sincerity. It turned out that the boy had been leading a double life, which prompted his girlfriend to end their relationship. What a scoundrel. A quintessential rogue. Are you so oblivious to the fact that eligible partners are scarce these days? How dare you indulge in 2 relationships simultaneously? Scoundrel. It is outrageous that I stood up for you moments ago. You are a disgrace among men, a veritable trash among refuse. The tide of public opinion swiftly shifted, with all eyes now trained on the boy. "Nana, I acknowledge my mistakes. I have completely severed ties with that woman. Please grant me another chance." "No, absolutely not. Our relationship is irreversibly over," the girl declared, attempting to leave the scene. Yet, the boy, unwilling to relent, desperately grasped her hand. "Nana, you have given me everything. If you seek another boyfriend now, you will be considered second-hand. Do you believe they will love you as I do? No, that is impossible. I am the only one who truly loves you." In a moment of fury, the girl, unable to contain herself, slapped the boy across the face before the astonished crowd. He clutched his cheek in disbelief, exclaiming, "Nana, you actually struck me." The girl remained silent, tears welling in her eyes as she turned to leave. However, the boy refused to let go, gripping her hand tightly. What began as a breakup now devolved into a chaotic scene of turmoil. Zhang Hongfei, having indulged in a hearty meal, rubbed his full belly and sauntered out of Shindashang. What is happening? Why are there so many people gathered over there? Zhang Hongfei immediately discerned the scene of contention. Human beings are inherently curious. Thus Zhang Hongfei began to fervently push his way into the crowd. As Zhang Hongfei squeezed in, he immediately heard a man shouting, "You shameless woman. Just take a look at yourself. Who would want you in this second-hand state?" The girl surveyed her surroundings and quickly spotted the naturally exquisite Zhang Hongfei. As if she had made a firm decision, she dashed to his side, gripping his arm tightly, and declared to the boy, "This is my new boyfriend." After saying this, she turned to Zhang Hongfei and inquired, Would you be willing to be my boyfriend? Zhang Hongfei, of course, was unwilling. The girl's appearance was merely average. How could she possibly be worthy of the stunning Zhang Hongfei? Yet, in her eyes, there was a profound plea. Zhang Hongfei's heart softened, and he casually remarked, I am willing. Chapter 41. Street Ball Skills. The scoundrel, upon witnessing this scene, contemplated advancing to give Zhang Hongfei a beating. However, upon meeting Zhang Hongfei's frigid gaze, the scoundrel instantly recoiled. Zhang Hongfei, due to his passion for football, possesses a towering stature, surpassing his peers in height, strength, and vigor. Conversely, at their core, scoundrels are merely cowards. Hence, after uttering a couple of harsh words, this particular scoundrel hastily departed. Zhang Hongfei observed the scoundrel departing and coldly addressed the girl. Well, I have fulfilled my role as a shield. I now have matters to attend to. Farewell. The girl hastily interjected, Wait, what is the matter? Do you still have something to do? Did you not just promise to be my boyfriend? I only agreed out of pity for your plight, he retorted. To be blunt, look at yourself. What makes you think you are worthy of me? The girl exclaimed in disbelief. You, just leave. With a sharp slap, the helpful Zhang Hongfei received a stinging blow from the girl. After delivering the strike, she turned and vanished into the throng of people. Zhang Hongfei innocently touched his burning cheek, murmuring to himself, why would anyone resort to violence? After enjoying a hearty meal, he set out to lend a helping hand, only to find himself unjustly harmed. He felt deeply aggrieved. The scoundrel, retreating to a secluded spot, took out his phone and made a call. My dear, I've been wronged. You must help me restore my dignity. To his surprise, this rogue was not only unfaithful but also a complete gigolo. Darling, what is the matter? My ex-girlfriend has not only found a new boyfriend but has also publicly humiliated me. My love, you must avenge me. Upon hearing that her boyfriend had been bullied by his ex and her paramour, his girlfriend was filled with righteous indignation. Fear not, my dear. I will immediately arrange for someone to take revenge on your behalf. Where are they? On Nanjing Road. All right. Wait for me there. I shall send someone to assist you. The scoundrel ended the call, casting a dark gaze into the crowd. Suddenly, he realized his ex-girlfriend had vanished, leaving Zhang Hongfei alone amidst the throng. Just moments ago, Zhang Hongfei had brazenly taken his girlfriend in front of everyone, fueling the scoundrel's hatred towards him. Seeing Zhang Hongfei all by himself, the rogue's malevolence surged within him. He thought smugly to himself, soon, I will make you kneel before me, pitifully begging for mercy. Zhang Hongfei remained oblivious to the nefarious scoundrel lurking around the street corner. Zhang Hongfei resolved to showcase his ball skills on the bustling streets of Nanjing Road. Zhang Hongfei returned to the Audi R8, bringing back a football. This was his inaugural venture into showcasing his skills on the streets. Zhang Hongfei felt a twinge of unease in his heart. Zhang Hongfei pondered thoughtfully, irresistibly recalling a scene from a certain television drama featuring street performers. Zhang Hongfei steadied his mind and stood at the center of Nanjing Road, ready to commence his performance. Ladies and gentlemen, please pause for a moment. As the saying goes, at home, one relies on their parents, outside, one depends on friends. I find myself in this esteemed location, yet. The next line was supposed to convey that my funds were exhausted, but Zhang Hongfei felt that his flamboyant attire, worth hundreds of thousands, would render such a statement utterly implausible. The onlookers had already formed concentric circles around him, eagerly awaiting the commencement of his act. Ahem. Zhang Hongfei had not yet finished his words when the onlookers began to stir with excitement. Hasten your performance. It has been years since we have witnessed street artistry. Please commence your display. Zhang Hongfei felt a surge of indignation within him after being subjected to this round of criticism from onlookers. Zhang Hongfei held the football in his hands, poised to commence his performance. But what kind of display was this, kicking a ball? Wasn't it supposed to be a feat of breaking stones with his chest? I had assumed it would be a martial arts exhibition. How mundane. Upon realizing that Zhang Hongfei was merely demonstrating his soccer skills, the majority of onlookers swiftly dispersed. However, due to his handsome appearance, a number of young ladies, married women, adorable girls, strong women, and even grandmothers chose to remain, cheering him on with fervor. Observing himself as a friend to women, Zhang Hongfei emitted a resigned chuckle. Better to have some support than none at all. At least today his endeavor had a semblance of success. Zhang Hongfei commenced his performance in a methodical manner. Zhang Hongfei, with a focused demeanor, began to juggle the ball. He effortlessly executed a myriad of juggling techniques, seamlessly switching between his left and right foot. Utilizing various parts of his body, inner and outer foot, thigh, shoulder, chest, and head, Zhang Hongfei demonstrated an impressive array of skills. The women surrounding him, captivated by his proficient and enchanting juggling display, were utterly spellbound. Zhang Hongfei, in a rather comical manner, has somehow acquired a small, shabby bowl, intending to collect donations. To all the lovely ladies, those with means, please contribute generously. And for those without, your mere presence is most welcome. As soon as Zhang Hongfei finished speaking, he regretted it. For the women around him immediately fixed their gaze upon him with the eyes of a predator eyeing its prey. Zhang Hongfei promptly interjected, declaring that there was no need to indulge in flattery any longer. Just as he was collecting his payment, a group of uninvited guests arrived. The scoundrel, upon seeing his reinforcements, immediately regained his vigor. No longer concealing himself in the shadows, he boldly approached Zhang Hongfei, leaping and shouting, "It is he! Strike him down!" Zhang Hongfei beheld a group of individuals brandishing clubs before him and immediately recognized that someone was intent on confronting him. As he observed the scoundrel prancing before him like a buffoon, filled with excitement, Zhang Hongfei understood that the fate of this rogue was sealed. Zhang Hongfei gazed at the scoundrel with a look of pity. "You wretch! What sort of gaze is that? Are you not aware that your demise is imminent?" "Ha ha." Zhang Hongfei suddenly let out a hearty laugh towards the sky. "What are you laughing at?" he taunted. "Do you truly believe that these pathetic attempts could drive me to my demise? Have you overestimated your own worth? Humph! Who cannot boast? Come at me. Cripple him." A group of henchmen exchanged glances, raising their weapons in unison, charging towards Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei, devoid of any trepidation, boldly confronts challenges head-on. As a premier scion of affluence, how could he possibly be devoid of strength? Rumors abound in the city, suggesting that among the three illustrious figures of Xinjiang, the most formidable adversary is neither the cunning Lu Zihao nor the volatile Guan Xingtian, but rather Zhang Hongfei, who, despite appearing harmless, strikes with unparalleled ferocity. Countless individuals have attempted to abduct Zhang Hongfei in hopes of extorting the Zhang family. Yet, each time, before the police could rescue him, these unfortunate kidnappers found themselves thoroughly vanquished by Zhang Hongfei, left to ponder their life choices. Zhang Hongfei's fearsome reputation is truly terrifying. Chapter 42. A convenient excuse approaches the door. The individual closest to Zhang Hongfei is a thug wielding a short club. The weapon in the thug's hand is raised high, poised to descend upon Zhang Hongfei's shoulder. Zhang Hongfei delivered a swift and decisive sidekick, sending the assailant crashing to the ground. At that moment, 4 more thugs armed with clubs approached from behind him. Zhang Hongfei promptly tossed the football lightly into the air, then with a swift kick, sent it hurtling towards the assailant who charged forward the fastest. Thud. The assailant fell to the ground with a resounding thump, while the football rebounded back. Zhang Hongfei seized the opportunity to direct the ball towards his next target. Thud. Another assailant collapsed in response. However, this time, the football did not rebound. Zhang Hongfei swiftly advanced 2 steps, seizing the clubs from the hands of the remaining 2 assailants, 1 in each hand. The assailants soon realized that their weapons had become immobile. "Curse it! Why can't we move? Is this fellow even human?" Zhang Hongfei's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he exerted force with both hands, effortlessly shattering the 2 frail sticks into halves. The 2 assailants, clutching their broken pieces, stood there in a state of bewilderment, their minds momentarily incapacitated. Zhang Hongfei seized the opportunity to deliver a punch to each of the 2 assailants' midsections, sending them to the ground. At this moment, 3 remaining assailants stood upright in the arena, 2 wielding machetes and 1 brandishing a dagger. Zhang Hongfei dashed to the side of the football and delivered a powerful ground strike, causing the assailant armed with a dagger to collapse. However, this individual still harbored the desire to rise and rejoin the fray. Yet, upon raising his gaze, he beheld 2 men wielding machetes, who were being forcefully subdued and mercilessly beaten by Zhang Hongfei. In a moment of clarity, he wisely opted to feign death on the ground. All 8 assailants were decisively vanquished by Zhang Hongfei, without exception. The once lively and boisterous rogue now stood frozen in astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. As if it could accommodate an ostrich egg, Zhang Hongfei, having dealt with the perpetrators, sauntered lazily towards the scoundrel. "Ah, do not come any closer. Do not approach. When you say do not come closer, do you think I will actually heed your words? Who do you think you are?" Zhang Hongfei approached the scoundrel without hesitation, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. "Let me make this clear. Do not overstep your bounds. We live in a society governed by law, where brute force cannot reign supreme." "Ha ha, a society governed by law. And pray tell, where did you find these imbeciles?" I do not recognize them." "Ha ha, are you attempting to insult my intelligence? Speak." Who sent them? I will confess. It was the young lady of the Chow family, Chowing. Who sent them? I assure you, I have no connection to this matter. Please, show mercy and let me go. Again with the Chow family? Upon hearing this revelation, Zhang Hongfei felt a mixture of astonishment and delight. Tomorrow night, he planned to bring a group to create a commotion at Chao Rong's matchmaking event. Yet today, he had already crossed paths with Chowing. Zhang Hongfei could not help but ponder, is this a fateful entanglement? I have already revealed all that I know. Can you not set me free? I am innocent. Are you truly innocent? By heaven and earth as conscience. I was merely passing by, a mere bystander. Oh, yet just moments ago, you dared to confront me with threats? I was merely. The scoundrel found himself at a loss, unable to articulate a suitable explanation for this predicament. Spare the explanations. Go in peace. You intend to kill me? Kill you? That would only tarnish my hands. Zhang Hongfei casually tossed the scoundrel onto the ground, then delivered a forceful kick to the back of his leg, causing the rogue to instantly faint from the pain. Humph, what a waste of time. Zhang Hongfei spat contemptuously at the scoundrel on the ground, clutching his soccer ball, and swaggered away from Nanjing Road. By the time the police arrived, Zhang Hongfei had vanished without a trace. The officers took 8 thugs along with the scoundrel for questioning. Yet the outcome remains shrouded in mystery. Rest assured, young master, I guarantee that those individuals will face dire consequences. If not death, they shall certainly suffer greatly. Zhao Yi, upon hearing of the attack on Zhang Hongfei, immediately heightened her vigilance. Although she harbored a profound dislike for him, should anything happen to Zhang Hongfei, she, as his personal secretary, would undoubtedly bear the burden of responsibility. Just handle this matter as you see fit. Young master, what about Chowing? Do not concern yourself with the affairs of the Chow family. But young master, fear not, Yi. I know precisely how to navigate this situation. Chowing dares to send people to assault me. She must be extraordinarily bold. However, I have been pondering how to find a legitimate reason to pay her a visit tomorrow night. And now, it seems she has conveniently provided me with an excuse. Haha. This is truly fate at work. Zhang Hongfei sought to sabotage the matchmaking between Chao Rong and Jin Qian, requiring a legitimate reason to do so. However, despite his prolonged contemplation, he found himself at a loss for a plausible justification. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Chowing appeared as a timely benefactor, offering Zhang Hongfei the very pretext he needed. Zhang Hongfei had resolutely decided in his heart that tomorrow night, he would exact vengeance for both old grievances and new injustices. The lewd smile plastered across his face hinted ominously at the fate that awaited Chao Rong the following evening, which would undoubtedly be grim. Thanks to the throngs of onlookers, young ladies, newlyweds, adorable girls, strong women, and elderly grandmothers, Zhang Hongfei successfully fulfilled his aspirations of masculinity for the day. After leaving Nanjing Road, he continued to drive his Audi R8 leisurely through the streets of Shanghai, feeling quite pleased. What shall I do next? Oh, it has been a while since I visited the Oriental Pearl Tower. Perhaps I shall take a stroll there today. Zhang Hongfei, resolute in his decision, drove to the Oriental Pearl Tower. This iconic structure in Shanghai has long stood as a symbol of the city. Since its inauguration on May 1st, 1995, it has now graced the skyline for 11 years. When Zhang Hongfei finds himself with idle time, he often ascends to the pinnacle of the Oriental Pearl Tower to admire the scenery, cultivate his spirit, and perhaps charm a few young ladies. However, today, atop the tower, Zhang Hongfei encountered a bit of trouble. As a veritable harbinger of chaos, trouble seems to follow him wherever he roams. At that moment, a group of international tourists from Africa had also arrived at the tower. Among this group of African tourists was a tribal chief, a figure of considerable wealth and influence. Concealed within the throng was an assassin, poised to strike at the chief. Should the chief meet his demise, the first heir to his fortune would ascend to become the new magnate. The assassin was determined to succeed in this mission. Yet, Zhang Hongfei's unexpected presence would alter the course of events. Chapter 43, A Friendship Across Borders. The assassins stealthily trailed the chief, biding their time for the perfect moment to act. When Zhang Hongfei arrived at the pinnacle of the Oriental Pearl Tower, the assassin was still tailing the wealthy individual. However, the assassin had yet to find an opportune moment to strike. A black man. Zhang Hongfei couldn't help but furrow his brow upon seeing the group of black tourists. Although Zhang Hongfei harbored no discriminatory sentiments towards individuals of African descent, he nonetheless felt a twinge of discomfort towards these guests from the far side of the globe. The incessant chatter of this group of black individuals atop the Oriental Pearl Tower unsettled him. Why did he experience such an uneasy sensation? Zhang Hongfei, accustomed to altercations, possessed an acute sensitivity to the aura of menace. The palpable intensity exuded by the assassins nearby stirred an unmistakable sense of foreboding within him. Zhang Hongfei cast a sweeping glance around, swiftly identifying the source of the lethal intent. An assassin. Zhang Hongfei had frequently encountered various malevolent entities in the past. Thus, he was no stranger to the profession of assassination. Zhang Hongfei observed that the assassin's gaze was persistently fixed upon the group of African tourists. A bold conjecture formed in his mind. What was the assassin planning? Could it be that his target lay among that very group? Although Zhang Hongfei was not a paragon of virtue, he could not stand idly by in the face of impending doom. Especially when the assassination was poised to unfold atop the Oriental Pearl Tower, an act that would surely bring disgrace to the city of Shanghai. Thus, Zhang Hongfei became increasingly vigilant regarding the assassin. The malevolence emanating from the killer indicated that the moment to strike was drawing near. Zhang Hongfei was acutely aware that the assassin was poised to strike, hence he dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. After meandering around, the affluent member of the African tourist group suddenly felt the urge to relieve himself and hurry to the restroom. Sensing a golden opportunity, the assassin promptly followed suit. The man stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole lurking behind. Zhang Hongfei promptly followed the assassin into the restroom. Within the confines of the bathroom, 3 men engaged in a game of wits. The affluent man occupied one stall, while the assassin, ensconced in the adjacent cubicle, commenced his preparations for the impending assassination. With a wire in hand, the stakes were life and death. Zhang Hongfei, meanwhile, sat in the adjacent compartment, contemplating his strategy. Call the police? Such troublesome matters were never his inclination. Whenever he could resolve an issue by himself, Zhang Hongfei would never bother the authorities. Zhang Hongfei deliberately emitted such a sound to distract the assassin. Upon hearing Zhang's utterance, the assassin felt a sense of relief. In a mere span of seconds, the assassin readied himself for the impending assassination. The wealthy individual continued to amplify the noise, completely unaware that danger was about to befall him. The assassin positioned himself atop the toilet, stealthily allowing the wire to descend towards the top of the tycoon's head. Zhang Hongfei had been silently observing the assassin, scrutinizing each of his movements. As the assassin commenced his actions, Zhang Hongfei, too, sprang into motion. The assassin, entirely engrossed in targeting the wealthy individual, remained blissfully unaware that, just behind him, Zhang Hongfei was stealthily plotting to strike. Two anguished screams erupted from the restroom in succession. The first scream, undoubtedly, belonged to the affluent man. A wire had ensnared his neck. He managed to utter a single cry before being abruptly silenced, as the wire constricted around his throat, rendering him voiceless. The second scream, of course, belonged to the assassin. Zhang Hongfei descended from the heavens, landing behind the assassin, his grip firmly encircling the killer's throat. The assassin held the wealthy man hostage, while Zhang Hongfei had the assassin in his clutches. A delicate equilibrium formed among the three, though this state of balance was destined to be shattered swiftly. Would the assassin eliminate the wealthy man first, or would Zhang Hongfei vanquish the assassin? The outcome would soon be revealed. With a sudden gasp, the assassin succumbed first, rendered unconscious by Zhang Hongfei's relentless hold. As the assassin relinquished the wire, the wealthy man felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. He clutched his throat, coughing violently. In that fleeting moment, he had glimpsed death itself, the grim reaper beckoning him with a sinister grin. After subduing the assassin, Zhang Hongfei tapped on the partition nearby. The wealthy man babbled in a foreign tongue, leaving Zhang Hongfei momentarily bewildered. Fortunately, the wealthy man possessed a keen intellect. Upon seeing the assassin rendered unconscious, he comprehended that Zhang Hongfei had just saved his life. With an expression of fervent gratitude, he grasped Zhang Hongfei's hand and exited the restroom. The wealthy man whispered to his 2 bodyguards, prompting one to hasten to the restroom to manage the aftermath. Subsequently, he warmly took Zhang Hongfei's hand and sought out the translator from his tour group. Among the African tour group were 2 stunning translators. "Greetings, Mr. Nada has asked me to convey his heartfelt thanks to you." Nada was the name of this affluent individual, signifying generosity. "Please tell Mr. Nada that it was my duty." Zhang Hongfei responded. The beautiful translator exchanged a few words in the foreign language with Nada. "Sir, Mr. Nada wishes to repay your kindness. May I have your bank account details?" Zhang Hongfei replied, "There is no need for such formality." The translator added, "Sir, Allow me to inform you responsibly that Mr. Nada is a chieftain of a tribe in Africa, immensely wealthy. Whatever you desire, Mr. Nada will fulfill. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei merely smiled faintly, refraining from offering any commentary. Competing in wealth with Zhang Hongfei? Although he was unaware of the extent of the African chieftain's riches, he was certain he would never harbor concerns regarding finances. Sir, you could actually. I beg your pardon, but I have no need. Alas. Why does this individual mistake good intentions for something insincere? The beautiful translator, with a sense of helplessness, conveyed Zhang Hongfei's words to Mr. Nada. The African chieftain. Upon hearing this, wore an expression of utter astonishment. Zhang Hongfei, in a moment of selflessness, saved himself without expecting any form of recompense. What a remarkable spirit! It is this very quality that has led Nada to regard Zhang Hongfei as a confidant in his life's journey. Who among men would not cherish the companionship of an individual who is both unready and capable? The African sightseeing tour continued. Yet Nada found himself devoid of interest in prolonging the experience. Accompanied by his bodyguards and a subdued assassin, Nada took Zhang Hongfei along as they departed from the Oriental Pearl Tower. They were joined by a beautiful interpreter. The group of 6 returned to the luxurious hotel where Nada was staying. Upon witnessing Nada residing in a presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, Zhang Hongfei couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, a presidential suite? Truly befitting of an African chieftain." Chapter 44. The Golden Holy Tree. Zhang Hongfei conversed with Nada for an extensive period, and they had become akin to old friends. The camaraderie between men often blossoms swiftly. Zhang Hongfei saved Nada's life, earning his enduring friendship. Nada is a South African, a chieftain of a prominent tribe belonging to the Zulu people. Zhang Hongfei and Nada became acquainted through the dark event of an assassination. Their friendship endured for many years, lasting until the day Nada departed from this world. In the confines of the room, Nada once again expressed his desire to gift Zhang Hongfei $2 million as a token of gratitude. Yet Zhang Hongfei gently declined once more. Despite the language barrier, Zhang Hongfei was able to perceive Nada's genuine sincerity. The two engaged in extensive conversation, during which Nada revealed that his visit to Shanghai was not solely for sightseeing but also to negotiate a substantial business venture. In recent years, Africa has been fervently advancing its modernization efforts, and Nada sought to find a partner in Shanghai to invest in South Africa. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Hongfei subtly recommended Nada to the Zhang family in Shenzhen. For Zhang Hongfei, this presented a splendid opportunity to enhance the family's influence. Furthermore, by introducing Nada to the Zhang family, he could effectively silence Zhang's father. Zhang's father often looked down upon Zhang Hongfei for not contributing anything to the family, merely spending money without a care. Whenever the two engaged in conversation, they would talk until nightfall. That day, he wished to invite Zhang Hongfei to dinner. Zhang Hongfei contemplated for a moment, realizing he had no pressing engagements for the evening, and thus acquiesced to Nada's invitation. The dinner hosted by Nada was to be enjoyed within the confines of his room. Concerned about potential discomfort upon arriving in Shenzhen, Nada had thoughtfully brought along a chef from Africa. This culinary expert presented an exquisite banquet of the most authentic South African delicacies for both Nada and Zhang Hongfei. As a man of considerable means, Nada's pursuit of quality in life was nothing short of extraordinary. Each dish served at dinner had been airlifted directly from South Africa, ensuring unparalleled freshness. Among the offerings was Coke Sister, a sweet treat from South Africa, delightfully crisp and reminiscent in shape to a croissant. After sampling it, Zhang Hongfei found the flavor quite agreeable. Vet Cook, a savory meat dish, bore a resemblance to a pie in taste. Yet its appearance was akin to that of a crystal bun. Zhang Hongfei expressed his reluctance to partake in it a second time. The South African sandwich, reputed to be a source of pride for the locals, is consumed nearly every day by many South Africans. Zhang Hongfei remarked that aside from its size, it resembled an ordinary sandwich. Babidi, presented in a manner that was somewhat unappetizing, evoked in him a sense of reluctance, while the mincemeat and egg stew did not appeal to his palate. Chakalaka, a uniquely South African spicy condiment akin to a secret sauce, can be paired with various dishes but is not meant to be consumed alone. Zhang Hongfei found it to enhance his meal quite satisfactorily. Pap, the staple food of South Africa, bore a resemblance to porridge. Zhang Hongfei's assessment of pap was succinct, unpalatable. If he were compelled to add a word, it would be truly unappetizing. The South African sausage was the sole dish that Zhang Hongfei deemed acceptable, featuring beef seasoned with distinctive spices that offered a unique flavor. Indulging in it occasionally was a pleasant experience. As for South African abalone, Nada, a quintessential South African, candidly stated that he had never partaken in such a delicacy, noting that most South Africans do not have a habit of consuming seafood. After dinner, Nada eagerly wished for Zhang Hongfei to stay and engage in an intimate camel-lit conversation. Zhang Hongfei cast a glance at the weary yet hopeful-eyed beauty translator, shaking his head gently. After exchanging contact information with Nada, Zhang Hongfei departed from the hotel, leaving behind Nada's lingering gaze filled with reluctance. Not long after Zhang Hongfei had left the room, a bodyguard approached Nada with urgent news. "Boss, I have conducted a thorough investigation. The young man we encountered earlier was merely a chance presence today and bears no connection to the assassination. That is reassuring. It appears I can place my trust in this friend from the East." As a wealthy magnate, Nada was naturally cautious about trusting others. While he sought excuses to keep Zhang Hongfei close and build rapport, he discreetly commanded his subordinates to probe deeper into the assassination incident. If the investigation revealed any ties between Zhang Hongfei and the assassination, Nada would not hesitate to order his men to eliminate him. Fortunately, the results were pleasing for all involved. Who orchestrated this attempt on my life? I have interrogated the suspect. It was Saya. Saya, Nada's half-brother, stood as the primary heir to the estate upon Nada's demise. Saya? That wretched scoundrel. Has he already begun to covet my inheritance? Boss, how shall we proceed? Let us keep this matter under wraps for now. I will address it upon my return to the homeland. Understood, boss. Zhang Hongfei returned home in his Audi R8. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a pungent odor of burning. Goodness, who is setting fire to my house? Ah, brother-in-law, you have returned. Zhaji, you are here. What on earth are you doing? Are you attempting to incinerate my home? Zhang Hongfei turned his gaze towards the sound, spotting a sneaky figure in the kitchen, engaged in some mysterious activity. However, the thick smoke billowing from the kitchen instilled a sense of dread. Brother-in-law, I am hungry. Yet, I have no money for a meal. I wish to prepare something for myself. Zhang Hongfei could not contain his anger and shouted, "Get lost. What on earth can you even do?" Zhang Hongfei dashed into the kitchen and extinguished the stove. Jin Shushu, this prodigal son, had squandered the ingredients that Zhang Hongfei had meticulously preserved for a long time. 2 unfortunate Boston lobsters were charred to an inky black, devoid of any appeal. A few Australian abalones lay half-cooked on the plate. Eggs worth over 10,000 each had been wasted by Jin Shushu, with dozens of them scattered across the floor, yolks and whites mingling in a disarray. Most infuriating was that Jin Shushu had carelessly used a bottle of 82 Lafite as cooking wine. Brother-in-law. I am not your brother-in-law. Oh, you? Get out. Jin Shushu, with a pitiful expression, retorted, "Feej, but what should I do if I am hungry? Wait outside." Zhang Hongfei drove away Jin Shushu and gazed at the chaotic scene in the kitchen, feeling an overwhelming headache. Zhang Hongfei placed a call to Zhaji, requesting her to send someone to clean up the aftermath. Following this, he took Jin Shushu out. As they settled into the car, Jin Shushu, with a hint of dissatisfaction, complained, "Brother Fei, why are we driving an Audi R8? Where is your Bugatti Veyron?" Zhang Hongfei replied, "It's in the garage. Why not take it out?" Jin Shushu, realizing Zhang Hongfei appeared to be in a foul mood, wisely chose to silence his complaints. Zhang Hongfei grasped Jin Shushu and arrived at Chongli Road in Xinqing. "Brother-in-law, do not call me brother-in-law. Fei Gu, what is it? Fei Gu, I have made the effort to come, and you are taking me to eat street food?" Chapter 45, Shi Yong's Absence. At this hour, what else do you hope to dine on? Fei Gu, I crave Arabic grilled meat. Forget it. Spicy hot pot. Love it or leave it. Fei Gu, indulging in spicy hot pot at such a late hour may lead to indigestion. Enough of your nonsense. Zhang Hongfei currently feels quite displeased with Jin Shushu. Whenever Zhang Hongfei recalls how Jin Shushu squandered so many of his precious materials, particularly that long-preserved bottle of 1982 Lafite, which was regrettably used by Jin as cooking wine, he feels an overwhelming urge to deliver a sound thrashing to Jin Shushu. At a roadside stall, 2 young men are devouring spicy hot pot with great fervor. One of them is Zhang Hongfei, the esteemed heir of the Zhang family, renowned as one of the 3 prodigies of the city, while the other is Jin Shushu, the first-in-line heir of the prestigious Korean Jin Group. Judging by their manners at the table, one would hardly believe the significant backgrounds of these 2 individuals. However, their attire tells a different story. "Hey, Feej. What brings you here?" "I'm hungry." "Feej. What now?" "1 bowl isn't enough." "Are you a pig?" "Feej. May I have another bowl, please?" After casting a disdainful glance at Jin Shishu, Zhang Hongfei shouted towards the boss, "Boss, bring me 2 bowls of spicy hot pot over here." "Fij, you are too kind to me. You're treating me to 2 bowls at once." "Shishu, do not misunderstand. The other bowl is for me." After finishing their dinner, Jin Shishu, still in a playful spirit, sought to persuade Zhang Hongfei to treat him to an evening of entertainment. Zhang Hongfei did not acquiesce. The following day, there was a match with the second team at the football base, and Zhang Hongfei needed to conserve his energy in the evening. Moreover, a significant event was scheduled for the night, making it impossible for him, both emotionally and rationally, to accompany Jin Shishu on a frivolous outing. "Fij, just give me some money, and I'll go out and have fun on my own." "Absolutely not. Fij, I specifically came to inform you. You must give me some benefit in return. I'm not the one who compelled you to bring me this message. It was your sister who pressured you." "Fij, my sister is infatuated with you. At the very least, you should." "I'm sorry, Zhaji, but I already have a girlfriend." "Fij, does that one even count as a girlfriend? The entire Huali University knows that you've never seriously dated anyone. You change girlfriends every month. My sister is different. She genuinely likes you. Zhaji, I'm not joking. Just a couple of days ago, I found a girlfriend and plan to introduce her to my parents soon." "What? What will happen to my sister?" "She'll just have to deal with it." "Fij, which fortunate young lady has caught your eye?" "She is not from any affluent family. She is just an ordinary girl. She must be quite beautiful. Of course, if she were unattractive. Do you think I would be interested? You're all about appearances. I bet you 2 won't last long. Close your mouth, you harbinger of misfortune." After Zhang Hongfei spoke, he shot a fierce glare at Jin Shishu, who immediately covered his mouth in fear. The familiar melody of Masazumi Ozawa's attraction emanated from Zhang Hongfei's phone. "Hello? Who is this? Is it Brother Fei?" "It's me. I am Yong." "Oh, calling so late. Is there something on your mind?" "Brother Fei, I might not be able to make it to the competition tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei's expression immediately soured. "Yong, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" "Not at all. Brother Fei, my cousin is coming to our house tomorrow, and my mother has asked me to take her out for some fun." "Oh, I see. My apologies, Brother Fei. It's quite all right. Enjoy your time with your cousin tomorrow." "Thank you for your understanding, Brother Fei." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hongfei let out a wry smile. It seems that everyone is swayed by the opposite sex, devoid of humanity. Even Yong is no exception. The absence of Yong would not significantly impact the upcoming match for the Huali team, as there remained 2 forwards, Yu Qingyun and Gao Hongkai. However, Zhang Hongfei's desire to assess Yong's true capabilities and practice would have to be put on hold until the next game. "Brother Fei, who are you talking about? Who is swayed by the opposite sex and devoid of humanity? Could it be me?" "That is impossible. I'm still single." "Zhaji, don't flatter yourself. You possess humanity, but lack the opposite sex." Jin Shishu retorted with a mournful expression. "I would much rather be a person swayed by the opposite sex, devoid of humanity. Then you should hasten to find a girlfriend. Stop wandering around aimlessly all the time." "I would love to, but there are no opportunities. All the pretty girls at school have been swept away by Brother Fei. The rest are either unattractive or have already been passed over by you. How could I possibly be interested? Get out of here." "Are you insulting me?" "Brother Fei, I'm merely speaking the truth. Did I say anything wrong? Then why don't you seek a girlfriend at another school? Must you hang yourself on a single tree? It's no wonder you'll remain a bachelor for life." Zhang Hongfei drove Jin Shishu back home. Zhao had already found someone to tidy up Zhang Hongfei's residence. That evening, Jin Shishu incessantly inquired about the plan to rescue Jin Cayenne. "Brother Fei, just tell me, will it be of any use if I do? After all, tomorrow you won't be the protagonist. Come on. Brother Fei, she's my own sister. Rest assured, I won't allow Chaorong to take advantage of your sister. But Brother Fei, could you at least give me a hint? It would help me feel more at ease. I have a match to play tomorrow, so I need to get to bed early. Brother Fei, sleep." Under Zhang Hongfei's stern demeanor, Jin Shishu obediently lay down in bed, suppressing his exuberance. A night of silence ensued. The next morning, Zhang Hongfei was up early. "Little Shizi, rise and shine." "Brother Fei, so early. Please let me sleep a little longer." "Do you want to save your sister or not?" "Of course." "Then get out of bed." Reluctantly, under Zhang Hongfei's insistence, Jin Shishu sat up. "Little Shizi, quickly get dressed and come with me." "Brother Fei, so early. Where are we going?" "No questions. Just follow me." "Brother Fei, I want to drive the Bugatti Veyron." "All right. Fantastic. I'll get dressed right away." The moment Jin Shishu heard about the Bugatti Veyron, His spirits soared. Although he was the only son in the Jean family and had ample pocket money, with numerous sports cars in the garage, the Bugatti Veyron had always eluded him. He had long coveted Zhang Hongfei's Bugatti Veyron. 20 minutes later, on the streets of Xinxiang, Jean Shishu, brimming with excitement, sat in the driver's seat of the Bugatti Veyron and turned to ask, "Brother Fei, where are we headed now?" Chapter 46, Longchang. The football base is located in the southern part of Dongping National Forest Park in Chongming County, Xinxiang, covering an area of over 70 acres. The friendly match was held at the outdoor sports ground of the football base. At 9 in the morning, the bus arranged by Zhaji appeared punctually at the entrance of Huali University, ready to transport the Huali football team. Zhang Hongfei and Jin Shengshu set out early in the morning, yet they did not head directly to the football training ground. "Brother Fei, where are we?" "Do not speak too much. You shall soon find out." Zhang Hongfei accompanied Jin Shishu to an abandoned warehouse. As Zhang Hongfei and Jin Shishu entered the warehouse, they were immediately encircled by a group of menacing individuals. These people bore fierce expressions, their faces twisted in malice, each wielding weapons of varying lengths. "Speak. Who sent you here?" Jin Shishu, having never encountered such a scene, was nearly paralyzed with fear. Zhang Hongfei remained remarkably composed as he addressed the leader, declaring, "I am Zhang Hongfei. Bring out your boss, Chang." "Zhang Hongfei, the young master of the Zhang family?" "Indeed, that would be me. Have your boss, Chang, come to meet me." "Young Master Zhang, my apologies. Brothers, put away your weapons. Young Master Zhang is one of us." Upon hearing their leader's command, all the subordinates promptly sheathed their weapons and stood in a straight line. "Young Master Zhang, please come in." Deep within the abandoned warehouse, a scarred man sat at a table, meticulously polishing a dagger. "Who is it?" "Boss Chang. Young Master Zhang has arrived." Chang immediately leaped from the table and rushed to embrace Zhang Hongfei with fervor. "Fij, Chang, you all may leave. I have matters to discuss with Fij." "Yes, Boss Chang." Noticing that Jin Shishu had not departed, Chang turned to Zhang Hongfei with an inquiring gaze. "And this is Jin Shishu?" "Little Shuzi. He is also my good brother. One of us. Can he be trusted?" "Absolutely. Furthermore, my visit today is directly related to him." "Oh." Upon observing the tattoos adorning Chang's body, Jin Shishu timidly suggested, "Fij, I'm feeling a bit apprehensive. Perhaps I should wait outside?" "Fool. Whether we can save your sister tonight depends solely on Chang." But a strained smile emerged on Chang's face, which only served to enhance his menacing demeanor. He self-assuredly explained to Jin Shishu, "Dear brother, although my appearance may be intimidating, I assure you, I am indeed a good person." Jin Shishu regarded him with skepticism. "Enough. Little Shuzi, if you are afraid, you may wait outside. However, be cautious not to provoke those outside." At that moment, Jin Shishu recalled that there were numerous individuals outside who were akin to Boss Chang, and stepping out would subject him to a similarly awkward predicament. After some contemplation, he decided it would be wiser to remain where he was. Zhang Hongfei chose to ignore Jin Shishu and instead engaged in conversation with Chang Go. "Chang, how have you been lately?" "What else? Just the same, I suppose." "Fei Ge, did you come to see me for a reason today?" "Did Yi Jie not mention anything to you?" "No." "Haha, Yi Jie is truly something." Zhao Yi was always meticulous in her dealings, which left Zhang Hongfei feeling both gratified and somewhat speechless. "Fei Ge, speak up. Who do you intend to deal with?" "Chaorong and Chaoing. The Chao family from Xinxiang?" "Indeed. Fei Ge, if anything goes awry, it will send shockwaves throughout Xinxiang." "Haha, rest assured. I hold a significant leverage over the Chao family. They dare not retaliate. If they do..." At this point, a glint of ferocity flashed across Zhang Hongfei's face. "I shall ensure they vanish completely from Xinxiang. Since you are confident, I pledge my life to you." "Good brother." Long Chang, a retired soldier, had his parents injured due to a demolition dispute. In a fit of rage, he sought revenge, severely injuring the perpetrator, and subsequently found himself being hunted by enemies. Just when Long Chang felt he had nowhere to turn, he fortuitously encountered Zhang Hongfei. The two hit it off instantly, forging a deep bond of camaraderie. Zhang Hongfei assisted Long Chang in dealing with his adversaries, subsequently providing covert sponsorship to Long Chang to establish a private militia that would heed his commands, aiding him in resolving matters that could not be addressed through conventional means. Such private forces are also at the disposal of Liu Zihao and Guan Shitian. Among the three heroes of Shin City, none can be underestimated. Zhang Hongfei and Long Chang meticulously devised a plan, preparing for a grand endeavor that evening. Jin Shishu stood nearby, his heart racing with trepidation. "Fij, Is this approach truly reliable? What's wrong? Do you doubt my brother's capabilities? No, that's not it. I'm merely concerned that this might inadvertently involve my sister. Rest assured, my friend, I will exercise caution. But if chaos ensues, who will look after my sister? Don't worry, Zhaji. I will bring the entire Wari team along. They will ensure your sister's safety. Yet, Fij, I can't shake this unsettling feeling. Feeling uneasy is inevitable, but we have no other choice. We are up against the Chow family. Fij, do I sense a hint of personal vendetta in your words? Haha. I have quite a few grievances with that scoundrel Chow Rong. This is the perfect opportunity to settle them. Then, I entrust my sister to your care. And what about you? I won't be joining tonight. After hearing Long Cheng and Zhang Hongfei's scheme, Jin Shishu felt as though the evening would unfold like a banquet of treachery. One misstep could lead to a catastrophic scene. As the heir of the esteemed Jin family, he pondered, if something were to happen to him in Xinjiang, wouldn't he his relatives in Korea be overjoyed? Jin Xingshu was determined not to let those vile individuals have their way. Thus, he resolved to refrain from accompanying Zhang Hongfei to rescue his sister that night. Zhaji, I never imagined you to be of such character. Fij, it is my sister who admires you, not I. Therefore, the role of the hero rescuing the damsel is better suited for you. And you? I shall remain outside, cheering for you. Get lost. After finalizing the arrangements with Long Cheng, Zhang Hongfei instructed Jin Shishu to drive them to the football base. When Zhang Hongfei arrived, the players of the Wari school team had already commenced their warm-up on the field. Their opponents, the second-string players from the football academy, had also taken to the pitch. Although they were merely a group of underage children, Zhang Hongfei could distinctly sense that their prowess was likely on par with that of the Wari school team. The match between the Wari school team and the second-string team from the football academy was about to commence. Chapter 47, The Match Against the Second-String Team, Part 1. As soon as Zhang Hongfei appeared, the players of the Huali team immediately gathered around him. Good morning, Brother Fei. Hello, Brother Fei. You've arrived quite late. We've already begun our warm-up. Brother Fei, didn't you say you would bring a new teammate? Where are they? Brother Fei. Zhang Hongfei waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. Please settle down. I have a few words to share. Firstly, the player I recruited a couple of days ago has encountered an unexpected matter and will not be able to attend today. Therefore, Yu Qingyun and Gao Hongkai, you two should confer amongst yourselves to determine who will take the field first. Secondly, I have arranged for a significant event this evening, and I expect everyone's participation. No one is permitted to be absent. Another gathering tonight? Is Fij personally leading the team? How fortunate we are. With the head coach Wang Tsung absent, all matters concerning the team were at the discretion of Zhang Hongfei. The starting lineup was swiftly established, retaining the eternally unchanged 4-5-1 formation. The forward position was assigned to Yu Qingyun, who had scored twice during the internal match, outpacing Gao Hongkai by 1 goal, thus securing his position as the starting forward for today. The midfield comprised 5 players, led by Zhang Hongfei, along with Yang Yuchen, Zhan Wushuang, Yi Yunfei, and Tang Qi. The defensive line was formed by Yu Bao, Dong Hanhai, Yin Meikai, and Yu Tongfei, collaborating in defense. The goalkeeper was Mei Chung. Lu Fei, having conceded 4 goals during the internal match, was instructed by Zhang Hongfei to reflect on his performance from the sidelines. In the second team of the football academy, there was no clear distinction between starters and substitutes. Those with skill had ascended to the first team, while the less capable had been relegated to the third team, making the second team's strength quite formidable. The second team deployed a standard 4-4-2 formation. As the second team consisted entirely of underage players, they would kick off first. The match was structured similarly to a formal game, with 2 halves of 45 minutes each, though without stoppage time. Compared to the internal matches, this game was far more official. Referees officiated the match, all 3 being from the football academy, which was not favorable news for the Wari University team. Moreover, many students from the academy flocked to the sidelines upon hearing of the match. With a sharp whistle from the head referee, the game between Wari University and the second team of the football academy officially commenced. The players of the second team, facing off against their older counterparts from Wari University, were filled with spirited determination. In the very first minute of the match, 2 forwards and a midfielder from the reserve team, through exquisite passing and coordination, surged towards the goal of the Huazhong University team. At the onset of the game, the defenders of Huazhong had yet to find their rhythm, thus granting the reserve team an effortless opportunity at goal. Mei Cheng executed a remarkable save, deflecting the ball away, and, in a fit of dissatisfaction, he bellowed at his 4 defenders to express his frustration. Aware of their shortcomings, Yu Bao and his teammates dared not retort, hastily avoiding Mei Cheng's gaze. The reserve team took a corner kick, with both forwards and 4 midfielders positioning themselves within the Huazhong penalty area for an advantageous position. One of the reserve team defenders approached the corner spot, ready to deliver the kick. The corner was sent directly into the penalty area, creating instant chaos. Players from both sides jostled, pushing and vying for position in a fierce contest for the ball. Before either team could make contact with the ball, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Yu Tongfei, a defender from Huazhong, committed a foul by pulling an opponent just outside the penalty area, prompting the referee to award the reserve team a prime free kick. Outrage ensued among the Huazhong players upon hearing the referee's decision. A throng surrounded the main official, pleading their case. Alas, the referee remained unmoved, steadfast in his ruling. Meanwhile, the reserve team players huddled together to determine who would take the free kick, while the Huazhong side began to organize a defensive wall. Yu Bao, along with Yu Tongfei, Dong Hanhai, and Yin Minkai, positioned themselves 10 yards away from the penalty spot. Zhang Hongfei enlisted Yang Yuchen and Zhan Wushuang to assist Yu Bao in forming a defensive wall. Mei Cheng, visibly anxious, directed his teammates to take their positions. Right from the outset, he made a remarkable save, bolstering his confidence. However, he remained tense in the face of the second team's free kick attack. The dynamics of the football field are ever-changing, and anything is possible. An attack that appears innocuous could swiftly transform into a goal. The 4 defenders of the Huali team stood resolutely in front of Mei Cheng. He gestured emphatically, calculating the potential trajectories of the opposing team's shots. With a distance of 25 meters from the goal, this was the optimal range for striking. A tall forward from the second team positioned himself at the penalty spot, ready to take the free kick. The referee signaled for the kick to commence. The forward took several steps back and began his run-up. With a thunderous strike, he unleashed a powerful direct free kick. The ball soared past the defensive wall, heading straight for the bottom corner of the net. Mei Cheng immediately leaped into action, attempting to save it. The force of this free kick was formidable, yet the accuracy faltered slightly. The ball grazed the post and flew out of play. Though the goal was not conceded, Mei Cheng was drenched in cold sweat. The second team's forward, witnessing the ball sail past the baseline, wore a look of deep frustration. His teammates quickly approached, patting him on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Observing the missed opportunity, the referee also expressed his disappointment, visibly disheartened. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Hongfei gestured for everyone to calm their emotions and not to rush. He had anticipated that the referee would show favoritism towards the second team. Mei Cheng prepared to take a goal kick. Instead of launching the ball with force, he opted for a more cautious approach, passing it to the defender Yu Bao. Yu Bao advanced the ball forward, prompting the Wari University team's defense to press up collectively. This strategy had been part of Zhang Hongfei's pre-match plan. Attacking is always the best form of defense. Faced with a group of miners, Zhang Hongfei would rather collide headfirst with a tofu block than play with any semblance of cowardice. Soon enough, the Wari University team was presented with an exceptional opportunity to score. Zhang Hongfei did not partake in this assault. Fortunately, he abstained. Otherwise, it would have resulted in yet another embarrassingly wayward shot. The title of offensive terminator bestowed upon Zhang Hongfei is no mere exaggeration. Upon receiving a swift pass from the midfield virtuoso, Yu Chanyun unleashed a powerful shot from a distance of 30 meters outside the secondary team's goal. The goalkeeper of the secondary team executed a remarkable, world-class save, leaping high to valiantly deflect the ball out of bounds with both fists. Witnessing Yu Chengyun's attempt thwarted, the players of the Huali team collectively sighed in disappointment. This moment granted Huali their first corner kick of the match. Chapter 48. The match against the secondary team, Part 2. Yi Yunfei positioned himself at the corner flag, poised to take the corner kick. Yu Chengyun, Zhang Hongfei, Zhan Wushuang, Yang Yuchen, and Tang Qi all gathered within the secondary team's penalty area, ready to vie for a header. The corner kick represented a distinct advantage for Huali. Their opponents, a group of miners, found themselves at a disadvantage in both height and weight. Heading the ball emerged as a crucial strategy for Huali to secure goals in this match. Before the match, Zhang Hongfei specifically urged his teammates to focus on contesting for headers. Yi Yunfei delivered an exceptionally high-quality corner kick, a beautifully arced ball that soared through the air, descending towards the far post of the penalty area. Zhan Wushuang and Tang Qi were both poised at the back post, ready to vie for the header. Zhan Wushuang, tall and robust, overpowered the opposing players, seizing the opportunity to connect with the ball first. The football spun as it soared towards the lower left corner of the goal. The goalkeeper of the opposing team reacted immediately, executing a side dive to thwart Zhang Wushuang's header. Just a stroke of luck was needed for Zhang Wushuang to score. Before the Huali team could react, the opposing goalkeeper swiftly launched a powerful goal kick. The two forwards from the rival team had already initiated their offensive. At this moment, the defensive line of Huali had advanced near the midfield. Upon witnessing the goalkeeper's kick, Yu Bao and his teammates sensed the impending danger and promptly began to retreat. The distance from midfield to the goal was a mere 50 meters. With 6 players sprinting at full speed, this distance could be covered in mere seconds. In an instant, the opposing forwards found themselves face to face with Mei Qing. At this juncture, Mei Qing was filled with discontent towards Yu Bao and the others. Just moments earlier, during the corner kick taken by Huali, Yu Bao and his teammates displayed a complete lack of awareness, preoccupied with spectating near the midfield, entirely neglecting their responsibilities. At this moment, Yu Bao was merely one position behind the opposing forward. The forward glanced at Mei Qing's position, which was centrally located in front of the goal. If he shot now, it was highly likely that Mei Qing would make the save. Time was of the essence. The forward feigned a shot, lightly tapping the ball to redirect it to the 45-degree angle inside the penalty area. Another forward from the opposing team had long been waiting there. As the ball arrived, he unleashed a powerful strike. Mei Qing, focused solely on the ball, was not fooled by the feint. Confronted with the close-range shot, he once again executed a world-class save. With great effort, Mei Qing deflected the ball out of bounds with his fists. The opposing team earned yet another corner kick. Mei Qing, splendidly done. Yu Bao, witnessing the save, couldn't help but approach him. Mei Qing, slightly irate, retorted, "If you all were more supportive, I wouldn't have to exert myself so fiercely. My apologies. That was our mistake. We shall certainly be more vigilant next time." Zhang Hongfei, accompanied by the midfielders, embarked on a lengthy journey from the second team's penalty area back to their own defensive zone. This time, the second team opted not to launch a high ball into the box but instead decided to execute a tactical corner kick. Near the corner flag, 3 players from the second team huddled together, engaged in a hushed discussion. Yang Yuchen, Yi Yunfei, you two head over to the corner flag to defend. Understood, Fei Gu. Without hesitation, Yang Yuchen and Yi Yunfei swiftly made their way to the corner flag area. The second team took the corner kick. It was a quintessential tactical corner kick, as the ball was played out and swiftly exchanged among the 3 players. Zhang Hongfei's miscalculation led him to allocate 2 defenders against 3 attackers. A clear mismatch in defensive capability. After several swift passes, the ball was unexpectedly threaded into the penalty area. Chaos erupted within the Wari team's box as a throng of players jostled fiercely for possession. In the confined space, limbs flailed as both sides engaged in a fierce contest of skill and strength. When it came to the battle of lower body technique, the second-string players, evidently trained in the art, held a distinct advantage. After a series of deft touches, the ball found its way to the feet of a forward from the second-string team. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a shot. Unfortunately, the attempt was woefully misguided, as if Zhang Hongfei's spirit had possessed him. The spectators could only watch in disbelief as the ball arced high into the air, ultimately vanishing from view. Mei Qing, elated, sang to himself, "I send you away 1,000 miles afar. Do not return." Meanwhile, the audience promptly retrieved the ball, and the match resumed. Mei Qing swiftly passed the ball to Yu Bao. Zhang Hongfei actively ran back to the defense to receive the ball. Without hesitation, Yu Bao passed the ball to Zhang Hongfei. This marked the first touch for Zhang Hongfei since the commencement of the match. All the players of the Huazhong University team anticipated what would unfold next with crystal clarity. Indeed, it was as everyone had expected. Zhang Hongfei did not disappoint those who held high hopes for him. Zhang Hongfei had just crossed the halfway line when he eagerly unleashed his signature skill, the astounding 100 steps without hitting the target. Zhang Hongfei aimed at the goal of the second team and unleashed a stunning lob shot that soared like a celestial marvel. Zhang Hongfei's strike was unexpectedly of remarkable quality. The football soared directly towards the second team's goal, grazing the upper crossbar before sailing out of bounds. The second team's goalkeeper was left in a cold sweat. The head coach on the sidelines was equally astonished. He lamented that although rumors circulated about Zhang Hongfei's infamous poor kicking ability, it is evident that such claims are mere fabrications. This particular shot from Zhang Hongfei undoubtedly reflects years of dedication to honing his craft. Indeed, the truth stands confirmed. The remarkable tradition of Zhang Hongfei's powerful shots has persisted since he began playing football in the 3rd year of middle school, now spanning 7 years. After years of relentless practice, even an iron pestle would show signs of a needle's point. Despite not having scored, Zhang Hongfei remains undeterred. That recent shot was merely an attempt to test his accuracy. The next strike will be the main event. However, due to the shot, he has begun to attract the close attention of the midfielders from the second team. Beside Zhang Hongfei, a persistent shadow trailed closely in his wake. After the soccer ball was retrieved, the match resumed. The goalkeeper of the second team launched a powerful kick, sending the ball soaring into the offensive zone. The second team mounted another assault. This time, the offensive formation was 3 attackers against 4 defenders. On the side of Huali team, 4 defenders engaged in the defense, while the second team boasted 2 forwards and a center. Fall back. Zhang Hongfei promptly called upon his teammates to retreat on defense. However, the second team advanced with remarkable swiftness, completing their attack before Zhang Hongfei and his companions could return from the midfield. Once again, the second team executed a series of intricate plays in the attacking zone. 3 players formed a triangular offensive formation, advancing in unison. The ball was deftly exchanged among them, leaving no opportunity for the Huali team defenders to intercept. In Chapter 49, during the match against the second team, Mei Qing, who had made several spectacular saves, finally witnessed his invincible streak come to an end. This time, the ball slipped away from Mei Qing's fingertips and rolled into the net. The second team had finally scored the first goal of the match. Despite Mei Qing's formidable form today, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught from the second team, and ultimately conceded a goal. After the goal, Mei Qing stood as if his spirit had been drained, lost in a daze for a considerable time. The responsibility for this goal lay directly with the defenders Yu Bao, Dong Hanhai, Yin Minzai, and Yu Tongfei. Zhang Hongfei's expression changed abruptly from sunny to overcast upon witnessing his teammates' blunder. However, the clouds that momentarily shadowed his demeanor dissipated just as swiftly. Zhang Hongfei understood that Mei Qing had exerted his utmost effort in this match. It was not a matter of our incompetence, but rather the cunning nature of our adversaries. After conceding the goal, the players of Huali turned their gazes toward Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei understood that at this moment, he must not allow his teammates to lose faith. The players from the second team, having scored, were filled with exuberance. The forward who netted the goal even shed his shirt and sprinted jubilantly around the field. Surprisingly, the referee turned a blind eye to this display, failing to issue a yellow card as a warning. The second team had astonishingly taken the lead against the Wari University team. From the perspective of the Wari team, the second team appeared to be stronger, while conversely, the second team viewed Wari as the more formidable opponent. After all, the latter consisted of adults, while the former comprised minors. Prior to the match, both teams had positioned themselves as the underdogs. This solitary goal could potentially alter the forward's future. Following the conceded goal, Zhang Hongfei made it a point to encourage each of his teammates. In times of adversity, unity is paramount in navigating through challenges. The celebrations of the second team persisted for nearly 10 minutes before subsiding. Once the second team quieted down, Wari's Yu Qingyun and Yang Yuchen positioned themselves at the center circle, ready to restart the game. The referee signaled for play to resume. Yu Qingyun passed the ball to Yang Yuchen, who then returned it to Zhang Hongfei. At the very moment Zhang Hongfei received the ball, Yu Qingyun and Yang Yuchen simultaneously infiltrated from the flanks of the second team. Meanwhile, midfielders Tang Qi and Zhan Wushuang advanced along the sidelines towards the second team as half. After scoring a goal, the second team evidently began to retract their defensive line. A score of 1-0 was deemed sufficient by the players of the second team. However, Zhang Hongfei was decidedly dissatisfied with such an outcome. The system had bestowed upon Zhang Hongfei a mission. Achieving victory in this match would reward him with an enhancement of 1 point in offensive attributes and 1 point in defensive attributes. The prospect of receiving 2 attribute points at once sent Zhang Hongfei into a frenzy. According to the system's explanation, the second team possessed a clearly superior strength compared to the Huali University team. Thus, the rewards for completing the mission would be greater than usual. After half an hour of competition, Zhang Hongfei had gained a lucid understanding of the second team's capabilities. Firstly, the players of the second team exhibited noticeably superior speed and stamina compared to those of Huali University. This was directly linked to the long-term training that the second team had undergone under the system. After all, only half of the Huali University team consisted of professional players, while the other half comprised amateurs who were usually dispersed across various colleges, coming together only during matches for training. Following the conceding of a goal, the Huali University team did not launch a full-scale offensive but rather opted for a strategy of delay, consuming time until the end of the first half. During this period, neither side managed to execute any substantial attacks. At halftime, Zhang Hongfei gathered all the players together to devise a tactical plan. Zhang Hongfei began by praising the team. Conceding a goal was certainly not the end of the world for the Huali University team. However, Zhang Hongfei faced a daunting task in order to triumph in this match. The team needed to score 2 goals in the second half. During the interval, Zhang Hongfei made some adjustments to the lineup. Goalkeeper Mei Qing was substituted for Lu Fei, while Tang Qi, still feeling discomfort from an injury sustained during a previous match when he was inadvertently knocked down by Zhang Hongfei, was replaced by Wu Ming for the second half. The Huali University team maintained their 4-5-1 formation, with Yu Qingyun continuing as the sole striker. While the substitute forward Gao Hongkai did not see any playing time, Zhang Hongfei assumed the position of center-back, while Wu Ming and Yi Yunfei occupied the left flank. And Yang Yuqin alongside Zhan Wushuang took up the right. The defensive line remained unchanged, consisting of Yu Bao, Dong Hanhai, Yin Minkai, and Yu Tongfei from left to right. The starting goalkeeper for the Huali University team, Lu Fei, made his official appearance. The second team, however, opted to replace half of their starting lineup in one fell swoop. It was evident that the second team held little regard for the Huali University team, considering one was a professional squad and the other an amateur. As the second half commenced, the Huali University team initiated the play from the center circle. Yu Qingyun and Zhang Hongfei positioned themselves at the halfway line, poised for the match to begin anew. During the intermission, Zhang Hongfei devised a rather audacious strategy, a rapid offensive start to the second half. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the second half kicked off. Yu Qingyun passed the ball to Zhang Hongfei, who, along with Wu Ming, Yi Yunfei, Yang Yuqin, and Zhan Wushuang, surged forward towards the second team's defensive line. The 4 defenders of the second team, sensing the impending threat, immediately adopted a man-to-man marking strategy, closely tracking Wu Ming, Yi Yunfei, Yang Yuqin, and Zhan Wushuang. As the second half was just underway, a significant gap opened up in the center for the second team, allowing Yu Qingyun to make a direct advance following the kickoff. Zhang Hongfei delivered a timely through ball, returning possession to Yu Qingyun. Yu Qingyun did not disappoint his teammate. He embarked on a remarkable solo run from midfield, penetrating the second team's penalty area and faced with the goalkeeper. He calmly placed a shot into the far corner of the net. The second team's goalkeeper, caught off guard, sat down and extended his long legs in an attempt to intercept the ball. However, his legs were regrettably too short. The goalkeeper could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled silently into his net. The score was now 1-1. Just after the start of the second half, the Huali University team equalized. Following the goal, Yu Qingyun joyfully sprinted around in celebration. Yet, Zhang Hongfei quietly made his way to the goal, retrieved the ball, and signaled for the second team to resume play. Noticing Zhang Hongfei's lack of celebration, the players of Huali University also lost their enthusiasm for festivity. The head coach of the second team was quite dissatisfied with the conceded goal. Standing on the sidelines, he vocally berated several defenders. However, soon after, the second team faced another setback. They launched an attack, but the forward shot was expertly saved by goalkeeper Lu Fei. Lu quickly initiated play. He threw the ball to Yu Bao, who took a couple of steps before delivering a precise through ball to Yi Yunfei. Huali University initiated an offensive on the left flank. Yu Qingyun and Zhang Hongfei provided support in the center. After successfully bypassing a central defender, Yi Yunfei delivered a perfectly timed lobbed cross. Yu Qingyun, outjumping the second team's defender, executed a powerful header. The ball soared into the upper right corner of the goal. The second team's goalkeeper, still reeling from the previous goal, faced yet another blow. The angle of Yu Qingyun's header was exceptionally acute, falling into the realm of theoretical dead angles. The score transformed to 2-1. Within less than 10 minutes of the second half, Huali University had successfully turned the tide. In the ensuing moments, the dynamics of the match dramatically shifted. The second team, previously focused on defensive play, began to press forward aggressively. Meanwhile, Huali University, which had been on the offensive, reverted to a classic 10-0-0 formation. The head coach of the second team, standing on the sidelines, stomped his foot and exclaimed in frustration, "How disgraceful! You claim to be Huali University yet resort to such shameless tactics. Do you have no pride?" Zhang Hongfei, a solitary figure, reluctantly acknowledged, "No. As long as the task is completed, 2 attribute points will be obtained. If one does not act opportunistically now, when will they?" He pondered the value of integrity. Could it truly transform into attribute points? Although the second-string team possessed greater strength than the Huali University squad, they were utterly powerless against the shameless 10-0-0 formation. Crosses from the baseline and aerial duels proved futile. as the second-string team could not match the prowess of the Huali team. Should they attempt a ground assault, chaos would ensue as soon as they neared the penalty area. A cacophony of bodies often resulting in disarray. Moreover, the second-string team could field at most 6 players in the attack, while 4 defenders lingered near midfield. They faced a significant numerical disadvantage. As Zhang Hongfei shifted his focus solely to defense, the Huali University squad became an impenetrable fortress. Their defensive strategy was straightforward. Whoever seized possession would invariably clear the ball with a powerful kick. Time ticked away, and the second-string team's hopes of victory dwindled to a mere flicker. Sensing the dire situation, the head coach made a rather juvenile decision. Adopting a 0-0-10 formation in a desperate attempt to compensate for their deficiencies with sheer numbers. At this, Zhang Hongfei could not contain his delight. At this moment, Zhang Hongfei made an adjustment, substituting Yu Qingyun, who was physically exhausted, with Gao Hongkai. The task assigned to Gao Hongkai was clear: to launch an offensive. If another goal could be secured, the Wari school team would be assured of victory. Once again, a chaotic scramble erupted in front of the penalty area. Yu Baofei executed a sliding tackle, regaining possession of the ball. He quickly sprang to his feet, intending to clear the ball with a powerful kick. However, his eyes caught sight of Gao Hongkai making a swift advance not far ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Bao passed the ball directly to him. Gao Hongkai received the ball near the midfield and raced towards the second team's goal. Although there was a hint of offside in this play, all the referees were focused on the commotion at the edge of the penalty area, oblivious to Gao Hongkai's position. The players of the second team pursued him relentlessly from behind, but Gao Hongkai, having already launched his sprint, was akin to a wild stallion, impossible to catch. Soon, he arrived at the second team's goalkeeper. A one-on-one duel ensued. The goalkeeper, who had already conceded 2 goals, was now on the verge of tears. Despite the second team dominating the field and relentlessly attacking the Wari school team's goal, it was not their goalkeeper Lu Fei who faced the severe test first, but themselves. Gao Hongkai executed a rather unremarkable feint before shooting, yet it successfully deceived the second team's goalkeeper. The goalkeeper, highly focused and tense, reacted instinctively upon witnessing Gao Hongkai's shooting motion. By the time he realized it was a feint, it was too late. The ball, moving at a leisurely pace, was gently nudged into the net by Gao Hongkai. 3-1. Who could have anticipated that the Wari school team, trailing by a goal at halftime, would score 3 goals in the second half? Upon seeing Gao Hongkai score the solo goal, Zhang Hongfei felt an immense sense of relief. The match was already secured. With less than 15 minutes remaining, it was improbable for the second team to score twice, especially against the Wari school team's staunch defense. As the final whistle blew, the Wari school team triumphed with a score of 3-2. The second team managed to score from a free kick opportunity, but it was too late. As the match concluded, Zhang Hongfei sensed something unusual about his body. After playing a full 90 minutes, he astonishingly felt no fatigue whatsoever. In shock, Zhang Hongfei checked his attributes and discovered that the rewards from the system had been credited. Zhang Hongfei's latest attributes are as follows: Stamina 52, Spirit 49, Speed 63, Offense 33, Defense 31, Luck 66. In the previous matches, due to the relatively low intensity, Zhang Hongfei did not perceive any abnormalities. However, today, facing a second-tier team, his stamina has reached the brink of exhaustion. At this moment, the benefits bestowed by the system become apparent. Once the system's rewards are activated, Zhang Hongfei's body will automatically restore itself to its optimal condition. Zhang Hongfei could not help but exclaim that this was indeed an unexpected delight. As the match concluded, he amicably shook hands with the head coach of the reserve team. Under the coach's piercing gaze, reminiscent of a predator, Zhang Hongfei departed the football facility with the university team. Zhang Hongfei, accompanied by his teammates, boarded the bus returning to Hawaii. Meanwhile, Jin Shengshu, driving his Bugatti Veyron, begrudgingly trailed behind the bus. On the bus, the group began to clamor for rewards. "Brother Fei, we won. Surely there must be a reward?" "Indeed, Brother Fei. We won our reward." "Ahem, rewards? There must be some. Tonight, I will treat you all to a grand feast." "And what about now?" "For now, you should all return to school and rest well. Those who wish to go out and unwind this afternoon are free to do so. Save your appetites for tonight. I assure you, the meal will be satisfying." "All right. Long live Brother Fei." After ensuring everyone was safely back at school, Zhang Hongfei began to plot his next moves. Tonight marked the occasion of Chao Rong's blind date with Jin Kaiyan, and for both personal and rational reasons, Zhang Hongfei felt compelled to intervene. "Brother Fei, Where are we headed now? Shushu, you should return home for now. I will head to the hotel to make arrangements in advance. Shall I accompany you? The Chow family should recognize you, and besides, there are members of your family at the hotel. It may not be suitable for you to go. Moreover, if the Chow family sees us together, it could create complications. They are all familiar with me, so it's best if you don't accompany me. The reputation of the three heroes of Xinjiang is exceedingly prominent. Any family with a modicum of influence in Xinjiang would ensure that the younger generation is acquainted with the profiles of Liu Zihao, Guan Shitian, and Zhang Hongfei, so they can maintain a low profile when venturing out and avoid stirring up trouble in the presence of powerful figures. In order to avoid being recognized, Zhang Hongfei donned a pair of oversized sunglasses and added a large mask. However, this particular ensemble only served to make Zhang Hongfei more conspicuous upon its debut. As Zhang Hongfei entered the hotel, all eyes in the lobby were drawn to him. Zhang Hongfei felt a twinge of unease. Could it be that my impeccable disguise has been uncovered? Alas, perhaps I was too naive. My aura, indeed, cannot be concealed by mere sunglasses and a mask. Chapter 51. Jin Cayenne. Zhang Hongfei steadied his mind and stepped into the hotel lobby. Within the lobby, a solitary female pianist was gracefully performing on the piano. Upon noticing Zhang Hongfei's entrance, a vigilant waiter promptly approached him and inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Zhang Hongfei's attire is rather unconventional, prompting a sense of caution. "No worries. I can manage on my own. Sir, this is a prestigious hotel, and we do not welcome individuals of dubious background." "Oh, I see. Therefore, sir, could you kindly present your identification so that we may verify your identity?" Zhang Hongfei, with an air of impatience, waved his hand dismissively and commanded, "Summon your lobby manager." "Sir, our lobby manager is quite occupied. I fear that if anything goes awry, you may not be able to handle it. It would be prudent to have your lobby manager come here." The waiter stared at Zhang Hongfei for a moment before ultimately turning to seek out the lobby manager. Before long, a strikingly attractive woman, clad in professional attire, with the physique of a siren and the visage of an angel, stood before Zhang Hongfei. "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you are looking for me?" Zhang Hongfei presented his business card to the lobby manager. Upon glancing at the card, the manager's expression changed dramatically. Filled with shock, Zhangda. Zhang Hongfei swiftly took a decisive step forward and covered the mouth of the lobby manager. "Hush. My identity must remain confidential for the time being. Do not divulge it." "Zhang. No. Sir, what brings you here? Tonight, is Mr. Chow Rong of the Chow family hosting a dinner at your establishment?" "Indeed. In which room?" "The Emperor Hall. Are there several guests from Korea residing in your hotel?" "Yes." "Where are they staying?" "In the presidential suite and the ambassador suite." "Very well, that will be all. My business here must not be disclosed." "Understood." As Zhang Hongfei departed, the lobby manager absent-mindedly touched his lips, recalling how forcefully Zhang had silenced him. At that moment, his heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a startled fawn. Noticing that Zhang Hongfei had moved away, the previous waiter quietly cautioned, "Manager, that gentleman has already left. Enough. Return to your duties." The lobby manager impatiently dismissed the waiter. Zhang Hongfei exited the hotel and, finding a secluded corner outside, took out his phone to call Long Chang. Upon receiving Zhang Hongfei's call, Long Chang promptly began to organize personnel. Zhang Hongfei places great importance on the actions planned for this evening. The fundamental itinerary for the night is expected to unfold as follows. At approximately 5 p.m., Zhang Hongfei will lead the Huali University team to dine at the hotel. He intends to blend in with the crowd of the Huali team, thereby evading the watchful eyes of the Chow family. Long Chang will be stationed outside the hotel with his team, lying in wait. Zhang Hongfei will seize the opportunity within the confines of the hotel. At that moment, the Chow family's private security team will undoubtedly be tasked with ensuring the safety of the Chow family members. As soon as Zhang Hongfei takes action, Long Chang will swiftly lead his men into the hotel, overpowering the Chow family's private guards. This incident is sure to attract the attention of the police department in Xinjiang. But such matters will be managed by Zhaji. Zhang Hongfei's mission is to decisively address the Chow family in the shortest possible time. Zhang Hongfei has meticulously contemplated the advantages he seeks. This time, he arrives well prepared. The assault on Zhang Hongfei by Chowing, a member of the Chow family, presents a rare and fortuitous opportunity, a pretext delivered right to his doorstep. Zhang Hongfei had silently resolved that tonight, even if he could not bring the Chow family to their knees, he would ensure they suffered a significant setback. After completing his reconnaissance, Zhang Hongfei directly rushed to a neighboring company, spending a considerable sum to acquire the entire establishment, and then indulged in an afternoon nap. Such a bold move could only be orchestrated by Zhang Hongfei himself. Spending hundreds of thousands merely for the sake of enjoying a tranquil rest is truly remarkable. When Zhang Hongfei awoke, the clock had already struck past 4 in the afternoon, with merely half an hour remaining until the grand performance of the evening. The familiar melody of Masazumi Ozawa's attraction resonated from his mobile device. "Fei Ge, we're almost there," came the mischievous voice of Lu Fei over the phone. "Almost there, indeed. Have you all gone without lunch and are now famished?" "Not at all. We had instant noodles for lunch." In anticipation of the sumptuous dinner that Zhang Hongfei had planned for the evening, the entire university basketball team had endured the indignity of eating instant noodles at noon. Now, this large group had summoned 5 taxis and was racing toward Zhang Hongfei's location. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hongfei hurried to the bathroom to splash some water on his face. Zhang Hongfei gazed at his reflection in the mirror, murmuring to himself, "At long last, it is about to arrive." As Zhang Hongfei stepped outside, he caught sight of a group of figures clad in suits, moving stealthily. He chuckled softly. Zhang Hongfei let out a helpless chuckle. Indeed, Long Chong was formidable. However, the subordinates he had gathered were rather lacking in sophistication. Some street thugs, even when clad in suits and trousers, could not conceal the aura of ruffianism that clung to them. Particularly conspicuous were these miscreants, whose weapons were subtly yet unmistakably visible at their waists. Zhang Hongfei immediately called Long Chang. "Fei Ge, I apologize. The recruitment time for these individuals was rather brief, thus. Xiangzi, if it's not feasible, recall them all. This will arouse suspicion. Fei Ge, there is no need for concern. Once night falls, no one will take notice of them. Must they arrive so early? It's not even 5 o'clock yet. Fei Ge, you don't understand. In our line of work, one must secure a position in advance. All right, Xiangzi, do not make any mistakes. Tonight is a significant event. Rest assured, Fei Ge. I am well aware. I trust you. Xiangzi, we shall meet later, my brother." "Understood, Fei Ge." After hanging up, Zhang Hongfei hurried to the hotel entrance, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Hua Li University team. Soon, 5 taxis appeared in his line of sight. "Fei Ge, did I perform well today?" The first to approach Zhang Hongfei, eager to showcase his achievements, was Yu Qingyun, who had scored 2 goals. "You played admirably. Tonight, you shall be rewarded with an extra serving of Buddha jumps over the wall." "Thank you, Fei Ge." "All right, brothers. Soon we shall feast heartily." Zhang Hongfei, blending in with the school team, successfully evaded the watchful eyes of the Chow family and infiltrated the hotel. In the Imperial Hall, a young woman clad in a purple dress sat gracefully at the center. Her expression was devoid of emotion, reflecting a profound sense of disillusionment. Beside her sat a middle-aged man, bearing a resemblance to the young woman. He addressed her with a firm tone. "Qian, for the sake of our family, you must comply this time. No room for caprice." Chapter 52. The curtain rises simultaneously in the lobby of the hotel restaurant. The players of the Huali school team indulged in an extravagant feast. Zhang Hongfei also finds himself among the revelers indulging in extravagant feasting and merriment. Zhang Hongfei completed his match in the morning and, having skipped lunch, hurried over to scout the location. Now, his stomach growled with hunger. Feeling as though he could devour an entire cow, Jin Shushu anxiously lingered in the parking lot, awaiting news. He fervently prayed in his heart, "Fij, I implore you. You must rescue my sister." Zhang Hongfei and his teammates raised their cups in jubilation, celebrating their victory. And it was only when they reached a moderate state of inebriation that Zhang Hongfei finally paused. Zhang Hongfei glanced at his watch. It was precisely 7 o'clock. The moment to attend to serious matters had arrived. In the Imperial Hall, Chao Rong gazed at the alluring Jin Qian across the room, his expression dripping with desire. Jin Qian, however, maintained her frigid demeanor, offering Chao Rong no semblance of warmth. Chao Rong mused to himself, "This insolent girl dares to show me such contempt? Humph. Just wait until you marry into my family. Then, we shall see how I handle you." Nearby, their fathers, Chao Fu and Jin Fu, engaged in discussions of business secrets, paying no heed to the 2 young individuals. According to the older generation's wisdom, the affairs of youth should be left to the youth themselves, provided the arrangements are sanctioned by parental authority and matchmakers. The elderly often embody a blend of rigidity and open-mindedness. However, their enlightenment frequently serves to reinforce their stubbornness. Take Jin Fu, for instance. His decision to allow Jin Qian to study in the city was driven by ulterior motives. Jin Fu naively believed that with Jin Qian's stunning beauty, Meticulously crafted through countless enhancements, she would captivate the entire campus and successfully ensnare Zhang Hongfei. Little did he know, Zhang Hongfei was a seasoned connoisseur of beauty and harbored no interest in artificially altered women. Consequently, Jinfu resorted to orchestrating chance encounters between Chao Rong and Jin Qian. The short-sighted wealthy heir, Chao Rong, was immediately enchanted by Jin Qian. Alas, her affections were wholly devoted to Zhang Hongfei, rendering her indifferent to the advances of other men. This is a common affliction among women. Once they have glimpsed the brilliance of someone like Zhang Hongfei, they find it challenging to appreciate the allure of mere mortals. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Jin Qian was ensnared by the allure of Zhang Hongfei, unable to extricate herself. Compared to him, Chao Rong was utterly eclipsed. Chao Rong persistently attempted to ingratiate himself with Jin Qian, posing insipid questions, while she regarded him as nothing more than a mere figment of air. Chao Rong's sister, Xiaoying, was also present in the Imperial Hall, while the scoundrel himself fortuitously occupied a booth within. Sometimes, a man can ascend to the pinnacle of life simply by being sufficiently unscrupulous. Unfortunately for him, today was destined to be the most tragic day of his existence. Unbeknownst to him that his acknowledged rival, Zhang Hongfei, was approaching the Imperial Hall. Zhang Hongfei shed his disguise and donned a suit befitting his status. Zhang Hongfei instructed the hotel lobby manager to procure a formal suit at his discretion. Consequently, the lobby manager, at his own expense, purchased an entire ensemble of Zegna attire for Zhang Hongfei. Upon noticing the Zegna label, Zhang Hongfei couldn't help but furrow his brow. Given that he was about to engage in a violent confrontation, he intended to wear this suit solely for that occasion. Moreover, observing the lobby manager's expression, which radiated bliss and rapture, added to the complexity of the moment. Zhang Hongfei was aware that yet another lovesick moth was foolishly drawn to the flame. Young Master Zhang, are you satisfied with this outfit? Indeed. May I assist you in changing? The lobby manager inquired, gazing up at Zhang Hongfei's face. A look of eager anticipation etched upon his own. Well, very well. After all, it was not the first time Zhang Hongfei had been attended to while changing clothes. The two of them entered the manager's office hand in hand. However, this time the change took a bit longer. It was not until half an hour later that Zhang Hongfei emerged from the manager's office, adorned in a dapper Zegna suit. The lobby manager followed closely behind, his face flushed with satisfaction. Hongfei, do take care. Xia, fret not. Haha, who am I? Just a stomp of my foot, and the entire city of Shanghai would tremble. Zhang Hongfei glanced at the clock. It was 7:30. Zhang Hongfei estimated that the discussions between the two parties had nearly concluded. In front of the Emperor Hall, two bodyguards from the Chao family stood sentinel at the entrance. Halt! Upon noticing Zhang Hongfei approaching the Emperor Hall, the bodyguards swiftly intervened to obstruct his passage. Zhang Hongfei disdainfully remarked, "Clear the way. Are you seeking death?" "Humph. Just the two of you?" The two bodyguards exchanged glances, resolved to take the initiative. Unfortunately, Zhang Hongfei had also chosen to strike first. Before the bodyguards could make a move, he swiftly delivered two precise kicks, incapacitating them both. The unfortunate bodyguards cringed, clutching their vulnerable areas. Beads of sweat streaming down their foreheads. Despicable. Shameless. Oh, you still have the energy to curse? Zhang Hongfei swiftly approached to deliver the final blows. With a precise strike from each foot, he rendered the two bodyguards unconscious. At last, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Subsequently, Zhang Hongfei reached for the chests of the incapacitated bodyguards and, as anticipated, retrieved two handguns. Zhang Hongfei secretly rejoiced, thinking, now I can even save the money for purchasing weapons. Zhang Hongfei, armed with a deadly weapon, forcefully kicked open the grand door of the Imperial Hall. The moment Zhang Hongfei appeared at the entrance, the Imperial Hall was a tapestry of diverse expressions. Jin Qian's face radiated joy, while Jin's father wore an expression of astonishment. Chao's father displayed evident displeasure, and Chao Rong's countenance was etched with anger. The scoundrel's visage was marked by fear, and Chao Ying's expression was one of perplexity. Zhang Hongfei, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Oh, what makes this place so lively today? Is there some joyous occasion?" Chao Rong, rising in indignation, retorted, "Zhang Hongfei, do not overstep your bounds." He then exclaimed, "You, surnamed Chao, have been a sycophant to Lu Zihao for so long that you now presume to have confidence? What did you say? Am I mistaken? Is it not you who has perpetually trailed behind Lu Zihao?" Zhang Hongfei continued, "Today marks my formal meeting with Miss Jin. Kindly refrain from causing a disruption. Our grievances can be addressed at a later time, can't they?" What a delightful thought. Chao Rong, have you lost your wits? Can you not perceive that my purpose here today is to provoke you? Zhang, Hong, Fei, you have gone too far. How have I wronged you? Why not unleash your dogs upon me? You. At last, Chao's father could no longer contain his fury and stepped forward. Nephew of the Zhang family. Is this behavior not excessive? Our Chao family and your Zhang family have always maintained a peaceful coexistence. You must consider the repercussions of your actions today. A threat? The old man dares to issue warnings? Ha ha ha. I would like to inquire of Uncle Chao, when your family previously sent individuals to assault me. Did you not fear inciting our Zhang family? Chapter 53. The abandoned pawn nephew of the Zhang family. Cease your unfounded accusations. When has our Chao family ever attacked you? Just yesterday at noon, I was assaulted by your Chao family members on Nanjing Road. Humph. Mere words without evidence. Ha ha. I certainly possess proof. Those who assaulted me are currently detained at the police station. I have their testimonies. Moreover, I have a crucial witness. He is right here. Who? Zhang Hongfei pointed at the scoundrel. At that moment, every gaze in the room was fixed upon him. The scoundrel's face turned pale as he stammered. I. Yet, he could not utter a single coherent sentence. What? Did I say something wrong? Yesterday, you came with a group of thugs from the Chao family to attack me and audaciously declared, you are doomed. Is that not true? The scoundrel, from the moment Zhang Hongfei appeared, felt an ominous premonition arise within him. In the entirety of Shenzhen, only 3 individuals would dare to disrupt the Chao family's banquet so brazenly: Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian. Zhang Hongfei. Regardless of who this individual might be, the scoundrel is acutely aware that his fate is sealed today. He has provoked a force beyond his comprehension. Mr. Chao immediately questioned sternly, Chaoing, did your boyfriend send someone to assault Zhang Hongfei yesterday? Chaoing, feigning innocence, replied, I have no idea. Upping. Is what he said true? Did you really send someone to attack Zhang Hongfei yesterday? I didn't know he was young Master Zhang. Upon hearing the scoundrel's words, the Chao family was thrown into a state of turmoil. The scoundrel's admission, albeit indirect, had essentially confirmed his involvement in the assault on Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei's demeanor is widely known throughout the city of Shin. Opposing Lu Zihao could lead to financial ruin, while standing against Guan Xingtian may result in utter devastation of one's family. However, the consequences of confronting Zhang Hongfei remain unpredictable and fraught with uncertainty. Zhang Hongfei's character, to outsiders, appears elusive. Since this fellow has already admitted it, Uncle Chao, shouldn't your Chao family provide an explanation to my Zhang family? As Zhang Hongfei emphasized the word explanation, his tone grew notably intense. Mr. Chao's expression wavered between uncertainty and agitation. Only the formidable trio of Xinxing would dare to address him with such audacity. Mr. Chao began to weigh the consequences in his mind. No matter the outcome, the Chao family's reputation was undeniably at stake today. The Chao family bore the initial blame. If this situation escalated, it would only serve to worsen their standing. Moreover, Zhang Hongfei was the sole heir of the Zhang family, should any misfortune befall him. The repercussions from the elder of the Zhang clan would be intolerable for the Chao family. Ultimately, Mr. Chao made the decision to concede. With this thought, a radiant smile returned to his face. Ha ha ha. It's all a misunderstanding. A mere misunderstanding. Young Zhang, come sit with Uncle Chao. We can have a proper discussion. There is nothing to discuss. If the Chao family does not provide me with an explanation. Ahem. Young Zhang, I can leave him to your discretion. Ha ha ha. Are you toying with me, Mr. Chao? What use is a grown man to me? You could have him turned into a eunuch, kept by your side as a servant. Heh, Mr. Chao, you truly have a clever scheme. But alas, it is not what I desire. Then what do you wish for? I have 3 conditions. Speak. First, Chao Rong must not be with Jin Cayenne. Upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's first condition, Jin Cayenne could not help but shed tears of gratitude. In her heart, she felt a surge of happiness, thinking, Zhang Hongfei truly cares for me. His first condition is to keep Chao Rong away from me. Chao Rong immediately slammed the table and shouted, Zhang Hongfei, you have no right to meddle in my affairs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei's expression turned cold. It seemed that the younger generation of the Chao family lacked an understanding of propriety. Should I intervene and enforce the family rules? Chao father immediately reprimanded Chao Rong. Chao Rong, go to the side. Dad, go away. Look at you 2 siblings, causing me endless trouble. Get out. Leave immediately. Chao Rong and Chaoing exchanged glances, their faces pale, contemplating their exit from the room. However, just as they attempted to push the door open, it was forcefully kicked aside. Long Chang burst into the imperial hall, flanked by a dozen subordinates. Fei Ge, We have arrived. That was swift. This ragtag group was dispatched with little effort. Haha. Uncle Chow, it seems you wish to seek reinforcements, but that route is now blocked. Chow father, who had intended to send Chow Rong and Chowing to find help, was taken aback by Zhang Hongfei's preemptive arrangements. The moment he saw Long Chong's arrival, he understood that the Chow family was doomed this time. Such youth, executing tasks with meticulous precision, truly the offspring of old Zhang. I, Chow Tianhua, am convinced. State your 3 conditions. I shall acquiesce to all. Oh? You agree to everything without me even stating them? The situation dictates the power of the individual. If I cannot discern this much, how could I possibly assume the role of head of the family? Uncle Chow is indeed a wise man. Please, articulate your conditions. First, Chow Rong must not associate with Jin Cayenne. Agreed. Second, I demand half of the Chow family's assets. Zhang family nephew, are you going a bit too far? My apologies. Uncle Chow, I misspoke. Secondly, I require 60% of the Chow family's assets. Chow Tianhua's expression stiffened as he replied emotionlessly, very well, 60% it is. Now, state your 3rd condition. Thirdly, I wish never to see Chow Rong again. Either he leaves Shin City or goes abroad for studies. Chow Rong could no longer contain his anger, shouting, Zhang Hongfei, you are exceedingly overstepping. You think you can expel me from Shin City? Who do you think you are? Hao Gu? Still Hao Gu? Fine, I will give you a chance. Call Hao Gu now and see if he can come to your rescue. Chow Rong pulled out his phone and, without hesitation, dialed Lu Zihao. Chow father watched Chow Rong's actions with a resigned shake of his head. A few minutes later, Chow Rong hung up the phone, his face filled with despondency. Lu Zihao, initially eager to confront Zhang Hongfei, lost all spirit after learning the details of the situation. Survive on your own. Lu Zihao left Chow Rong with these 4 words before promptly blocking his number. Seeing that he had been abandoned by Lu Zihao, Chow Rong's face turned ashen with despair. Zhang Hongfei, feigning concern yet revealing a mocking demeanor, inquired, So, is Lu Zihao coming to challenge me in an arm wrestling match? Brother Hao said he is too busy. Enough nonsense. I've had my share of encounters with Lu Zihao. He has undoubtedly blocked your number. How do you know? He is precisely that kind of person. Chapter 54. The matter concluded. Chow Tianhua, observing Chow Rong's expression, let out another exasperated sigh. Zhang's nephew. You. Very well. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, since you have agreed to all 3 conditions, could you kindly settle the bill for me as well? What bill? Naturally. The dining expenses. I intend to return and continue my meal, so there is no need for you to see me off. Meanwhile, in a VIP room of a bar in Xinqing, Lu Zihao, in a fit of rage, violently hurled his phone to the ground. Fortunately, this phone was custom-made and impervious to damage. One of Lu Zihao's lackeys, perplexed, asked, Brother Hao, what is the matter with you? Lu Zihao, cursing at the ceiling of the room, exclaimed, Zhang Hongfei, you crossed the line. Zhang Hongfei could easily surmise, even with his little toe, that Lu Zihao was undoubtedly berating him. Zhang Hongfei intentionally had Chow Rong call Lu Zihao just now. Zhang Hongfei relished this sensation. It was a delightful indulgence in the art of bullying, and he reveled in the thought of how his adversaries could retaliate. Seizing the opportunity to not only deal with Chow Rong but also to provoke Lu Zihao, Zhang Hongfei found himself in a most advantageous position. When it came to competition and strength, he was outmatched. In a brawl, he would falter, and in terms of connections, he was at a disadvantage. Chow Tianhua, a man of formidable resolve, acquiesced to the 3 humiliating conditions proposed by Zhang Hongfei. That very night, Chow Rong was dispatched abroad by Chow Tianhua, never to return. Chow Ying, having fallen into unfortunate circumstances, was cast out by Chow Tianhua. Meanwhile, the true instigator, the pitiable scoundrel, never witnessed the dawn of the following day. Zhang Hongfei initially anticipated a fierce battle tonight, yet to his surprise, the cunning and shrewd Chow Tianhua managed to endure such a significant loss. Zhang Hongfei could not help but cast a glance of admiration at Chow Tianhua. Unbeknownst to him, within Chow Tianhua's heart, he had already cursed Zhang Hongfei 1,000 times over. Zhang Hongfei, having reveled in his arrogance and displayed his might, confidently entered the hotel restaurant accompanied by Long Chang and his loyal companions. With someone treating, Zhang Hongfei, of course, would not hold back. Waiter, bring me the same dishes. But this time, set 3 more tables. And for the wine, serve the finest selections. Whatever is exquisite, bring it forth. After Zhang Hongfei departed, Jin Cayenne closely followed him out. The members of the Jin family glanced at the disheartened Chow family and gradually streamed out. With a loss of 60% of their assets, The Chow family was inevitably destined for decline. The Jin family had originally hoped to rely on the Chow family to expand their overseas interests. However, they have now completely relinquished that notion. Jin's father is no fool. He immediately discerned that Zhang Hongfei's tumultuous actions were all for the sake of Jin Kaiyan, awakening a flurry of thoughts within him. Undoubtedly, Zhang Hongfei's prowess far surpassed that of Chao Rong. If Jin Kaiyan were to wed Zhang Hongfei, the benefits for the Jin family would surely exceed expectations. It was only when Jin Shinshu learned that everything was all right that he dared to rush into the hotel to find Zhang Hongfei. Brother Fei, little Shuzi, I have successfully returned your sister to you. Zhang Hongfei gently pushed Jin Kaiyan towards Jin Shishu, and the siblings embraced each other tightly. Sister, I have accomplished what you entrusted to me. Good brother, you have not let your sister down. While this touching reunion unfolded, the atmosphere in the imperial hall was laden with shadows as the Chow family members wore grim expressions. Head of the family, shall we simply let this matter rest? Humph. Let it rest? They have swallowed 60% of our Chow family's assets, and we are to just accept it? How naive. Then what shall we do? This matter will not be forgotten easily. For now, let that little brat bask in his triumph for a few days before we take action. The Chow family members departed the hotel in dismay, leaving behind a once joyous banquet that ended in discord. After the Huali University team had their fill, Zhang Hongfei did not send them back to school but instead booked the hotel rooms, assigning each a separate chamber. In the end, only Jin Kaiyan and Jin Shishu were left without a place to stay. Brother Fei, what about us? The presidential suite has already been reserved by your Jin family. What more rooms do you seek? That is not the same. I still prefer to stick with Brother Fei. Little Shu, stop being troublesome. Brother Fei, how about this? You take my sister with you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei displayed a look of disdain. Xiao Shuzi, are you seeking favor through your sister? Jin Shishu, with a somewhat obsequious grin, chimed in, Indeed. Indeed. Fij, why not take my sister? Your harem is already so vast. One more won't make a difference. When have I ever established a harem? Am I that kind of person? Fij, do you not feel the slightest embarrassment saying such things? Absolutely not. Jin Kaiyan hesitated, then spoke up, Sister, what troubles you? Jin Kaiyan silently gazed at Zhang Hongfei, her fingers fidgeting nervously in front of her. This peculiar scene lingered for a minute. After much contemplation, Jin Kaiyan finally found her voice. Senior, may I stay by your side tonight? Junior, it would be better for you to return. I do not wish to hold you back. Senior, could you not grant me a beautiful memory? I do not wish for much. Fij, I entrust my sister to your care. With that, Jin Shishu gave Jin Kaiyan a gentle push towards Zhang Hongfei and then hastily fled. Hey, Xiao Shuzi, you. Jin Kaiyan, delicate and fragile, nestled against Zhang Hongfei, unable to extricate herself. The trials of receiving the affections of a beauty are indeed formidable. Zhang Hongfei hesitated for a moment, then cradled Jin Kaiyan in his arms and returned to the suite. Upon entering, he was instantly taken aback. The hotel's lobby manager, Xia, clad in an alluring lace nightgown, was seated by the bed, engrossed in the television. Upon hearing the sound of Zhang Hongfei opening the door, Xia, who had been eagerly anticipating his arrival, immediately stood up in excitement, only to find herself in an awkward situation as she beheld Zhang Hongfei entering with a woman in his embrace. Zhang Hongfei feigned calmness as he inquired, What brings you here? Xia pointed at Jin Kaiyan and asked, Who is she? She is my junior, he replied. I have come here today solely to assist her. I see. Then I am unnecessary. Do not leave. What is it, young Master Zhang? Do you wish for a double delight? Zhang Hongfei was about to offer an explanation when unexpectedly, Jin Kaiyan interjected, stating, I don't mind. You all. Senior would never take a fancy to an old woman like you. It's best for you to give up. Who said that? The events of that fateful night remained shrouded in mystery. However, the following morning, Zhang Hongfei emerged from his room, feeling invigorated and refreshed. As Zhang Hongfei stepped outside, he encountered Jin Shingshu. Brother-in-law. Don't call me brother-in-law. Jin Shingshu exclaimed. You've already become so intimate with my sister. What else should I call you? Ha. Fij. I have firmly accepted you as my brother-in-law. Little Shuzi. Oh. Zhang Hongfei delivered a forceful kick to Jin Shinshu's posterior, exclaiming in annoyance, Die. Chapter 55. Chao Xiong. A few minutes later, Jin Shishu, still nursing his sore backside, made his way to the dining hall for breakfast. Zhang Hongfei stood at the doorway, waiting for a moment, when two women emerged from within. The lobby manager, Xiaoya, had donned her alluring office attire, exuding charm. Jin Kaiyan, on the other hand, had changed into a casual outfit, radiating innocence and charm. This attire was retrieved early in the morning by a waiter from the presidential suite at Jin Xian's request. When Jin's father heard that his daughter had sent someone to fetch her clothing, he was filled with delight. Naively believing that a close relationship had blossomed between Jin Qian and Zhang Hongfei, which would surely compel Zhang Hongfei to take responsibility for her. Zhang Hongfei has always been one to devour his meal and make a hasty exit, willing to accept no more than half the responsibility. Never inclined to shoulder the entirety of it, as this is a matter of mutual consent. In the restaurant of the hotel, a large gathering is partaking in breakfast. Zhang Hongfei, accompanied by 2 women, made his entrance, causing all activity to cease as everyone turned their gaze towards the trio. The hotel staff, upon noticing the lobby manager trailing behind Zhang, displayed expressions of astonishment that quickly morphed into envy and resentment. The members of the Jin family, upon seeing Jin Qian alongside Zhang Hongfei, felt a sense of calm wash over them. "Hello, Brother Fei." "Good morning, Brother Fei." The members of the Wari University team, upon the sight of Zhang Hongfei, promptly approached to extend their greetings. Although Zhang Hongfei held a notorious reputation in the circles of Xinqing among his teammates at Wari, he would forever be regarded as the beloved elder brother, the diligent senior, and the cherished Brother Fei. Zhang Hongfei places great importance on brotherhood. Long Chang, accompanied by a cadre of loyal subordinates, stands vigilant in the vicinity. Clad uniformly in suits and sunglasses, they present a formidable sight. Xiangzi, Brother Fei, do you have any instructions? Gather the brothers for a meal. There is nothing to worry about. I fear that the Chao family harbors lingering malice and may send someone to ambush Brother Fei. Humph. Even if they had 1,000 times the audacity, they would not dare to plot against me again. Chang, rest assured. Call the brothers to breakfast. Brother Fei, this is my command. Understood. Brothers, it's time to eat. Upon hearing that breakfast is served, the group of men in black immediately springs into action, engulfing the entire dining area in a frenzy of ravenous consumption. Yet, Long Chang remains steadfastly at Zhang Hongfei's side, not budging an inch. Xiangzi, Brother Fei, my duty is to ensure your safety. I shall eat only after you depart safely. Xiangzi, you possess many admirable qualities, yet your straightforwardness is almost disarming. It is a habit ingrained from my military days, one I cannot easily alter. Zhang Hongfei patted Long Chang on the shoulder and chuckled. Ah, I truly admire your character. Just say the word, and I, Long Chang, would brave fire and water without hesitation. A true brother indeed. Long Chang steadfastly insisted on standing by Zhang Hongfei as his bodyguard, and Zhang Hongfei chose not to resist, allowing Long Chang to fulfill his role. Zhang Hongfei sat in his seat, seemingly reluctant to move. Observing this, Xiaoya pondered thoughtfully. She had partaken in the hotel's breakfast numerous times before. Swiftly, Xiaoya prepared a breakfast for Zhang Hongfei and brought it over. Not to be outdone, Jin Qian also fetched a breakfast for Zhang Hongfei, determined to compete with Xiaoya. Zhang Hongfei is currently perusing the message sent by Zhao Yi. Once again, Zhao Yi has identified an exceptional player for Zhang Hongfei, a defender by the name of Ding Ping. Hailing from Liaoning province, Ding Ping is a student at the Liaoning Sports School. Ding Ping? He seems to possess considerable talent. After Zhang Hongfei perused Ding Ping's, he was about to rise to fetch his breakfast when he suddenly noticed that his table was already brimming with food. Oh? Xiaoya immediately exclaimed with a playful tone. Hongfei, this is a heartfelt breakfast I prepared just for you. You simply must eat it. Jin Qian, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in. Senior, this is a loving breakfast I made for you. You absolutely must partake. Coughing softly, Zhang Hongfei remarked, I suddenly find myself rather unhungry. You two go ahead and eat. In unison, Xiaoyu and Jin Qian shouted, You shall not leave. With a wry smile, Zhang Hongfei, who had already risen halfway, had no choice but to obediently return to his seat once more, under the watchful eyes of 2 enchanting ladies. Zhang Hongfei felt compelled to muster his resolve and consume the 2 breakfasts before him. Long Chang stood behind him, desperately stifling his laughter. Chang, if you wish to laugh, then laugh freely. Do not hold back, Zhang Hongfei urged. Ha! Brother Fei, what do you call this? You brought it upon yourself. Long Chang chuckled. Brother Fei, I actually envy you. Wherever you go, you attract women. What is the matter, Chang? Are you feeling lovesick? Ha! Brother Fei, I assure you, I have no such intentions. Chang, should you encounter someone special in the future, pursue her wholeheartedly. Then you won't need to linger by my side anymore. You can lead your own little life. Brother Fei, I will follow you for life. Chang, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you expecting me to bear your children? There are 3 unfilial acts, and having no descendants is the gravest. Whether you like it or not, you must find a woman and have children. Do you understand? Haha. Spare me your playful banter. I am serious. Zhang, you are my dearest brother. Thus, only by seeing you happy will I find joy. Indeed, Brother Fei. If I meet someone, I won't hesitate. That's the spirit. When you encounter a good woman, pursue her without fear. With me as your support, there is no woman you cannot win over. Haha. But when the time comes, Brother Fei, you must not deny it. After Zhang Hongfei and Long Chang exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding lingered between them. Once breakfast was concluded, Xiaoya realized that Zhang Hongfei was about to depart, and it dawned on her that they might never meet again. Zhang Hongfei seemed to see through Xiaoya's thoughts. Thank you, Xiaoya. I had a delightful time yesterday. You won't come looking for me again, will you? Xiaoya, whatever you desire, you may express it now. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall certainly fulfill your wishes. Please feel free to speak your mind. No matter what you say, I shall not be angered. Then may I wish for this hotel? Not a problem. Zhang Hongfei promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Zhao Yi. Just like that, a 5-star hotel changed ownership. However, after forcefully seizing 60% of the Chow family's assets, Zhang Hongfei could easily afford a mere 5-star hotel. Once he had fulfilled Xiaoya's request, he turned his attention to Jin Cayenne. Dear Junior, what is it that you desire? A kiss from you each day? Is that too much to ask? I don't reside on campus. No matter. I can wait for you downstairs at your home every day. Xiaoya stood by, witnessing the private exchange between Zhang Hongfei and Jin Cayenne, her face etched with envy. Reflecting on the absurd scene from the previous night, Xiaoya gritted her teeth and made a resolute decision. After Zhang Hongfei reached an agreement with Jin Cayenne, he rose to leave. At that moment, Xiaoya suddenly stepped forward and began to whisper in Jin Cayenne's ear. As Zhang Hongfei stepped out of the hotel, he was immediately approached by 2 members of the Chow family. Young Master Zhang, greetings. I am Chao Xiong, the brother of Chao Rong. It is a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 56, Stories Aboard the Airplane. Chao Xiong, the future leader of the Chow family? Young Master Zhang. Here is the list we compiled overnight detailing 60% of the Chow family's assets, along with the overseas documentation prepared by Chao Rong for your perusal. Zhang Hongfei casually glanced over it a few times. That shall suffice, young Master Zhang remarked, adding. Zhang Hongfei waved his hand impatiently and declared, no need for further discussion. You may leave. The grievances between the Chow family and myself end here. Of course, should you contemplate revenge, be prepared to vanish from the city of Shen. After Zhang Hongfei spoke, he scrutinized Chao Xiong with a piercing gaze. Chao Xiong immediately felt as if he were being pricked by needles, breaking out in a cold sweat. Dare he? Absolutely dare he not. Had they consumed the hearts of bears and the gall of leopards to even contemplate retaliating against young Master Zhang? Whether one dares or not, the facts will speak for themselves. You may leave. Chao Xiong was thoroughly subdued by Zhang Hongfei's formidable presence, responding timidly, Yes, I shall take my leave at once. He hurried back to the car, his thoughts beginning to settle. Indeed, none of the 3 heroes of Shenxing could be underestimated. Zhang Hongfei, the youngest among them, executed his plans with such meticulous precision. His future is boundless. His father's desire to oppose Zhang Hongfei was nothing short of a dead end. Should I consider an alternative path? Zhang Hongfei's formidable presence served as a significant impetus for Chao Xiong. The decline of the Chow family had already become an established fact. Previously, due to his personal shortcomings, Chao Xiong's status within the family had always been overshadowed by Chao Rong. However, with Chao Rong's exile abroad, never to return, Chao Xiong found himself with a renewed opportunity for resurgence. Lacking ambition and driven by a fear of death, Chao Xiong possessed little cunning. One could say he was utterly devoid of merit. Nevertheless, he understood a fundamental truth. A wise bird chooses the right tree to perch upon, and a capable minister selects the right master to serve. Chao Xiong believed that by aligning himself with Zhang Hongfei, he would surely rise to prominence in the future. He held this conviction steadfastly. The disintegration of the Chow family was on the verge of becoming a reality. Members of the university team once again gathered to take a taxi back to the school. Long Chong also returned to the warehouse where he resided, accompanied by his subordinates. Jean Shishu brought over the Bugatti Veyron. Fij, shall we head home or back to school? To the airport. Huh? I have an urgent business trip that cannot be delayed. Where to? That is none of your concern. Fij, do you want me to accompany you? I could serve as your secretary. Better not. I wouldn't want anyone to misinterpret our relationship. Feej, where can you find a handsome man like me? Scram, with a dashing fellow like me around. What use is your good looks? I could bring you tea and water. Absolutely not. Jean Shishu wore a face of disappointment. Indeed, Feej prioritized romantic pursuits over friendships. What about your sister? Has she returned to the country? No, my sister has stayed in Xinjiang and won't be going back. Why? How would I know? She said she wanted to remain in Xinjiang to take care of you. Oh, take care of me? Just now, I saw her leave hand in hand with another woman. I wonder what they were up to. Oh, a woman. Feej, go. To the airport. At Xinjiang International Airport, Zhang Hongfei once again found himself in the VIP lounge. Familiar faces and familiar routines surrounded him. I don't need anything. Thank you. Please allow me a moment of peace to rest. Zhang Hongfei succinctly closed off all possibilities with a single statement. Unlike Shi Yong and Chu Yi, Ding Peng hails from a well-off family, making it rather impractical to entice him to join Huali through mere material benefits. Furthermore, Zhao Yi's intelligence report clearly indicates that Ding Peng is a loyal and family-oriented individual. Thus, he is more inclined to continue his football career within Liaoning province. A person deeply attached to emotions. This presents a perfect opportunity to exploit this aspect. Zhang Hongfei swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. It now appears that Ding Peng seems unable to escape the clutches of Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei glanced at the time. There remained an hour until the departure of the flight. Zhang Hongfei recalled that he had yet to call Zhao Xiaoying the previous night and decided to rectify this oversight at once. After indulging in some light-hearted banter, Zhang Hongfei extended an invitation for Zhao Xiaoying to join him in Xinjiang. Without hesitation, she accepted his proposal. Once the call ended, Zhang Hongfei retrieved his phone and resumed his contemplation on how to entice Ding Peng. Half an hour later, he boarded a flight from Xinjiang to Xinjiang. Once again in first class, the appearance of Zhang Hongfei sent the flight attendants into a frenzy. While tall, rich, and handsome men are not uncommon, one like Zhang Hongfei is truly a rare gem. The flight attendants deliberately flitted around him, striking poses and attempting to capture his attention. Zhang Hongfei has grown accustomed to such scenes, no longer finding them remarkable. Zhang Hongfei retrieved today's newspaper and began to read. Zhang Hongfei initially believed that this journey would be yet another unremarkable expedition. However, he possessed an aura befitting a protagonist. Even if Zhang Hongfei refrained from seeking out trouble, it would inevitably seek him out. Midway through the flight, the announcement from the flight attendant echoed through the cabin. We have a passenger aboard who has fallen gravely ill. If there are any doctors or nurses present, please contact the cabin crew immediately. Soon, Zhang Hongfei witnessed an elderly gentleman being carried into the first-class cabin. Zhang Hongfei furrowed his brows, a sense of displeasure brewing within him, yet he chose to remain silent. Zhang Hongfei would not stoop to quarreling with a patient. Zhang Hongfei silently gazed at the newspaper when, at that moment, a man with a fierce countenance approached. Move aside. On what grounds? My father is ill. Your father is ill, but what gives you the right to demand that I move? I intend to sit here and rest. Huh? Kid. Hurry up and get out of the way. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Zhang Hongfei let out a cold chuckle, on the verge of erupting. At that moment, a flight attendant hurried over to mediate the situation. Dear guest, might you kindly relinquish your seat? This would facilitate his care for the patient. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei cast a glare at the man. Under the pleading gaze of the flight attendant, Zhang Hongfei restrained himself. Zhang Hongfei rose from his seat, graciously relinquishing it. At that moment, a flight attendant entered the first-class cabin, escorting a young and beautiful girl with short hair. The attendant exclaimed, "She is a nurse. Hurry, let her attend to the patient." The girl approached the elderly gentleman and began to assess his condition. The man who had previously displaced Zhang Hongfei from his seat, upon seeing the short-haired girl, immediately exhibited a predatory glint in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, he crept up behind her, stealthily extending his lecherous hand. The girl furrowed her brow slightly, but refrained from reacting. Zhang Hongfei observed all of this with keen awareness. Zhang Hongfei thought to himself, what a scoundrel. Chapter 57. An unexpected encounter with an ex-girlfriend. The short-haired girl skillfully conducted a thorough examination of the elderly man. How is he? There are no significant issues. So please do not worry. It is likely that this is his first flight, and the prolonged exposure to high altitudes has caused some adverse reactions in his body. Is this your father's first time flying? The man suddenly grasped the short-haired girl's hand with fervor, refusing to let go. Yes. This nurse is absolutely correct. The short-haired girl attempted to free herself several times, yet her efforts were in vain. Observing her lack of further resistance, the man's inappropriate advances became increasingly frequent. Zhang Hongfei sat nearby, observing the scene with a detached gaze. Zhang Hongfei contemplated that as soon as the girl cried out for help, he would immediately intervene and incapacitate that scoundrel. Unfortunately, in the face of the man's harassment, the short-haired girl chose to endure in silence, unwilling to utter a plea for rescue. This left Zhang Hongfei with a profound sense of helplessness. Feeling the desire to vanquish the villain yet being powerless to change the course of events, Zhang Hongfei can only lament his misfortune and resent his lack of ambition. Zhang Hongfei thought to himself, a woman who can endure being bullied in silence truly deserves to be taken advantage of by men. Zhang Hongfei was unaware that the short-haired girl, as a nurse, had often been taken advantage of by predatory male doctors in the hospital. Consequently, over time, she had developed a submissive disposition. Zhang Hongfei felt he was meddling too much, so he simply closed his eyes to rest, preferring not to see. The airplane swiftly arrived at Xinqiang Airport, and Zhang Hongfei was the first to exit the cabin. This time, no one was there to greet him. Zhang Hongfei arrived in the urban district of Xinqiang by taxi. This marked his inaugural visit to the city. The northern air still felt unsettlingly unfamiliar. Upon stepping out of the airport, Zhang Hongfei could not help but express such sentiments. Zhang Hongfei had previously visited the capital several times, and he was profoundly struck by the murky air that enveloped the city. Zhang Hongfei's current objective is the Liaoning Provincial Sports School. From the information gathered by Zhao Yi, he has acquired some understanding of the institution. The Liaoning Provincial Sports School is notoriously insular, rarely exporting players to other provinces, reserving their finest talents exclusively for local teams. The year 2006 marked a remarkable chapter for Liaoning, with 3 teams competing in the league, Liaoning FC, Jinda FC, and Shirda FC, all of which found themselves in a position of relative indifference on the points table. In Zhang Hongfei's perspective, there is no challenge in this world that cannot be resolved with sufficient financial resources. If money fails to sway an opponent, it simply indicates that the investment is inadequate. Ding Ping is a player hailing from the metropolitan city of Theling in Liaoning province. With both parents employed as civil servants, Ding Ping enjoys a comfortable upbringing. His passion for football was significantly influenced by his father, who has long been an avid football enthusiast. Regrettably, Ding Ping's father could not fulfill his own aspirations of becoming a professional player, which he considers one of life's great disappointments. Consequently, he has endeavored to impose his dreams upon his son. Fortunately, Ding Peng has shown a profound interest in football from a young age. Through relentless training, his skills have flourished, ultimately leading him to the Liaoning Provincial Sports School for further development. Now, Ding Peng stands at a crucial crossroads in his life. Faced with the significant decision of choosing to join one of the 3 local teams, Liaoning FC, Jinda FC, or Shirda FC, thereby formally entering the realm of professional football. Alternatively, he could opt to pursue higher education at a university. Zhang Hongfei came under the pretense of encouraging Ding Peng to pursue further studies at the university. Huazhong University of Science and Technology, known for its modest reputation in the country, was Zhang Hongfei's target to lure Ding Ping. However, before proceeding with this plan, Zhang Hongfei had another matter to attend to. As Zhang Hongfei flew from Shanghai to Xinqiang, Zhao Xiaoying also departed from her home, heading towards Xinqiang. Zhang Hongfei casually chose a 5-star hotel to reside in, subsequently falling into a deep slumber until the afternoon. That evening, he took the hotel's luxury vehicle to the Xinqiang airport to pick up Zhao Xiaoying. After a few days apart, Zhao Xiaoying had become even more exquisite in her beauty. Upon meeting, Zhang Hongfei candidly remarked, "Yingbao, you have become even more beautiful. In my absence these past few days, have you been misbehaving?" Zhang Hongfei, with a composed demeanor and unwavering heart, firmly denied, "No, I can't believe you. Where to now? Back to the hotel in the county. How about going straight for a meal? I'm tired." It's precisely when one is weary that a good meal is essential. Under Zhang Hongfei's insistence, the two arrived at a renowned Korean restaurant in Xinqiang, engaging in conversation while dining. "What brings you to Xinqiang so suddenly?" "Recruitment." "Oh, why travel such a distance for that?" "There is no choice. There are exceptional players here. I am in dire need of talent." "Is that truly the case? Aren't you here to pursue beautiful girls?" "This is my first visit to Xinqiang. I don't know a single person." As soon as Zhang Hongfei's voice faded, he heard someone greeting him. "Oh, is that not Zhang Hongfei?" Zhang Hongfei looked up and was astonished to find an old acquaintance before him. "Li Jia? What brings you here?" "My home is in Xinqiang. Have you truly forgotten? Zhang Hongfei shrugged. Perhaps. What brings you here? Of course, to dine, came the reply. Alone? With my boyfriend. Have you found a new boyfriend? Humph. Why? Did you think that after you discarded me, I would never find another? Not at all. Zhaji. Who is this? At that moment, a bespectacled gentleman appeared behind Li Jia. This is my university classmate. Oh? The gentleman scrutinized Zhang Hongfei with a wary gaze. It's rather impolite to regard me with such scrutiny, don't you think? What of it? Can I look at you? You would do well to keep your mouth shut. Noticing Zhang Hongfei's displeasure, Li Jia hastily intervened, pulling the gentleman aside. Let's go. Why do you seem so familiar with him? It's nothing. I hardly know him. Then why the rush to leave? Enough talk. Just come with me. Li Jia forcefully dragged the gentleman away. Didn't you say it was your first time in Shinshin? How come you have classmates here? Ahem. Li Jia, she is my ex-girlfriend. Your ex-girlfriend seems to be numerous. Not really. Perhaps a dozen or so. Zhang Hongfei. I apologize. I had no idea she would be dining here. However, Ing Bao, as you can see, she now has a boyfriend. And I am no longer relevant. Humph. I don't believe you. The two of you were exchanging glances just now. Chapter 58. Delivering the dishes. Zhang Hongfei exerted considerable effort in soothing Zhao Xiaoying. Initially, he believed that the matter would simply fade away. However, peril soon loomed once again over Zhang Hongfei. After their meal, the two departed from the restaurant. Not far from the establishment, a group of unruly thugs, brandishing clubs, suddenly appeared, their expressions menacing. Zhang Hongfei's peripheral vision caught sight of this unexpected group of guests. Zhang Hongfei's intuition told him that this group was undoubtedly coming for him. Ing Bao, please wait for me in the car. What about you? I have a matter to attend to, but I shall join you shortly. Zhao Xiaoying raised her head, gazing at Zhang Hongfei with a look of confusion. You must return to the car. I will be there momentarily. You cannot leave me all alone. Of course. How could I ever bear to abandon you? Just go ahead, and I shall be with you soon. Make sure you hurry. I promise. Zhang Hongfei watched as Zhao Xiaoying departed alone before he returned to the car. Zhang Hongfei let out a cold laugh. Heh? The virtuous do not approach. And those who approach are far from virtuous. I am quite curious to see who, upon my arrival in Xinqing, is so blind as to seek trouble with me. Zhang Hongfei confidently approached the group of armed ruffians. Brother, why is he coming over here? One of them nervously queried. Brother, have we been discovered? Another chimed in, panic evident in his voice. What should we do? You spineless cowards, what are you afraid of? Their leader barked. He is but one man. Can he truly turn the tide alone? Are the weapons you wield nothing more than mere sticks? Indeed, they are just sticks. Came a retort. Get lost. We have been paid for this task, and we must execute it flawlessly. Otherwise, young Master Lin will not spare us. At the mere mention of young Master Lin, a shiver ran through the entire gang. His influence in the city of Shun was undeniably formidable. Just as the thugs were deliberating their next move, Zhang Hongfei had already reached their front. Zhang Hongfei straightforwardly inquired, Pray tell, who dispatched you to confront me? Upon hearing his words, the elder brother was momentarily taken aback. Then retorted, Why should I divulge that information? Have you not considered who you might have offended? Surely you possess some awareness. Zhang Hongfei pondered deeply. The only person he seemed to have offended was perhaps Li Jia's boyfriend. Could it be that the seemingly refined gentleman held a significant status? Zhang Hongfei was taken aback to discover that Li Jia's boyfriend was not Lin Daxiao himself. At that moment, the refined gentleman had incapacitated Li Jia with a drug and personally delivered her to Lin Daxiao's chamber. Lin Daxiao, while caressing Li Jia's face, remarked with a hint of amusement to her boyfriend, Wu Qing, you truly are remarkable. You are willing to part with your own girlfriend for my amusement. Wu Qing, with a countenance filled with indignation, retorted, Lin Daxiao, I once believed Li Jia to be an innocent girl, but who would have thought she is nothing but a harlot? Just moments ago, she was flirting with her ex-boyfriend right in front of me. And so you have offered her to me? Lin Daxiao inquired. I merely sought a small favor from you, Lin Daxiao. And what might that be? To teach her ex-boyfriend a lesson. Lin Daxiao paused, contemplating the request, observing his silence. Wu Qing sensed an opportunity. As long as Lin Daxiao agreed to exact revenge for him, he could readily deliver Li Jia here for Lin Daxiao's pleasure in the future. Very well. Describe his appearance to me, and I shall have my subordinates take care of it. Thank you, Lin Daxiao. Wu Qing exclaimed, leaving the room with great elation. Lin Daxiao, gazing at the motionless and alluring Li Jia on the bed, felt a surge of unnameable fury. Ha! Since it is your boyfriend's good intention, I shall not refuse. With that, Lin Daxiao lunged toward Li Jia. Meanwhile, Zhang Hongfei had already engaged in a scuffle with a group of ruffians. Bang. Clash. Crash. Boom. Ah. Ouch. Oh. The scene of the brawl was filled with an array of sound effects. Zhang Hongfei weaved through the crowd, appearing and disappearing with remarkable agility, as light as a swallow, leaving a throng of small-time ruffians in disarray. Goodness, is this fellow even human? He is fiercer than our leader, a formidable individual. Moments later, the ground was strewn with the cries of the defeated miscreants. Zhang Hongfei brushed off the dust from his clothing and casually inquired, "So, what is the situation? Do you still require my guidance?" "It is young Master Lin who sent us." "Which young Master Lin?" "The most esteemed heir of Xinqing, the eldest son of the Lin family." "Why has he dispatched you to confront me?" "I truly do not know." Good sir, I genuinely have no idea of the reasons. Had I known of your formidable prowess, I would not have dared to provoke you. Where can I find this young Master Lin?" "He resides primarily in the presidential suite of a five-star hotel." Does he not have a home?" "That five-star hotel is an asset of the Lin family. Hence his stay there is akin to residing in his own abode." "Ah, I see. Quickly, reveal the location of that five-star hotel. I must pay this young Master Lin a visit." "It would be discourteous not to reciprocate a visit." "Good sir, I advise against it. The influence of young Master Lin is beyond your imagination." "I have never feared anyone. If you do not speak, I shall render you incapable." "I shall speak. I shall speak." Zhang Hongfei extracted the desired information from the mouth of the gang leader. Afterward, he surveyed the scattered thugs on the ground, contemplating how to deal with these ruffians. As he gazed intently, a sense of foreboding gripped the hearts of the miscreants. "Please have mercy, sir. We were coerced into this," they pleaded. "Indeed. Spare us, sir. We shall never dare again." The young delinquents were adept at bending with the wind. When faced with adversity, they readily resorted to bowing and begging for mercy, a routine they executed with ease. "What if you were to follow me from now on?" he proposed. No way. No way. You have offended young Master Lin. Aligning with you would surely lead to our demise." Zhang scoffed. "Do you truly believe that offending me would spare you from death? Let me assure you, my heart is darker, and my methods more ruthless than that young Master Lin you speak of. Please, have pity on us. Treat us as insignificant as a mere fart. We cannot afford to cross Titans." They lamented. "Now you realize the gravity of your transgressions? When you struck earlier, you certainly did not show me any courtesy." Ultimately, under the dual threat of Zhang Hongfei's iron fist and the allure of his promises, the gang agreed to pledge their allegiance to him. Once everything was settled, Zhang returned to his vehicle to find Zhao Xiaoying. "Ingbao, I have some pressing matters to attend to tonight. You may return to the hotel on your own," he instructed. "What are you planning to do?" she inquired. "There are some bothersome flies that require my intervention," he replied. Chapter 59, A Deadly Confrontation. Zhang Hongfei, accompanied by a group of newly recruited subordinates, boldly stormed into the territory of young Master Lin, while Zhang Hongfei maintained an air of calmness. His companions were all beset by furrowed brows and expressions of distress. Zhang Hongfei is indeed a formidable figure, yet when confronted by Lin Daxiao, a local powerhouse, what can he truly accomplish? The adage that a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Does Zhang Hongfei remain oblivious to this truth? What are you also afraid of? Summon the fervor you displayed when you assaulted me earlier. Shortly, when we confront him, unleash your fury upon him. Fij, please spare us. If we offend Lin Daxiao, we surely won't see the light of the next day. Today, I shall enlighten you on the concept that there are always greater powers beyond our comprehension. Fij, we have unwavering faith in your prowess. However, Lin Daxiao is no ordinary adversary. He commands formidable subordinates. Formidable subordinates? Perfect. You will record the encounter, and I shall promptly alert the authorities. Upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's intention to involve the police, the group of underlings wore expressions of despair. Look at your cowardice. It's downright embarrassing to be associated with you outside. Fij, you are a big shot, while we are merely a band of street dwellers without any backing. Should we fall victim to violence, there won't even be anyone to mourn for us. Sigh. Such a lack of ambition. Truly, it's disheartening. Don't you aspire for greater heights? We're unable to rise. Just the few of us wielding sticks. One misstep could lead to our annihilation. All right. Tonight, learn from me. I assure you that after tonight, you shall roam the streets of Xinqiang with confidence. The group of underlings regarded Zhang Hongfei's assertions with skepticism. Do you believe I'm merely boasting? Not daring to think so. Enough. Follow me. Let actions speak louder than words. Zhang Hongfei, accompanied by a cadre of individuals, made a direct assault on the presidential suite. The hotel security, naturally, would not allow them to pass easily, resulting in a confrontation. One side wielded weapons, while the other consisted of mere flesh and blood, rendering the outcome of the skirmish all too evident. The hotel security was swiftly subdued. Although this band of ruffians found themselves outmatched by the formidable Zhang Hongfei, they were akin to wolves confronting sheep when facing the security personnel. One would expect the guards of a five-star hotel to be quite formidable. However, the lavish benefits provided by young Master Lin had rendered them complacent, significantly diminishing their combat prowess and dulling their once fiery spirit through a life of ease. In stark contrast, the gang of ruffians lived each day on the edge, engaging in life-and-death battles with every skirmish. After incapacitating the security team, Zhuang rushed over to commend Zhang Hongfei. "Fij, it's all taken care of." Zhuang, the leader of this motley crew, bore a name that may seem somewhat rustic, yet he was aptly named, possessing great strength and a robust physique, making him well-suited for frontline combat. During the recent brawl with the security, Zhuang had adeptly showcased his strengths, absorbing much of the damage. Zhang Hongfei sincerely praised, "Well done." "Thank you for your compliment, Fij," Zhuang replied. "When you encounter young Master Lin later, I hope you won't falter." Upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's words, Zhuang immediately donned a distressed expression. "Fij, please don't put my brother in a difficult position. I truly cannot do it. Whether you can or cannot, you must do it. Just follow my lead later." "Fij, now that you have chosen to follow me, it's too late to retreat. Remember, to not advance is to retreat. If you step back later, there will only be a dead end." Outside the presidential suite on the top floor, a group of men in black stood guard. As Zhang Hongfei and his subordinates made their appearance, they were immediately targeted. A man clad in black, upon spotting Zhang Hongfei's approach, shouted vehemently, "Get lost. This is not a place for scum like you." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Hongfei's expression immediately darkened. "Are you implying that I am worthless?" "Humph. If not worthless, then what am I?" "Very well." Zhang Hongfei, with a cold smile gracing his lips, slowly approached the insolent individual. "You seek death." The man in black swung a fist toward Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei, undeterred and resolute, retaliated with a punch of his own. The clash of their fists reverberated through the air, yet it failed to stir any significant disturbance. Following their exchange, both Zhang Hongfei and the man in black retreated 3 steps, nursing their fists. "Not bad, young one. Quite formidable. Come again." The two engaged once more in a fierce bout. In their initial encounter, they merely gauged each other's strength, but this time, both unleashed their full power. The man in black staggered back 7 steps, while Zhang Hongfei remained steadfast, unyielding in his position. The disparity between them became unmistakably clear. "You, Zhang Hongfei," borrowing the words of the men in black, retorted, "Trash. Scoundrel. I shall fight you." Enraged, the man in black clenched his fists and charged towards Zhang Hongfei once more. "What? Still unconvinced?" This time, Zhang Hongfei did not hold back. He transformed his fist into an open palm and struck forcefully at the wrist of the man in black. Crack! In an instant, the wrist of the man in black was shattered. He immediately clutched his hand, crying out in agony. Zhang Hongfei, seizing the moment, delivered a precise sidekick that struck the black-clad man's calf, sending him crashing to the ground. Zhang Hongfei commanded his subordinates, "Everyone, advance." Instantly, a fierce battle erupted in the corridor. Upon receiving Zhang Hongfei's order, Zhuang rallied his younger brothers and charged into the fray. Zhang Hongfei did not stand idly by. He too entered the fray. The strength of this group of men in black was evidently superior to that of the hotel security personnel. Zhang Hongfei's subordinates soon bore the marks of battle. However, their indomitable spirit prevailed, as even the lightly wounded refused to retreat from the fray. With blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, they would wipe their arms and press onward to engage in combat. The sole exception was Zhang Hongfei himself. Zhang Hongfei fought from beginning to end, emerging unscathed. However, at least half of the men in black were felled by his own hands. The prowess of Zhang Hongfei is nothing short of terrifying. As the battle concluded, Zhuang immediately rushed to Zhang Hongfei's side, showering him with praise. "Fij, you are truly remarkable. See? I told you there would be no problem. You are indeed formidable, Fij. From now on, I shall follow you without reservation. Shall I let you deal with Lindasha later? I would brave any peril for that." With a resounding thud, after incapacitating and binding all the black-clad men, Zhang Hongfei kicked open the door to the presidential suite. "Which fool?" Lindasha, who was in the midst of a dubious endeavor, grumbled displeasedly towards the entrance. "Lindasha, It has been a while. Upon their first encounter, Lin Dasha regarded Zhang Hongfei with a face full of confusion. Who are you? How did you get in here? I am Zhang Hongfei. What? Your name is Zhang Hongfei? Lin Dasha's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, Zhang Hongfei's gaze fell upon Li Jia on the bed, and his face also changed drastically. Bastard. Scoundrel. The first encounter between Zhang Hongfei and Lin Dasha has commenced. Chapter 60, no longer impressive. How dare you label me as scum? Are you not aware that in Shin City, crossing me leads to only one inevitable fate? Humph. Scum. It is a mere understatement to refer to you as such. Lin, have you grown so accustomed to stirring trouble in Shin City that you have lost sight of your own worth? You. Zhuang. Boss, I'm here. Let me take him down. Yes. Zhuang? Did I not instruct you to deal with Zhang Hongfei? Why are you? Lin Dasha, hold on. Although Zhuang may be a rough character, he understands the wisdom of choosing a worthy tree to perch upon. Clearly, Zhang Dashao is a person of significance. Hence I have chosen to shift my allegiance. You traitorous scoundrel. I'll make you pay. Enraged, Lin Dashao yearned to unleash his fury upon Zhuang. Yet, as a true young master, he typically required his underlings to assist in restraining his opponents. Engaging in a one-on-one duel with Zhuang? It was destined to end in tragedy for Lin Dashao. Zhuang wasted no time, swiftly subduing Lin Dashao to the ground, delivering a relentless barrage of blows. To hell with the young master of the Lin family. You never regard us brothers as human. Each time there are perilous tasks. You send us forth as mere cannon fodder. Damn it. Show me your bravado once more. Poor Lin Dashao, having been pampered since childhood, had never before endured such a brutal thrashing. Zhang Hongfei harbored concerns that Zhuang's prolonged assault might lead to Lin Dashao's downfall, prompting him to intervene at the opportune moment. Enough. That is sufficient, exclaimed Feech. It feels incredibly satisfying to witness this. These so-called elite young masters, who usually stand high above others, prove to be more cowardly than ordinary folks when faced with a beating. Just moments ago, Zhuang merely threw a few casual punches, and Lin Dashao was already begging for mercy. Truly, as a distinguished heir, Lin Dashao's style of pleading is remarkably unique. How dare you strike me? This is insubordination. Please. Cease your blows. Have you not heard? I implore you. Spare me. I acknowledge my mistakes. I truly understand my wrongs. Please, I beg you, do not continue. Help me. Father, grandfather, come to my rescue. Mother. Zhang Hongfei reclined upon the sofa, his gaze fixed upon the spectacle of Lin, the young master, enduring a beating. While his mind wandered into a realm of vivid imagination, he envisioned Lu Zihao, subjugated beneath his grasp, receiving a merciless thrashing. How pitiable Lu Zihao appeared, pleading for mercy from Zhang Hongfei. A mere illusion. It must be a figment of his imagination. Lu Zihao had honed his skills in karate to a commendable degree. It had been quite some time since they last sparred, and one could only wonder what rank he currently held. The affluent youth come in various forms. While many squander their fortunes, there are also those of exceptional caliber. The three heroes of Shunsheng stand as paragons of this elite class. Lu Zihao had trained in Taekwondo since childhood for self-defense, while Guan Shitian had mastered Judo. Yet, Zhang Hongfei excelled above them all, practicing Jeet Kune Do. This martial art, famously founded by Bruce Lee, transcends mere formality, embodying a mature awareness that emphasizes fluidity and adaptability. Striking with the essence of water to counterattack and dissolve all aggression into formlessness. The essence of Jeet Kune Do lies within the concept of interception, preemptively neutralizing an opponent's assault. Just moments ago, outside the presidential suite, Zhang Hongfei had employed Jeet Kune Do, intercepting the onslaught of a black-clad assailant before the fist could land. Jeet Kune Do lacks overt techniques, relying solely on the practitioner's insight and understanding. Zhang Hongfei possesses an innate intelligence that harmonizes remarkably with the principles of Jeet Kune Do. Leveraging this formidable martial art, the young Zhang Hongfei has carved a notorious reputation for himself on the bustling streets of Shanghai. In one-on-one confrontations, neither Lu Zihao nor Guan Shitian dares to challenge him. Lu Zihao once engaged in a singular duel with Zhang Hongfei, an encounter that left an indelible psychological scar on him. Prior to Zhang Hongfei's emergence, Lu Zihao considered himself a prominent figure among the younger generation of Shanghai. However, after suffering a decisive defeat at the hands of Zhang Hongfei, his confidence was profoundly shattered. The grandiose delusion of Lu Zihao's supremacy was ruthlessly dismantled by Zhang Hongfei. In the ensuing period, Lu Zihao frequently found himself at the mercy of Zhang Hongfei. enduring relentless humiliation. Now, as the battered Lin Dasha lay before him, stripped of his dignity, he implored Zhang Hongfei for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare my life. Please, have mercy. Lin Dasha, who had previously exuded bravado, was now reduced to a pitiful state. What happened to your bravado, Lin Dasha? Where is your confidence now? Zhang Hongfei retorted. I was mistaken. You are formidable. I am not. At this moment, Lin Dasha harbored an intense hatred for Zhang Hongfei. Should the tables turn, he vowed to exact a brutal vengeance on Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei was acutely aware that individuals like Lin, the young master, would never concede easily. If he were to let Lin off the hook now, he would undoubtedly face considerable troubles in the future. A glint of cold resolve flickered in Zhang Hongfei's eyes at this realization. Lin, who had been meticulously observing Zhang Hongfei's every move, sensed the murderous intent directed towards him, causing all his defenses to collapse instantaneously. In the face of life and death, making a choice became painfully simple, particularly for a promising scion of wealth like Lin, who was not keen on meeting an untimely demise before his endeavors had even begun. Zhang, I was wrong. Please spare my life. How did you know I intended to kill you? Zhang, this was all orchestrated by petty villains, compelling me to act against you. I am innocent. Is that so? Absolutely. But regardless, you did send someone to attack me. Don't you think you should offer something in return? How about this? You name your price for your life. 1 million. I will give you 1 million. Ha ha ha. The life of the esteemed Lin, valued at merely 1 million? Enough talk. I will give you 1 million now. And then incapacitate you. No, no, no. Please. 10 million. I will offer 10 million for my life. 10 million? Very well. I will take your 10 million. Your life is now mine. What? Lin was oblivious to Zhang Hongfei's true capabilities, initially believing that 10 million would suffice. Yet, the sheer strength of Zhang Hongfei exceeded all of Lin's expectations. It dawned on Lin that he had, indeed, kicked a far more formidable iron plate than himself. Lin, why the silence and bidding? Do you truly wish for me to purchase your life for 10 million? After a lengthy hesitation, Lin gritted his teeth and declared, 100 million. I will offer 100 million for my life. Enough. It appears that Lin truly lacks sincerity. I will offer you 200 million for your life. Prepare to meet your end. No, no, no. Zhang, I was wrong. Grant me mercy this once. Sincerity. If you can demonstrate sincerity, we can discuss anything. Zhang, please stop toying with me. What is it that you truly desire? I will give you whatever I can. Lin, you harbor a deep-seated hatred for me. If I were to let you go, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. So tell me, what course of action should I take now? Chapter 61. Negotiation. I swear, I will never seek retribution against you, young Master Zhang. Do you truly believe I would trust you? Zhang, I can provide you with a written guarantee. Huh? Lin, do you think I am a fool? Do you believe such a guarantee holds any legal validity? Surely, you must be contemplating that if I accepted it, you would then possess leverage to harm me later? Lin's thoughts had been laid bare, causing his expression to shift to one of discomfort. Not at all. Zhang, you are overthinking this. Enough. Enough. Lin, we are cut from the same cloth. Your trivial schemes are merely remnants of my past amusements. Spare me your petty tricks. Can we not engage in something more substantial? I have heard that individuals from the Northeast are quite bold. Yet you, young Master Lin, behave like a mere woman. Is this not a disgrace to your fellow men from the Northeast? Speak up. What do you intend to use to captivate my interest? Zhang Hongfei sat on the sofa with a broad smile, observing Lin Dashao sprawled helplessly on the floor. After a few minutes of silence, Lin Dashao could no longer contain himself and bellowed loudly at Zhang Hongfei. Enough. State your terms. Zhang Hongfei's expression shifted slightly as he faced the barrage of insults. Without hesitation, Zhuang stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Lin Dashao. Damn it. That's what you get for being so arrogant. How dare you speak to Brother Fei in that manner? I think you're just asking for a beating. With a voice tinged with tears, Lin Dashao cradled his cheek and pleaded, I was wrong. Please, show me a way out. Thank you. At that moment, Zhang Hongfei's phone rang. Sister Yi. What is the situation? Young Master Zhang, you truly have a knack for trouble. The Lin family is a wealthy and powerful clan in Xinxing. Offending them this time is exceedingly unwise. Sister Yi, it's not as if I sought to offend the Lin family. It was that Lin Dashao who sent someone to ambush me first. You always have a reason, don't you? You troublesome fellow. Sister Yi, just tell me. Can you handle this? I've already spoken to your father. What? You reported me to my father? Of course. With such a significant matter, How could I possibly resolve it on my own? Naturally, I had to involve your father for coordination. Sister Yi, you're ruthless. What did my father say? Previously, your strategic moves allowed you to acquire 60% of the Chao family's assets, which had your father quite excited. However, now that you have offended the Lin family, the Zhang family will not escape unscathed. What a joke. It is the Lin family that has wronged me. What loss does our Zhang family incur? Do you think we are unaware of what you are doing here? What am I doing? You brought people to the hotel to cause trouble for Linda Xiao. Thinking it was all done covertly? Nonsense. I was openly seeking revenge, all right? I never intended to keep it a secret. That doesn't mean you can be so ostentatious. With such a commotion, do you think the Lin family would remain oblivious? Rest assured, Sister Yi, I am well aware. Before the Lin family comes to retaliate against me, I will definitely reach an understanding with dear Linda Xiao, 1ti. My esteemed Linda Xiao? Linda Xiao, sprawled on the ground, quickly affirmed, yes. 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 I am absolutely willing to cooperate with young Master Zhang. We shall reach an agreement. We shall reach an agreement. Sister Yi, did you hear that? Linda Xiao is quite sincere. All right. You continue with your games. We have already resolved the other matters for you. Just handle Linda Xiao yourself. Not a problem. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hongfei rose from the sofa with a smile and approached Linda Xiao. Linda Xiao, did you hear that? Now, aside from your Lin family, no one else is coming to your rescue. Young Master Zhang, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. I am willing to compensate 200 million. 200 million? Alas, it seems Linda Xiao still lacks sincerity. What exactly do you want? Please tell me. I want this hotel. That is impossible. Zhuang, Fei Ge, I am here. Please reason with young Master Lin for me. I believe he would enjoy a discourse with you. No problem. Leave it to me. Fei Ge, Zhuang, invigorated, approached young Master Lin once more. Soon, the reasoning was concluded. Young Master Lin, feebly pleading for mercy, exclaimed, No. I concede. I have accepted your terms. Zhang Dexiao, please spare me. Excellent. 200 million, along with this hotel. Zhuang. How did you convey the reasoning? Did you fail to clarify? I apologize, Fei Ge. I was mistaken. I shall once again reason with this fellow. No, please. I have acquiesced. I have agreed to your terms. Haha, that is precisely right. Had I known this would be the outcome, why bother from the beginning? Since you have consented, let us proceed to sign the contract. What contract? Why, the transfer contract for the hotel. Do you take me for a fool? Ultimately, young Master Lin resignedly signed the agreement. Once the terms were settled, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I have signed my name. Can you now leave? Who could have predicted? Young Master Lin, are you overthinking this? This hotel now belongs to me, and you are currently residing in my presidential suite. It would be inappropriate for you to ask me to vacate. Zhang, you are being excessively tyrannical. Zhuang. Fei Ge understood. Zhuang signaled to his subordinates. And without further ado, they unceremoniously escorted young Master Lin out. Fei Ge, we are departing. Please enjoy your time. Zhang Hongfei, in an irritable tone, exclaimed. What a farce this is. Yes, indeed. What Brother Fei says is always right. Brothers, let us take our leave. Zhuang. You and the others should find a few rooms in the hotel to settle down for now. Thank you, Brother Fei. Zhang Hongfei handed the transfer contract signed by Lin Daxiao to Zhuang, after which he ceased to involve himself in the ensuing matters. Once everyone had departed, only two individuals remained in the room, Zhang Hongfei and Li Jia. Observing Li Jia on the bed, Zhang Hongfei let out a resigned sigh. Alas, Li Jia, filled with resentment, demanded, Why didn't you eliminate that scoundrel just now? Now that you are awake, why do you still lie in bed pretending to sleep? Answer me. Why didn't you kill that bastard? His crimes do not warrant death, Zhang Hongfei replied. In frustration, Li Jia seized a pillow and hurled it at Zhang Hongfei. I misjudged you. You are all cut from the same cloth. Zhang Hongfei casually caught the pillow. Li Jia, shall I escort you home? Or would you prefer your boyfriend to come and fetch you? Upon hearing the words boyfriend, Li Jia immediately lost her composure. Don't mention that scoundrel to me. It's that very scoundrel who brought me here. I never want to see him again for the rest of my life. Chapter 62. Fateful entanglement. After the Lin family took away the young Master Lin, who had been beaten to a pulp, they had no intention of seeking revenge. It appears that Father Zhang and the Lin family have reached some form of agreement, allowing the matter to be swept under the rug. However, the young Master Lin, being one of the parties involved, is not one to easily swallow this bitter pill. In the confines of his bedroom, he unleashed a venomous curse, cursing Zhang Hongfei. Damn you! I shall make your life a living hell. Master, are we simply to let this go? What else can be done? That ungrateful wretch. He has made a blunder, failing to clean up after himself, and now he finds himself ensnared, yet refuses to seek assistance from his family. The agreement has been signed. What do you expect me to do? But look at our precious son, reduced to such a pitiful state. As his father, do you not feel the slightest concern? The elder Lin was indeed pained at heart. His son had been beaten to a pulp, and yet he could not avenge his humiliation. The Lin and Zhang families had already forged a clandestine pact, leaving the elder Lin to bear this great loss in silence. What do you know, you woman? The youth will indulge in their whims. We, as elders, should not meddle. Indulge. Your son has been turned into a grotesque figure, and you remain indifferent. You shall sleep in the hall tonight. With that, Lin's mother swept out of the room. Bang! After her departure, Lin's father struck the coffee table with a fierce fist. Damn you, Zhang Hongfei! The following morning, Zhang Hongfei appeared in the hotel dining hall, bearing visible injuries on his face. Wherever Zhang Hongfei goes, all the hotel staff bow respectfully and greet him. Good day, boss. He chuckles. Hello, everyone. Zhang Hongfei felt as though he were a professional robber. Each time he encountered a robbery, he would strike it rich. Zhang Hongfei felt a subtle thrill of anticipation within him. If the esteemed Lin continued to send people to trouble him, could he not seize the opportunity to amass a fortune? Indeed. It is said that a horse thrives not without ample fodder, and a person cannot flourish without unexpected wealth. The mere thought of prospering through such means brought a sly grin to Zhang Hongfei's face. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden pain jolted him, and he let out a cry of distress. Li Jia, why are you pinching me? I find your earlier demeanor utterly distasteful. You appeared as repugnant as one could be. I was merely laughing. I had not wronged you. He protested. You caused me to be bullied by that scoundrel. Do you dare assert that you bear no responsibility? She retorted fiercely. But I have avenged you. That ruffian who tormented you has been reduced to a grotesque sight. Li Jia declared vehemently, you should have flayed him alive. Drawn and quartered him. Even turning him into a human pig would be no exaggeration. Upon hearing her fierce words, Zhang Hongfei could not help but shudder involuntarily. Zhang Hongfei mused, women, indeed, are the most formidable of creatures. Are you speaking ill of me in your heart? Dare not. Dare not. Humph. My spirits are low, and you shall accompany me today. That might be rather inconvenient. My girlfriend is still awaiting me. I am your ex-girlfriend. I am aware. One hears the laughter of the new while the tears of the old go unnoticed. Upon uttering these words, Li Jia wiped away her tears. Sigh. Observing Li Jia's sorrowful demeanor, Zhang Hongfei felt a pang of compassion. Zhang Hongfei regrettably embodies all the characteristics of a cad. He possesses striking good looks, delights in sweet nothings, excels in crafting romantic gestures, and is excessively soft-hearted. Although Zhang Hongfei believes that Li Jia has been wronged by her boyfriend and that he bears no responsibility as Li Jia's former partner, he feels a moral obligation to offer her some solace. Consequently, he places a call to Zhao Xiaoying to elucidate Li Jia's situation. Women often exhibit an abundance of compassion. Upon learning of Li Jia's unfortunate plight, Zhao Xiaoying not only refrains from reproaching Zhang Hongfei but also implores him to take good care of Li Jia, assuring him not to worry about her. Thus, after breakfast, Zhang Hongfei, armed with a sense of purpose, sets out to accompany Li Jia on an outing. On the bustling streets of Shin City, Li Jia links her arm with Zhang Hongfei's, evoking a sense of déjà vu half a year prior. On Nanjing Road in Shin City, Li Jia had similarly entwined her arm with his, strolling contentedly down the avenue. At that time, Li Jia's long hair flowed freely, her face aglow with happiness. Now, 6 months later, while Zhang Hongfei remains unchanged, Li Jia has shed her long locks, her countenance bearing the weight of experience. Zhang Hongfei, what made you agree to be my boyfriend back then? I felt pity for you. You pursued me for so long that I, in a moment of weakness, acquiesced to being your boyfriend. So, you only felt sorry for me? Not entirely. I did have a smidge of affection for you. Just a smidge? It cannot be more. Li Jia fixes Zhang Hongfei with a piercing gaze. Truly, it cannot be more. Was I too naive? Indeed, given your status. How could you possibly take an interest in a Cinderella like me? Yet, I believe there was nothing amiss in your pursuit of me. What did you say? With my looks, wealth, and thoughtfulness, if you do not like me, who could you possibly like? Self-absorbed. This day is destined to be unforgettable for both Zhang Hongfei and Li Jia. Ding Peng is the target of Zhang Hongfei's latest ruse. After tearing his sneakers during yesterday's training, Ding Peng gathers 2 teammates and heads to the urban center of Shin City, to purchase a new pair. Zhang Hongfei and Dingping encountered each other unexpectedly in Xinqiang. Meanwhile, Lin, the young master, who had been grievously beaten, spent a sleepless night. The more he pondered the incident, the more his anger simmered. As the esteemed heir of Xinqiang, renowned as the foremost young master in the social circles, he had never before been subjected to such humiliation. At the crack of dawn the following day, Lin made several phone calls, intent on enacting his revenge on Zhang Hongfei. Lin's father had been keeping a watchful eye on his son, and thus learned of Lin's vengeful intentions at the earliest opportunity. In response, Lin's father chose to turn a blind eye. Zhang Hongfei has bullied his beloved son, and as a father, how could Lin's father possibly endure such humiliation? Although Lin's father vowed not to take matters into his own hands, he did not guarantee that his son, young Master Lin, would refrain from acting. It is only natural that one repays debts and avenges wrongs. This is the way of the world. Young Master Lin is now determined to seek his own retribution, and the Zhang family will undoubtedly struggle to present any counterarguments. However, Lin's father remains blissfully unaware that this journey undertaken by young Master Lin is destined to end in tragedy once more. If Zhang Hongfei were aware that young Master Lin would seek revenge upon him, he would surely laugh in his dreams at night. Young Master Lin is akin to a harbinger of prosperity, destined to bestow upon Zhang Hongfei a lavish fortune. On the streets of Shen City, an ominous aura suddenly emerges. Zhang Hongfei and Li Jia strolled hand in hand, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Meanwhile, Dingping and two of his teammates were also searching for a shoe store on the bustling street. Chapter 63. Dingping takes action. Zhang Hongfei's hands were laden with an assortment of bags, both large and small. Li Jia, have you calmed down yet? He inquired. I suppose I've calmed down halfway. She replied. What? After purchasing so many items, you've only calmed down halfway? You should know my spending habits by now. This isn't our first time together, she remarked. Of course, I know. He protested. Then what are you complaining about? This is just the beginning. But I quite literally have no more hands to carry anything, she retorted. Humph. After all this time I spent training you, you still can't bear the burden? Li Jia, you're taking this personally. I'm done. I'm going back, he declared. I dare you to try. Came Li Jia's furious shout, instantly causing Zhang Hongfei to back down. I surrender. You win. Keep going. Zhang Hongfei, with a reluctant expression, had no choice but to follow behind Li Jia, serving as the captain of the transport team. In a shopping mall, Zhang Hongfei and Li Jia were on the second floor purchasing clothing, while Dingping and his two teammates were on the third floor selecting basketball shoes. As noon approached, Lin Deshao's associates finally arrived, albeit belatedly. The whereabouts of Zhang Hongfei and Li Jia had long been discreetly reported to young Master Lin. Although the hotel had changed ownership, many within its walls remained loyal to Lin, allowing him to keep a close watch on Zhang Hongfei and Li Jia. In his quest to deal with Zhang Hongfei, young Master Lin spared no expense, summoning the most formidable enforcers in the city. He vowed to transform Zhang Hongfei into a pitiful sight, compelling him to kneel and beg for mercy. Reclining on his opulent bed, bandages wrapped around his body, young Master Lin held a martini in his hand. Before him, three dancers twirled gracefully, momentarily distracting him from his pain. In a moment of exhilaration, he clapped his thigh enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Excellent! Wonderful!" Yet, joy swiftly turned to agony as the sharp pain in his leg left him drenched in sweat. Curse you, Zhang Hongfei. Meanwhile, in the fitting room, Li Jia was trying on clothes, granting Zhang Hongfei a rare moment to catch his breath. Zhang Hongfei placed all his bags on the ground and rubbed his sore wrists. Women truly are formidable beings, capable of purchasing an astonishing amount. While Zhang Hongfei took a moment to rest, a group of armed individuals stormed into the mall. The leader of the gang inquired of a shifty-eyed man, "Where is he?" "On the second floor. By the fitting rooms, that tall, slender man. He is easily identifiable in his white t-shirt." "Good. It's none of your business now. You should leave quickly." The shifty-eyed man hurriedly exited the scene. The leader addressed his comrades, "Brothers, the time to achieve glory has arrived. Follow me up and deal with that brat. The wealth promised by young Master Lin will be ours." The younger members raised their weapons in unison, shouting enthusiastically, "All right. Xiao Er, take 2 men to guard the stairway. If you spot the target, eliminate him on the spot." "Yes, Brother Da." "Xiao San, take 2 men to secure the elevator. If you see the target, do the same." "Understood, Brother Da." "The rest of you, arm yourselves and follow me." A large group charged up to the second floor with fervor. "Dingping, look, a horde of thugs has invaded the mall." When did the security in Shen City become so dire? In broad daylight, A gang dares to commit violence openly. Ding Peng, we should leave quickly. They come with great force. We cannot provoke them. What is there to fear? We act with righteousness and sit with integrity. Why should we be afraid of them? Ding Peng, filled with righteous indignation and fervor, could not help but feel compelled to stand up for the weak when he saw them being bullied. Zhang Hongfei was seated on a chair, resting, when he was suddenly disturbed by a commotion emanating from downstairs. Zhang Hongfei felt a surge of curiosity, wondering what commotion was unfolding downstairs. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, he witnessed a group of individuals brandishing weapons, ascending to the second floor via the escalator. Zhang Hongfei immediately realized that these individuals could pose a threat to him. Lin, it seems your insatiable greed persists. Very well, this time. It will not be as simple as merely collecting 200 million. Zhang Hongfei crossed his hands and began to flex his wrists, followed by a gentle twist of his hips and waist, engaging in preliminary warm-up exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are there truly 6 individuals arriving? Do they hold me in such high regard? Zhang Hongfei first made a phone call to Zhuang, instructing him to promptly bring reinforcements. With a smile upon his face, Zhang Hongfei approached the 6 adversaries. De, why is he walking towards us? De, he seems utterly unafraid. Could it be a ruse? You bunch of cowards. He is but one man, and we are 6. What is there to fear? Let us advance together and incapacitate him. Then present him before young Master Lin for a reward. With De leading the charge, the 5 remaining ruffians steeled their resolve, and together, the 6 armed themselves and rushed towards Zhang Hongfei. The foremost thug swung down his club. As Zhang Hongfei was about to evade the impending danger, unexpectedly, a figure emerged from the shadows, delivering a swift kick that sent the thug's club flying. What? Exclaimed both Degi and Zhang Hongfei in astonishment. You insolent brat. Meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Humph. When witnessing injustice, one must draw their sword to aid the oppressed. You scoundrels dare to act so brazenly under the glaring sun, utterly devoid of humanity. Heh, oh my, it seems a gallant hero has appeared. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson as well. Dingping and Zhang Hongfei stood back to back, ready to face the challenge. Zhang Hongfei, with a look of curiosity, inquired. My dear brother, you truly are. Ding Peng, displaying great magnanimity, replied, there is no need to thank me. I am more than willing to assist you. Hee. My dear brother, in truth, you need not intervene on my behalf. These mere trifles cannot inflict the slightest harm upon me. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude. Oh, it appears I may have misjudged the situation. I graciously accept your kindness. May I ask how you are addressed? Dingping. Dingping. You claim your name is Dingping. Indeed. What seems to be the issue? You are from the Liaoning Provincial Sports School, are you not? Yes. How did you come to know? Ha ha ha. What a delightful coincidence, brother Dingpong. Oh, you are acquainted with me? Indeed. I traveled all the way from Shunqing specifically to find you. And how shall I address you, my esteemed brother? I am known as Zhang Hongfei, and I remain unchanged in name and character. Zhang Hongfei and Dingping engaged in their own conversation, utterly disregarding the 6 ruffians surrounding them, which infuriated Dage. How dare you two ignore us? Brothers, let us deal with these brutes. Brother Ding, let us first handle these scoundrels before we continue our discussion. Agreed. Chapter 64. The Bonds Forged Through Confrontation, Part 1. Zhang Hongfei single-handedly confronted 4 individuals, while Dingping was tasked with dealing with 2. Zhang Hongfei's first target was De. Among the throngs of petty delinquents, Zhaji's imposing stature distinguished him as a leader, a figure of undeniable authority. To conquer the foe, one must first capture their steed. To apprehend the thief, one must first seize the king. Zhang Hongfei resolved to take down Dage first. Upon seeing Zhang Hongfei charging towards him, Dage felt a ruthless disdain welling up within him. Humph, the audacity of a novice unafraid of the tiger. When I was navigating the underworld, you were merely an exemplary student. Today, I shall render you useless. Dage raised the axe in his hand and swung it down towards Zhang Hongfei's right arm. Is he serious? Zhang Hongfei slipped momentarily, effortlessly evading Zhaji's assault before the axe could descend. The cold edge of the axe swept past Zhang Hongfei's face, leaving a trace of blood upon his cheek. Dare to injure me? Ha. Zhang Hongfei erupted into laughter, leaving De momentarily bewildered and causing him to halt his actions. In the next instant, Zhang Hongfei unleashed a powerful chop with his right hand, striking Zhaji's axe-wielding hand. Crack, accompanied by the sharp sound of a bone fracturing. Zhaji's hand was rendered useless in the blink of an eye. Clang. The axe clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Dagu, gripping his fractured hand with the other, sought to alleviate his agony. How is this possible? You managed to break my wrist with a single blow. Huh. What is this? You're allowed to flaunt your axe while I can't retaliate? This information is inaccurate. Young Master Lin claimed you were merely a useless heir, reliant on your subordinates for protection. Is that what young Master Lin said about me? Indeed. He must have been referring to himself. Oh, you dared to invoke young Master Lin. Dagu realized his gaffe and swiftly sealed his lips, ceasing to speak. Zhang Hongfei, devoid of sympathy for the disabled individual Dagu, delivered a relentless series of 3 strikes, ultimately rendering Dagu unconscious. Zhang Hongfei is set to face 3 more adversaries. However, upon witnessing the formidable prowess of their strongest opponent, Brother Da, these 3 ruffians were swiftly subdued by Zhang Hongfei, their fighting spirit extinguished in an instant. As Zhang Hongfei's icy gaze swept across them, the trio, paralyzed by fear, promptly discarded their weapons and fled in desperation. Meanwhile, on another front, Ding Ping, with his agile physique and remarkable resilience, managed to overpower 2 of the thugs. As for those lurking downstairs by the stairs and elevator, Zhang Hongfei remained oblivious to their presence. Even if he were aware, he had no intention of acknowledging them. As long as Zhang Hongfei has to go by his side, he need not fear extracting a substantial piece of flesh from Lin Deshao's lips. Brother Ding, your skills are commendable. Haha. Brother Zhang's abilities are no less impressive. Come, let us indulge in a couple of drinks. I share the same sentiment. Hey, are you intending to leave me behind? At this moment, Zhang Hongfei suddenly remembered that Li Jia was still by his side. Just a while ago, Li Jia had been in the changing room, too frightened to emerge upon witnessing the altercation outside. It was only after Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng had dispatched the assailants that Li Jia mustered the courage to step out from the changing room. Are you planning to abandon me? Absolutely not. How could I dare? By the way, I have already called for help. They will arrive shortly. And what about you? I intend to go drinking with Ding Ping. What did your girlfriend say this morning? She asked me to take good care of you. Have you managed to do that? Zhang Hongfei, you are nothing but a complete scoundrel. If you were to be seduced away by another woman, I could accept that. But now, you have been lured away by a grown man. You have truly disappointed me. Li Jia, it's not what you think. Please let me explain. Smack. Li Jia delivered a stinging slap to Zhang Hongfei's face. Zhang Hongfei, I do not wish to hear your explanations, nor do I wish to see you again. Zhang Hongfei, with swift reflexes, promptly grasped Li Jia's hand. Li Jia, there is danger outside. You cannot venture out alone. Let go of me. Brother Zhang. Since you have personal matters to attend to, let us reconvene another time. Ding Ping, halt. Do not leave. I will resolve this matter shortly. Zhang Hongfei, having finally encountered Ding Ping, could hardly let the opportunity slip away. Li Jia, I implore you, just this once, do not cause a scene. I am well aware of what I owe you. And I assure you, in the future, I shall heed your every request without uttering a single word of dissent. Really? Indeed, it is a promise. With Li Jia ceasing her relentless pursuit, Zhang Hongfei felt a wave of relief wash over him. 20 minutes later, Zhuang, accompanied by his loyal comrades, arrived at the mall. Brother Fei, we have arrived late. We did not mean to startle you. Oh, is that not the renowned Dagu? Claimed to be invincible in Xinqing? Why is he lying on the ground? Zhang Hongfei pointed at Li Jia and said, Zhuang, ensure her safety. If she suffers even the slightest harm, I will hold you accountable. Rest assured, Brother Fei, as long as I draw breath, I will not allow this young lady to come to any harm. Zhang Hongfei nodded in satisfaction and then pointed at the figure of Dago on the ground. Yes. Additionally, take this fellow back without interrogation. Just toss him there. I will personally question him later. Zhuang, upon hearing this, displayed a troubled expression and replied, Fij, this. What troubles you? Dago is a notorious figure in the underworld. I fear his subordinates may revolt when they learn he has been captured. Do not worry about that. I have my own arrangements. Very well. I have no objections then. After Zhuang and the others escorted Li Jia away, Zhang Hongfei made another phone call to Zhao Yi. There are matters for the secretary to handle. Zhang Hongfei understood this well. Young Master Zhang, you truly are a troublemaker. Just last night, you dealt with young Master Lin. And today you have captured Dago from Xinqing. Are you intent on stirring chaos in Xinqing? If they continue to provoke me, I would not mind seeing a change in Xinqing. If you have any advantageous evidence, do send it my way. Indeed. Dago confessed that he was sent by young Master Lin. Oh, what does this imply? Can we seize a substantial sum from the Lin family? How naive. I must report this to your father. This matter is beyond my resolution. Then I must rely on you, Sister Yi. My life and fortune are in your hands. Young Master Zhang, do you not feel a tinge of embarrassment saying such things? Every time you were kidnapped, it was the kidnappers who ultimately reported to the authorities. Who would dare to provoke a calamity like you? Yet, young Master Lin insists on provoking me. I believe he must be regretting it dearly now. Zhao Yi's intuition proved correct. The news of Dago's capture swiftly reached young Master Lin's ears. Not only young Master Lin, but even his father had become aware of it. After all, it was impossible to conceal a public brawl with over a dozen subordinates in a bustling area. However, what the Lin family did not anticipate was that Zhang Hongfei had actually eliminated Dago. The mere thought of Zhang Hongfei potentially demanding exorbitant compensation left young Master Lin pale with fear. Father, it's over. It's over. That useless Dago could not even handle Zhang Hongfei. Lin's father reassured him, do not fret, my son. We shall deny everything when the time comes. I refuse to believe that the Zhang family possesses evidence to prove that Dago was sent by you. Chapter 65, The Bonds Forged in Conflict, Part 2. Seeing that the situation had settled, Ding Ping's two teammates finally rushed down from upstairs. Ding Ping, are you all right? Who are these two? Brother Zhang, they are my teammates from the sports school. They specifically accompanied me today to buy basketball shoes. Oh, why did they not come down with you earlier? Haha, they were afraid of getting hurt, so they stayed behind. It was I who, unafraid of danger, rushed down. Upon hearing Ding Ping's words, Zhang Hongfei's perception of Ding Ping's two teammates instantly diminished. Zhang Hongfei spoke with a hint of meaning, indeed, a commendable teammate. Ding Peng defended his comrade, saying, Brother Zhang, we cannot blame them. After all, who wouldn't he be frightened in the face of a group of ruffians? And you? Are you not afraid? Fearful? Of course, I am. I dread the moment I might act too late, and you could be injured by those scoundrels. Haha, Ding Ping. Let us go. It's time for a drink. Brother Zhang, as Northeasterners, we cherish camaraderie. Let us not indulge in frivolities. When the drinks flow, so too will our bonds. Agreed. Let us not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Zhang Hongfei grasped Ding Ping's hand and departed from the shopping mall. Ding Ping's two teammates exchanged glances and followed closely behind Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng as they exited. Zhang Hongfei initially contemplated how to cultivate a rapport with Ding Peng. However, the situation has now taken an unexpected turn, with Ding Peng taking the initiative to forge a closer connection with Zhang Hongfei. The profound camaraderie shared between men is rooted in their shared experiences, having fought together, studied side by side, and stood shoulder to shoulder in the face of adversity. Zhang Hongfei and Ding Ping had once engaged in a fierce altercation, which ultimately forged a profound bond between them. After enjoying a hearty lunch accompanied by drinks, Zhang Hongfei began to contemplate the matter concerning Lin Daxiao. It was evident that Lin Daxiao, having failed in his initial attempt, would not easily concede defeat. And a countermeasure was surely in the offing. Although Dagu was under Zhang Hongfei's control, he was acutely aware that Dagu had been forsaken by Lin Daxiao. In Zhang Hongfei's possession, Dagu held little significance. Thus, Zhang Hongfei resolved to exploit Dagu for his own advantage, devising a scheme of deception. Zhang Hongfei deliberately confined himself in the same room with Dagu, yet refrained from uttering a single word or posing any inquiries. After the passage of an hour, Zhang instructed his subordinates to release Dagu. As he departed, Dagu made a pointed remark, declaring, "Do not presume that I will express gratitude for my release. This grievance shall be avenged upon my return." Zhang Hongfei replied with indifference, "I do not require your gratitude. However, I offer you a piece of advice. Young Master Lin is not a magnanimous individual. If he discovers your betrayal, the consequences will be all too clear to you. I did not betray young Master Lin. Your denial holds no weight. I possess a recording in which you have already acknowledged that young Master Lin is the mastermind behind this. That was merely your deceit. Whether I deceived you or not is inconsequential. What truly matters is whether young Master Lin believes it." Upon hearing this, Dagu fell silent. Indeed, as Zhang Hongfei had stated, young Master Lin would never tolerate betrayal from those beneath him. Although Dagu had some notoriety in the underworld, he was but a mere speck compared to the Lin family's colossal influence. If young Master Lin wished to eliminate Dagu, it would take but a moment. Moreover, having failed his mission, Dagu would face dire consequences upon returning, even if he had not betrayed young Master Lin. With this thought, Dagu halted in his tracks. "What is the matter? Why aren't you leaving?" I have nowhere to go. At last, you have come to your senses." Dagu knelt before Zhang Hongfei, bowing deeply, pleading, Please, young Master Zhang, show me a path to survival. Haha, the path to survival does exist. It merely depends on whether you are willing to comply. I, Fangda, am now committed to following your lead, young Master Zhang. Excellent. Since you are willing to accompany me, I shall ensure your life is filled with wealth and glory. However, young Master Zhang, please speak plainly. I require your letter of allegiance. What sort of letter of allegiance do you seek, young Master Zhang? Young Master Lin has dispatched someone to ambush me, and I intend to settle this score with him. Whatever you command, I shall obey without hesitation. Very well. I need you to assist me in staging a grand performance. A performance? Indeed, a performance. What sort of performance? Please enter the trap. Young Master Lin, recuperating in his bed at home, suddenly received a call from Fangda. Young Master Lin. Fangda? You worthless fool. How dare you call me? Be honest with me. After Zhang Hongfei captured you, did you betray me? Young Master Lin. How could you say such a thing? I have good news to share with you. Good news? What good news? I have captured Zhang Hongfei. What? I heard you were easily taken down by Zhang Hongfei. How could you possibly have captured him? Zhang Hongfei came to interrogate me personally. To my surprise, he let his guard down, allowing me to exploit his oversight and capture him. What? You have captured Zhang Hongfei? Yes, young Master Lin. Zhang Hongfei is currently in my grasp. Excellent. Where are you now? I am in the presidential suite of the hotel, the very place where young Master Lin previously resided. Splendid. Are there others with you? No, it is just me. Young Master Lin, I am utterly terrified to step outside. The streets are teeming with Zhang Hongfei's subordinates. Ade, you must guard the door for me. I will rush over with reinforcements. I implore you, young Master Lin. Please hurry. I fear I cannot hold out for much longer. They have already begun to batter the door. A thudding sound resonated from the other end of the phone. Ade, you must hold the fort. I shall be there shortly. After young Master Lin ended the call, he swiftly gathered a group of his subordinates and charged towards the hotel where Zhang Hongfei was located. On the other end of the line, Fangda respectfully addressed Zhang Hongfei, Brother Fei, I have acted according to your instructions. Young Master Lin is undoubtedly on his way with his men. Well done, Degu. What shall I do next, Brother Fei? Invite young Master Lin into the trap. Let him willingly walk into our snare. But Brother Fei, what about the men accompanying young Master Lin? No need for concern. I plan to stage a little performance for them. How shall we perform this? You need not worry about that. When young Master Lin arrives, simply allow him to enter alone. His subordinates will be your responsibility. Rest assured, Brother Fei, I will handle everything. Very well. Now, go fetch Zhuang for me. Yes. Brother Fei. Fangda exited and called Zhuang inside. Zhang Hongfei waved his hand at Fangda, urging him, to go. You may leave for now. Understood. Fangda responded and exited the room. Once Fangda had departed, Zhang Hongfei began to clandestinely devise a plan with Zhuang. Chapter 66. A doorstep delivery. Half an hour later, young Master Lin stormed into Zhang Hongfei's hotel, accompanied by his subordinates, exuding an air of menace. His lackeys brazenly announced, the young master of the Lin family has arrived. Those who know their place, step aside. The hotel staff, well acquainted with young Master Lin, hurriedly made way as he and his entourage charged in. The security personnel, having previously been dealt with by Zhang Hongfei's men, harbored a grudge and eagerly awaited the unfolding spectacle. Young Master Lin made his way unimpeded to the top floor. Why is there not a single soul in sight along the way? As he reached the entrance to the presidential suite, a sense of unease began to creep in. Though young Master Lin relished stirring trouble, he was typically prudent in his actions. However, after several humiliating encounters with Zhang Hongfei, he sensed something amiss. Anyone capable of easily subduing Degu could not be trifled with. Just then, the door to the presidential suite opened, and Fangda cautiously peered out, revealing half of his head. Young Master Lin, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you all day. Fangda? Where are the others in the corridor? Haha. Fear not, young Master Lin. They have all been driven away by my men. A ragtag bunch. How could Zhuang and his few subordinates possibly contend with me, Fangda? I see. Young Master Lin believed Fangda's words to a fair extent. Fangda's reputation for strength was already notorious in Xinqing, and few dared to provoke him. Come in quickly. Fangda beckoned. Zhang Hongfei has been thoroughly bound and is lying on the ground, just waiting for you to deal with him. Excellent. Zhang Hongfei. You never anticipated falling into my hands so swiftly. Ha ha ha. Without a moment's hesitation, young Master Lin excitedly dashed into the presidential suite. Clang. The moment young Master Lin entered, Fangda swiftly shut the door behind him, leaving Lin's subordinates outside. Let them in too. Young Master Lin, feeling anxious without a few companions by his side, sought reassurance. There's no need for that. With me, Fangde, here to protect you. What use do you have for those rabble? That is a valid point. Where is Zhang Hongfei? I've left him in the study. Upon hearing this, Lin Daxiao promptly dashed towards the study. In the center of the study, Zhang Hongfei sat with his back turned. As Lin Daxiao beheld Zhang Hongfei's silhouette, he charged forward without a moment's hesitation. Consumed by a fervent desire for vengeance, Lin Daxiao was oblivious to the presence of his tormentor, Zhuang, lurking behind the door. In his fervor, Lin Daxiao approached Zhang Hongfei, intent on delivering a swift blow, only to be met with an unexpected turn of events. Bang! Without a hint of hesitation, Zhang Hongfei delivered a forceful kick, sending Lin Daxiao crashing to the floor. Zhang Hongfei, how could you possibly have freed yourself from the ropes? Lin Daxiao exclaimed, bewildered. Have you lost your mind? Which of your eyes witnessed me bound? Upon closer inspection, Lin Daxiao realized that Zhang Hongfei bore no traces of restraint. His limbs were unscathed, entirely unlike someone who had been assaulted. It was then that Lin Daxiao grasped the horrifying truth: Zhang Hongfei had not faced any peril. In a fit of rage, Lin Daxiao bellowed, Fangde, you scoundrel! How dare you betray me? I shall see to your demise. Zhang Hongfei gazed at young Master Lin with a mocking expression and called out to the door, Dege, there are people here who claim they want to end your life. Shouldn't you take some action? Fangde entered the study with an air of righteousness, first bowing respectfully to Zhang Hongfei. Fei Ge. Ah, Fangde, you treacherous wretch. May you meet a most unfortunate end. With that, Fangde unceremoniously kicked young Master Lin. It was your lack of benevolence that set this in motion. Do not blame me for my righteousness. How have I shown a lack of benevolence? You once claimed that Fei Ge was merely a decorative figure, lacking in strength. But what is the reality? How was I to know Zhang Hongfei was so formidable? You deceived me first. I am merely switching my allegiance. Go to hell with your so-called allegiance. Fangde, you treacherous wretch. I curse you to a most unfortunate demise. Humph. Whether I meet such an end, I cannot say. However, I do know this, young Master Lin. You are about to face some hardships. Upon hearing this, young Master Lin couldn't help but shiver. Zhang Hongfei, you cannot treat me this way. I already offered you a hotel and 200 million yesterday. Indeed, release me at once. Young Master Lin, you made your statements quite clear. That was yesterday's account. Today is a different matter. Zhang Hongfei, you are a scoundrel. Haha. Young Master Lin, did I summon you to my presence? Are you not aware of how you arrived here? Yesterday's deal involved a hotel and 200 million. Consider what you must do today. I have no money left. Zhang Hongfei rose from his seat and strode towards the door. Just before stepping out, he sighed and said, Degu, please discuss this matter with him reasonably. Moreover, as civilized individuals, do remember to exercise restraint. Rest assured, everything is under my control. Upon noticing Fangde approach with ill intent, Lin Daxiao was filled with trepidation. He called out to Zhang Hongfei in desperation. No. Zhang Hongfei, name your price, and I shall comply. I will agree to everything. Zhuang, Fei Ge, where in Shen City is the land most expensive? Qingyan Street. Excellent. Lin Daxiao, how about you give me a parcel of land on Qingyan Street? Absolutely not. Zhang Hongfei, with a playful grin, attempted to enlighten young Master Lin. Young Master Lin, consider this carefully. If you acquiesce now, not only will you gain my friendship, but you will also be spared the need to reason with Brother De. However, should you refuse, I shall disregard you, and Brother De will certainly engage you in discourse. Contemplate what would be the most prudent course of action. You, Zhang Hongfei, are engaging in blatant extortion. I shall report you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei's expression changed dramatically. The warm smile vanished, replaced by a chilling countenance. Degu, he is entrusted to you. No matter the means you employ, ensure that he consents to relinquish the land. In return, I shall grant you a 10% share. The moment Degu learned of the 10% stake, his zeal ignited fervently. Fei Ge, I shall not hesitate to brave fire and water for you. Indeed, I seek only the outcome, without concern for the process. You shall handle it as you deem fit. After Zhang Hongfei finished speaking, he departed the study with Zhuang. Young Master Lin, let us engage in a rational discussion. Do not approach. Do not come any closer. Within the confines of the study, certain indescribable events transpired. Chapter 67. Preparing to deceive 20 minutes later, Fangde emerged from the study, his expression one of satisfaction, and made his way to the living room. Fij, that young man has relented. Oh, Has he consented to transfer the land to me? Not quite. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei furrowed his brow. How did you manage to come out then? The value of the land is exceedingly high. That young man lacks the authority to make decisions on his own and needs to consult his father. Did you acquiesce to this? Certainly not. I cannot make this decision unilaterally, which is why I specifically sought your counsel, Brother Fei, on how to proceed. Does he intend to call his father? Indeed. Our esteemed young Master Lin seems to have quite the scheme in mind. The information I possess regarding his predicament remains unknown to anyone else in the entire city of Shan. It is indeed a rare opportunity. Brother Fei, what shall we do now? Dagu, please investigate what assets our young Master Lin still possesses. Understood. After a short while, Fang De emerged holding a piece of paper. Brother Fei, here are the details of young Master Lin's personal assets. Is this all? I heard that young Master Lin recently invested in a project, committing all his funds. Oh, what project is that? I am unaware. How could you handle such an important matter without inquiring further? Please do not be angry, Brother Fei. I will ask right away. Soon, the sounds of punches and kicks, accompanied by cries of distress, echoed from the study. After some time, Fang De emerged again. Brother Fei, I have clarified the matter. On November 18th of this year, the construction of Metro Line 2 in Shun City is set to commence. And young Master Lin began gradually investing all his assets along the metro line over 6 months ago. Oh, this young Master Lin is rather astute, isn't he? What shall we do now? Naturally, we must compel him to relinquish his hold. I shall personally negotiate with him. Zhang Hongfei, having captured young Master Lin, promptly placed a call to Zhaji. The agreement reached just last night had already been breached by the Lin family, and once again, young Master Lin found himself in Zhang Hongfei's grasp. Upon hearing the delightful news, Zhang's father was as joyful as a cunning old fox, laughing in his dreams throughout the night. In the study, Zhang Hongfei once again faced Lin, the young master. Young Master Lin, I have returned. In stark contrast to yesterday, Lin, appearing more like a fool, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Zhang Hongfei, you devil, thank you for the compliment. I am never lenient towards my adversaries. Zhang Hongfei replied, I could never acquiesce to your demands. Have I not even spoken? And yet you already know? Lin retorted, I will never relinquish my assets to you. Zhang Hongfei gently patted Lin Dashao's shoulder and said, rest assured, I shall not demand too much from you. Impossible. Lin Dashao replied, do not be so heartless. We share a long-standing friendship. Zhang Hongfei, cease your daydreaming. Even if you were to beat me to death, I would never betray the interests of the Lin family. Very well. Since you are so resolute, I shall not hold back. Dege, Zhuang. Fang De and Zhuang immediately rushed in. Fij, we are here. Zhang Hongfei pointed at Lin Dashao and exclaimed, ah, then let us just kill him. Fang De and Zhuang looked on in confusion. What? Lin Dashao was equally taken aback. Ah? Fij, are we really going to kill him? Zhang Hongfei, in a fit of boredom, spread his hands and declared that it was his own request. Alas, in my lifetime, I have never encountered such a foolish demand. No. Young Master Zhang. I was wrong. I do not wish to perish. Do you then agree to the transfer? This. It appears there is still a lack of sincerity. Eliminate him. No. I was truly mistaken. Have you agreed? I have acquiesced. Young Master Lin. If only it had been this way from the beginning. Clearly just a coward. Why pretend to be so tough? Young Master Lin's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. Meanwhile, Zhang Hongfei nodded in satisfaction. The two parties quickly reached an amicable agreement. As young Master Lin departed the hotel, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, Zhang Hongfei erupted into laughter within the room. Brother Fei, as previously promised, I shall give you 10. I never anticipated that young Master Lin had amassed such a considerable amount of property. Brother Fei, I shall follow you henceforth. I do not require such vast sums of money. No. A brother is a brother, and money is money. Even among blood brothers, one must keep accounts clear. Mustn't one? Moreover, without you, I would not have reaped such benefits. I shall allocate 10 to you, and I hope Brother De will not find it insufficient. Fang De immediately knelt before Zhang Hongfei. Brother Fei, you are the finest elder brother I have ever encountered. Zhang Hongfei patted Fang De on the shoulder and exclaimed, Ha! It has been many years since I last assumed the role of a leader. Brother Fei, Zhuang, from now on, you shall follow Dagu and carry out your duties. Yes, Brother Fei, Fang De replied. I shall take good care of Zhuang and his companions. Brother Fei reassured him. Rest assured, I will never neglect my brother Zhuang. With that, he concluded, All right, everything has been settled. It is time for me to take my leave. Zhang Hongfei had not forgotten that his beloved Ying Bao had been waiting for him in the hotel for an entire day. Meanwhile, upon returning home, young Master Lin received not the comfort of his father, but rather a vigorous reprimand. Lin's father, brandishing a cane, chased his son around the house. "You wasteful son. Last night you lost an entire hotel. I do not blame you for underestimating your opponent, but today you still dare to go out. Do you take me for a fool? Dad, this time it truly isn't my fault. That scoundrel Fong deceived me. He called and tricked me into going. Is your brain filled with mush? Did you not bother to investigate your opponent? You lost once last night and still haven't learned your lesson. Do you not understand that knowing both yourself and your adversary ensures victory in 100 battles? Dad, please stop. I am covered in injuries. I truly wish to teach you a lesson, you ungrateful child." With a heavy sigh, Lin's father turned away, leaving his son battered and bloodied. On another note, Zhang Hongfei returned to the hotel where he had previously stayed, reuniting with the long-missed Zhao Xiaoying. After offering her some comforting words, he began to strategize for his own future endeavors. Ding Peng was a man of deep emotions. Zhang Hongfei understood that individuals like Ding Ping were not easily swayed by material possessions. It seemed that he needed to focus more on influencing Ding Peng's parents. Zhang Hongfei quickly formed his own judgment. After a single altercation, both Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng felt an inexplicable affinity for one another, leading Zhang Hongfei to propose a meeting the following day at noon. The next day, he thoughtfully prepared a brand new pair of sneakers for their encounter. Chapter 68. An impromptu match. Ding Ping arrived accompanied by two teammates. Although Zhang Hongfei harbored a disdain for Ding Peng's companions, he recognized Ding Peng's strong sense of loyalty. Consequently, Zhang Hongfei refrained from voicing his discontent, for his own motives were not entirely innocent. "Ding Peng, my apologies for not allowing you to purchase the sneakers yesterday. Brother Fei, it's nothing. Just a minor issue." To convey his regret, Zhang Hongfei had deliberately selected a pair of sneakers for Ding Ping, hoping he would not find them lacking. After Zhang Hongfei finished speaking, he produced a pair of meticulously prepared sneakers. "Hey, Brother Fei, what is this? Give them a try. If they don't fit, we'll exchange them promptly." Ding Peng glanced at the shoes, discovering they were limited edition Adidas sneakers, quite extravagantly priced. He immediately shook his head in refusal. "Brother Fei, these shoes are far too precious. I cannot accept them. Come now, Ding Ping, they are merely a pair of sneakers. As the saying goes, a fine sword is gifted to a hero, and exquisite shoes befit a national player. Only someone as talented in football as you would ensure these shoes remain unblemished." "Haha, you flatter me, Brother Fei. To give them a try, if they don't suit, we shall exchange them right away." Aware of Zhang Hongfei's earnest generosity, Ding Peng accepted and tried on the shoes. "How do they fit, Brother Ding? Too big or too small?" "Just right." As a football athlete, Ding Peng harbored an exceptional fondness for sneakers, akin to a calligrapher who lights up upon encountering a masterpiece. "Brother Fei, I cannot thank you enough. I adore these shoes. Your enjoyment is all the thanks I need. By the way, do you enjoy playing football?" "Absolutely. Football is my greatest passion." Ding Peng was elated upon hearing this. "Brother Fei, I never imagined our interests would align so perfectly. We are truly fated. Indeed, I believe our meeting yesterday was a divine arrangement." "Brother Fei, I do not believe in God." "Then what do you believe in?" "Brotherhood." "Haha, I too believe in brotherhood." At noon, the two shared a drink, solidifying their bond. After enjoying their meal, Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng left the restaurant with arms slung over each other's shoulders. "Old Ding, do you have any plans for the afternoon?" "None, Brother Fei." "Do you have something in mind? How about we play a match together?" In ancient times, friends met to engage in martial arts. Today, let us bond over football. Bonding over football? A match? Yes, a match. But Brother Fei, you are alone. How can we have a match? Ha ha ha. Old Ding, you are wise in many ways, yet sometimes forgetful. The streets are filled with people. Surely, we can find 20 football players. Ha ha. You are right, Brother Fei. I was mistaken. When shall we play? Better to act than to choose a date. Let us do it today. I want to try out these new sneakers. Excellent. Where's there a sports field? How about the home ground of the Shuncheng Jinda team, the Shuncheng Woolly Jinda Sports Stadium? After conversing for a while, Ding Peng discerned that Zhang Hongfei's identity was quite remarkable. Renting the Woolly Stadium for an amateur match was indeed an audacious act. However, Ding Ping harbors a dream of playing a match at the Woolly Stadium. On October 7, 2001, the national team successfully advanced to the World Cup finals at this very stadium in Shenzhen, making Wuli Stadium a coveted venue for aspiring players. Dingping is no exception. Alright, today let us head to Wuli Stadium for a game. First, we must gather the team. You can summon your teammates, and we can all share in the joy together. Indeed, they have long desired the opportunity to play at Wuli Stadium, but the chance never arose. Let us each call our friends. In an hour, we shall meet at Wuli Stadium. Very well, it's settled. Dingping immediately set off to gather his companions. Zhang Hongfei commenced his quest for teammates on the bustling streets. However, prior to this endeavor, he placed a call to Zhaji. There was no necessity for Zhang Hongfei to personally negotiate the arrangement for the stadium. As long as the funding was secured, all matters could be easily resolved. The Wuli Stadium, renowned for hosting various competitions, boasted a wealth of experience. Upon hearing that a wealthy benefactor was eager to wield a substantial amount of cash to organize a friendly match at their venue, the Wuli Stadium had no valid reason to decline. The negotiations were swiftly concluded, requiring little time at all. Simultaneously, Zhang Hongfei began to recruit partners on the most vibrant avenue of Xinjiang, calling out to those interested in participating in a match at Wuli Stadium. He was in search of 10 teammates. Zhang Hongfei boldly took to the streets, calling out to passers-by. Liaoning Province, as the sole province in the Chinese Super League to host 3 teams, boasts a vibrant football culture. Furthermore, the national team's past success in qualifying from Xinjiang has transformed football into a hallmark of the city. Throughout the streets and alleys of Xinjiang, one can witness groups of men, women, and children joyfully playing the beautiful game. Not long after Zhang Hongfei called out, a throng of individuals gathered around him. Is what you said true, young man? Are we really going to play football at Wuli Stadium? Indeed. I am currently in need of 10 teammates. Do you possess the skills? Haha. Don't question a man's capabilities. One must try to find out. Count me in. I wish to join as well. I used to frequent Wuli Stadium to watch matches. I've always dreamed of playing a football game there. Then count me in too. The crowd eagerly volunteered, and before long, Zhang Hongfei had assembled an impromptu football team of 18 players. Zhang Hongfei selected his teammates without any particular criteria, simply choosing those who caught his eye. The number of individuals eager to play at the Wuli Sports Stadium was overwhelming, and succumbing to the fervent enthusiasm, Zhang ultimately pointed out a few players haphazardly. He then hailed several taxis and rushed towards the stadium. Meanwhile, many enthusiastic onlookers decided to spontaneously head to the Wuli Sports Stadium to witness the friendly match. At the same time, Dingping returned to the Liaoning Sports School to gather participants. Upon hearing of the opportunity to play at the Wuli Sports Stadium, the entire school erupted with excitement. Ultimately, it was the cleverness of the teachers at the school that prevailed as they shouted for everyone to join. The school swiftly organized dozens of individuals to head to the Wuli Sports Stadium for the friendly match. Dingping felt rather helpless about the situation. Coach, surely we don't need so many people for a single match? We could continue using the field afterward. However, his words held no weight. He was merely responsible for rallying players for the game. Chapter 69. The Lin family intervenes again. Dingping's attempts at persuasion bore little fruit. Soon, the Liaoning Sports School organized 2 large buses, speeding towards the Wuli Sports Stadium in Xinjiang. When they arrived, Zhang Hongfei had not yet brought his players. As the exuberant group from the sports school approached the pitch, eager to experience the game, they were halted by the stadium staff. I'm sorry, but the Wuli Sports Stadium has been booked for today and is not open to the public. Upon hearing this, the coach turned to Dingping, signaling him to step in and assist. Reluctantly, Dingping stood up and explained, "We are here to compete." "Oh, are you Master Zhang Hongfei? He is a good friend of mine. We have an agreement to play here shortly. Do you have any proof of your identity?" I have Brother Fei's number. Would that suffice? How am I to ascertain whether you speak the truth or not? We shall wait for Master Zhang's arrival to clarify everything. However, apologies, but it is our duty. We have been instructed to ensure that Master Zhang is not displeased. Thus, the large group from the sports school had no choice but to patiently await Zhang Hongfei's arrival at the entrance of the Wuli Sports Stadium. Simultaneously, news of the match between Zhang Hongfei and Dingping reached Lin's father. The location of the football match was simply too ostentatious, the Wuli Sports Stadium. For a mere friendly match to be held there was indeed extravagant. With a little inquiry, one could easily learn about the participants. This Zhang Hongfei, he actually plays football? Upon receiving this news, Lin's father was also taken aback. The intelligence he had gathered contained only basic information about Zhang Hongfei, neglecting to mention that he was a football enthusiast. Given Zhang Hongfei's subpar football skills, those seeking information had overlooked this particular talent. Equally informed was the injured young Master Lin, who lay in bed recuperating. When he heard that Zhang Hongfei would be playing a football match at Wuli Stadium, a restless yearning stirred within him once more. After much hesitation, young Master Lin finally retrieved his phone, intending to notify someone. However, before he could finish dialing, the door was flung open. "Get out. Don't bother me. How dare you speak to your father like that?" "Ah, Dad, what brings you here?" "I came to check on you. How is your injury?" After being beaten by Zhang Hongfei for 2 consecutive days, it seems you still haven't learned your lesson. "Dad, I cannot swallow this humiliation. What do you intend to do? Hire someone to deal with him? I suggest you think twice. Zhang Hongfei is no ordinary person. I heard that Fang De was completely subdued by him in just 1 day. Who is Fang De? A formidable figure in Xinjiang. Someone whose mere presence can make others tremble. Now he willingly serves Zhang Hongfei. Dad, I just can't accept it. I am no less than Zhang Hongfei. Enough. You simply lack a worthy opponent. You've grown accustomed to being the Prince of Xinjiang. Have you even reviewed Zhang Hongfei's profile? No. How many times must I educate you? Before undertaking any endeavor, one must know both oneself and one's adversary. Zhang Hongfei is reputed to be one of the 3 heroes of Xinjiang, known for his ruthless tactics. You have been bested by him twice. You should not feel ashamed. This is a rare learning experience for you. Dad, can we just let this matter rest? Of course not. You must have heard that Zhang Hongfei is organizing a football match at Wuli Stadium. I have. I was just planning to send someone to ambush Zhang Hongfei there. Upon hearing this, Lin's father's expression changed dramatically, and he raised his hand as if to slap young Master Lin. Fool. How did I end up with such a dim-witted son? Dad, please don't say that. I am your beloved son. Ah. Do you really think that after sending someone for the 3rd time, Zhang Hongfei won't realize you are behind it? Moreover, let me be frank. Zhang Hongfei is a master of Jeet Kune Do. Unless you can enlist a true martial arts expert, don't expect to defeat him. I've heard that even Fang De couldn't last 3 moves against him. Dad, how can I exact my revenge? Use your brain. Dad, do you have a plan? Zhang Hongfei has caused enough havoc in Xinjiang. I cannot allow him to continue. I intend to challenge Zhang Hongfei to a wager. A wager? Father. You just mentioned that Zhang Hongfei possesses exceptional skills, making him unbeatable by an ordinary individual. Must a wager always entail a physical confrontation? Oh, I see. Father. Do you intend to challenge Zhang Hongfei to a football match? Precisely. However, we are unaware of Zhang Hongfei's football prowess. Indeed, it is crucial to apply knowledge effectively. The information regarding Zhang Hongfei does not indicate that he is adept at football. I surmise that his skills in the sport are likely not remarkable. Perhaps merely at an amateur level. So, Father, what shall we do? I have already dispatched someone to investigate. The Jinda team has a match tomorrow evening at their home ground in Xinjiang. Presently, the players of the Jinda team are resting in Xinjiang. Yet, the main players of the Jinda team will likely not attend the match, correct? Haha. The primary players of the Jinda team may not be available. But surely the substitute players will have the time. I refuse to believe that Zhang Hongfei can triumph over the substitute players of the Jinda team. Excellent. Father. That is a splendid idea. I shall wager the land on Youth Street against the property you lost yesterday to Zhang Hongfei. Father, this worry not. This wager is one we are bound to win. Unlike you, I do not engage in battles without confidence. But will that scoundrel Zhang Hongfei even agree to the wager? Therefore, I need you to confront Zhang Hongfei regarding the challenge. Father, why must I be the one to approach him? Because Zhang Hongfei perceives you as a fool and will likely underestimate you. Thus, if you propose the wager, he is certain to accept. However, Father, I am reluctant to go. For the sake of our family's reputation and your own honor, you must attend this time. I have developed a psychological aversion to Zhang Hongfei. Rest assured, I shall assign several trustworthy individuals to protect you. Father, having been bested by Zhang Hongfei for 2 consecutive days, Lin Deshao truly dreads facing him again. This is my command. Whether you wish to or not, you must go. With a mournful expression, Lin Deshao reluctantly rose from his bed and made his way to the Wuli Sports Stadium to challenge Zhang Hongfei. Chapter 70. A Wager. At the Wuli Sports Stadium, a uniquely thrilling match is about to unfold. Zhang Hongfei, accompanied by a team of amateur players comprised of ardent fans, is currently facing off against the Liaoning Provincial Sports School's football team. This match, characterized by a stark disparity in skill, witnessed the sports school team scoring 3 goals within merely the first 20 minutes of play. Zhang Hongfei sought out a goalkeeper who was a quintessential Butterfingers, allowing every shot, regardless of its nature, to slip into the net. It is said that one need not fear an opponent as formidable as a deity, but rather dread a teammate as inept as a pig. The fervent fans, it turns out, are better suited to express their passion from the stands than to showcase their skills on the pitch. Nevertheless, Zhang Hongfei felt a sense of relief that the system did not assign him any tasks. He lost this match, yet felt no remorse whatsoever. Moreover, he had the opportunity to closely observe Ding Peng's skills. As a defender, Ding Peng possessed a broad vision, an active positioning, and solid defensive techniques, qualities that Zhang Hongfei yearned for in an ideal player. Having witnessed Ding Peng's performance, Zhang Hongfei's resolve to persuade Ding Peng to join the Wari school team only strengthened. As the first half of the match drew to a close, the score stood at 4-0, with Ding Peng's sports school football team far ahead of the makeshift fan team organized by Zhang Hongfei. Despite the disparity in score, Zhang Hongfei felt no sadness. During the halftime break, he made a point to seek out Ding Peng for a chat. Just as their conversation reached a lively crescendo, an uninvited group arrived at the Woolly Sports Stadium. At the forefront was Zhang Hongfei's old adversary from Xinjiang, Lin Dasha. Having been thoroughly bested by Zhang Hongfei for 2 consecutive days, Lin Dasha still bore the remnants of his bruised visage. Oh, who could it be? Why? It's the benevolent Lin Dasha. What brings you here today? Another gift for me, perhaps? Zhang Hongfei teased, his playful demeanor igniting Lin Dasha's ire. Zhang Hongfei, do not take my patience for weakness. A man may be slain, but he must not be humiliated. Ah, but if I have humiliated you, what can you do about it? You might as well perish. To put it plainly, you are nothing but a cowardly wretch. Lin Dasha seethed at such words, his teeth grinding in frustration. Speak your mind, Lin Dasha. What brings you here to confront me? I challenge you to a duel. With you? Pray tell. Indeed. Let us engage in a friendly football match. A gathering of camaraderie through sport. And the stakes? If I win, you shall return the property I lost to you yesterday. Oh, and if I prevail? If you win, the land on Youth Street shall be graciously surrendered by the Lin family. Zhang Hongfei was acutely aware that Lin, the young master, had come prepared. However, for Zhang Hongfei, this presented a splendid opportunity. Although the properties he had won from Lin were of considerable value, they were inconsequential to someone like Zhang, who was financially secure. In contrast, the land on Youth Street held a different significance. Once acquired, Zhang could construct skyscrapers at his discretion, building whatever his heart desired. Furthermore, for Zhang, this venture was entirely risk-free. Both the properties along the subway line and the land on Youth Street belonged to the Lin family. By wagering Lin's assets against him, Zhang risked nothing in defeat, but stood to gain immensely in victory. After thorough contemplation, Zhang made his final decision. I agree. When shall we commence the competition? What better day than today? Oh, have you already assembled a football team? Of course. Ha ha ha. The young Master Lin has indeed come prepared. What's the matter? Are you intimidated? You just pledged your word, and I have it recorded. Should you retract your promise now? You would be obliged to return all the properties you seized from me yesterday. Am I to fear you? Young Master Lin, you are overestimating yourself. Let us compete now. Not so fast. If you refuse to compete, it will count as your loss. I just played half a match and need a brief respite. Very well. Regardless, you are bound to participate in today's game. Haha. Young Master Lin, you surely do not naively believe that victory is assured for you today? Absolutely. This is Xinjiang, the domain of my Lin family. It is not a place where one like Zhang Hongfei can act recklessly. Is that so? Then who was it that I subdued so thoroughly the night before last and yesterday afternoon, begging for mercy? Would you like me to reveal the footage of your groveling for public amusement in Xinjiang? You dare. You had better delete that recording quickly, or I shall not let this matter rest. Young Master Lin, your threats hold no weight with me. From the moment your minions assaulted me, our fates became inextricably linked. I shall show no mercy to my enemies. The tales of striking a snake and being bitten in return are far too common. Upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's words, Lin couldn't suppress a shiver. What do you intend to do? Let me warn you. I have come here solely for a fair wager. At that moment, Ding Peng suddenly pointed towards a figure in the distance, exclaiming, Look, isn't that Brother Hui from the Jinda team? Zhang Hongfei furrowed his brow and inquired, Who is Brother Hui? Brother Hui is a senior of mine from the sports school, who just left last year to join the Jinda team. Oh, is he a key player for Jinda? No, he is a substitute. I see. No wonder that scoundrel Lin today had the audacity to provoke me. He must have brought in a professional player to bolster his ranks. It seems I have underestimated him far too much. Zhang Hongfei turned his head to glance at Brother Hui and his companions, his gaze unfriendly. What's the matter, Zhang Hongfei? Have you lost your courage? Fear not. As long as you return everything you stole from me yesterday, I shall hold no grudges. Humph. Do you think I fear you? Grant me half an hour to rest, and then we shall commence our competition. Haha. The duration of your rest is of no consequence. You will surely be unable to defeat me. Ha ha ha. Young Master Lin, I appreciate your cooperation. Let us reconvene for our contest at 7:30 this evening. What? Why is that? It was you who said that the duration of my rest was inconsequential. I have decided to take a little longer. No. That was not my intention. Apologies. But I have already recorded our conversation. We shall meet again at 7:30 tonight. After Zhang Hongfei finished speaking, he greeted Ding Ping and departed alone from the Woolly Sports Stadium. You possess a clever scheme, and I have my own means. Are the substitutes of the Jinda team truly remarkable? Very well. I shall present you with an equally formidable opponent. The Jinda team's adversary in tomorrow night's match is the Chang'an International team. Zhang Hongfei resolved to enlist the substitute players from Chang'an International to serve as adversaries for the substitute members of the Jinda team. Chapter 71. A Daunting Task. After leaving the Woolly Sports Stadium, Zhang Hongfei promptly called Zhao Yi. When it comes to recruiting players, Zhang Hongfei certainly would not take the initiative himself. Zhao Yi demonstrated remarkable efficiency, securing the substitute players for the international team in less than half an hour. Lured by the promise of financial reward, the substitutes of the international team made the same choice as their counterparts from the Jinda team. Each player stood to earn a sum of 100,000 yuan for participating in the match, but if they were to lose, this amount would be halved to 50,000 yuan. For a substitute player, 100,000 yuan equates to a significant portion of their income for half a year. However, the outcome of the match is never guaranteed. No one can assure victory. Football is unpredictable and full of uncertainties. Zhao Yi managed to gather 7 substitutes for the international team, leaving Zhang Hongfei to devise a solution for the remaining 4 players. After expressing his gratitude to Zhao Yi, Zhang Hongfei commenced the search for the final 3 players. Zhang Hongfei is certainly determined to take the field. For him, this match holds little significance. The stakes are possessions of the Lin family. A victory would be a delightful surprise, while a defeat would not cause him distress, more than the outcome of the competition. Zhang Hongfei is eager to witness the expression of embarrassment on the face of the young Master Lin. Zhang Hongfei has never been known for his broad-mindedness. Lin Daxiao has caused him trouble on 2 separate occasions, a first in Zhang Hongfei's recollection. Aside from Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian, no one has ever sought to create difficulties for him. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian are elite players, whereas Lin Daxiao is merely a mediocre contender. It is precisely because Lin Daxiao lacks prowess that Zhang Hongfei feels an even greater imperative to triumph in tonight's match. At precisely 7:30 p.m., Zhang Hongfei, accompanied by the substitute players of the international team and 3 students from the sports academy, made his timely appearance at the Woolly Stadium. Lin Daxiao had long since arrived with the substitute players of the Jinda team, awaiting the confrontation. The stands were filled with numerous employees of the Lin group, and even Lin's father had personally come to the stadium to witness the event. This match represented a significant gamble for the Lin family, with nearly half of their assets at stake. Should they falter in this contest? The Lin family risked descending to the status of a second-rate family in Shenzhen. Lin's father, fully aware of the stakes, was prepared to resort to unscrupulous tactics. Should his team find themselves trailing at halftime, he would not hesitate to employ underhanded methods against Zhang Hongfei's players during the intermission. Zhang Hongfei is truly formidable. He is unbeatable. However, ordinary players will certainly fall victim to his prowess. On the court, upon seeing the players brought by Zhang Hongfei, Lin Daxia initially displayed indifference, his countenance replete with disdain. Yet, the substitute players from the Jinda team beside him recognized several familiar faces among Zhang's entourage. Aren't those the substitutes from the Chang'an International team? Lin Daxia exclaimed in shock. What? Those individuals are substitutes from the international team? Are you certain? Absolutely, Lin Daxia. How could we possibly fail to recognize our own opponents just before the match tomorrow? Damn Zhang Hongfei, playing such tricks on me. In that moment, Lin Daxia realized he had fallen victim to Zhang Hongfei's cunning scheme. Zhang Hongfei had no intention of engaging in a straightforward match with the fan team. Zhang Hongfei felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction upon witnessing the exasperated expression of young Master Lin. Zhang Hongfei approached Lin Daxiao with a playful smirk and said, "So, Lin Daxiao, how do you feel now? Do you still believe you have me at your mercy? Lin Daxiao replied, since we are both professional players, I refuse to believe you possess an unwavering confidence in victory. Zhang Hongfei responded, the feeling is mutual. I'm indifferent. After all, the stakes are merely possessions of your Lin family. If I win, I profit. If I lose, it merely returns to its rightful owner. Besides, having already bested you twice and pilfered 200 million along with a hotel, from any perspective, I have emerged unscathed. Zhang Hongfei's words ignited an even greater fury within young Master Lin. Zhang Hongfei finds great pleasure in this sensation. Zhang Hongfei chuckled as he addressed Lin Daxiao. Lin Daxiao, the more furious you become, the more delighted I am. I take great pleasure in witnessing your exasperated expression, knowing that you are utterly powerless against me. Zhang Hongfei, do not become too complacent. The wheel of fortune turns. There will come a day when you find yourself at my mercy. It appears, Lin Daxiao, that you have yet to learn your lesson. Zhang Hongfei and Lin Daxiao engaged in a heated verbal duel for an extended period, only parting ways when their throats grew parched, leaving Lin Daxiao manifesting a face full of discontent. Lin Daxiao's relentless desire to vanquish Zhang Hongfei remains unchanged through the ages. To ensure fairness, Lin's father summoned 3 referees, who would officiate the international team and Jinda team match the following evening. Tonight, however, served as a preliminary contest between the substitutes of the international team and Jinda team at Woolly Sports Stadium. Which team would emerge superior? With the sharp blast of the referee's whistle, the match commenced. Lin Daxiao's team initiated the kickoff. Go, Jinda team. The resounding cheers for Jinda team echoed across the sky. This was Zhang Hongfei's inaugural experience of the atmosphere of an away game. Previously, during competitions, the enthusiastic supporters along the sidelines had fervently cheered for him, rendering those occasions akin to home games. Ding Peng noticed an unusual expression on Zhang Hongfei's face and approached him with concern. Fei Ge, what's the matter? Nothing much. I just find it a bit noisy, Zhang Hongfei replied. Indeed. Fei Ge, this is my first encounter with such a grand spectacle. So many people cheering for the opposing team. It feels just like playing an away match. Alas, I was ill-prepared. I completely forgot to arrange for a cheerleading squad. Don't worry, Fei Ge. We have our own cheerleaders, Ding Ping exclaimed, gesturing towards the direction of the sports school. Dozens of students from the sports academy stood on the sidelines, fervently waving flags and vocally supporting Zhang Hongfei's team. Zhang Hongfei was deeply inspired upon witnessing this scene. He had not anticipated that there were still individuals cheering for them. Fei Ge, the ball is coming. Understood. Ding Ping, keep it up. Fei Ge, you too. Give it your all. Zhang Hongfei returned to his position to commence his defense. At that moment, the long-awaited system brother unexpectedly bestowed upon him a delightful surprise. Previously, Zhang Hongfei had received a task to embody the spirit of a true man, but after only a day of earnest effort, he had to temporarily suspend the task to court Ding Ping. Now, faced with the formidable substitutes of the Jinda team, the system brother once again offered Zhang Hongfei a boon. The task was aptly titled Create a Miracle. He was required to lead the international team as substitutes to triumph over the Jinda substitutes. Upon successful completion, he would be rewarded with 10 attribute points. However, failure would result in a random deduction of 10 attribute points. During the course of the task, Zhang Hongfei would receive a temporary enhancement of 30 offensive attribute points. Judging by the task assigned by the system brother, it was evident that he held little faith in the international team's substitutes achieving victory in this match. Indeed, history confirmed this skepticism, as in the forthcoming match, Jinda had previously triumphed over the international team with a score of 2-1. Chapter 72. Conceding a goal as the match commenced, Lin Daxiao's team unleashed a relentless assault on Zhang Hongfei's goal. The lineup orchestrated by Zhang Hongfei remains a 4-5-1 formation. Zhang Hongfei recruited 7 international substitute players, comprising a goalkeeper, 2 defenders, 3 midfielders, and a forward. However, Lin Daxiao proved to be even more ruthless, directly enlisting 11 substitutes from the Jinda team. Lacking an understanding of football, Lin Daxiao opted to bring along the assistant coach of the Jinda team as well. The formation employed by Lin Daxiao's team was a classic 4-4-2. Analyzing the strength on paper, the disparity between the two sides was glaring. Although both teams consisted of substitutes, each player's attributes had already reached the standards of professional athletes, with all attributes attaining a score of 60. Zhang Hongfei's team is hindered by the underperformance of 4 players. Even though 3 of them are from a sports academy, they still fall short of the standards expected of professional players. As for Zhang Hongfei himself, his situation is even less commendable. However, after receiving a temporary enhancement granted by the system, his current attributes are as follows: Stamina 52, Spirit 49, Speed 63, Offense 63, Defense 31, Luck 66. These attributes do not qualify him as an adequate midfielder, but they can barely classify him as a competent forward. Zhang Hongfei promptly communicated with the team's forward to exchange positions. The forward initially expressed some reluctance, yet upon realizing it was Zhang Hongfei himself making the request, he acquiesced. After all, Zhang Hongfei is currently the team's principal benefactor, and offending him was not an option. Zhang Hongfei stood resolutely at the forefront of the team, embodying the spirit of leadership. Zhang Hongfei, currently playing as a forward, enjoys the significant advantage of not having to retreat to his own half for defense, thereby conserving considerable energy. However, there are drawbacks. His most prized asset, the powerful long-range shot, is left on display due to the circumstances. Zhang Hongfei lingered near the goal of Lin Dashao's team, patiently awaiting the opportune moment for an offensive strike. Lin Dashao's team had received a dire mandate from the Lin family prior to the match, declaring that victory was the only acceptable outcome. Moreover, the more goals they scored, the greater the monetary reward post-match. The allure of wealth drove the players of Jinda team into a frenzy, each one imbued with an extraordinary sense of determination. With every player bolstered, their abilities soared by at least 10% compared to their usual performance. This was a significant reason why the rewards from the system's overseer for this mission were so lavish, even with an additional 30 points in offensive attributes. Zhang Hongfei found himself struggling against the formidable defensive Jinda team. Although he possessed 60 points in offensive prowess, his opponents equally matched him with 60 points in defense. Yet, there are no absolutes in this realm. While both Zhang Hongfei and the opposing defenders boasted the same attribute of 60, the progression of the match was not solely dictated by the height of these attributes. Are high attributes beneficial? Indeed. However, possessing an attribute score of 99 does not guarantee flawless execution every time. The dynamics on the field shift rapidly. Strikers often rely on a moment of brilliance in the offensive zone. Unfortunately, before Zhang Hongfei could seize such a moment, his team was dealt a blow, as Lin Dashao's two forwards managed to secure a goal in less than 10 minutes into the match. Among the four defenders of Zhang Hongfei's team, two are students from a sports school. Their abilities are evidently inferior to those of the two forwards from Lin Dasha's team, who effortlessly outpaced them with their speed. Although Ding Ping exerted every effort in defense, the disparity in technical skill and experience between him and his opponents was still quite pronounced. The forwards from Lin Dasha's team, with a swift strike from a tight angle, sent the ball soaring into the far corner of the net. The goalkeeper of Zhang Hongfei's team could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed past him. The score transformed into 0-1. Falling behind so early in the match instilled a sense of pressure within Zhang Hongfei. The opposing team's overall strength was evidently superior, overshadowing his own side. Coupled with the daunting task assigned by the system, victory was imperative, defeat was not an option. Should they lose, a deduction of 10 attribute points would ensue, equating to Zhang Hongfei having to endure the equivalent of 10 feudal matches. Zhang Hongfei's mind began to race, contemplating strategies to break the deadlock. However, after pondering for an extended period, he could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. If both sides were evenly matched, Zhang Hongfei would not be overly concerned about his team's potential defeat. Yet, the current situation on the field was decidedly unfavorable for his team. Once Zhang Hongfei's team gains possession, it becomes exceedingly challenging to pass the ball beyond the midfield. Although Zhang Hongfei felt anxious, he currently lacked an effective solution. Observing his team in the lead, the exuberant Lin Dashao on the sidelines danced with joy, overwhelmed by the ecstasy of scoring. Lin Dashao brazenly shouted towards Zhang Hongfei on the field. "Did you see that, Zhang Hongfei? This is the strength of our team. You are bound to lose tonight." Lin Dashao, who had previously been bested by Zhang Hongfei on 2 occasions, dared to flaunt his arrogance again, initially at a loss for ideas. Zhang Hongfei suddenly found inspiration upon witnessing Lin Dashao's audacity. Hearing Zhang Hongfei's words, Lin Dashao instinctively felt a pang of pain on his face, covering his cheek. He cursed inwardly, "Damn you, Zhang Hongfei. Once this match concludes, I will make you regurgitate everything you've consumed." After conceding a goal, Zhang Hongfei's team returned to the center to resume play. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Hongfei gathered all his teammates to strategize. "What? I disagree. I too am opposed. Young Master Zhang, this course of action will render us the subject of ridicule. Zhang Hongfei once again employed the legendary turtle shell formation, yet this time, unlike previous occasions, he adopted a 9-0-1 configuration. Zhang Hongfei remained in the front line, while the rest of the team retreated entirely to defend in front of the penalty area. Zhang Hongfei harbored an inexplicable confidence in his attacking attributes, rated at 63, while simultaneously possessing no faith in his defensive skills, which stood at a mere 31. Consequently, he positioned himself alone in the front line, wagering on his offensive capabilities. When dissent was voiced, he impatiently waved his hand, declaring, "Your ridicule is trivial. But my loss of face is significant. This matter pertains only to me and Lin. Your role is merely to obey my commands. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. Follow my directives, and even if we lose the match, I shall compensate you in full." However, one of the players from the international team interjected, "But Mr. Zhang, if you are the sole player up front, it may be." Their gazes were laden with skepticism. "I understand your doubts. You believe I cannot score. Yet, that is of little consequence. Your task is to defend diligently, while I shall bear the burden of offense." Though the players of the international team felt discontent within, no one dared to voice further objections. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. Upon resuming play, Zhang Hongfei took it upon himself to advance the ball forward, while his teammates retreated to their half to fortify their defense. Chapter 73, cheating Zhang Hongfei, with unwavering determination, charged towards the opposing goal, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. The players of Lin Dasha's team, having received clandestine instructions prior to the match, were resolute in their intention to target Zhang Hongfei with aggressive tackles. Furthermore, all three referees had been discreetly bribed by Lin Dasha, ensuring a lack of penalties for his team's infractions. Under such circumstances, Zhang Hongfei endured considerable hardship. Had it not been for a sudden enhancement in his offensive prowess, surpassing 60 points, allowing him to evade perilous challenges, he would undoubtedly have been carried off the field by now. Nevertheless, Zhang Hongfei remained seething with indignation at the despicable tactics employed by Lin Dasha's team. Zhang Hongfei inwardly cursed, unable to confront me openly, resorting instead to such underhanded tactics? How despicable! Lin, you shall wait. Once this match concludes, I will ensure you experience the bitter taste of defeat. Meanwhile, Lin, who was leaping excitedly at the sidelines, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, involuntarily shivering. What is this sudden coldness? In the arena, Zhang Hongfei had just narrowly evaded a brutal slide tackle from a defender, yet the ball had slipped away. Alone in the front line, Zhang Hongfei lacked the enchanting dribbling finesse of Zidane, nor did he possess the speed advantage of Ronaldo. Surrounded by four opposing defenders, losing possession was inevitable. As Lin's team seized the ball, they immediately launched a counterattack. However, upon reaching the edge of Zhang Hongfei's team's penalty area, they were taken aback. The 9 players of Zhang's team had formed a circle around the goal, protecting it at all costs. Witnessing this formation, Lin could not help but exclaim in exasperation, "What kind of football is this?" Though Lin was not particularly knowledgeable about football, he recognized the shamelessness of Zhang Hongfei's strategy. Lin's team found themselves at a loss against this impregnable defense, unable to approach the penalty area. No matter who received the ball, 2 defenders would swiftly close in, either intercepting the pass or clearing it away with a powerful kick. Initially, Lin had been concerned that Zhang Hongfei's defensive arrangement might turn the tide of the match. Yet, he soon realized that while Zhang's defense was commendable, only Zhang Hongfei was actively participating in the attack. With this revelation, Lin's worries dissipated. The score remained at 1-0. As long as Lin's team could maintain this lead, victory was assured. Zhang Hongfei exhibited a sense of impatience. Whenever the ball was launched from the backfield, he would eagerly rush to contest for possession. However, it is said that 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. As soon as he received the ball, he would be besieged by the opposing defenders, quickly brought down to the ground. The referee officiating this match seemed to favor Team Lin, turning a blind eye to their brutal fouls. After enduring several malicious fouls, Zhang Hongfei's anger finally erupted. Zhang Hongfei lodged a protest against the referee. However, his objections bore little fruit. Aware of his own shortcomings, the referee refrained from issuing a yellow card, opting instead for a mere verbal warning. "Goodness, is it even possible to play properly now?" he lamented. "System, please lend me a hand. Fei, are you faltering already? Did I not enhance your offensive attributes by 30 points? What good is 30 points of offensive prowess? Did you not see the opposing team persistently committing fouls against me? Then why not evade them? How could I possibly evade while dribbling the ball? There are at least 4 players relentlessly pursuing and blocking me. I am at my wit's end. Can this task be cancelled? Once a task is accepted, it cannot be rescinded. How about this? I will offer you an additional reward. That's no good. System, even if you bestow upon me countless rewards, if I cannot secure victory, it would be in vain. What do you propose then? System, grant me some additional offensive attributes, or perhaps the ability to evade defenders. How about I temporarily provide you with 2 skill cards? What kind of skill cards? The first card is Fox in the Box, which significantly enhances your chances of evading defenders within the penalty area. The second card is Step Over, greatly increasing the likelihood of successfully performing a step-over maneuver. Excellent. Shall we proceed with the task? Indeed. With the assistance of the 2 skill cards, Zhang Hongfei's confidence was once again revitalized. Zhang Hongfei vividly recalls the moment he first received assistance from the system brother, when a powerful and resolute direct free kick found the back of the net. He holds unwavering faith in the capabilities of the system brother. Armed with these 2 skill cards, victory in this match is assured. Lin Daxiao, prepare yourself. On the sidelines, Lin Daxiao noticed a sudden shift in Zhang Hongfei's demeanor, a flicker of unease igniting within him. After conceding a goal, Zhang Hongfei had displayed palpable frustration. The relentless and aggressive tackles from Lin Daxiao's defenders had further inflamed his temper, rendering his face crimson with indignation. Yet now, Zhang Hongfei had unexpectedly regained his composure, even sporting a hint of a confident smile. What tricks is Zhang Hongfei up to? Is it possible he still possesses the ability to turn the tide under such circumstances? Contemplating this unsettling possibility, Lin Daxiao sprang to his feet and rushed to the sidelines, bellowing with fervor, "Continue the assault. Tackle him mercilessly. Whoever manages to incapacitate him will receive a reward tenfold." Upon hearing Lin Daxiao's words, Zhang Hongfei was instantly incensed. "Shameless. If you have what it takes, step onto the field and face me. I will take you down. I dare you to try and take me out. I will not allow you to succeed. The ground of Youth Street shall be mine." Such words sound more impressive than they truly are. Do you really believe that by adopting a defensive stance, you can conquer my team? We shall see. Lin Daxiao's team's offensive efforts were thwarted once more by Zhang Hongfei's defense. Ding Ping executed a powerful kick, sending the ball soaring towards the front line where Zhang Hongfei awaited. Zhang Hongfei skillfully controlled the ball with his chest, pivoted, and surged towards the goal. The 2 midfielders and 4 defenders from Lin Daxiao's team immediately converged upon him. However, this time, Zhang Hongfei deftly evaded their attempts to dispossess him. Zhang Hongfei persistently maneuvered past his opponents with his bicycle skills. 1, 2, 3, 4. Zhang Hongfei skillfully maneuvered the ball, penetrating the penalty area of the Lin Daxiao team with finesse. Bolstered by his prowess as the fox of the penalty area, he deftly evaded the last 2 defenders, finding himself in a one-on-one confrontation with the goalkeeper. Bang! Zhang Hongfei faced the goalkeeper and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball soared towards the upper left corner of the goal, although the goalkeeper exerted every effort to make a save. The ball slipped through his fingertips and found its way into the net. Chapter 74, Second Half. The goal is in. Fij has scored. How could Zhang Hongfei possibly score? What just transpired? Did he really just dribble past 6 defenders? Can he truly not play football? My heavens! What did I just witness? How is this even possible? Zhang Hongfei's goal at Woolly Sports Stadium stirred quite a sensation. The members of Zhang Hongfei's team were initially taken aback, but soon, they all surged towards Zhang Hongfei with fervor. They encircled him, and together, they hoisted him high into the air, tossing him exuberantly. Ding Ping led the jubilant chorus, shouting, "Long live Brother Fei! Long live Brother Fei! Long live Brother Fei!" Zhang Hongfei was tossed repeatedly, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Zhang Hongfei exclaimed, "Stop throwing. I feel faint." Unfortunately, the exhilarated players disregarded Zhang Hongfei's plea. Zhang Hongfei, time and again, has been elevated to the pinnacle of his life by his teammates. It was only when he was on the verge of fainting that they finally set him down. The players from the international team, who initially harbored doubts about Zhang's capabilities, now regard him with newfound respect. Just moments ago, Zhang received the ball near the center circle and, with remarkable finesse, dribbled past 6 opponents before successfully scoring, a seamless display of skill. On the sidelines, the assistant coach of the Jinda team could not help but applaud Zhang's astonishing goal. "Splendid. Lin, who is this forward? His talent is truly formidable. If he were to join Jinda, we could certainly contend for a top 4 finish this season." Lin, visibly irked, retorted, "That scoundrel is Zhang Hongfei. Do not cheer for him. He is the one you said would cripple me before the match. Indeed, that very rogue. Lin, I am unaware of the grievances between you and Zhang Hongfei. However, if such a gifted player were to be ruined by us, I would feel a profound sense of guilt. I shall instruct our players to refrain from malicious fouls. Lin, brimming with fury, countered, "You dare. If you attempt such a thing, I will be the one to take you down. This is no longer a personal vendetta between Zhang and me, but a conflict between the Lin family and the Zhang family. If we lose this match, none of you will escape unscathed." As the score became 1-1, Lin's frustration intensified. Although Zhang's team had yet to take the lead, witnessing Zhang's miraculous goal filled him with an unsettling apprehension. Lin felt the urge to berate his father, questioning who had claimed that Zhang was a poor player. In the stands, Lin's father also bore witness to Zhang's extraordinary performance, feeling quite astonished. Being of considerable age, he contemplated matters more deeply than his son. With such exceptional skills, yet remaining in the shadows, Zhang Hongfei was indeed an enigma. Alas, in comparison, their own son paled significantly. One should aspire to be like Zhang Hongfei. Lin's father mused, already predicting the outcome of the match. Based on Zhang's displayed prowess, it seemed inevitable that Lin's team would face defeat. He began to contemplate how to mend relations with Zhang Hongfei post-match. With such a promising young talent, if he could facilitate a friendship between his wayward son and Zhang, the future of the Lin family would be secured. Should this match be included, the Lin family would relinquish half of their fortune to Zhang Hongfei. However, Lin's father finds joy in this prospect. As a formidable figure of his generation, he understands the impermanence of wealth. To someone of his age, the exhilaration of entrepreneurship far outweighs the satisfaction of mere possession. This defeat, for the Lin family, may well be a blessing in disguise. Regrettably, young Master Lin has succumbed to his hatred, allowing it to cloud his judgment. He has already begun to plot, intending to gather a large group once the match concludes, seeking an isolated location to confront Zhang Hongfei. Young Master Lin has never harbored such animosity towards anyone throughout his life. The match resumes, with young Master Lin's team taking the kickoff from the center. Zhang Hongfei's team continues to steadfastly employ the tortoiseshell formation. After enduring a nightmarish 2 minutes, Lin Dash's team no longer dares to launch a frenzied assault on Zhang Hongfei's goal. Zhang Hongfei stood alone in the opponent's half, patiently awaiting an opportunity to strike. Having learned from past experiences, the opposing 4 defenders were reluctant to allow him the luxury of receiving the ball easily. They surrounded him from all angles, engaging in an unwavering and meticulous defense. Yet, was this truly effective? The 2 forwards and 4 midfielders from Lin Dash's team orchestrated wave after wave of assaults. But against a 10-0-0 formation, they could only return empty-handed time and again. Nevertheless, Zhang Hongfei found himself deprived of any favorable chances as well. These 4 rascals were like 4 stubborn pieces of toffee, providing me with no opportunity to seize the ball. Zhang Hongfei ran back and forth numerous times, unable to shake off the defense of the 4 defenders. The first half of the match concluded with a score of 1-1. Both teams' forwards found themselves at a loss against each other's defenses. During halftime, Zhang Hongfei devised a strategy. Realizing that a single forward was insufficient, he decided to deploy an additional forward at the front. Coincidentally, the forward from the international team had been yearning for an opportunity to showcase his talent, but was left unfulfilled. In the second half, Zhang Hongfei's team adopted a formation of 8-0-2. During the break, Lin's father called Lin Dashao over. "What? Surrender? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dad, I will never concede defeat to that scoundrel Zhang Hongfei, whether you choose to acknowledge it or not. The fact remains that Zhang Hongfei is indeed superior to you. This match is destined for Zhang Hongfei's victory. I have come to realize that from beginning to end, you were in the wrong. If we seize this opportunity to establish a partnership with the Zhang family from Shenzhen, it would bring immense benefits to our Lin family. You ought to learn from Zhang Hongfei and refrain from being a useless playboy, a second-generation rich kid. Dad, I refuse to accept this." Sighing, Lin's father replied, "Your earlier life has been too smooth, devoid of any real challenges. Let this be a lesson for you. From now on, you must not seek trouble with Zhang Hongfei." After their conversation, Lin Dashao left the stands with a sullen expression. Witnessing his son's demeanor, Lin's father could only sigh deeply, enviously reflecting on how fortunate Zhang's father was to have such a fine son. The second half commenced with Zhang Hongfei's team in possession of the ball. Zhang Hongfei seized this opportunity, successfully executing a surprise attack utilizing the bicycle kick and fox-in-the-box skill cards, thereby turning the tables with a score of 2-1. As the second half commenced, Zhang Hongfei's team achieved a flawless start. Zhang Hongfei is on the brink of completing his mission. Chapter 75, The Conclusion. Witnessing his team concede another goal, Lin Daxiao, already on the edge of losing his composure, dashed onto the field, intent on challenging Zhang Hongfei to a one-on-one duel. Zhang Hongfei, of course, would not waver. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he and young Master Lin engaged in a fierce brawl. As anticipated, Zhang Hongfei lived up to expectations, delivering a resounding defeat to young Master Lin. The match had to be paused as a result. In the stands, Lin's father, witnessing his son being pummeled, felt a pang of discontent. However, it was young Master Lin who had instigated the confrontation with Zhang Hongfei, and everyone in the Woolly Stadium bore witness to this. Even if Lin's father wished to shield his son, it was an impossible endeavor. Once again, young Master Lin was left battered and bruised, tragically carried off the field. What now? Will the match continue? Zhang Hongfei cast an inquiring glance towards the assistant coach of the Jinda team. Of course, they must proceed. This match marked the assistant coach's inaugural opportunity to independently steer a game, and he was reluctant to forfeit such a promising chance. However, Zhang Hongfei's team consistently employed a defensive formation that left the assistant coach at a loss. Should the team surge forward now, with Zhang Hongfei's demonstrated individual prowess? Breaching their own defense would appear inevitable, and conceding a goal seemed merely a matter of moments. The assistant coach of Jinda paced anxiously along the sidelines, appearing somewhat bewildered, uncertain of what directives to issue in order to counteract Zhang Hongfei's defensive strategy. Although Lin Daxiao had been carried off the field, the match continued unabated. The players of Lin Daxiao's team remained undeterred, particularly the two forwards, who relentlessly endeavored to penetrate Zhang Hongfei's penalty area, yet were met time and again with failure. The 8 members of Zhang Hongfei's team huddled tightly in front of the penalty area, denying the opposing forwards any opportunity to exploit. The score remained steadfast at 2-1. As time ticked away, Zhang Hongfei felt an increasing sense of urgency. Zhang Hongfei, after much effort, finally acquired 2 skill cards to showcase his prowess. How could the match conclude with just 2 goals? Zhang Hongfei aspires to score more goals. While he does not have an intuitive grasp of the effectiveness of the fox-in-the-box tactic, he has certainly felt the impact of the bicycle kick. Although he has employed the bicycle maneuver numerous times in the past, he has never achieved the level of proficiency he possesses now. The bicycle maneuver can be categorized into 3 types: the small bicycle, which consists of fewer than 3 repetitions, the ordinary bicycle, comprising 4 to 6 repetitions, and the long bicycle, which exceeds 7 repetitions. Among the most renowned practitioners of this technique is Robinho, who famously executed 8 consecutive bicycle dribbles. Zhang Hongfei's cycling is characterized by a standard bicycle, typically emphasizing 4 main strokes. The competition persists. Once again, Ding Ping skillfully intercepted the ball from the opposing forward, delivering a precise long pass that landed squarely at Zhang Hongfei's feet in the front line. Zhang Hongfei and another forward, after exchanging a knowing glance, sprinted towards either side of the goal. Zhang Hongfei dribbled the ball toward the left side of the goal, while another forward sprinted toward the right side. The 4 defenders opposite exchanged knowing glances, after which 3 of them collaborated to mark Zhang Hongfei, leaving 1 to shadow the unmarked forward. Nevertheless, Zhang Hongfei remained utterly unperturbed. Zhang Hongfei advanced with the ball, employing a series of stepovers to deftly maneuver past 3 defenders, one by one. Zhang Hongfei once again penetrated the penalty area, confronting the goalkeeper head-on. The sole defender, without hesitation, abandoned his marked opponent and rushed over to challenge Zhang Hongfei. Just when everyone anticipated that Zhang Hongfei would take the shot himself, he executed a surprising move that caught everyone off guard. Zhang Hongfei gently nudged the ball, sending it to the feet of a teammate on the opposite side. The forward seized the opportunity as the opposing goalkeeper was caught off guard, and with a powerful strike, sent the ball soaring into the empty net. The score was now 3-1. With this goal, the match was effectively concluded. The assistant coach of the Jinda team, witnessing yet another goal conceded by his side, could only shake his head in resignation before returning to his seat. The player who scored was visibly elated. This substitute forward for the national team, after scoring, joyfully sprinted across the field. Throughout the season, he had scarce opportunities to play, and thus had not netted a single goal in the league. In this match between the substitutes of the national team and Jinda team, the quality of play was commendable, and the forward's ability to score in such a contest filled him with immense excitement. Zhang Hongfei appeared remarkably composed. The score of 3-1 indicated that the 10 attribute points awarded by the system were almost certainly his. In the stands, Lin's father had vanished. By the time Zhang Hongfei scored his second goal, Lin's father had already departed alongside the young Master Lin, following a thorough beating by Zhang Hongfei. The young Master Lin was promptly dispatched to the hospital. Previously, Zhang Hongfei had refrained from striking, allowing Lin's master to remain distant from the hospital bed. However, this time, fortune did not favor him, as he was directly taken to the hospital. Lying in the hospital bed, the young Master Lin remained fixated on the match. Upon hearing that Zhang Hongfei's team had netted a third goal, he furiously hurled his phone to the ground. Damn Zhang Hongfei, I will never let you off the hook. The animosity that the young Master Lin harbored towards Zhang Hongfei only intensified, undiminished by his father's attempts at counsel. Outside the hospital room, Lin's father also learned of the match's outcome. As he exited the Guagua sports stadium, he had already anticipated such a result and felt no surprise. Although the match was still ongoing, Lin's father had preemptively instructed his subordinates to commence preparations for the property deeds and transfer proceedings. He held Zhang Hongfei in profound admiration, believing that he had feigned incompetence in football, deliberately crafting this trap to ensnare him. Lin's father fancied his understanding of Zhang Hongfei to be considerably deeper. Inside the Guagua sports stadium, the final whistle blew, and the score settled at 3-1. Zhang Hongfei exhaled deeply. The 10 attribute points bestowed by the system were finally in his grasp, and he had never felt such an immense pressure before. It was not until the final whistle blew that he felt a profound sense of relief. With 2 goals and an assist, Zhang Hongfei's performance was impeccable. The coach from the sports school, witnessing his remarkable display, could hardly contain his eagerness and rushed to Zhang Hongfei's side as soon as the match concluded, intent on recruiting him. Similarly, the assistant coach from the Jinda team made a comparable move. Zhang Hongfei could only chuckle at the misguided affections of the 2 coaches. Nevertheless, he did not forget the primary objective of his visit, to win over Dingpeng. Chapter 76. A visit. As the competition concluded, Zhang Hongfei invited Dingpeng to join him in a celebratory outing. Without hesitation, Dingpeng accepted the invitation. However, to Zhang Hongfei's surprise, as he stepped out of the Woolly Sports Stadium, he was intercepted by the chief steward of the Lin family. Young Master Zhang, please hold on. Who are you? I am the chief steward of the Lin family. My name is Lin Zhong. What business do you have with me? I am here on the orders of the master to handle the transfer of property. These are the complete documents for the land on Youth Avenue. All that is required is your signature, and from now on, this land will belong to you, young Master Zhang. Heh, it's merely a jest. Did Uncle Lin take it seriously? What? Lin Zhong, is it? Yes. What further instructions do you have, young Master Zhang? Take these documents back. I said, return these land deeds, young Master Zhang, before I left. The master repeatedly instructed me to ensure the safe delivery of these deeds to you. Without this land, how much of the Lin family's assets would remain? You have already taken a considerable portion of our holdings. If we were to lose this land as well, the Lin family's wealth would dwindle to less than 50% of its former glory. Enough of this elaborate charade. I am not like your Lin family. I will not drive you to ruin. You may take these deeds back. I have no need for them. Young Master Zhang, this. Uncle Lin Zhong, please take these back with you and convey a message to the elder Lin. This time, I, Zhang Hongfei, have offended him. However, the events were initiated by young Master Lin bullying my friend and subsequently sending someone to attack me. My actions were merely in self-defense. So I hope the elder Lin will not hold a grudge. Young Master Zhang, your understanding is truly admirable. I am deeply impressed. What you may not realize is that our young Master Lin has been coddled since childhood and has grown accustomed to being arrogant and overbearing, unaware that there are always greater forces in the world. On behalf of young Master Lin, I offer my apologies. It's quite all right. Let this matter come to a close. In the future, I hope your Lin family will refrain from sending young Master Lin to trouble me. How does that sound? Certainly. I will ensure to inform the master to impose strict discipline on young Master Lin, so that he does not offend young Master Zhang again. Thank you, Uncle Lin Zhong. Zhang Hongfei gave Lin Zhong a slight nod before departing with Dingpeng. Lin Zhong, observing Zhang Hongfei's receding figure, shook his head and sighed. Truly, young Master Zhang possesses an unparalleled demeanor, a magnanimous spirit, and an extraordinary capacity for tolerance, far surpassing that of young Master Lin by several streets. Young Master Lin. It would be far more meaningful to befriend young Master Zhang than to stand as adversaries. From that moment onward, Zhang Hongfei's affairs were beyond his concern. Zhang Hongfei pulled Dingpeng into a bar, where they indulged in merriment over drinks. Dingpeng's teammates, upon witnessing Zhang Hongfei escorting Dingpeng away, were filled with a mixture of envy and resentment. Zhang Hongfei refrained from hastily revealing his intentions to win over Ding Ping, instead engaging in nostalgic conversation with him. Upon returning home, Lin Zhang conveyed Zhang Hongfei's words to his father, who was deeply touched by this gesture of goodwill. Lin's father had anticipated that Zhang Hongfei would undoubtedly accept the land deed. However, he was taken aback when Zhang Hongfei outright declined it. The ability to resist such a formidable temptation is something that an ordinary person could scarcely achieve. Meanwhile, on his sickbed, young Master Lin remained preoccupied with thoughts of Zhang Hongfei. Nevertheless, after Lin's father delivered a stern reprimand, young Master Lin conceded defeat. He had not expected that after his victory, Zhang Hongfei would forego claiming the wager. Young Master Lin was acutely aware that had he emerged victorious, he would never relinquish the wager, given its worth of billions. The moment the competition concluded, the 10 attribute points gifted by the system were promptly credited. However, Zhang Hongfei felt a twinge of regret as the system confiscated 2 skill cards, Bicycle Kick and Fox in the Box. Nonetheless, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction in having triumphed in the match. Zhang Hongfei allocated all 10 attribute points to his stamina attribute. Zhang Hongfei's latest attributes are Stamina 62, Spirit 49, Speed 63, Offense 33, Defense 31, Luck 66. The following morning, Zhang Hongfei, accompanied by Zhao Xiaoying, set out for Ding Ping's hometown. Both of Ding Ping's parents are civil servants, thus their family life is quite comfortable. Ding Ping's father is an ardent football enthusiast. If Zhang Hongfei seeks to win over Ding Ping, he must first appeal to his father. Zhang Hongfei arrived at Ding Ping's home on July 22, 2006, which was a Saturday, and both of Ding Ping's parents were at home resting. The unexpected arrival of Zhang Hongfei left Ding Ping's parents quite astonished. "Are you a teammate of Ding Ping?" they inquired. "No, I am not." "Who are you then?" "I am a close friend of Ding Ping." "If Ding Ping is at school, what brings you to our home?" "I am aware that Ding Ping is at school. I even participated in a competition with him last night. So why are you here?" "I hope that Ding Ping can join the football team at Huazhong University of Science and Technology." "Huazhong? A professional team?" "No, it is a university team. Ding Ping needs to play professional matches. A university team is not suitable for him. Moreover, Huazhong is not a university in Liaoning province, is it?" "Indeed. Huazhong is located in Shanghai. That is too far." "Absolutely not. Uncle, please do not hastily reject this opportunity. Our university possesses a certain reputation within the collegiate circle in Shanghai. I cannot allow Ding Ping to play football outside the province. However, this presents an extraordinary opportunity for Ding Ping. He would not need to take entrance exams and could directly enroll in university. Ding Ping's dream is to become a professional player, and my aspiration for him is also to see him realize that dream." Zhang Hongfei engaged in a lengthy discussion with Ding Ping's father, yet ultimately, neither managed to persuade the other, resulting in an unsatisfactory conclusion. Ding Ping's father exhibited considerable obstinacy, with his affection for his homeland surpassing Zhang Hongfei's wildest imagination. Zhang Hongfei had not anticipated that the outcome would unfold in such a manner. Zhang Hongfei departed from Ding Ping's residence, expressing a sense of lamentation. "Alas, what a fruitless visit. Had I known, I would have taken direct action against Ding Ping." The bond between Zhang Hongfei and Ding Ping had evolved into that of inseparable confidence, allowing for unreserved conversations. While Zhang Hongfei stood in contemplative silence, Zhao Xiaoying roused him from his reverie. "Are we not to leave soon, you miserly young master?" she inquired. Where to?" he responded, caught off guard. "Have you forgotten your own words?" Zhao Xiaoying reminded him, recalling his promise to introduce her to his parents. "Oh, but I have yet to conclude my matters. I must persuade Ding Ping to join the Huali University team." Chapter 77. Ding Ping's decision on the afternoon of July 22nd. Zhang Hongfei returned to Xinqing accompanied by Zhao Xiaoying. Zhang Hongfei's treacherous deeds against Lin Daxiao have spread like wildfire among the affluent circles of Xinqing. Lin Daxiao's visage bears the marks of Zhang Hongfei's brutal blows. However, Lin's father has issued a decree forbidding Lin Daxiao from seeking revenge against Zhang Hongfei, compelling him to stifle his indignation. Out of gratitude towards Zhang Hongfei, Lin's father proactively reached out to the Zhang family in Xinqing for business collaboration. This gesture took Zhang's father by surprise, as he had not anticipated that Zhang Hongfei would resolutely forego such a substantial fortune. While ordinary individuals often succumb to their desires, Zhang Hongfei has remarkably demonstrated the ability to exercise restraint. Zhang Hongfei's decision has greatly benefited the Zhang family. In this world, there are no eternal enemies. Former foes may become allies, just as erstwhile friends can transform into adversaries. With the support of Zhang Hongfei, the Lin family and the Zhang family have forged a steadfast alliance. With the Lin family as his backing, Zhang Hongfei is free to act as he wishes in Xinjiang. Naturally, he would not squander his time engaging in the frivolities typical of the idle elite. Upon his return to Xinjiang, Zhang Hongfei eagerly sought out Ding Peng, intent on seizing the moment to strike while the iron is hot. Zhang Hongfei's relationship with Ding Peng is currently at its most favorable juncture. Although Zhang Hongfei harbors some uncertainty, he realizes that without attempting, he shall never find closure. That evening, Zhang Hongfei once more invited Ding Peng to dinner. "Fij, you treat me to meals every day. It feels quite embarrassing." Despite receiving a phone call from his father, who mentioned an unexpected guest visiting their home, Ding Peng was unaware that the name Zhang Hongfei had not been disclosed. Thus, he remained oblivious to the fact that the person his father referred to was not only far away but also right before him. What does it matter? We are good brothers. Zhang Hongfei finished speaking and poured a full glass of beer for Ding Peng. Cheers. Clink. Gulp. Gulp. With a drink downed. Both Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng wore expressions of satisfaction. "Fei Ge, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Have you discovered something?" "Fei Ge, feel free to speak your mind." "Ding Peng, have you ever considered attending university?" "Fei Ge, do not jest with me. As a sports student, pursuing higher education? I would surely never graduate." "Ding Peng, fret not. With my assistance, you will undoubtedly graduate successfully." "Fei Ge, I truly have no interest. All I desire is to play football. Yet, university offers the opportunity to play football too. There are collegiate football leagues. My dream is to play professionally." "Ding Peng, you are still young. After completing your studies, you can pursue a professional career. That would take at least 4 years, wouldn't it? At the very least, you would obtain a university diploma." "Fei Ge, what use is a diploma to someone who plays football? You cannot play forever, can you? A diploma will aid you in securing employment later. I plan to retire and become a physical education teacher, but that requires a diploma as well. Moreover, our school is filled with beautiful women. I can introduce you. Look at it this way. Attending university allows you to study, play football, and potentially resolve lifelong matters all in one go." "Fei Ge, why are you so insistent on having me play at university?" "Haha, because I play football there." To be frank, I traveled all the way from Shin City to invite you to join our Huali football team." "Fei Ge, you truly overestimate me. So, what do you say? Will you join our Huali football team? I am deeply grateful for your regard, but I do not wish to play outside the province. My father has always hoped I would join a football team in Liao province." "Ding Peng, do not be so obstinate. The environment in Shin City is far superior to that of Liao province. The benefits in Shin City are also much better. If you go to Shin City, your future will undoubtedly prosper." "Fei Ge, I am a homebody. I do not wish to stray too far from home. Thus, I must express my apologies." "Ding Peng, Fei Ge, for any other matter, I would surely agree. However, for this, I cannot comply. Please do not put me in a difficult position." "Very well. I shall not speak of this matter further. Let us drink." Indeed, Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng indulged in a state of inebriation once more. On the evening of July 22nd, the Jinda team triumphed over the international team with a score of 2-1 in a Chinese Super League match held at their home ground, the Wooli Sports Stadium. The substitute players of the international team couldn't help but reminisce about their victory the previous night, where they had defeated Jinda's substitute lineup with a score of 3-1. This past success significantly bolstered their confidence. On the morning of July 23, 2006, Zhang Hongfei lay in bed, indulging in a prolonged slumber. "Get up, lazybones!" Zhao Xiaoying exclaimed, pinching Zhang Hongfei's nose to impede his breathing. Zhang Hongfei was abruptly awakened in a state of bewilderment. "Yingbao, what are you doing? Are you plotting to murder your own husband? Shall we return to Xinjiang today?" But the matter concerning Ding Peng remains unresolved. I do not wish to return prematurely. Yet did you not mention yesterday that Ding Peng has no desire to join Huali? That is precisely why I must seek a solution. We encountered his parents just yesterday, did we not? Indeed, but you were not successful. I suggest you honestly concede defeat. Perhaps we should simply return to Xinjiang today? Yingbao, what scheme are you concocting this time? I merely wish to meet your parents. That cannot be right. I sense something amiss. Nonsense. I simply wish to depart. Zhang Hongfei gazed at Zhao Xiaoying with a look of skepticism. Zhao Xiaoying quickly concocted a flimsy excuse and hastily made her way to the restroom. Zhang Hongfei shook his head, pondering how to persuade Ding Peng to join the university team. Just as he was deep in thought, the doorbell rang. "You, What brings you here? As Zhang Hongfei opened the door, he was met by a familiar figure, Li Jia, an old acquaintance of his. Have you forgotten about me after not coming to see me yesterday? I have a girlfriend now, he declared. But until you are married, it doesn't count. We are about to obtain our marriage certificate. Zhang Hongfei, are you serious? Li Jia questioned, her tone laced with disbelief. You have never mentioned wanting to get married before. This time, I am honest, he replied. Li Jia bit her lip and, with a faint smile, offered her congratulations. Well then, I wish you both happiness. With that, she turned and hurried towards the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, Ding Ping emerged, colliding directly with Li Jia. The moment Ding Ping laid eyes on her, his cheeks flushed crimson, and his heart raced uncontrollably. What a stunning girl, he thought to himself, unable to suppress his admiration. Chapter 78. The hero's dilemma in the face of beauty. The unfolding of events is always so unexpectedly dramatic. Zhang Hongfei exerted considerable effort yet failed to sway Ding Ping's thoughts. However, Ding Ping found himself captivated by Li Jia and took the initiative to propose to Zhang Hongfei his desire to attend a prestigious university in pursuit of love. Ultimately, it is evident that when love arrives, even the most obstinate of stones may relent. Zhang Hongfei took delight in playing the role of a matchmaker, hoping to unite Li Jia and Ding Ping. This way, Li Jia would cease her persistent attachment to him, and Ding Ping would resolutely remain with the university football team, achieving a dual purpose. Although Ding Ping and Li Jia were merely strangers who had exchanged a fleeting glance, Ding Ping had already resolved in his heart that he could marry no one but Li Jia for the rest of his life. As Ding Ping stumbled out of Zhang Hongfei's room in a daze, a friendly agreement had been forged between them. Ding Ping would officially enroll at the university in the upcoming semester and, in tandem, join the university football team. With Ding Ping's matters settled, Zhang Hongfei felt an immediate lift in his spirits. With the addition of Shi Yong, Chui, and Ding Ping, his summer recruitment plan was nearing its completion. In the forthcoming period, Zhang Hongfei must prepare for two crucial matches, one against Lu Zihao and the other against Guan Shitian. These contests are of paramount importance for Zhang Hongfei, as they are two encounters he cannot afford to lose. While the significance of defeat may seem trivial, the blow to his reputation is monumental. Moreover, the outcomes of these matches are intricately linked to Zhang Hongfei's future. Zhang Hongfei has engaged in fierce competition with Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian for many years, with each party possessing a profound understanding of the other. Zhang Hongfei was aware that Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian had undoubtedly prepared a trap, eagerly anticipating his descent into it. However, this time, Zhang Hongfei could not afford to falter. Father Zhang issued an unequivocal command to Zhang Hongfei. Victory was imperative. Should he falter in the competition, he would find himself cast out by his father, forced to forge his own path. Thus, Zhang Hongfei had no avenue for retreat. His only option was to strive wholeheartedly for triumph. On the plain, Zhang Hongfei sat in silent contemplation, while Zhao Xiaoying quietly occupied the seat beside him, immersed in her music through her headphones. In the afternoon, the aircraft landed safely at the Shunqing International Airport, where Uncle Zhang was already waiting at the exit. Two servants from the Zhang family promptly took the luggage from Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying. Young master, you have finally returned safely. You have no idea how much the madam has worried about you these past few days. Uncle Zhang, my apologies for being so headstrong this time. I have always believed in my capabilities. Not a problem. Haha. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Young master, who is this young lady accompanying you? This is my girlfriend, Zhao Xiaoying. I plan to take her home to meet my parents. I believe the master and madam will be delighted. Previously, Zhang's parents had urged him on multiple occasions to bring a girlfriend home. But Zhang Hongfei had frequently changed partners and had not complied. However, this time, he was genuinely enamored and took the initiative to introduce Zhao Xiaoying to his family. In the parking lot, the familiar sight of a pure gold Rolls-Royce awaited them, an exclusive vehicle in the entirety of Shunqing. They sped through the city, arriving swiftly at a quaint, traditional courtyard in the heart of Shunqing. Yingbao, we are home. Upon seeing Zhang Hongfei's residence, Zhao Xiaoying fell into a contemplative silence. Yingbao, what troubles you? Perhaps I shouldn't be with you. Why do you say that so suddenly? Your circumstances are exceedingly superior. I feel unworthy of you. Haha. That sentiment hardly suits you. Aren't you always calling me the petty young master? You are not petty. At least not with me. Yingbao, what kind of life do you aspire to lead? I wish to work diligently so that my parents can enjoy a happy retirement. You have already achieved that. 10 million a year is more than sufficient for your parents' needs. That does not constitute my earned income. I shall not spend it. Yet it is indeed your earnings. Are you not my secretary? You were merely jesting at that time. I understand. Why take it so seriously? You are my girlfriend. It is perfectly fine to accept money from me. There's no need to overthink it. But I do not wish to be merely a decorative figure in your life. All right. Did you not express a desire to become a star? Yes. Do you still wish for that? Indeed. Then allow me to think of a way to assist you. In 2006, two immensely popular television dramas were in production. One was New Shanghai Beach, and the other was Struggle. Zhang Hongfei resolved to assist Zhao Xiaoying in joining the film crew. Zhang Hongfei firmly believes that in the realm of entertainment, there exists no problem that cannot be resolved with sufficient financial resources. Should a matter prove resistant to a sum of 10 million, one need only add another zero. If that still fails to yield a solution, then add yet another zero. On this occasion, it was rare for Zhang's father not to greet Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying at the doorstep. As the head of the household, he chose this time to uphold the dignity of his family, remaining seated at home in anticipation of their arrival. Zhang's mother similarly remained at home, anticipating the arrival of her daughter-in-law. Zhao Xiaoying felt a sense of anxiety, while both Zhang's father and mother shared her nervousness. Zhang Hongfei quietly brought his girlfriend home. An unprecedented occurrence. Knowing their son Zhang Hongfei's character, Yang's parents are acutely aware that he would never bring Zhao Xiaoying home unless he genuinely intended to marry her. Therefore, they remain vigilant and prepared. Zhang's parents have long since memorized Zhao Xiaoying's family background and personal details. As Zhang Hongfei stepped through the door, he eagerly commenced his introductions. Yingbao, the elderly gentleman seated in the middle, is my father, and the stunning beauty beside him is my mother. Upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's introductions, Zhao Xiaoying was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. How outrageous. Is this truly how one introduces their own father? Father, I am not being impolite, am I? You created such a significant mess in Xinqing, and now expect me to clean it up, yet you still have the audacity to act ungraciously? Not even a simple thank you? Father, do not attempt any underhanded tricks with me. I have relinquished a substantial inheritance from the Lin family, and they will undoubtedly compensate our Zhang family in other ways. If I am not mistaken, our Zhang family is now poised to venture into the Xinqing market, correct? Indeed. You are quite astute. Of course. Have you forgotten whose son I am? Zhang's mother had grown accustomed to the daily banter of witty exchanges between father and son. Mother Zhang gently grasped Zhao Xiaoying's hand and guided her to the sofa. Greetings, dear girl. I hope I do not embarrass you. This pair is rather unreliable at times. She continued. Oh, my dear, feel free to call me Mom directly. If my son has brought you home to meet us, it surely signifies his intention to marry you. So there is no need for formalities between us. Zhao Xiaoying was taken aback. She had not anticipated the Zhang family to be so straightforward, prompting her to address them as Mom and Dad upon their very first meeting. Chapter 79. The father-son pact. Zhang Hongfei reassured Zhao Xiaoying, saying, It's all right, go ahead and call them. Feel free to address our parents without hesitation. Zhao Xiaoying shot him a displeased glare. In her heart, she scorned Zhang Hongfei, thinking, how could one simply address the parents of the male partner on the very first visit? Zhang's mother grasped Zhao Xiaoying's hand and refused to let go, her warmth and enthusiasm resembling that of a family. Zhao Xiaoying, blushing, sat there and shyly called out, Mom. Zhang's mother immediately broke into a radiant smile. Xiaoying, this is how it should be. From now on, I shall be your mother. Thank you, Mom. With the first instance behind her, Zhao Xiaoying felt an overwhelming sense of ease in expressing herself thereafter. You rascal, at last, you've accomplished something that pleases me. Dad, your words wound me. During this trip to Shin City, I significantly aided in expanding our family's business. It's all you're doing. It is only right for you to provide some compensation for the family. Dad, that is unjust. I was truly the victim this time. It was the Lin family who sent someone to trouble me first. I do not wish to hear it. Hongfei, you now have a fiancée. Henceforth, you must exercise discretion in your actions. Do not seek only your own enjoyment. Yes, I understand. Upon hearing the term fiancée, Zhao Xiaoying couldn't help but blush. Zhang Hongfei teasingly asked, My dear fiancée, will you be sleeping with your fiancé tonight? In your dreams. Zhao Xiaoying retorted playfully, sticking her tongue out at Zhang Hongfei. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang's father addressed Zhang Hongfei, saying, Hongfei, allow those two women to converse. Come with me. The father and son made their way to the study once more. To their surprise, upon entering the room, the previously warm and affable Zhang father instantaneously transformed his demeanor. Speak the truth. How many romantic entanglements have you engaged in outside? None. I currently have only Ying Bao as my girlfriend. That's preposterous. Just a few days ago, a pair of siblings came to our home to report that you have been irresponsible, abandoning them without regard. Siblings? Jin Shishu and Jin Cayenne. Do not tell me you are unfamiliar with them. Ah, Zhaji? Of course, I know him. He is my little follower at school. Jin Cayenne is his sister. Since you are acquainted, then what Jin Shishu recounted must be true. What did Zhaji say about me? That you have been cohabiting with Jin Cayenne? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei could not help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. Hongfei, why are you bleeding? His father inquired anxiously. Did you sustain an injury in Shin City? Dad. I'm fine. How can you be fine after spitting blood? I will have Uncle Zhang drive you to the hospital for a full examination. You are the sole heir of the Zhang family. We cannot afford any mishaps. Dad, I assure you, I am truly well. I was merely startled by your previous statement. Which statement? That I am cohabiting with Jin Cayenne. Is it not true that you are living together? I am merely friends with Jin Cayenne. How could we possibly be cohabiting? Father Zhang, with a face full of skepticism, retorted, Is that truly the case? Indeed it is, replied Jin Cayenne, who now resides in the former Chao family's hotel. Hongfei, yes, you now have a proper girlfriend. Refrain from indulging in romantic escapades elsewhere. Father, do you truly think I am that kind of person? You insolent brat, do not assume that I am oblivious to everything. Over the course of your 3 years in university, how many girlfriends have you had? Do I need to enumerate them for you? Father, did you send someone to investigate me? Investigate what? I merely wish to see what kind of woman you, heir to the Zhang family's vast legacy, will eventually be with. Fortunately, you have not disappointed me. Of course not. After all, who is your son? My discerning eye for choosing women is certainly not inferior to yours. A few compliments. And you think you've ascended to the heavens. Father, regarding this trip to Xinjiang, I am quite pleased with your performance this time. You even voluntarily relinquished the land on Youth Street, a feat that even I could not accomplish. The future of the Zhang family rests upon your shoulders, Hongfei. Father, I have little interest in inheriting the family business. I prefer playing football. Football. Can you truly sustain yourself with football? Father, playing football is my sole passion and my greatest joy at present. That is precisely why I have indulged you. Had you been Lu Zihao or Guanchentian's son, they might have long since had their legs broken for such aspirations. And you still dream of playing football? Father, you must not say such things. Lu Zihao loves racing. And Guanchentian enjoys fishing. They too have their own hobbies. Racing? Fishing? How much time can those pursuits consume? But, no more buts. Hongfei, your father is no longer young. It is time for you to return home and lend a hand. Father, could you grant me a few more years? At the very least, allow me to complete my graduate studies. Am I unaware of your little schemes? Another 3 years for you to play football? No, I assure you. I am genuinely focused on my studies. Football is merely my avocation. Zhang's father cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Hongfei. Do you think I would believe that? With your intellect, is there any need for further study? Dad, one learns as long as one lives. I must obtain a graduate degree at the very least. Fine. You ungrateful child. I will grant you 3 more years. After that, regardless of the outcome, you must return and inherit the family business. It's settled. When Zhang Hongfei re-entered the hall, he found his mother and Zhao Xiaoying beaming with delight, engaged in a lively conversation. Yingbao, what are you and Mom discussing? You both look so radiant. What is wrong? Is it a crime for me to smile? Do you wish for me to weep daily? That is not the case. Have you finished your talk with your father? Yes, indeed. Did he not lay a hand on you? Why would he? This time in Xinjiang, I performed exceptionally well. He is more likely to reward me. Before you returned, your father incessantly lamented how he would punish you upon your arrival. At this, Zhao Xiaoying could not help but chuckle. Your fiancé is about to be punished, and you can still laugh. It would serve you right. You are nothing but a calamity. I am wronged. While the Zhang family reveled in warmth and joy, Dingping took a leave of absence to return home. What? You wish to attend university in Xinjiang? Dingping's father was taken aback upon hearing that Dingping had proactively sought to study there. You previously stated you would never play football outside the province. Indeed. What has prompted this sudden desire for a university education? Did you not aspire to be a professional athlete? I believe having a university diploma is quite essential. It will facilitate job hunting in the future. Dingping was determined not to disclose his true intentions. Chapter 80. The Art of Selling, continued. Dingping's father attempted to subtly extract valuable information from him. Yet Dingping remained steadfast in his resolve to attend university at Huali. Seeing that persuasion yielded no results, Ding Ping's father reluctantly decided to support his son's choice. Son, once you arrive in Xinjiang, be cautious. And do not abandon football. Rest assured, Dad, everything has been arranged. I will join the Huali football team and participate in the National College Football League. If I perform well in the league, I can secure a position with a good team after graduation. So, you want to return to Liaoning to play football? Of course, I will return. After all, this is my home. Ah, my son has grown up. He is no longer one to be held back. After speaking, Ding Ping's father embraced him tightly, tears glistening in his eyes. Dad, please don't. I'm going to study. It's a good thing. It's not as if I will never come back. Once my son achieves success, I shall purchase a residence in Xinjiang and bring both you and mother to live with us. Wonderful. Father awaits that day. After spending a day at home, Ding Peng returned to the sports school to complete the necessary formalities. Zhang Hongfei exhibited remarkable efficiency, promptly assisting Ding Ping with his enrollment procedures. The admission notice for Ding Ping was delivered to him on the same day via an airplane, arranged by Zhang Hongfei himself. On the morning of July 24, 2006, Zhang Hongfei arose early, despite the enchanting presence of a beautiful woman beside him. He was acutely aware of the significant responsibilities that remained unfulfilled. A man must strive for self-improvement, thus far. He had accomplished only 1/7 of the task assigned to him by the system's overseer. Zhang Hongfei is required to showcase his ball skills on the street for 7 consecutive days. Zhang Hongfei is still 6 days away from completing his task. Zhang Hongfei gently kissed Zhao Xiaoying on the forehead before stepping out with a football in hand. As for breakfast, Jin Xingshu had long prepared a sumptuous meal for Zhang Hongfei. Jin Xingshu's actions were undoubtedly motivated by a desire to ingratiate himself. The limited edition Bugatti Veyron belonging to Zhang Hongfei is currently still in the possession of Jin Xingshu. After borrowing the Bugatti Veyron, Jin Xingshu had no intention of returning it. However, fearing that Zhang Hongfei might demand the car back, Jin Xingshu has been visiting Zhang Hongfei's residence with unusual frequency. Unfortunately, Zhang Hongfei has not been staying in the city lately, resulting in the two men never having the chance to meet. One early morning, Jin Xingshu once again arrived at Zhang Hongfei's home, bearing a thoughtful breakfast as a gesture of goodwill. Zhang Hongfei had just risen from slumber, troubled by the prospect of breakfast, when unexpectedly, his thoughtful friend Zai Shuzi delivered a heartfelt morning meal. Hey, Fij, how do you like it? I'm so good to you. Bringing you breakfast this early. You simply want to avoid returning the car, don't you? What are you pretending for? Fij has seen right through me. Well, I have plenty of cars, so feel free to use that one. Thank you so much, Fij. Thank you. However, what now? If you get into an accident, the costs are on you. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Fij, is there anything else? What about my sister? Isn't she fine staying at the hotel? My sister seems to have grown particularly close to the female manager at that hotel recently. Isn't that a good thing? Not at all. She is completely ignoring me. Then aren't you free now? You can do as you please. Fij, but I have no money. Doesn't your family support you? If they did, would I be this broke? Then what about this breakfast? I especially went to my sister's hotel to scrounge it. For the past few days, I've been living off their food and drink. Otherwise, I would have starved. Zhang Hongfei placed his breakfast into the thermos box, clutching 2 fried dough sticks in one hand and cradling a soccer ball in the other as he stepped outside. This time, he opted not to drive himself. At the entrance of the community, a discreet Mercedes-Benz S600 stood quietly parked. The driver, upon spotting Zhang Hongfei emerge from the residential area, promptly approached him with warm greetings. Good morning, Brother Fei. You're quite early today. When Brother Fei has a directive, I naturally arrive ahead of time. Zhang Hongfei nodded appreciatively as the young man eagerly opened the car door for him. Where are we headed, Brother Fei? Nanjing Road. On July 24th, a Monday, office workers had already departed their homes, embarking on their daily journeys. Zhang Hongfei appeared on the bustling streets of Nanjing Road, clutching a football. As the hour was still early, the throngs of people traversing Nanjing Road were rather sparse. Zhang Hongfei had previously engaged in a performance. Thus this time it felt like second nature to him. Moreover, he was not alone in his endeavor. At this moment, the driver, Xiao Zhang, stood beside him, holding a sign that boldly proclaimed, "Performing arts, not selling oneself." Zhang Hongfei confidently tossed the football high into the air, and as it began to descend, he deftly flicked it with his right foot, sending it soaring to his head to commence his performance of juggling. Unfortunately, at that moment, no one paused to appreciate Zhang Hongfei's street artistry. However, he had no expectations of earning a fortune from his street performances. He merely needed to endure for 6 more days to successfully complete his mission. Zhang Hongfei spent yet another morning showcasing his artistry. It was only as noon approached that he finally concluded his performance. Just 5 days remain. As Zhang Hongfei concluded his day, he received a notification from the system indicating that the stall task for the following day had been successfully completed. Amidst the curious gazes of the surrounding crowd, Zhang Hongfei, composed and unperturbed, departed with Xiao Zhang. As soon as Zhang Hongfei returned home, he was greeted by the enticing aroma that permeated the air. How delightful! Is someone preparing a meal? Bao. Zhang Hongfei hurried to the kitchen to take a look. Zhao Xiaoying, adorned with an apron, was standing there, skillfully chopping vegetables. Zhang Hongfei did not intrude upon Zhao Xiaoying. Instead, he quietly stood at the doorway, observing Bao as she busily flitted about. In Zhang Hongfei's heart, a wave of warmth washed over him. He was oblivious to the moment when Zhao Xiaoying suddenly turned around and noticed him, standing at the doorway in a daze. Oh, when did you return? I came back long ago. So you've been standing there watching me work? I merely couldn't bear to disturb you. I was afraid of being a hindrance. You wouldn't happen to be incapable of cooking, would you? Who says that? I possess a few signature dishes, such as tomato scrambled eggs. And what else? Cucumber scrambled eggs. Anything beyond that? Chive scrambled eggs. Is there nothing else you can stir-fry besides eggs? I can boil eggs, fry eggs, and steam eggs. All right. It seems you are only proficient in preparing eggs. Do not say that. I can also cook rice. Chapter 81. Purchasing a home after a hearty lunch, Zhang Hongfei felt utterly stuffed. As the saying goes, children from impoverished families mature early. Zhao Xiaoying, having grown up in hardship, developed exceptional culinary skills from a young age. Zhang Hongfei had savored numerous delicacies in the past. Yet he could not help but extol the culinary prowess of Zhao Xiaoying. Delicious, he exclaimed. Is that all you can say? After investing over 2 hours of hard work into this meal, I deserve more than a mere compliment. You ought to offer me some form of reward. All right. What reward do you desire? I want. However, after much contemplation, Zhao Xiaoying could not ascertain what reward she truly wished for. Zhang Hongfei was exceedingly kind to Zhao Xiaoying. Apart from the stars and the moon in the sky, he generously offered her everything else he could. Why the silence? What more do you desire? Zhao Xiaoying bowed her head in silence, quietly consuming her meal. Zhang Hongfei gazed at Zhao Xiaoying's blushing face, lost in contemplation. My dear Bao, how about I gift you a residence? After all, you will be residing in this city for the long haul. Is it not permissible for me to stay here? This place has always been my solitary abode, devoid of any feminine charm. It would be far more delightful to purchase a new one for you, allowing you to move in. Will you join me? Of course. Very well. I consent. Then, after our meal, we shall set out to acquire a property. Indeed. Following lunch, Zhang Hongfei casually selected a key from a multitude of car keys. This time, his vehicle of choice was a Ferrari Enzo. Goodness, it's identical to the dilapidated car Lu Zihao drives. What a disgrace. Zhang Hongfei appears to harbor a deep-seated resentment towards the Ferrari Enzo. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoying could not help but express her disdain, exclaiming, with so many sports cars at your disposal, how can you still feel embarrassed? What are the rest of us impoverished souls supposed to do? To which Yao retorted, you speak without conscience. What I possess is yours as well. I have bestowed all of this upon you. After Zhang Hongfei finished speaking, he tossed a large handful of car keys to Zhao Xiaoying. She played with the keys for a moment before returning them all to him. I don't want them. I wish to earn money to buy my own car. Why are you being so stubborn? You are my fiancée. I am not a materialistic girl. I aspire to be self-sufficient. Don't sigh like that. I am still young. I do not wish to settle down and become a housewife at such an early age. Give me a few years to venture out into the world. I have a 3-year agreement with my father, so I will also give you 3 years. How does that sound? Just 3 years? That is too little. How many years do you desire? At least 10 years. Bao, don't be greedy. Are you truly expecting me to wait for 10 years? What if I lose interest? If you dare to change your heart, I will tell my mother, and she will deal with you. Besides, I only said I want to work for 10 years. I never said I wouldn't marry you. Oh, it seems I was overthinking. If you're worried, we can get married next year. Why not this year? I am only 19 this year. I'm not of marrying age. Then let us marry next year. What? Are you afraid? So eager to marry me? Yes. I'm afraid you might run away. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoying felt a sweet sensation in her heart. Unable to contain herself, she took Zhang Hongfei's hand and said earnestly, "Rest assured, I will always be your little woman." Zhang Hongfei effortlessly lifted Zhao Xiaoying into his arms. "Let's go. We're off to purchase a new home." "What?" Without further ado, Zhang Hongfei swiftly embraced Zhao Xiaoying and descended the stairs. A pristine white Ferrari Enzo materialized before them. What a stunning sports car. Indeed, in the entire city of Xin, there exists but a single white Ferrari Enzo. If you desire it, I shall gift it to you. No, thank you. Why not? Did I not just express my intention to earn my own money and purchase a car? Very well. Zhang Hongfei no longer dwells on the issue of the car. In the past, he would simply delegate the matter of purchasing a home to Zhao Yi, considering it a trivial task. However, now Zhang Hongfei has resolved to personally undertake the process of buying a house. Although he has never engaged in such a venture before, he believes that purchasing property is not particularly challenging. As long as the finances are in order, there is nothing insurmountable. Zhang Hongfei drove, accompanied by Zhao Xiaoying, to a newly developed property in the Lujiazui area of Pudong New District, Shanghai. This location, adjacent to the river and boasting convenient transportation, is undoubtedly the most desirable living spot in the future of the city. The under-construction buildings soar to an average height of over 30 stories, with prices that are unparalleled in Shanghai. Within the sales center, a row of youthful and enchanting sales representatives awaited their arrival. As soon as Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying made their appearance, they were immediately encircled by a throng of saleswomen. The pristine white Ferrari Enzo parked at the entrance served as a testament to Zhang Hongfei's prowess, undeniably marking him as a prospective high-value client. Observing the multitude of women orbiting around Zhang Hongfei, Zhao Xiaoying unmistakably felt a surge of rivalry. Zhang Hongfei noticed the displeasure on Zhao Xiaoying's face and promptly pushed aside the numerous admirers surrounding her. "What is the size of your largest residence here?" "400 square meters. Ingbao, do you think that is sufficient?" "It is ample." "Very well, then I shall." As Zhang Hongfei was poised to utter something astonishing, a portly middle-aged tycoon entered the sales hall, flanked by two alluring young women. The moment the tycoon stepped into the hall, his gaze fell upon Zhao Xiaoying. Although the salesgirls in the hall were not lacking in charm, the adage holds true, comparing goods reveals their worth. In contrast to Zhao Xiaoying, the salesgirls undeniably paled in comparison. "Hey there, young lady. Would you consider becoming this gentleman's companion? I assure you, a life of luxury awaits you." The two enchanting young women beside the tycoon, though displeased with his bold advance, suppressed their indignation and offered flattering words on his behalf. "Indeed, dear sister, by joining us, you could instantly acquire a home and a car. Just think of the years you could save in your pursuit of success. At your tender age, you could easily spend 5 or 6 years by this dashing gentleman's side, and before you know it, you'd have everything." Upon hearing the words of the three unscrupulous individuals, Zhang Hongfei's expression darkened instantaneously. In the city of Xin, it has always been Zhang Hongfei who undermines others. Who would dare to encroach upon his domain, especially when it concerns the fiancée he holds dear? This alone guarantees that the middle-aged tycoon is destined for a most unfavorable outcome today. Unbeknownst to him, he has unwittingly embroiled himself in a significant predicament. As for that dandy over there, he ought to distance himself. Such a beautiful woman is far beyond his worthiness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei could not help but let out a cold laugh, saying, I am unworthy of her. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Have you looked in the mirror? With your appearance, who bestowed upon you the audacity to act so arrogantly before me?" Chapter 82. The loss is not significant. Zhang Hongfei's words carried a striking potency, delivering a sweeping blow that offended both a man and two women in an instant. The middle-aged tycoon, pointing a finger menacingly at Zhang Hongfei, threatened, "You wait. I shall summon someone to deal with you. Soon, you will be begging for mercy on the ground." He then retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Instantly, the two alluring women by his side adopted an air of arrogant superiority, as if the world was theirs to command. "Do you see this, young one? Society is indeed this ruthless. Lacking personal capability yet yearning for beautiful companions is a grave sin. One cannot even protect their own girlfriend." Exactly. Unless you kneel and apologize right now. Perhaps my brother might be in a good mood and grant you a little favor." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei's expression grew increasingly somber. "Ingbao, do you think I neglected to check the calendar before venturing out today, which led me to encounter these imbeciles?" Zhao Xiaoying, standing beside him, stifled a laugh and replied, "It's quite possible." She harbored no concerns about Zhang Hongfei being bullied. firmly believing in his capabilities. Moreover, she thought that if a man could not protect the woman he cherished, he was hardly worth keeping. Meanwhile, the middle-aged tycoon, while boasting loudly, lounged on the sofa, casually lighting a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke. This gesture elicited an instinctive disdain from the saleswomen in the real estate hall. Yet, the tycoon appeared utterly oblivious to his lack of self-awareness. What is going on here? I'm here to buy a house. Aren't you going to come and introduce yourselves? He declared. Let me inform you, I am a significant client. With a wave of his hand, two alluring women immediately rushed to his side, beginning their flattery and flirtation. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Xiaoying turned her head away in disgust. TCH. What a facade of innocence. Just wait until your boyfriend is no longer in the picture. Let's see what you have left to boast about. Men are drawn to beautiful women, just as women are equally captivated by handsome men. The middle-aged tycoon found Zhang Hongfei unappealing, while the two women accompanying him regarded Zhao Xiaoying with equal disdain. Soon, a group of foolish individuals hurried over to their impending misfortune. Surrounding the tycoon, they respectfully greeted him. Jiangu. We've arrived. Why so late? Jiangu. We rushed over as quickly as we could. All right then, take care of that pretty boy for me. The tycoon lazily gestured towards Zhang Hongfei. Brothers, go. The saleswomen witnessed this unfolding drama and promptly chose to retreat. Surprisingly, however, no one opted to call the police. Haha, you really aren't calling the authorities? I actually feel sorry for you. Zhang Hongfei cast a sympathetic glance at the unexpected intruders. Call the police? If we do that, how can we deal with you? Indeed. Have you been rendered speechless by fear? Zhang Hongfei laughed heartily, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. I am doing this for your own good. Since you failed to recognize a kind heart, consider my words unspoken. Let us proceed. Zhang Hongfei, having spoken, beckoned towards a few jesters with a provocative gesture. The jesters exchanged glances before lunging towards Zhang Hongfei in unison. Yingbao, step back a bit. It will be over shortly. Zhang Hongfei, concerned that Yingbao might worry, offered her a few comforting words before casually placing her behind him. With courage, he bravely charged towards the group of jesters. Zhang Hongfei's action exuded a remarkable sense of masculinity, instantly capturing the admiration of the saleswomen. As anticipated, chaos ensued. Call the police. Help. I was wrong. Please. Don't hit me anymore. Hurry, summon an ambulance. On the ground lay a multitude of individuals, each bearing significant injuries, groaning in pain. How could this young man possess such formidable fighting skills? The middle-aged tycoon, witnessing Zhang Hongfei single-handedly incapacitating all his hired men, was taken aback, his expression transforming dramatically in shock. Zhang Hongfei did not halt his stride. Instead, he advanced toward the affluent middle-aged man. The man immediately raised his hands and shouted, You mustn't come any closer. Why can't I approach you? Are you afraid of me? Me afraid of you? Dream on. Oh really? Then why does your body tremble? I am merely a bit cold. As Zhang Hongfei drew nearer, the wealthy man, suddenly frightened, turned and fled. Thinking of escaping? Zhang Hongfei made a swift advance, positioning himself at the entrance of the sales hall, obstructing the middle-aged tycoon. You've hurled insults, provoked me, and even fought. Now you wish to flee? Is that a fanciful thought? What do you intend to do? Without paying a price, how could I possibly allow you to leave? My men lie defeated at your hands. And while I have refrained from demanding medical expenses, you dare to ask for money from me? Is this not your fault? These individuals were summoned by you, and it was your choice not to involve the authorities. Now that they have been vanquished, you suddenly ponder what is right and what is wrong. I have no money. Oh, just a moment ago, you boasted about not being short on funds for purchasing a property. I truly have no money. No funds, yet you maintain two lovers? Those two are my goddaughters. Do you expect me to believe that? Sir, I have erred. I should not have been blinded by desire for your woman. I kneel before you. Please spare me this once. The middle-aged tycoon, overwhelmed with fear, sank to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. The sight was heart-wrenching, indeed. Yet, Zhang Hongfei, accustomed to such displays of feigned poverty, coldly declared, If you wish for my mercy, leave behind a toll for passage. This is blatant extortion. Wasn't your earlier behavior a blatant display of brawling in public? Why deny it now? I meant to. You may leave. But either I shall shatter your legs, or you shall compensate me. With a pained expression, the middle-aged tycoon retrieved 20,000 yuan from his briefcase. Here, 20,000. Is that sufficient? 20,000? Are you attempting to bribe a beggar? I suggest you be content. For a student like you, 20,000 is no small sum. I shall not make it difficult for you. Simply compensate me for half the value of my car. Half the value of your car? You own a vehicle? Of course. Very well. No problem. The middle-aged tycoon, in his naivety, assumed that Zhang Hongfei was referring to a bicycle or perhaps a small QQ car. However, the next moment, he was left speechless. Zhang Hongfei calmly approached his pristine white Ferrari Enzo, opened the door, and leaned against it, smiling at the middle-aged tycoon. Is that the Ferrari Enzo yours? Do you wish to take it for a test drive? No. No. The Ferrari Enzo, launched in 2002, had a market price of $600,000, but being a limited edition, with only 399 units produced worldwide, its market value in the domestic market exceeded 20 million. Owning a Ferrari Enzo is no simple feat. One must first be a member of Ferrari, with a minimum of 3 Ferraris in their possession to qualify for purchase. Furthermore, one must patiently wait in line, as the Ferrari Enzo is a limited edition, with an annual production that is exceedingly scarce. Zhang Hongfei's pristine white Ferrari Enzo, adorned with an array of exquisite optional features, boasts a price that is unparalleled, eclipsing other sports cars in its category by a considerable margin. Even those with ample wealth find it impossible to procure this vehicle, for Zhang Hongfei has no intention of parting with it. How much do you intend to compensate me? Would 1 million suffice? Just 1 million? Do you not think that is rather insufficient? 1 million would merely cover the cost of 2 of my car's wheels. Then what amount do you desire? Did we not agree earlier? Half of the car's price. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged tycoon could not help but swallow hard. The effort palpable. And what is the price of your vehicle? Not exorbitant. Merely 20 million. At the mention of 20 million, the middle-aged tycoon coughed up blood in shock. Although he bore the title of a wealthy individual, his entire net worth barely reached a few tens of millions. The prospect of having to shell out 10 million in compensation for Zhang Hongfei was a painful burden for him. However, the adage that comparisons can lead to discontent rings true. While the middle-aged tycoon was willing to offer 10 million, Zhang Hongfei regarded it with disdain. Given his wealth, which he considered in terms of billions, a mere 10 million was hardly worthy of his attention. Just as the two parties found themselves at an impasse, justice descended from the heavens. A group of righteous individuals arrived at the scene. Upon spotting Zhang Hongfei, they were rendered momentarily speechless. The photographs of Zhang Hongfei, along with those of Liu Zihao and Guan Shitian, have long since circulated throughout the realm of justice in the city of Xin. It has been repeatedly emphasized that whenever one encounters these 3 formidable figures, irrespective of the circumstances, one must act according to their wishes, otherwise, one must bear the consequences. The leader of the group promptly approached Zhang Hongfei, respectfully inquiring, "Young Master Zhang, it is truly an honor. How may I be of service to you?" Upon perceiving the demeanor of the other party, Zhang Hongfei realized that today's matter would be easily resolved. "You may return. Your presence is no longer required here." "Yes, young Master Zhang," replied the leader. "Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me." With that, he produced a business card and handed it to Zhang Hongfei with both hands. Such a splendid opportunity for forging connections must not be overlooked. Zhang Hongfei casually accepted the business card, barely glancing at it before slipping it into his pocket. "Very well. If that day ever comes, I shall certainly give you a call." The sales hall fell silent once more, a stark contrast to Zhang Hongfei's mood. The middle-aged tycoon, having called the police, was taken aback as the visitor was swiftly dismissed by Zhang Hongfei with just a few words, leaving him with a chilling sense of unease. As the individual departed, Zhang Hongfei closed the car door and approached the middle-aged tycoon with a friendly demeanor, inquiring, "What do you have to say now? Can we negotiate a lesser compensation? 10 million isn't excessive, is it? Aren't you a wealthy man? Young Master Zhang, please, show mercy and forgive me this one time. You recognize who I am now? Of course, you are the illustrious heir of the Zhang family, one of the 3 giants of Xinqing. How could I possibly fail to recognize you?" The middle-aged tycoon had not initially discerned Zhang Hongfei's true identity. However, recalling the respectful demeanor of the leader moments ago, combined with the surname Zhang and the ownership of a limited edition Ferrari Enzo, Zhang Hongfei's status became abundantly clear. In all of Xinqing, there was but one individual capable of embodying all 3 attributes. "Since you've recognized me, why the further discussion? Do you wish to provoke my ire? And no, I shall compensate." Witnessing Zhang Hongfei's anger, the middle-aged tycoon turned pale with fear. Throughout Xinqing, no one truly comprehended the nature of Zhang Hongfei's wrath, for all who had encountered his fury seemed to have vanished before the dawn of the following day. Money is indeed valuable, but life holds a higher price. I will pay. I will pay. Under Zhang Hongfei's imposing presence, the middle-aged tycoon capitulated. Zhang Hongfei successfully secured a compensation of 10 million. However, the subsequent scene left the middle-aged tycoon utterly astounded. Zhang Hongfei shouted directly at the several fools groaning on the ground. You all get up now and give this guy a good beating, and 10 million will be yours. Young Master Zhang, this is outrageous. Upon hearing the promise of 10 million, the fools on the ground immediately scrambled to their feet, their faces twisted in fierce determination as they glared at the middle-aged tycoon. Moments ago, the tycoon had promised them a mere 100,000 for thrashing Zhang Hongfei. Now, Zhang Hongfei had boldly raised the stakes tenfold. For the allure of wealth. Men often meet their demise, just as birds perish for their sustenance. Zhang Hongfei was quite generous, directly paying first before attending to the matter at hand. Upon seeing the funds transfer, accompanied by a piercing scream, a plump figure was dragged out by a group of people. Zhang Hongfei watched with glee as the middle-aged tycoon was dragged away, then returned to the sales hall. Zhao Xiaoying, stifling a yawn, approached him. You are so slow. This delay is hindering my home purchase. How can you say I am slow? It was that pompous potato who refused to cooperate. He took forever to negotiate compensation and still wouldn't he give it to me. You weren't seeking compensation. I witnessed everything. What I did was merely reciprocating his actions. Teaching him a lesson with his own money. I saw it. You're quite wicked. He already compensated you, yet you still don't let him off the hook. Anyone who dares to covet my woman deserves a good beating. Are you really this domineering? Of course. Now, let us go buy a house. Following the earlier incident, the sales ladies recognized that Zhang Hongfei was undoubtedly a formidable figure, someone not to be trifled with. A group of eager sales ladies surrounded Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying, enthusiastically introducing the properties. However, with a dismissive wave of his hand, Zhang Hongfei rejected their fervent pitches. Curious, Zhao Xiaoying inquired, "What are you doing?" "No need for their introductions. I'll take the entire building over there." As soon as Zhang Hongfei's voice fell, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted in the sales hall. What? Did I hear that correctly? This is simply too extravagant. You heard me right. I intend to purchase the entire building. Swipe the card. Zhang Hongfei, after concluding his thoughts, withdrew his bank card. Isn't this a tremendous waste? He questioned. How could purchasing us a new home be deemed wasteful? What purpose do you have for an entire building? Consider this. Once we are married, your parents will require a residence. And each of your relatives should also receive a dwelling of their own. What are you thinking? Oh, nothing in particular. I merely wish to act in your best interest. Chapter 84. Training. Ultimately, Zhang Hongfei acquired the entire building. Regarding the apartments that had already been sold, he compensated the owners with double the purchase price. Those who consented were pleased, while those who disagreed were met with Zhang Hongfei's indifference to reasoning. He promptly contacted Zhao Yi to handle the matter. Believing that delegating to a secretary was the most efficient course of action, Zhao Xiaoying remained silent throughout the proceedings, merely a passive observer, consuming some snacks without asserting her presence. Nevertheless, she bore no grievances, for when it came time to sign, the entire building was transferred solely to her name. Although aware of Zhang Hongfei's wealth and capriciousness, Zhao Xiaoying found herself profoundly moved once more. Who says affluent men are miserly? Zhang Hongfei was a notable exception. A building worth hundreds of millions was gifted without the slightest hesitation. Any woman would be enamored by such generosity. The pristine white Ferrari Enzo was driven by Zhang Hongfei to a secluded corner by the Huangpu River. In moments of deep emotion, the intertwining of soul and body becomes inevitable. In the afternoon, Zhang Hongfei escorted Zhao Xiaoying back to her home before returning to the campus of Wari University. The enrollment procedures for Shi Yong and Chu Yi had already been completed by Zhao Yi. The two were free to arrive at Wari University at any time to participate in team training. Next season would mark Zhang Hongfei's final attempt to secure the championship in the collegiate league, thus adhering to the principle of strictness towards others while being lenient towards oneself. He initiated summer training for the Wari University team members. The enrollment procedures for Dingping were still underway, necessitating a 2-day delay before his arrival at the school. Zhang Hongfei has not forgotten why Dingping chose to study at Huali University. Zhang Hongfei made a deliberate phone call to Li Jia, seeking assistance. After a slight sacrifice of his own charm, Zhang Hongfei successfully persuaded Li Jia. Although it was still the holiday season, Li Jia made the decision to return to school ahead of schedule. The conditions proposed by Zhang Hongfei were exceedingly generous, rendering Li Jia unable to refuse. Although Li Jia harbored reservations about Zhang Hongfei's arrangement for her to engage in a romantic relationship with Ding Ping, Zhang Hongfei extolled Ding Ping's virtues to an extravagant degree, portraying him as nothing short of an exemplar of manhood. Given Li Jia's knowledge of Zhang Hongfei, she was convinced that if Ding Ping were not truly exceptional, Zhang Hongfei would not have spoken so highly of him. Zhang Hongfei's words successfully piqued Li Jia's curiosity. When a woman begins to feel intrigued by a man, the possibility of love may soon unfold. Ding Peng arrived in the city by train, while Li Jia took a flight. Their respective family backgrounds were evidently distinct. Nevertheless, Zhang Hongfei would certainly ensure that Ding Ping would not lose face. There remains one day until Ding Ping's arrival. Zhang Hongfei had made arrangements in advance for Ding Ping's complete set of clothing, food, accommodation, and transportation for Zhaji. On the afternoon of July 24th, Zhang Hongfei once again gathered with his teammates at the football field of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Zhang Hongfei issued the training directives, and naturally, his teammates dared not disregard them. Each individual diligently arrived at the football field to engage in their daily practice. The head coach, Wang Song, also made a serious appearance on the pitch, intermittently guiding the players during their training. Within the entire Huali football team, aside from Zhang Hongfei, Wang Song harbored the most fervent desire to secure the championship. Run just a bit faster. Do not become distracted while passing. Strike with a little more power. Wang Song's determination surpassed even Zhang Hongfei's expectations. Zhang Hongfei could not help but approach with a teasing remark. Song, you seem particularly spirited today. Fei, you're here. Indeed. I just arrived a short while ago. These youngsters indulge in lavish feasts daily. They're gaining weight. If they don't train properly, they won't be able to compete next semester. Well, I entrust the training to you, Song. Fei, what brings you to school today? Care for a bit of training before you leave? Haha. As for training, let us skip that. I merely came to check if they're slacking off. With your command. They certainly wouldn't dare to slack. Yet, it seems you're the one who is being lazy. Haha. Just pretend you didn't see me. Fei. Next semester is your last chance. If you fail to secure the championship in the National College League, you will graduate with regrets. I know. That's why I've brought along Shi Yong, Chui, and Ding Ping with the sole purpose of clinching the championship. Shi Yong and Chui are quite capable and can undoubtedly start, but Ding Ping is not yet prepared. Ding Ping will arrive tomorrow. I assure you. He will not disappoint. I naturally trust your judgment, Fei. Song, starting today, the team will train daily. Oh, is there a significant competition coming up? There are 2 important matches next month. Against whom? Against the teams of Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian. Lu Zihao, Guan Xingtian, the 3 talents of Xinjiang? Indeed, those 2 jesters. Fei, perhaps only you in all of Xinjiang would dare to call them that. Haha. Song, jesters deserve the proper title. We cannot be timid. I wouldn't dare. If they discovered I referred to them thus behind their backs, I might end up in the Huangpu River feeding the fish. Song, do you have any plans for the next season? Of course, we'll continue with the 4-5-1 formation. However, with Shi Yong now on the team, we can secure that one. The other positions still require observation. And what about my position? Of course, you'll remain in midfield. Honestly, I believe I could advance a bit further forward. You wish to play as a forward? No, I mean as an attacking midfielder or winger. That is certainly a consideration. But, can you handle it? Song, do you underestimate me? I have transformed completely. I am no longer the same person I was last year. Fei, I believe you. Ever since I witnessed your astonishing direct free kick goal a few days ago, I realized you had been holding back in previous years. Let us seize this final season and secure the championship together, reaching the pinnacle of the nation. All right, Song. Together, we shall conquer the nation. Zhang Hongfei and Wang Songyan embraced each other tightly. In the following moments, Wang Song continued to train the players of the Wari school team, while Zhang Hongfei happily slipped away. Zhang Hongfei, entrusted with an important mission, heads to the airport to greet a guest. Ding Peng, traveling by train, will arrive a day later than Li Jia, who is flying in and is expected to reach Xinjiang this afternoon. For the sake of Ding Peng's personal happiness in the upcoming national championship next season, Zhang Hongfei now finds himself dutifully bustling about like a devoted servant. Chapter 85. A gathering of 6 at Xinjiang International Airport. Li Jia captivates attention in a seductive black gown paired with striking red high heels. Zhang Hongfei navigated through the dense throng and approached Li Jia. You truly are a handful. Dressed like this. Do you not fear encountering nefarious individuals who might harm you along the way? Isn't your presence sufficient protection? If you fail to safeguard me, Your new junior will have no hope. Haha. He is far more formidable than I am. At that time, I was encircled by a group of ruffians. And it was Ding Ping who bravely stepped forward to rescue me. In order to highlight Ding Ping, Zhang Hongfei naturally portrayed himself as a mere weakling. However, having spent some time with Zhang Hongfei, Li Jia could hardly be oblivious to his capabilities. Regarding Zhang Hongfei's claims, she was inclined to believe them only to a certain extent. Go ahead and boast. If that impressive Ding Ping turns out to be nothing more than a useless lump, I shall relish witnessing how you spin your tail. Rest assured, Li Jia, when have I ever let you down? And you dare assert that you have never wronged me? The past is but a distant memory. Why cling to it so? Humph. I have no intention of forgiving you in this lifetime. Alas, I seem to have offended you again. You know how it is. Very well. I shall refrain from discussing this matter further. Will you be staying at the school or returning to my home? Can I stay at your house? There is an empty room available. However, if you prefer to stay at a hotel, I can arrange that too. When did you become so accommodating? I have always been this kind. Did you not realize? When is that Ding Peng you mentioned arriving? He is not from Shenzhen, so he will arrive a day later than you. Zhang Hongfei, fearing disdain from Li Jia, refrained from directly stating that Ding Peng arrived in the city by train. Then let us go to welcome him together tomorrow. No need. You can simply wait at home. Which home? How about I purchase a set of accommodations for both of you? That would be splendid. If it is a gift from the esteemed young master Zhang, we would certainly not decline. You are quite forward. Isn't it the trend to challenge the wealthy these days? When it comes to a tycoon like young master Zhang, one ought to seize the opportunity. Haha, very well. Let us proceed directly to acquire a residence. Sounds delightful. Zhang Hongfei wasted no time and directly ushered Li Jia into the pristine white Ferrari Enzo. Oh, I can't believe you actually brought this car out. Li Jia exclaimed. I seem to recall you mentioning that Lu Zihao also drives this very vehicle. Do you still remember that? Of course. I remember you used to never take this car out. You once remarked that its taste was rather lacking. Did I ever say that? The Ferrari Enzo. Only 399 units exist worldwide. You most certainly did. But let us not dwell on such trivial details. Zhang Hongfei, of course, would not undermine himself. With a burst of laughter, he effortlessly brushed the matter aside. Zhang Hongfei, displaying remarkable generosity, promptly invested millions to purchase a fully furnished luxury residence for Li Jia and Ding Ping. Subsequently, he employed individuals to meticulously clean every corner of their new home. While the cleaning was underway, Zhang Hongfei took the opportunity to treat Li Jia to a delightful dinner. Zhang Hongfei made a phone call, requesting Jin Shinshu to drive and pick up Zhao Xiaoying. Zhao Xiaoying had previously met Li Jia in Shenzhen, and Zhang Hongfei feared that dining alone with Li Jia might lead to complications. Although Zhang Hongfei felt at ease in his heart, Shenzhen was rife with gossip and intrigue, where various factions intertwined, making it difficult to ensure that no malicious individuals lurked in the shadows, ready to cause trouble. Zhang Hongfei's engagement, widely publicized by his parents, has inadvertently turned Zhao Xiaoying into the common target of ire among all the young, affluent women of the city. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiaoying, she has ascended to a form of notoriety. Jin Shishu, flamboyantly driving his Bugatti Veyron, arrives at Zhang Hongfei's residence to collect his sister-in-law. Zhao Xiaoying has grown somewhat accustomed to Jin Xingshu's exuberant personality, as he repeatedly calls her sister-in-law, causing her heart to flutter with delight. In a premier restaurant in the city, 6 individuals gather together. Zhang Hongfei, Zhao Xiaoying, Li Jia, Jin Xingshu, Jin Kaiyan, and Xiaoya sat together. Who are these two? Driven by a woman's intuition, Zhao Xiaoying cast a wary glance at Jin Kaiyan and Xiaoya. Jin Xingshu promptly introduced, "This is my sister, Jin Kaiyan, and she is my sister's good friend, Xiaoya." Oh, why do they seem so familiar with Zhang Hongfei? My sister has pursued Fij for quite some time, so they are old acquaintances. Jin Shishu, of course, would not divulge the affair between Jin Kaiyan and Zhang Hongfei, no matter how good-natured Zhao Xiaoying was. She would not tolerate Zhang Hongfei's infidelities. Li Jia, sitting to the side, reveled in the situation, finding amusement in Zhang Hongfei's predicament. As his ex-girlfriend, Li Jia knew him well. She mused to herself that Jin Kaiyan and Xiaoya were undoubtedly entangled with Zhang Hongfei. Today promises to be entertaining. Though Jin Xingshu had offered an explanation, Zhao Xiaoying remained suspicious of Jin Kaiyan and Xiaoya due to her instinct. Observing Zhao Xiaoying's wariness directed at his sister and Xiaoya, Jin Xingshu silently lamented. Being someone who sought to elevate his status through familial connections, he certainly did not wish for his sister to be sidelined by Zhao Xiaoying. He quickly intervened, saying, "Sister-in-law, please don't overthink this. My sister is here in Xinxing for a blind date." "A blind date?" "Yes. She is set to meet Chao Rong, the second son of the Chao family." Unaware of the circumstances between Zhang Hongfei and Chao Rong, Zhao Xiaoying felt a wave of relief upon hearing that Jin Kaiyan was there for a blind date. Zhao Xiaoying turned to Xiaoya, inquiring about her situation. However, Xiaoya was less fortunate, as Jin Shushu did not speak on her behalf. With an innocent expression, he replied, "I have no idea." Xiaoya appeared somewhat flustered, her hands tightly clasped together, her lips slightly bitten. Deep down, she harbored a flicker of hope, yearning for Zhang Hongfei to speak up for her. Regrettably, he seemed oblivious, engrossed in conversation with Li Jia. Observing this, Jin Kaiyan interjected, "She is my close friend." To Jin Shinshu's astonishment, his sister Jin Kaiyan took the initiative to speak up for Xiaoya. The first dinner unfolded amidst an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. With 2 men and 4 women present, each more stunningly beautiful than the last, thus foreshadowing an extraordinary tale. Midway through dinner, Jin Kaiyan and Xiaoya excused themselves to the restroom for a touch-up. This seemingly innocuous act attracted a throng of jesters, trailing behind them. Chapter 86. I do not recognize these 2 characters. As Jin Kaiyan and Xiaoya emerged from the restroom, they were immediately fixated upon by 2 portly men. "Bro, those 2 girls look absolutely exquisite," one exclaimed. "Indeed. We must quickly report this to the boss." "Hold on. Let us first follow them and see which private room they enter." "You're clever, third brother. Let us do just that." A few minutes later, outside Zhang Hongfei's room, one of them said, "Third brother, those girls have entered that room. You stay here and keep watch. I'll go inform the boss." "No. You keep watch while I report back." "Enough of this. Your skills are superior. If anything unexpected occurs, you'll handle it well. Leave the errands to me." Without allowing his counterpart a chance to retort, the third brother dashed away. "What a scoundrel. Always seizing the glory," the second brother muttered. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the private room where Zhang Hongfei resided. Both the second and third brothers were notorious small-time thugs in the city. Their elder brother was an acquaintance of Zhang Hongfei, Chao Rong. However, after Chao Rong was exiled abroad, these 2 swiftly reinvented themselves and aligned with him.